Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Taylor Wright, 33, a recently divorced private investigator, was having a good time with her lover, Cassandra Waller, on September 8, 2017. Despite the tense divorce processes Taylor was going through with her ex-husband, the two had recently moved in together and everything was going smoothly. Taylor went out of the house that day to hang out with a friend. However, this choice altered not just her life, but also the lives of those in her immediate vicinity. We shall thus examine the events that took place in Pensacola, Florida, today. April 23, 1984, was Taylor's birthday. She first met Jeff Wright at the age of 19. Despite their relationship's ups and downs, they remained in love. They made the decision to be married 3 years after they first met. Taylor accepted a position as a police officer in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Taylor and Jeff had a kid in 2011. They encountered certain difficulties, just like many other newlywed couples. Their relationship gradually deteriorated, and in 2015 they began the difficult procedure of getting a divorce. Jeff thought Taylor was unfaithful to him. Jeff's suspicions were confirmed when Taylor soon relocated to Pensacola and moved in with Cassandra Waller. Because Taylor and Jeff couldn't agree on who their son would live with, their divorce was a challenging procedure. In this process, the financial element was equally significant. By this point, Taylor had left the police force and started working as a private investigator. She had followed Jeff when he was picking up their son and had attacked him multiple times. Taylor's actions damaged her reputation after she was detained multiple times. Taylor became enraged when Jeff was granted full custody of their kid in 2016. Taylor had no intention of giving up, filing a new case, but the ex-spouses were unable to reach a consensus. They had significant financial disagreements. In September 2017, Taylor chose not to disclose any financial information to Jeff and, in violation of court orders, took $100,000, 0 cents, out of their joint account without his knowledge. Taylor chose to empty the account in order to conceal the funds, which were meant to be used for child support. For short-term security, she divided it among her acquaintances. Ashley MacArthur, a former crime scene technician she had known for more than a year, was one of those buddies. They had become good friends during this period, and Taylor gave her $34, 0 cents. Taylor had a lot of issues, and they quickly got worse when she needed the money she had given Ashley to keep safe. Despite Taylor's repeated requests, her pal constantly came up with a new excuse to keep the money. She had no time to take it back. The bank was having issues, and so forth. Taylor suspected that the money was gone at one point. Despite her repeated demands, Ashley never gave her pal the whole sum back, creating new justifications each time. Cassandra Waller and Taylor Wright went to a restaurant for dinner on the evening of September 7, 2017. Taylor shared her issues and financial concerns with Cassandra over dinner. She spoke extensively about Ashley and the money she refused to give back. Taylor was certain that Ashley was purposefully hesitating and that something was amiss. Cassandra tried to reassure Taylor that the matter would be handled by providing her with all the assistance and consolation she could. She also had a suspicion that the money was missing at the same time. Taylor informed Cassandra that she would meet Ashley the following day, September 8, and they would go to the bank to retrieve her $34,000, 0 cents. On September 8, Cassandra was heading to work in the morning. Ashley was seated in a car close to the driveway when she was bidding Taylor farewell. In order to ultimately resolve the issues with the bank, Ashley came to meet with Taylor. Cassandra saw Taylor for the final time that morning. Cassandra Waller lost touch with Taylor as the day went on. After she stopped answering her texts, she called Ashley, who informed her that Taylor wanted some alone time because she had been sobbing and upset all day. When Taylor apparently canceled their dinner plans with her girlfriend and texted Cassandra that she needed a few days to collect herself, things became more stranger. Cassandra became concerned since she knew that Taylor, being a private investigator, had the resources and expertise to vanish. "I don't have any clue what's going on. I just know that something's not right. I was scared," Cassandra said. Cassandra assumed Ashley, not Taylor, was the author of the text message she received from Taylor, stating that she needed time to collect her thoughts. Cassandra called Taylor several times in the days that followed, but she disregarded her calls and messages. A few of those messages were read, though. All of Taylor's possessions were still at home, but she had not arrived. To check on Taylor, Cassandra wanted to meet her. The fact that Taylor abruptly vanished, especially without first getting in touch with her little kid, was very concerning to her loved ones. Following that, Cassandra went to the police, who advised her to get in touch with Taylor's ex-husband, Jeff Wright, so she could do her own independent investigation. Jeff informed Cassandra that their son had attempted to contact Taylor as well but had not received a response. He then gave Cassandra a shocking warning, asking her to exercise caution since Taylor might become upset with her for bringing the police into her affairs. Disturbed, Cassandra started phoning local hospitals and kept looking for her companion. Authorities launched an investigation after Cassandra filed a missing persons report after a week had gone by with no trace of Taylor. Because Cassandra lived with Taylor and knew a lot about her, the investigators questioned her. Additionally, they searched their home and discovered cash, a revolver, and Taylor's identity credentials. Cassandra claims that the firearm was never used and was purchased only for self-defense. There was nothing else suspicious discovered. However, why didn't Taylor bring her ID, cash, and possessions with her if she had made up her mind to travel somewhere? Cassandra sat in the questioning room asking herself a lot of questions in her head. It soon became clear to her that the police were searching for information that would enable them to connect her to Taylor's disappearance. She nevertheless persisted in helping the investigation to uncover the truth. Following confirmation of her account, the investigators turned their attention to Taylor's friend Ashley MacArthur and her ex-husband Jeff. Since ex-partners are frequently implicated in these types of situations, the idea that Taylor's disappearance was caused by her ex-husband seemed very plausible. They had money disputes and were still battling for custody of their son. However, as Jeff had been in North Carolina the entire time, the theory that he was responsible for Taylor's disappearance was swiftly disproved. Ashley MacArthur was the last person left on the list of possible suspects. Ashley was the last of Taylor's friends to see her before she disappeared, so they made contact with her. Ashley appeared to be acting strangely when she was questioned at the police station. She appeared unconcerned by her friend's absence and was flirty and cheerful. She claimed that Taylor had taken $34,000, 0 cents, out of the joint account she and her ex-husband had shared a few weeks prior, and gave it to her to keep safe while the divorce was being processed. Additionally, she asserted that Taylor took the money, placed it in a travel bag, and departed the day they met. Ashley said she didn't believe her friend could have suffered any harm. Ashley told the police in her initial interview that she had picked Taylor up early on September 8, and that they had spent the day driving about before heading to MacArthur's family home to ride horses. After that, Ashley said, they returned to her house where Taylor had taken an Uber to a pub. In the police interview, Ashley can be heard saying, "I don't believe Taylor's been harmed. I think Taylor is doing what Taylor does, but I don't know. You know, she's always come across as being tough. She's always carrying weapons, whether it's knives or guns or whatever. She's not an easy target." Ashley claimed that after Taylor got into the Uber and drove off, she had not seen or spoken to him. Ashley apparently made numerous attempts to reach her on the phone at that period. The investigators discovered multiple texts pertaining to money after going through Ashley and Taylor's correspondence. The email made it clear that Ashley was often coming up with fresh excuses for not giving the money back. Upon reviewing Ashley's comments, the detectives were unable to verify that Taylor had made an Uber call. Considering all of this, the police started to suspect Ashley of concealing something, but they lacked sufficient evidence to bring any charges against her. Ashley was released since the detectives had just suspicions thus far. Almost daily, she called the police to check on the progress of the inquiry. She had previously stated that she believed Taylor was okay, so it seemed odd. Recalling the fresh information from that day, Ashley attempted to assist the detectives. She mentioned a number of dubious individuals she had previously seen Taylor with. Ashley made every effort to demonstrate her interest, but the investigators continued to look into her potential connection to her friend's disappearance. Taylor was expected to get her $34,000 0 cents back from Ashley. The investigators did not rule out the idea that Ashley may have disposed of her buddy in order to avoid returning the money, because they were aware that some criminals operate for far less money. She might have spent it already. She was therefore stalling in every manner she could. Maybe she made the decision to eliminate the source of her issues when she recognized that Taylor wouldn't leave her alone. Ashley's actions supported this hypothesis. Ashley was on the suspect list for another significant reason. Previously, MacArthur worked as a crime scene technician. Her knowledge would enable her to meticulously conceal the evidence of the crime. Ashley could perhaps have had ties to the police officers because her husband Zachary was a former deputy sheriff. The date of Taylor's disappearance was September 14, 2017. Ashley MacArthur was questioned a second time in October. Significant behavioral alterations were seen by the scientists. She was really apprehensive now, but she used to be gregarious and even seductive. She understood that the police had some evidence against her if she was being questioned again, and she was correct. Even though Taylor didn't show up for weeks, the case didn't move forward until the detectives were given access to Taylor's phone records. They found inside them that the phone records did not correspond with Ashley's account of where she and Taylor had gone on the day she disappeared. After focusing on Ashley, the police started looking through her and her husband's phone and financial records. They soon discovered that Ashley had made multiple calls from a separate MacArthur's home in a different area of town than the one she had initially claimed to have been in on the day Taylor was last seen alive. Authorities also discovered Ashley had transferred Taylor's $34,000, 0 cents, check to her bank account, despite the fact that Zachary was not in the vicinity on the day Taylor vanished. Suspicions about Ashley persisted. Authorities were successful in obtaining a search warrant for the MacArthur's 3 separate houses. To keep Ashley out of the way, they asked her to come down to the station for an interview on the day they intended to execute the warrants. Ashley was found to have falsified Taylor's signature on the check, but there might have been a darker motive at play. Ashley lied about where she and Taylor were on the day Taylor vanished. According to mobile phone data, a representative for the sheriff's office attested that MacArthur was employed from roughly June to November 2006 as a sheriff's office crime scene technician. The official stated that MacArthur's resignation was voluntary. Ashley was in the interrogation room and was rather anxious as the police searched the MacArthur's properties. Her responses to the questions became increasingly ambiguous. She could not think of anything to justify it. Ashley maintained that Taylor had taken an Uber to purchase illegal substances before returning to the property when police brought up the disparities between her claims and the data gathered during the investigation. The detectives were intrigued by the fact that she had never discussed it previously. They were interested in learning why this crucial information had been kept secret. In response, Ashley said she didn't want to damage Taylor's standing. Taylor's work as a private investigator might have suffered if everyone knew that she occasionally used illegal substances. However, if Ashley's companion was expected to return but never did, why didn't she notify the police immediately? She might have been in danger after all. Ashley made an effort to express her worry, but she made no effort to locate her companion. She was summoned in for questioning, but why didn't she pay attention to what was going on? The detectives were certain Ashley was lying to them, and all these questions were still unsolved. The woman wanted a lawyer and refused to answer any further questions after realizing the police knew she was lying. Despite Ashley's denials, a search team searched the farm, where phone records indicated Ashley and Taylor had been together on the day of Taylor's disappearance. Investigators were compelled to free Ashley after they first came up empty-handed. It was October 19, 2017, early in the morning. The policeman who kept searching the farm with police dogs later that day discovered something unsettling. It was a tiny pit that had just been excavated and sloppily concreted using a construction instrument. When the police began excavating there, they discovered a human skull with a bullet hole in it. The bodies were in a shallow grave that had been concreted over after being covered with dirt and construction debris. Clearly, someone was making every effort to conceal the body. When the investigators started to remove the body, they discovered a necklace that Taylor had been wearing in a picture. The identification of Taylor Wright's remains was verified by the examination. Ashley MacArthur, 40, was taken into custody that same evening on October 19, 2017. She had been accused of killing Taylor Wright. In August 2019, the trial got underway. Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer informed the jury during the opening statement that there was no evidence connecting his client to the crime. However, the prosecutor contended that security footage and mobile phone data will be used in the trial to connect Ashley Britt MacArthur to Taylor Wright's death in 2017. John Barrowset, Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer, said in his opening statement that there was no tangible evidence in the case. Barrowset informed jurors that there would be no eyewitness or scientific testimony to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his client was involved in Taylor's death. In addition, he questioned Taylor Wright's mental health, citing reports that she had used illegal drugs at the time of her abduction. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, contended that Ashley had a definite reason for killing Taylor: money. Jensen claimed that Taylor often texted Ashley to ask for access to the money when she needed it for court procedures and to pay child support, but Ashley kept coming up with reasons not to return the money to Taylor. Ashley and Taylor decided to have a face-to-face meeting to talk about the money on September 8, 2017. That following day, Ashley disappeared. Another of Ashley's secrets that came to light during the trial was mentioned by Jensen. Taylor had spent about all of the money, so Ashley was unable to give it back to her. It was revealed that married woman Ashley MacArthur had a covert liaison with Brandon Beelte. It came to light that Ashley had purchased a boat for her covert lover using Taylor's money. Brandon acknowledged in court that Ashley frequently bought him pricey presents, but he was unaware of her financial source. The prosecutor informed the jury that, based on cell tower records, Ashley MacArthur was far from the farm on the day Taylor vanished, despite Ashley's testimony to detectives that she and Taylor were riding horses at the farm on that day. "I was there," she said, on a plot of property owned by the MacArthur family. Taylor Wright's body was discovered in a shallow grave in October 2017. Concrete and potting soil were spread over the grave. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, said jurors that security footage of MacArthur buying concrete and potting soil at a nearby Home Depot in the days following Taylor Wright's abduction will also be shown. According to Detective Richard Gigliotti's testimony, the only remnant of Wright's body that the investigators discovered was a skeleton hidden beneath potting mix and concrete. According to Gigliotti, a projectile was discovered embedded in the back of the skull, but it was hard to identify it as belonging to a particular gun due to its condition. Ashley's lawyer defended her by saying she couldn't have moved Taylor's body because of back issues. The defense attempted to challenge the prosecutor's version, arguing that Taylor was physically more prepared. The lawyer's strategy was predicated on the police's lack of concrete proof of Ashley's guilt. There were no witnesses, no crime weapon, and no DNA evidence. The lawyer contended that none of the firearms the prosecution had produced as evidence could be reliably linked to the kind of bullet that killed Taylor Wright. Ashley's defense lawyer attempted to portray Jeff, Taylor's ex-husband, as someone who had a reason to kill Taylor, despite the fact that he was screened early in the inquiry and removed from the list of possibilities due to a credible alibi. These efforts were unsuccessful. Ashley was found to have boasted about her plot to kill Taylor during the trial. Audrey Warren, a local bartender and Ashley's acquaintance, said in court that she had informed Taylor of her intentions to overdose her on a potent, illegal narcotic. She declared that she would add the drug to Taylor's drink. Audrey stated, "She said this world would be better if Taylor wasn't here, and she wasn't a good person. Once that she was too small to hurt anybody, so she'd just shoot them." Ashley MacArthur was charged with more than only the death of Taylor Wright. Jurors heard testimony during a week-long trial that MacArthur stole thousands of dollars from customers, including the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and Seville Quarter, when she worked at her family's company, Pensacola Automatic Amusement, from 2015 to 2017. For 40 years, Pensacola Automatic Amusement maintained jukeboxes and other amusement devices for a variety of customers in the Pensacola region. Witnesses at the trial stated that Pensacola Automatic Amusement usually operated under a contract, in which the business divided the profits from the rented machines 50/50 with customers. By allegedly keeping half of the cash proceeds, payments made using credit cards, debit cards, or smartphone apps. For herself, MacArthur allegedly broke the terms of the arrangement. According to charge filings, prosecutors said that MacArthur pocketed over $300.00 that belonged to Seville and roughly $13.00 in revenues that should have gone to the Azalea between July 2015 and June 2017. On the day that MacArthur was supposed to meet with the Azalea's management over the missing revenue, a fire broke out at Pensacola Automatic Amusement, according to evidence presented to the jury. According to a state fire marshal's office investigator who testified before the jury, there were two distinct fires, one in a second-floor open area and one in a downstairs hallway. Traces of diesel fuel or kerosene were discovered by an analyst who examined samples taken from the fire scene. Witnesses claim that MacArthur visited the location to investigate after the company's security alarm went off twice in the late evening and early morning hours before to the fire. In her testimony to investigators, she claimed that although the structure appeared to be in good condition both times, she called the fire department at around 9 in the morning after noticing fog surrounding the building. She allegedly informed investigators that irate former workers might have started the fire. "This is a very dangerous individual," said Larry Johnson, the proprietor of the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and a former member of the Pensacola City Council, who called MacArthur a world-class con artist. "I believe there are other people who have been harmed and haven't come forward. She's a world-class con artist. She conned me, and I believe she deserves a significant prison sentence." Judge Jan Shackelford heard the arguments and gave MacArthur a sentence of 84 months in state prison and 3 years of probation. Let's return to the case of Taylor Wright now. After more than 2 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty judgment. A jury found Ashley guilty following a 4-day trial, and the judge sentenced her to life in prison with a mandatory 25-year sentence. Due to the jurors accidentally seeing a picture of MacArthur brandishing a shotgun, MacArthur filed an appeal and requested a fresh trial. Additionally, she contended that the trial court had mistakenly allowed the victim's text messages, some mobile phone records, and statements she made to police officers. She was unable to appeal the decision. MacArthur is still serving her life sentence with a minimum of 25 years in jail at Lowell Annex Correctional Institution in Ocala as of 2024. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Akaya's home in Beelte was distinguished from the others by its tasteful exterior and immaculately kept grounds. Tall gates, a broad driveway, and a pricey car were all representations of the success Halil Akaya had fought so hard to attain over the years. All of this demonstrated the affluence of its owners, but there were also skillfully hidden tensions behind those gates, in addition to money. At 42, Halil's narrative was one of tenacity and diligence. He was raised in a tiny town in southeast Turkey and assisted his father in operating the family's vehicle repair business. Halil had modest beginnings, yet he always had aspirations of greater things. Following his military service, he relocated to Istanbul and began working as a mechanic. He ultimately launched his own repair shop after gradually gaining the trust of his consumers. His company prospered and grew into a prosperous chain of vehicle repair shops. Halil gained notoriety as a self-made guy, but his prosperity also brought with it new goals. His wife, Elif, was 7 years his junior. She had aspirations of being an actor as a child, but life had other ideas. She was brought up to project a flawless image by her affluent family before relocating to Istanbul to seek a job in marketing. She had met Halil at a business function. They appeared to be the ideal match. She was attracted to his self-assurance and power, while he was enthralled by her composure. Although Elif, his beautiful and graceful bride, rapidly adapted to high society, her heart remained distant and their marriage was more of a formal arrangement. He was a wealthy businessman. Their marriage seemed perfect at first. Behind closed doors, Elif believed that their relationship was more of a partnership than a marriage. Despite the fact that they kept the appearance of a successful couple, attended social events together, and gave liberally to charity causes. They rarely spoke unless absolutely required, and spent their time in various parts of the house. While Elif concentrated on upholding their public image, running the home, and taking care of exterior family matters, Halil was preoccupied with his job. Elif decided they needed a housekeeper a few months earlier. She explained that she was too busy planning charity events, but in truth, she was just sick of doing the same old things. She discovered Isha, a young woman from a rural location who had traveled to Istanbul in quest of employment through acquaintances. Isha seemed like the ideal option for Elif at the age of 24 because she was kind, humble, and diligent. Isha rapidly became accustomed to the Akaya household's rhythms. In a tiny community in the country's east, Isha was born. Finding a position with Halil and Elif felt like a lucky break for her, who had come to Istanbul with big expectations and a determination to make enough money to support her parents. She was able to make plans for the future because of her stable income. Ace avoided involvement in her employer's issues and maintained a low profile. She was only responsible for cooking, cleaning, and maintaining order in the home. She made an effort to keep herself out of the spotlight, but it wasn't always feasible. From the day Isha started working, Halil started to express interest in her. Even though he didn't say anything outright or show any displeasure, the way he observed her and his presence near her place of employment said a lot. Isha tried her best to avoid any contact with Halil, but the tension in the house was growing stronger. Elif either didn't notice or appeared not to be preoccupied with her social obligations. Isha soon became aware that Halil appeared to be seeking reasons to speak with her. While she was cooking, he would appear in the kitchen and start making strange inquiries about her life and future goals. She gave a prompt response and made an effort to complete her task as soon as possible, but she could sense the pressure mounting. Elif felt uncomfortable with her employer's attention, but she was unsure of how to respond since she was afraid of losing her job. As a result, she was oblivious to everything that was going on in the house when she was out. Halil was dependable and predictable to her. Because their marriage was based on mutual agreements and every action and word had a purpose, she trusted him. The household went about its daily business while an invisible fissure started to grow within this steady world. Halil was working more, while Elif was occupied with organizing events and getting together with friends. Isha followed her routine and performed her housekeeping responsibilities. However, this routine was becoming increasingly disturbed. On the days when Elif had meetings, Halil was spending more time at home. His attention became obtrusive and his actions persistent, but he was cautious to hide this from his wife. Elif and Halil had no idea that their cozy lives would soon be upended. Ace continued to carry out her duties, making an effort to blend in whenever Halil was there. She saw that he was way too frequently present around her these days, as though he was purposefully looking for an excuse to talk to her or be in the same space. Although her gut urged her to stay away, she couldn't afford to leave the job that had grown to be her sole reliable source of money. She didn't want to burden her relatives in the village with her personal problems, so she sent money home. Isha continued to attend work in spite of her employer's disturbing actions, but she was finding it more difficult to conceal her worry. She was making dinner one evening when Halil suddenly entered the kitchen and stood uncomfortable near her. A shiver went down her spine when she smelled his fragrance. His tone made the query sound more menacing than friendly when he inquired whether she needed any assistance. Ace gave a fast response and hurried to a different room, trying not to make eye contact. None of this was noticed by Elif. She was too preoccupied with her own problems to notice such minor nuances. Ace sensed that her position in the house was growing increasingly awkward, but she dared not express her feelings. Her fear of losing her career and not being able to provide for her parents made her consider leaving. She was held back by her fear of Halil, and her hands would begin to shake whenever he suddenly showed up. After a few days, the tension was at its highest point. Ace grew more wary. She steered clear of lengthy discussions with Halil. When he approached too closely, he hurried out of the room, being careful not to linger at the residence too long. Halil, however, stayed at home one day when Elif was gone all day. He had offered no warning, and he was waiting for her in the living room when Ace got there in the morning. She made an effort to remain calm and carried on with her daily activities, but his presence was like an unseen burden on her shoulders. Halil started interrogating her, getting very intimate. He wanted to know where she went after work, who she talked to, and who her friends were. Ace gave her brief, evasive responses, but she was alarmed by his perseverance. He pressed too near at one point and took her hand, making her freeze. She was able to pull away and quickly went to the kitchen, apologizing that she had to return to work. Fear was thumping her heart. Ace began to really consider resigning as these encounters became more frequent, but she was unsure of how to approach Elif about it. She feared Halil would find a way to hurt her if she left. She couldn't contain her emotions when she contacted her mother one evening after a particularly trying day. But even then, she dared not tell her the truth. The ramifications were too terrifying to bear. It began like every other night until it ultimately reached a breaking point. Halil remained at home as Elif attended another meeting. As Ace prepared to wrap up her work and head out, Halil unexpectedly showed up at the kitchen doorway, obstructing her path. Although he spoke quietly, there was a hint of danger in his tone. When he attempted to move closer, she felt confined, and, in a moment of fear, she said something without even considering whether it was effective. Halil took a step back, but it was obvious from the expression in his eyes that this was far from finished. Isha failed to appear for work the following day. Though shocked, Elif reasoned that perhaps the young lady was ill and hadn't had time to tell her. Another day went by with no sign of AIS. Halil appeared composed, even unconcerned, when Elif asked him if he had seen her. In a quick response, he said Ace had most likely gone back to work or home. However, days went by and Ace had not been contacted. Her phone was off and she was not returning calls or messages. Elif started to worry, but she was unable to connect with anyone through shared acquaintances. Isha's parents were terrified and equally perplexed when she eventually made the decision to phone them. They had also lost touch with their daughter and were unable to comprehend where she might have disappeared to. The absence of Isha was unexpected by all. Elif felt even more nervous because she wasn't the kind of person who would disappear without saying anything. After a week, Isha was still unable to be found. Elif tried to acquire information from an acquaintance of Isha's who occasionally helped out around the house, but the friend said they hadn't seen each other in a long time and didn't know where Isha might be. Elif sensed something wasn't quite right, but she wasn't sure what to do. When Isha's parents called to ask if there had been any problems at work that could have led to their daughter going missing, the situation got even more urgent. Elif was put in an awkward situation, but she assured them that she would notify them right away if she found out. In the meantime, Elif began to suspect Halil. Elif started to remember how he had started staying at home more frequently, and how he had responded to Ace's departure too coolly and without showing any signs of worry, displaying an odd fascination with Ace. However, she hadn't given it any thought at the moment. Her mind was now racing with disturbing ideas. The sense that she was missing something persisted. It was one thing to have suspicions, but quite another to discover concrete evidence. She had no choice but to wait while Elif fumbled with how to contact Isha. In the early stages, the young woman's parents made the decision to call the police. Despite speaking with friends and family, investigators were unable to make any progress. They contacted Elif, who provided them with all the information she was aware of regarding Ace's dependability as a worker. Nothing was wrong, but she hadn't been seen for days and nobody had been able to find her. The police started their investigation, but it was progressing slowly because there were no signs of aggressiveness or that Ace had been abducted against her will. Even though Halil didn't typically return home so late, things took a turn when a neighbor reported seeing his car parked close to the house late at night before Isha vanished. Although it was the first tiny hint, this phrase did not yet provide a complete picture. Elif's confusion grew, and she began to question whether or not to believe her own suspicions. Halil came up to Elif one evening while she was trembling and tinkering with her phone in the living room and proposed that they speak. He brought up the rumors regarding Isha's absence, telling her to quit worrying about it because they might harm their reputation, particularly his business. Elif wanted to confront him about what he knew, but she lacked the confidence to do so. Halil had a knack for exerting pressure, and any opposition was frequently crushed by his composed, certain demeanor. She became more concerned that asking too many questions would have unintended repercussions. She agreed and promised to try not to think about it, but her nervousness persisted on the inside. Detectives began examining security footage from the area surrounding the Akaya residence and the route as the inquiry proceeded. On the day she was last spotted leaving work, Ace often took one of the cameras that recorded her. As usual, she was strolling along the sidewalk. What followed, however, remained a mystery. Her departure that evening was also captured on camera at Halil and Elif's home, but no further troubling information was found. Elif started to wonder why Halil was so composed about her leaving. What did he conceal? Elif attempted to divert her attention with her regular activities while all of this was going on, but she couldn't help but think about the young woman who was missing. She saw something strange in the garage one day after coming home from a conference. This time, some items had been moved around, as though someone had been looking for or attempting to conceal something, but otherwise everything was clean and orderly. She wanted to look more closely, but she was startled by how abruptly Halil emerged. His expression appeared harsher than normal when he questioned her why she was there. Halil maintained eye contact, while Alif muttered that she only wanted to make sure everything was in order. Then, calmly, he informed her that there was nothing interesting in the garage and that it was best not to interfere with his affairs. Although it was only a brief incident, Elif believed she was aware that Halil was supposed to be in charge of everything in their house, so why did he appear so agitated when he spotted her in the garage? She felt uneasy about something. She couldn't accuse him of anything, though, without evidence. She watched his actions even more intently throughout the course of the following several days, looking for any sign of dishonesty. But Halil was as composed and self-assured as ever. Reporters started looking into Isha's disappearance when it made the local news. They found that Isha couldn't have simply left without taking her possessions from the apartment she rented or bidding farewell to her family. As they questioned her more, the police increasingly concentrated on the people who had last seen her. With more targeted queries, they went back to Elif and Halil. Elif gave an honest response, but when Halil's turn came, he once again remained cool and collected. However, there were indications of mounting anxiety beneath his composed appearance. He became uneasy when he became aware that the cops were probing further than he had expected. Elif heard him on the phone one day and heard a few odd-sounding phrases that she couldn't understand. He assured someone that there was no need to worry and that everything will be handled. When the police arrived with a search warrant, Elif realized that their lives would never be the same. She stood at the doorway and watched as investigators searched every area for anything that might provide a clue as to why Isha had vanished, but she couldn't help but feel that something was slipping past her. They then made their way to the garage. Taking a brief break, Elif immediately observed Halil, who was standing close by, tensing up. Nobody anticipated seeing anything unusual as they opened the garage door. It was merely a spot for the car and a few tools, but the tension in the room nearly reached a breaking point when one of the investigators spotted a big wooden container in the corner and requested that it be opened. Elise stopped. It seemed like everyone could hear her heart thumping so loudly. Halil moved closer, but the investigator motioned for him to open the crate before he could speak. Everyone waited motionless, waiting to see what might be inside the wooden crate as the investigator opened it. Unable to control her curiosity and anxiety, Elif moved closer to try to see what was within, while Halil clenched his fists in an attempt to keep his cool. His face had turned a little pale. It just took a few seconds to open the crate, but when the lid was removed, it seemed as though time had stopped. All that was inside were some dust-covered antique tools. A mixture of relief and disappointment pervaded the atmosphere. Halil pretended to find the entire situation humorous as the detectives proceeded to other areas of the garage, but Elif's suspicions increased as she observed how firmly his fingers held the phone in his pocket. After several hours of searching, nothing was discovered that might help explain Isha's absence. Elif experienced a peculiar sense of relief as the officers departed one by one, as though a significant issue had just been avoided but not fully settled. Halil appeared to regain his self-assurance and told his wife that they should put the incident out of their minds, calling it a misunderstanding. However, Elif couldn't get rid of the thought that whatever she was unaware of was still concealed in that mansion. Halil started acting differently after the search. He became increasingly reclusive, frequently leaving late at night and never revealing his destination. Elif began to worry about her personal safety, because this wasn't like him. She was aware that her husband enjoyed controlling everything around him and would stop at nothing to keep the truth from being revealed if he had something to hide. In the meantime, Isha's disappearance was still being investigated. From kidnapping to voluntary disappearance, the police investigated every potential scenario. Nothing specific came up throughout their interviews with Ellie's friends, neighbors, hallelujahs, and co-workers. Nevertheless, the detectives suspected that this case was more nuanced than it first appeared. Their main concern was still the disappearance of a young woman who had abruptly stopped communicating, and their suspicions were only getting stronger. When Alif got home from a business lunch one day, he discovered that Halil had left, and that, unusually for him, his phone was on the kitchen counter. She saw the garage keys next to the phone just as she was ready to go upstairs. Her pulse started pounding once more, but this time she couldn't help but check the garage. Trying not to make any noise, she went out in silence. The garage appeared exactly as it had previously, tidy and well kept, with some tools and antiques piled in the corner. This time, however, she spotted something that had escaped her notice before, a little stain on the floor that appeared to be dirt or paint residue. Before realizing the stains led to the garage's back wall, she didn't give it much thought. How had these strange marks escaped the investigators' notice during their search? Elif drew nearer, her breaths becoming more rapid. She hadn't realized there was another junk-filled area behind the wall. It was a tiny space secured with a brand-new padlock. Everything started to make sense when she remembered tidbits of discussions she had heard when Halil believed she was absent. She was aware that she had to discover what was behind that door before she could depart. Elif retrieved the keys, unlocked the padlock, and cautiously pulled the door open. Even though she had only partially opened it, the contents sent a shiver down her spine. Only a little light filtering through a ceiling crack illuminated the cramped, narrow space. The building had a gloomy, unsettling atmosphere because of the plastic bags on the floor and the old newspapers covering the walls. The room was cold and quiet, as though it had been neglected for ages. Elif felt her breath stop in her throat as her gaze fell upon one of the bags. Almost stumbling, she took a step back and rushed out of the garage, shutting the door behind her. She knew she needed to move fast, but she wasn't sure what to do next. She needed to convey the issue to someone she could trust, but each time she tried to dial a number, her fingers shook and her mind raced with the possibility that Halil might return at any time. Elif claimed nothing had happened, but the following day she went straight to the police, while Halil got home later than normal and shared her observations. It was her only opportunity to protect herself and find out what was going on. After hearing her account, investigators promptly returned with a search warrant, this time allowing them to do a comprehensive examination of the entire property, including the secret compartment in the garage. Everything that had been hidden was exposed when they opened the door. They discovered plastic bags filled with Isha's possessions, including her phone and personal documents. But the most concerning finding was the bloodstains found throughout her belongings, which indicated that she had been there and that a horrible incident had taken place. The police started putting the pieces together when the room that Halil had obviously attempted to conceal turned out to be the key to the riddle. That night, Halil did not return home. He was no longer there. Knowing he had nothing left to lose, he tried to escape as soon as he heard that Elif had told the police what she had discovered. But the police had already installed monitoring at every exit from the city. When his vehicle was discovered on an outlying side street, he gently turned himself in to the authorities without protest. After Halil was taken into custody, detectives started looking into his role in Isha's disappearance in great detail. Halil initially remained composed and calm during the hours-long interrogation, but gradually signs of exhaustion and frustration emerged as the investigators purposefully put him under pressure, asking him questions about why he had been acting strangely in recent weeks, what had actually transpired between him and Isha, and what was concealed in that tiny room in the garage. Halil insisted that he had no idea where she was and that he would never hurt her, continuing to deny any role in her absence. However, the investigators persisted. They arranged everything they had discovered in the garage, including Isha's possessions, her papers, her phone, and the bloodstains on the walls and floor, which had been cleaned but still had tiny, incriminating stains. All of these suggested that Halil had attempted to hide the fact that a horrible incident had occurred in the garage. Halil eventually broke down after being questioned for several hours. He knew it was pointless to reject the obvious. He let out a deep sigh and appeared more worn out than he has been in a while. Quietly, he admitted that they had been alone in the house the night before Ace vanished. Elif had used the opportunity to try to get closer to Ace again when he was out at a meeting. She told him that she would not put up with his approaches and threatened to report him to the police and his wife if he didn't stop. As he described how, in a moment of wrath, he seized Ace and tried to silence her, his face clouded. She succeeded in escaping and promptly started packing her belongings, leaving the house and making her way to her own location. He spoke slowly, as though he were repeating every detail out of distaste. Investigators initially believed Ace had indeed departed and was on her way home when they started extensively examining security camera footage that showed her leaving the Akaya residence for the final time. But after more research and examination of more camera footage, the police found that Halil had employed a cunning ploy to conceal the facts that night. Although Isha did leave the house, she was in danger. She was seen on CCTV strolling down the street before vanishing from view. At this time, the investigators saw that Khalil had left the house in his automobile a few minutes after she had departed. This appeared to be a coincidence at first, but then they observed something odd. His vehicle came to a stop in a remote, dark area of the neighborhood that was out of sight of most cameras. Khalil waited for Isha there, having made arrangements in advance to drive her home, and persuaded her that he wanted to speak with Isha and repent for his action. Thought a quick drive wouldn't hurt her, so she got in the car without expecting anything negative to happen. However, Khalil took her back to the house via a rear entry that was not guarded by security cameras, departing from the standard path. Seldom used, this entry was out of the neighbor's line of sight. Khalil did his deed through the back door once they were inside. He attacked Ace first, then slammed her head into the wall so hard that she died instantaneously. He intended for the police and others to think that Isha had left the house and vanished somewhere on her way home, and that his car movements could be explained as unrelated errands. He was aware that the cameras at the front entrance had captured her leaving, which he hoped would provide an alibi if anyone began to question him. Isha was killed by Khalil, who then carefully carried her body to the garage, where he had already set up a secret location in a plastic bag. Late that night, he removed the body from the garage and moved it to an abandoned warehouse, concealing it in an abandoned warehouse. His intention was to conceal the body and fabricate a story to justify his actions. Old container, in the hopes that the questioning would not detect this position. After a protracted period of denial, Khalil eventually acknowledged, under pressure from investigators, how carefully he had organized everything to deceive the authorities and hide his tracks. Although he was confident that his plan would succeed and that no one would link him to Isha's abduction, he misjudged how closely the police would examine his driving patterns and compare them to the time frame of her disappearance. Isha's body was discovered in a horrible condition. Khalil had obviously attempted to hide all evidence, but the hints discovered at the garage scene proved his guilt. After closely examining Isha's body, the medical examiners discovered several injuries, including the deadly blow to the back of the skull, but the abrasions and bruises all over her body showed that it was a sustained attack rather than a single blow. Other concerning indications were discovered upon closer inspection. Indirect proof that Isha had experienced violence before to her death was provided by DNA analysis, which revealed residues of Khalil on her body. The test results were unmistakable. He was the owner of the biological samples discovered. The interrogations continued for days. Khalil maintained over and over that he had not wanted things to spiral out of control and that he was doing everything he could to keep his reputation intact. He attempted to persuade the investigators that his acts were motivated by intense emotion, but they were able to observe that his post-event behavior was planned and intentional. He tried to disguise his tracks, cleaned up the evidence, and carefully considered how to conceal the body. This was a well-planned crime to avoid being exposed in court, not a desperate act. Despite Khalil's calm and collected demeanor, every action and statement seemed to be the defense of a guy who had nothing left to lose. He attempted to win people over by saying that he acted out of fear and that the situation got out of hand, but nobody took him seriously. The unrelenting facts that came to light destroyed his attempts to portray himself as a victim of his own feelings. The prosecutor presented each piece of evidence against him individually, including surveillance footage, neighbor witness accounts, blood traces, and items that Isha had not been able to delete. Although she was in court, Elif's face was unreadable. She realized her life had fallen apart as she stood in the audience, listening to the testimony. By arguing that she couldn't have known her husband was capable of this, she attempted to defend herself. However, she secretly felt bad for ignoring the warning signs and for letting Khalil get away with it while she was preoccupied with her social life. She realized that the life she had created with Khalil was lost forever, but she also knew that she would need to learn how to live again after everything. Khalil received a life sentence from the court. He made several fruitless attempts to get a lower sentence. There was no possibility of acquittal given his confession and the evidence that was acquired. He listened stoically to the verdict while sitting in the defendant's cell, but his face was filled with anguish as he was escorted out the courthouse. He realized that everything he had worked so hard to build, his business, his reputation, his freedom, was gone forever. Isha's story was not forgotten, and everyone who followed the case continued to remember her name. She fell prey not merely to Halil's heedless passion and fury, but also to the ease with which she may have been forgotten till she vanished. It was a shock that would never go away for her family. The loss would never go away, even though they had obtained justice. Elif is looking for a new mission. She relocated to a different city after leaving Istanbul and started working with groups that supported women's rights. However, her internal wounds continued to bleed in spite of her external attempts to transform her life. She was aware that she would always be asked if she could have stopped everything if she had realized sooner. After standing unoccupied for a while, the Beşiktaş house was sold. Its walls, which had formerly concealed the appearance of a prosperous and contented life, now remained empty like a specter of the past, serving as a constant reminder to everyone that nothing is ever truly as it seems. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Two close women in his life were taken from him by criminals, and he will always be grieving for them. It's said that lightning never strikes the same spot twice, but our hero has had the opposite experience due to a horrible turn of events. Jim Larson lost two ladies he loved 7 years apart to petty thieves. Twice, men who only ever show up in people's worst nightmares tear his life apart. His sister Sonia Larson, who wanted to be a teacher, started it all. Her first year at the University of Florida had just begun. She and her roommate Christina Powell went to Walmart one August evening in 1990 to get some necessities. The two young women were observed and followed home by Danny Rowling, a vagabond who claimed to be possessed and acting under the direction of a demon. They were dozing off in their beds when he broke into the dorm. He repeatedly stabbed them. 5 Florida college students were killed and disfigured by Gainesville felon Danny Rowling, shocking both the victims' families and the nation at large. There were more fatalities, but in our scenario, people forget the victims and only remember the serial killer's name. Her family was deeply hurt by the death of a sister and a daughter, and Sonia Larson's terrible passing never stopped plaguing them. The Larson family could never have predicted that the terrible, violent death in their family would recur, causing them to relive the trauma in their own nightmares. Carla Larson left her kid at daycare on the morning of June 10, 1997, and went to work as a project engineer at Centex Rooney. The day at the Florida construction site was swelteringly hot. Carla informed Cindy Harris, a coworker, just before lunch that she would be running a little behind schedule because she was going to the grocery shop to get some food and beverages for a meeting that afternoon. She left work at midday and went to the new supermarket on International Drive, which is close to Osceola. Carla Larson didn't come back to work for a few hours. She never showed up for an important meeting that she was scheduled to be at. Her coworkers became alarmed and started looking for Carla on their own, following her path back to the grocery she had intended to visit. They continued to hope that she might have been delayed in returning because of a little incident, her phone dying or her car breaking down. However, the search was unsuccessful. Around 4 p.m., Carla, her car, and her presence were nowhere to be seen. Cindy called Jim Larson, Carla's husband, to inform him that Carla had not been at work since noon and had not returned from the store. Jim reported his wife missing to the Orange County Sheriff's Office over the phone. When they were both in college 8 years ago, they started dating. Jim was enthralled by Carla's beauty and charm when he was studying graphic design. He was very fortunate to have found someone as considerate, kind, and caring as she was. They eventually got married because they felt the same way. They moved into a modest house on Orlando's Stone Court. After Jim's sister passed away tragically, Carla helped him regain his desire to life by pulling him back from the brink. She comforted him and gave him encouragement to keep going and find happiness once more. After Carla earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of Florida, they went to Atlanta and then back to Florida to look for work and start a family. Jim was hesitant to have a kid with her because he didn't want to introduce a new life into a society where people like Danny Rowling preyed on the defenseless. Jim finally found some peace of mind after undergoing a lot of counseling and receiving constant support from his wife. Jessica, the Larsons' long-awaited daughter, arrived soon after. They purchased a modest home in Orlando on a peaceful cul-de-sac. They put in a home security system and sturdy locks. To ensure that his family was completely safe both inside and outside their house, Jim even purchased a guard dog. Jim accepted a position at a nearby business, and Carla was sent to work on a new amusement park project in Orlando. They found happiness in the little things in life. Jim and Carla managed their parental duties without sacrificing their significant and taxing careers. However, on a typical summer day, Jim's idyllic life, which he had fought so hard to build, took a sad turn when Carla vanished. When Jim reported the disappearance of Carla Larson, Tom Woodard was on duty and got a radio call. At first, Tom, a seasoned officer, didn't take it too seriously because he thought it was just another domestic dispute. He nevertheless made the decision to investigate the matter. The sheriff sensed anything strange while speaking with Jim. Jim appeared terribly worried and unnecessarily agitated. The sheriff was certain that it was a normal missing persons case, unlike others he had met in similar circumstances. He assumed that Carla had either left Jim because of a disagreement or taken some time to collect her thoughts. But there had been no family problems, no conflicts. Everything was content and stable. Tom Woodard was unaware at the time that Jim was under a great lot of stress due to his fear of losing his wife, especially after the event in Gainesville and his ongoing struggles with the pain of losing his sister. He was afraid that a cherished woman would be lost as a result of this disappearance once more. They started looking for Carla. Given that Mrs. Larson had a 1-year-old kid and a solid marriage, family members emphasized that it was extremely unlikely that she would have left her family. Jim Larson, 37, stated under interrogation that he had been employed at Home Depot until 3 p.m. that day. Someone at his wife's place of employment called him at around 4 p.m. to inform him that she hadn't been seen since midday. However, how could a young woman, like the lead character in Sandra Bullock's film The Vanishing, disappear from a supermarket parking lot in the middle of the day? The missing woman was last seen going toward a grocery store close to the construction site, according to eyewitness accounts. She was confirmed to have arrived at the store and bought the things she intended to buy by a signed receipt. What transpired after Carla left the supermarket was still a mystery. She might have run into someone. Since the woman's white-gray Ford Explorer with the license plate TGX99V was also missing, investigators were attempting to ascertain the time and place of her disappearance. In the afternoon, witnesses also claimed to have seen a white Ford Explorer traveling carelessly on a gravel road close to a forested area. A Caucasian male with dark hair and a deep tan was the driver's description. The accused kidnapper was depicted in a composite sketch. Since the car might be a crime scene, a search team was dispatched to the area to look into it. Such incidents don't frequently occur in Orlando. The hunt for Carla attracted a large number of volunteers. The city's citizens, particularly those in College Park, were frightened when word spread that the young woman had vanished from the grocery parking lot. The volunteers posted leaflets at bus stops and grocery stores. The area around the store was searched by search teams. The search radius increased with every hour. Over the course of the 2-day search, a helicopter was brought in to survey additional ground. Even though there was less and less chance of finding Carla alive every minute, the homicide department and her co-workers persisted. After 36 hours of searching the same spot again, 2 of Carla's co-workers finally found something early on June 12. A woman's mangled body was lying in a marsh covered in a towel. One of the men described how, following the gory finding, he and his companion had exited the vehicle to explore when they smelled something odd but were unable to identify its source. From the little flash of his lighter, Jack lit a cigarette. The aroma was brought toward them by a modest breeze. After roughly 70 feet of leisurely walking, they located the woman at 3:39 p.m. She was half covered in sand, lying behind a shrub in the swampy region. It took the men a long moment to understand that what they had discovered was, indeed, Carla Larson, who had vanished 2 days before. She was naked, with a blue towel over her head and her long blonde hair flowing down her back. Her wedding band was the only piece of jewelry left. When Jim Larson and his family noticed the patrol cars, they began searching the area on their own. Jim was told about the discovery in the woods by a police chaplain. He felt nothing when the cops discovered her partially covered in sand. But nobody realized that the man was already burned up and overcome with emotional pain. In order to ascertain whether Mr. Larson was responsible for her death, the police were so perplexed by his actions that they put him through a polygraph test. Locals who had been keeping tabs on the COVID hunt, Carla even said that Larson appeared too aloof throughout the probe, but they failed to realize that he was just exhausted. Jim was shocked that he had experienced this twice. He stopped sleeping and eating. He had black circles under his eyes and had lost a lot of weight. The police brought detectives to what they thought might be the scene of a crime, roped off the area, and summoned the medical examiner. Investigators thought that there had been an attack after first examining the scene of the body, since the woman was found naked and all of her jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, was gone. So was it a robbery or an assault? In addition to stealing items, the robber also killed a woman. But first they had to be sure the body was indeed that of Carla Larson. Florida's extreme heat and humidity had taken their toll. The rain, animal activity, and insects had made it very difficult to identify the remains. The forensic team was concerned about the DNA evidence they could gather because the body had started to degrade, changing its chemical composition. There was not much time left. However, given Mrs. Larson's car had been last seen in the vicinity, authorities were almost positive that the severely decomposed body belonged to her. Jim Larson identified the towel found on the body and verified that it was the same towel that had been in his wife's car. Her handbag and regular clothes were gone. The investigators were greatly distressed by the autopsy findings. All traces and evidence that could have identified the offender had been obliterated by decomposition. The purported assault was not verified, and the investigation determined that strangulation was the cause of death. Could a car and a few pieces of jewelry really have cost a lady her life? Finding the car was the next objective, because the corpse did not lead them to the offender. It might hold the answers and hints that the public and the family were sorely looking for. It was determined that the white Ford Explorer bearing the license plate TGX 909V was missing. The press and television broadcast information about the car. The police were waiting for 2 weeks when they got an important call. 11:23 p.m. on June 26, 1997. A black truck was on fire in a Cocoa Beach vacant lot, according to a call. As the car burnt, it became evident that the black was not the car's natural color and was neither soot nor ash. Following the fire, white paint was visible in several parts of the body. Excessive spray on the tires showed that a cheap can of spray paint had been used to apply the black paint in an amateurish manner. After being taken to the police garage, the car was examined by forensic specialists. It was discovered during the inquiry that the torched truck, which was 62 miles from Orlando, was in fact white and belonged to Jim's victim. The car had been fitted with a radar detector, experts discovered. Detectives were able to locate the mount where the detector had been in spite of the fire damage, proving that the vehicle belonged to the Larsons. Finding the radar detector was the police's main priority. Before an unforeseen love triangle helped solve the case and identify her criminal in Central Florida, the inquiry stagnated. There are hundreds of cars that are similar to hers, but one woman's phone call caught the detective's attention in particular because of the strange tale she told. Angel Huggins and her family had arrived in Orlando on the day Carla Larson vanished. Despite having traveled to Orlando together, Angel clarified that she left the city without her spouse. Angel informed Orange County investigators John Linner and Cameron Wire that infidelity, violence, and drug usage had made their family vacation a complete bust. At a motel close to Disneyland on June 9, their family vacation came to an end the same evening it started. According to Angel Huggins, she was almost strangled to death by her husband, John Huggins, since she had refused to have an intimate relationship with him. He left the motel on West Highway 192 early the following morning and didn't come back until midday. John Huggins drove a white truck that was identical to the victim's car when he arrived at Angel's mother's home in Melbourne. In the midst of their divorce proceedings, Angel was enraged with John for his adultery. John had become engaged with Angel's sister when they were in Melbourne. Tammy also informed the cops that Huggins had been given permission to park the white SUV at John's friend Kevin Smith's residence for a few days. The investigators went to Kevin's house to ask him some questions because they were so intrigued by this narrative. However, his girlfriend answered the door as Kevin wasn't home. For a few days, Kim virtually proved that a white Ford Explorer had been parked in their driveway. It had been parked in her space, and she was unhappy since she had once lost control of her little vehicle while driving and collided with the Ford Explorer, denting it. The Explorer's white paint was still visible on her pickup. To determine whether the small paint sample belonged to Carla's automobile, collision specialists sent it to the lab. Since the paint from Mrs. Larson's automobile had been discovered on Kim's, this was required to demonstrate Kevin Smith's role in Carla's car's disappearance. The police had questions for Kevin Smith before they could prove his whole involvement, but they were almost certain that Carla's Ford Explorer had been parked at his residence. The person who had been operating the SUV had to be identified. Despite matching the sketch of the man who was observed driving Carla's car that day, Kevin Smith would not identify the driver. He added that he had been asked to temporarily park the automobile by his friend John Huggins. Upon inspecting the truck, Kevin discovered a radar detector inside. He tore it from the automobile and held onto it for a while, but he concealed it in the yard out of concern that he could be caught. Smith said that his friend John Huggins had driven the automobile to the parking space and that he had nothing to do with it. Kevin didn't want to betray his friend, but he was afraid the automobile might have been stolen. He was keen to demonstrate that he was telling the truth and had nothing to do with the woman's disappearance. Kevin voluntarily turned over the radar detector after he had a conversation with the cops. After more questioning by the authorities, Kevin finally confessed to locating the radar detector, erasing all fingerprints, and tossing it into the bushes close to his home. By tracking down the serial number, the authorities were able to collect the detector and verify that it belonged to the victim. The first concrete evidence that Carla's automobile had been parked at Kevin's and that John Huggins had driven it there came when detectives verified that it had been fitted in her vehicle. Investigators now had the radar detector, a paint match, and the car, but the crucial question was still unsolved. John Huggins was the top suspect right away. John Huggins has a lengthy criminal background, according to a thorough investigation of his past. He was a noted bank thief with a history of armed robberies. As it turned out, John was known to carry guns and had outstanding arrest warrants for robberies in Florida. Because John Huggins had a lengthy criminal history, victims of his past offenses recognized him when his face aired on television. Although he had conducted armed attacks, robbed banks, and looted convenience stores, the police wanted to be sure they had enough evidence against him before making an arrest, particularly because Carla's jewelry was still missing. To summarize, the victim had been found in possession of a pendant, a chain, a garnet ring, and diamond earrings. But the hunt for the jewelry was about to linger on until detectives got another lucky break in a phone call. According to Angel Huggins, she had uncovered a startling finding that might terminate the inquiry and result in Carla's criminal being imprisoned. She clarified that she had located one of Carla's missing pieces of jewelry after she and her mother had investigated the house. The police searched Angel's mother's home and the shed on the property twice after Angel called, but they were unable to locate any evidence that would implicate Angel. But the woman saw a screwdriver on top of a box in the shed when she was searching for insect repellent. She impulsively opened a shed electrical box and discovered the victim's jewels concealed within. The jewelry, the electrical box, and its cover did not have any fingerprints on them. Looking at the last piece of the puzzle, we see John driving a stolen vehicle. The attempt to strangle his wife at the hotel was picked up by the radar detector. The dates of their stay coincided with the day Carla vanished, on May 28, 1998, and the hotel room they occupied was right across from the supermarket. John Huggins was accused of robbery, kidnapping, and auto theft in addition to the murder of Carla Larson. After being indicted by an Orange County grand jury, John Huggins was taken into custody in Maryland. Huggins requested that his case be transferred, and the trial court granted his request, moving it to Duval County. However, those who haven't lost two loved ones don't see the world through Jim Larson's eyes. On January 25, 1999, Larson sat in his tidy living room in a peaceful, tree-lined Orlando suburb, the kind of home that most middle-class Americans consider safe, feeling a deep void and an unrelenting, numbing pain. Because he still has a daughter to raise, he still yearns for them and perceives danger in everything. Mr. Larson now finds motivation to continue through his daughter Jessica. Since lightning has already hit him twice and won't do so again, he fervently hopes and believes that the young girl didn't fully comprehend the atrocities that took her mother and aunt. He also prays that she won't ever feel terror or dread again. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We are examining the unsettling case of Kim Wall, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Denmark's capital, Copenhagen, known to the locals as Copenhagen, is situated on the picturesque islands of Amager and Zealand. Denmark is renowned for its excellent architecture and design in general, but Copenhagen in particular is the main draw. In addition to a vibrant food scene, the lush, verdant city has a rich and diverse cultural environment. Copenhagen, home to more than 600,000 people, is considered one of the happiest cities in the world due to its laid-back lifestyle and progressive social views. Even though Denmark is a pleasant country, it did record 54 homicides in 2017, including the August 2017 murder of Kim Wall. On March 23, 1987, Kim Wall was born in Trelleborg, Sweden. Journalists Joachim and Ingrid Wall were her parents. Tom Wall was the only sibling she had. Kim developed into an exceptionally intelligent youngster who never wavered in her commitment to her objectives. She did exceptionally well at the London School of Economics, where she studied international relations. However, it didn't stop there. Kim advanced her education by pursuing a master's degree at Columbia University's School of Journalism, sometimes referred to as the Oxbridge of Journalism. Kim won awards for her year and was at the top of her class among her peers. Kim's approach to her work as a journalist mirrored her deep interest in people and their stories. Kim would do whatever it took to share people's experiences and give them a voice. Kim was a journalist for the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, the Swedish Embassy in Australia, and a European Union delegation in India. Numerous worldwide publications, including as the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times, have published her pieces. Kim lived in Copenhagen with her lover, Ole Stabi, a game and interface designer. Although she alternated between Beijing and New York, the two had big plans together and were incredibly in love. Relocating to Beijing, China was one of their goals. However, life had other ideas. Kim was spending time with her family on August 9, 2017, at her parents' home in Trelleborg, Sweden, so they could take their annual summer photo. Before August 9, 2017, her family had 29 photos since they had taken a family photograph every summer since Kim was a year old. Kim was also excited to get to Copenhagen because she wanted to see Ole. Before departing for China on August 16, 2017, Kim and Ole planned to host their friends at their apartment the next day to bid them farewell. Even though Tom, Kim's brother, was exhausted from working a night shift the day before, Ingrid, Kim's mother, realized that Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family photo, so she made sure they did so before she left. They had no idea that would be the final photo they would take together. Ole and Kim prepared their house for the house party on August 10, 2017. Friends soon arrived at their flat, but Kim received a call before the celebration could start. Peter Madsen, a Danish submarine inventor, made the call. Kim and Peter had already discussed an interview over the phone. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a story she was writing for Wired magazine. It was intended to be a brief interview to wrap up her report. So, before the celebration began, she asked Ole to excuse her. Before it was too late, Kim wanted to do the work as quickly as possible so she could resume her partying with her pals. Kim left for the interview after apologizing to her friends who had already arrived for the celebration. 3 submarines were built by renowned inventor Peter Madsen. In addition, he had constructed rocket ships and motivated many others with his endeavors. Peter invited Kim to accompany him on a flight aboard his 2008 launch submarine, the UC-3 Nautilus, since the interview was about his inventions. Peter invited Kim to meet him at Copenhagen Harbor, where Kim had a safe journey. Kim arrived at about 7 o'clock. Kim, who was first afraid to board the submarine, gained the strength to do so and carefully walked onto it, where Peter was already waiting for her. She knew it wasn't a huge concern by the time the soft wind blew about her as she stood next to Peter on the submarine's tower. Notably, she contacted Ole at 8 p.m. saying, "I love you, but I'm going down now." She also texted Ole, "I'm still alive." Even though it was Kim's final text, Olay didn't think there was an issue because he expected Kim to concentrate on her work. Shortly after that, Olay received another text from Kim that said, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Olay, however, soon became concerned. Olay was unable to get in touch with Kim, so it started to become later and later. Kim was supposed to return early as promised. He began to fear about 10 o'clock at night. At 1:43 a.m. he called the police after phoning everyone he could think of and informed them that his girlfriend had vanished. After Kim Wall was reported missing, the Danish police started looking for her. Kim was not located despite their hunt for the submarine she boarded prior to her disappearance, the UC-3 Nautilus. Throughout the night, the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DEMA, officers helped the police search the sea. They looked everywhere, trying to find Kim. In addition to utilizing cadaver dogs, the divers explored a huge area of the sea that was dark, traveling in all directions, front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the ocean. Approximately 5:31 a.m., Ole called Kim's mother Ingrid on August 11, 2017, to inform her that Kim had gone missing. Joachim and Ingrid were both in a panic and could only pray that Kim was still alive. Even after a thorough search, the police would not discover anything until approximately 10:30 p.m. The sub was discovered at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen by a rescue aircraft in a harbor southeast of Amager, close to the Dragor lighthouse. Kim was not there, but the police did find Peter Madsen. Peter explained to the reporters who were on the search that a malfunctioning ballast tank was the reason the submarine sank. He added that he swam to a nearby fisherman's boat to get away after spotting it. The cops asked Peter about Kim's location because he never mentioned her in his account. He said that on the evening of August 10, 2017, just before the accident, he left Kim off at a local restaurant. When the police raised the submarine to examine it, they found something fishy. They found that the defective ballast tank had been intentionally tampered with. Additionally, investigators searched the submarine and discovered evidence of Kim's personal possessions and blood. Peter's story evolved once they asked him more questions. He reported to the police that he lost his hold on a large hatch door, which collapsed and struck Kim's head, causing an accident. When he checked, Kim had no pulse, according to Peter, and there was a lot of blood where she landed. The cops were aware right away that they needed to suspect Peter, but why? Nothing material was there to cling to. Since Kim's body had not been discovered, they were unsure of what actually happened to her. On August 21, 2017, 11 days after Kim Wall vanished, a cyclist made a gory find while crossing the beach south of Copenhagen. The torso of a human washed ashore on the beach. Following a call to the police department, they examined the torso and concluded it belonged to Kim Wall, the Swedish journalist who had been missing for 11 days. The remainder of the corpse was not connected to the torso, which had been horribly stabbed 14 times. Although Kim Wall's friends and family were aware that their loved one had passed away, they were still curious about what had happened to her on August 10, 2017. Until October 7, 2017, when divers discovered plastic bags in Kogi Bay, less than a mile from where Kim's torso was discovered, the authorities continued their quest for explanations without finding anything. When the plastic bags were opened, Kim's head and legs were within them. Metal fragments were fastened to the sacks to keep them from floating. Following these revelations, Peter was questioned once more and altered his account once more. This time, he claimed that Kim Wall passed away on his submarine due to poisonous gases. The cops were aware that Peter was concealing something because of his contradictory accounts. Because he was the last person to see Kim alive, and because he was unable to give precise information about what transpired while they were together, he was also the only suspect in the case. No one was arrested, since Peter never admitted to killing Kim and there was no solid proof to convict anyone. Nevertheless, the police continued their investigation, as they were unable to operate on their presumptions. One of Peter's claims that Kim's head was struck by a hatch was refuted by the autopsy, which found no blunt trauma on her head. Additionally, the autopsy showed that Kim had been stabbed and shackled. Additionally, it revealed that she had asphyxia, indicating that she had either been stabbed in the throat or strangled. The police had grounds to detain Peter for additional interrogation in light of this evidence. When the authorities inspected his phone during the investigation, they discovered that on August 9, 2017, Peter had viewed a video showing a young woman in agony as she was gradually decapitated with the little knife. Additionally, his search history revealed that he looked up how to remove every photo from his iPhone. Investigators also discovered movies of women being killed on Peter's computer, and witnesses testified that Peter was observed practicing asphyxiation and watching videos of decapitation. The inquiry revealed that while Kim's body contained no evidence of Peter's DNA, the underpants, which were taken from Peter Madsen following the arrest, did contain bodily fluid traces. When questioned, Peter denied experiencing pleasure with Kim. Annie and Carl Madsen welcomed Peter into the world on January 12, 1971. His early years were spent in Denmark's Sabi and Hong. Annie had 3 additional boys from 2 prior men and was over 30 years younger than Carl. When Peter was 6 years old, Annie left the marriage with all of her children, allegedly because Carl mistreated his 3 stepsons. Years later, Peter moved back home with his father, who also had a passion for rockets. Peter was really interested in rocket fuel in school. He created his first huge rocket while studying chemistry and physics, and on March 3, 1986, he launched it. He based it on the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper and constructed it at his father's factory. The rocket performed admirably, ascending to a height of 100 meters before falling. Luckily, nobody was harmed. Peter lost his father when he was 18 in 1990, but he continued to explore and contact engineers. Additionally, he joined Copenhagen's Dark Rocket Club, a Danish amateur rocket club, but over time the other members lost interest in him. According to Dark members, he could activate the fire sprinkler system by only speaking his name. Although he never completed formal schooling, he did take engineering and welding classes to gain some knowledge of submarines. His passion paid off as individuals, businesses, and organizations saw his potential and provided financial support for his work and way of life. He constructed the UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Praka, and UC-3 Nautilus submarines. The Nautilus was a 3-year-long privately manufactured midget submarine that was launched on May 3, 2008, in Copenhagen, Denmark. The construction cost was about 200,000 US. Together with Danish architect Christian von Bengtsen, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals on May 1, 2008. He departed the project in June 2014. Peter was in charge of the booster rocket engines, launch pad, and launch systems. Because of his inventions, Peter was already well-liked, and many people became interested in him without realizing that he was a different person on the inside. Only the murder of Kim Wall revealed who he really was. Peter Madsen, 47, was accused on January 26, 2018 with murder, assault from stabbing, and indecent handling of a corpse because of the dissection. On August 10, 2017, Peter was charged by the prosecution with binding, striking, placing, and strangling Kim on his submarine. Throughout the investigation, Peter refused to acknowledge that he had slain Kim. When Peter's trial started on March 8, 2018, he entered a not guilty plea to the allegations. According to the psychiatric evaluation, Peter was not delusional or psychotic, but rather a narcissistic psychopath. Peter was convicted guilty of all charges and given a life sentence on April 25, 2018. In court, Peter reportedly displayed no remorse. Instead, he intimidated people in the courtroom by staring at them from time to time. Because of Peter's behavior, the Wall family was once instructed not to let him pass in the courtroom. Peter insisted throughout the proceedings that Kim's death was an accident, even though he acknowledged that he had dismembered her body. He told the court, "I don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." The family and friends of Kim, who never imagined that she would be murdered so near to her home, found closure in this sentence, even if Peter would not confess. They were all aware that Kim was a fearless journalist who would venture into hazardous areas to obtain the information she needed for her job. If they were ever concerned about Kim, it would be because she traveled far and wide for work, and they were all unaware that she would die suddenly in Copenhagen, where she lived. Following his life sentence, Peter attempted to appeal the decision, but it was denied. After he was caught, his wife, whom he married in 2011, requested that her name be kept secret and filed for divorce. He was hospitalized in August 2018 after being attacked by an 18-year-old prisoner who threatened to keep him there for the rest of his life by frightening inmates with a phony firearm and fictitious explosives he had manufactured while incarcerated. He managed to break out in October 2020. He was surrounded by police in a residential neighborhood close to his Sylvester prison as they pursued him. However, because they believed he was carrying explosives, the police were unable to approach him. The cops waited for the explosive specialists to come after they were called. The cops detained him and returned him to the prison after the specialists arrived and discovered that everything had been a ruse. He had to appear in court once more for that offense, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an extra 21 months in prison for attempting to flee. It appeared that the additional sentence would not impact Peter's jail term, even though he was already serving a life sentence. However, if a probation request were ever submitted, the extra sentence would be relevant. Throughout the case, Peter insisted that the death was an accident. However, the Danish tabloid Ekstra Bladet claims that Peter Madsen confessed during a documentary series in which he was secretly recorded. The show was based on almost 20 hours of telephone talks with Peter while he was incarcerated, which were secretly recorded. During one video, he is asked if he killed Kim, and he answers, "Yes." He also states, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." Kim's parents, journalists Joachim and Ingrid, were determined to publish their daughter's tale 3 years after her murder. They decided that the narrative would portray Kim as her family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be, rather than the events leading up to her passing, since they found telling her tale to be therapeutic. According to Ingrid, the book serves as a means of introducing the world to Kim as a human being, a journalist, and a daughter. The book, A Silenced Voice, is a joyous chronicle of a life well lived amid a family's struggle to deal with a life being extinguished. It is a tapestry of history and present at the same time. It chronicles Kim's journey from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, Beijing to Sri Lanka, gathering anecdotes from bylines and cherished companions along the way. It also follows the hours, days, and weeks that followed Ingrid and Joachim's awakening to the news of their daughter's disappearance and their discovery on TV that a stranger was facing murder charges. The establishment of the Kim Wall Memorial Fund, a grant intended to assist female journalists, was another development that provided comfort to the Wall family. The life and death of Kim Wall are depicted in many TV shows in addition to the narrative penned by Kim's parents. The first is Tobias Lindholm's Danish-language television dramatization, The Investigation, which depicts the case's criminal inquiry. The 6-part series, which stars a variety of professional actors, debuted on September 28, 2020. Those involved in the case investigation were consulted in order to meticulously script the series. The investigation focuses on the research that led to Peter's accusation and conviction, rather than Peter or the actual crime. Into the Deep, the submarine murder case, which was directed by Emma Sullivan, was made available on Netflix in September 2022. The documentary video of Peter Madsen, his friends, and interns was used to chronicle his attempt to launch a rocket ship into space using his submarine as a command center. The film chronicled the occurrence in detail, as well as his life. After his lover passed away, Kim's boyfriend Ole Stabi found it difficult to react. Nevertheless, years later he talked about Kim and underlined what a wonderful person she was. The murder of Kim is an unsettling instance that demonstrates the depth of evil that exists in human nature. It also makes us consider the number of women who have faced danger in their diverse occupations. How did you feel about this particular case? Do you believe Peter Madsen received the justice he was due? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The son of a wealthy businessman, 6-year-old Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., was abducted from his school, Notre Dame de Sion in Kansas City, Missouri, on September 28, 1953. As the authorities began a large search for the young boy, the city was engulfed in panic and commotion, but the abductor eluded capture. Soon after, Bobby's family started getting a flurry of phone calls and letters demanding an outrageous sum of money in exchange for their son's safe return. The case's twists and turns became even more startling as it attracted national notice. Who was responsible for the abduction? Was it a stranger or a member of the family? Would Bobby's family ever be reconciled with him if he were ever discovered alive? We are examining Bobby Greenlease's unsettling situation today. So let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. With a population of over 500,000, Kansas City is situated in the western region of Missouri. It is Missouri's biggest city. With a variety of eateries, retail establishments, and entertainment venues, the Kansas City Power and Light District is one of the city's most recognizable attractions. The Kaufman Center for the Performing Arts and the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art provide visitors more opportunities to see the city's thriving art scene. It's difficult to forget the horrifying crime that previously took place in this city in the 1950s, though, despite all of the beauty and excitement. Multi-millionaire Robert Greenlease Sr. lived in Kansas City's affluent Mission Hills area and had it all. He was a vehicle dealer with locations all throughout the nation. Early in the 20th century, he brought General Motors automobiles to the Great Plains, which is how he made his money. The birth of his son, Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., on February 3, 1947, at the age of 65, permanently altered his life. Robert's second wife was Virginia Pollock, Bobby's mother. The Greenlease family was loyal to their beloved Bobby and had a luxurious lifestyle. Virginia, his older sister, was born in 1941, therefore he wasn't an only child. In addition, he had a 1917-born half-brother named Paul. Robert's first marriage produced a son named Paul. Bobby was enrolled at the esteemed Notre Dame de Sion, a private Catholic school situated at 3823 Locust Avenue in Kansas City, when he was 6 years old in 1953. He developed alongside his contemporaries there. Bobby's future was bright and everything was going well, but destiny had other ideas for the young child and his family. On the morning of September 28, 1953, Bobby's school, Notre Dame de Sion, was much like any other day. Nobody could have predicted, though, how tragically this day would shortly turn out. When Sister Moran, the nun on duty that day, opened the school door at about 11 in the morning, she was met by a chubby woman who claimed to be Bobby's aunt. The woman revealed that Virginia, the boy's mother, had been taken to St. Mary's Hospital after suffering a heart attack while shopping at the Country Club Plaza. She continued by saying that she was told to take the boy to his mother right away by the Greenlease family. Sister Moran went to get Bobby from his classroom without thinking twice. The 6-year-old, who was naive and trusted people, had no reason to suspect the woman's identity or motivations. The nun watched as he took the woman's hand and they both climbed into a taxi and drove away. She figured everything was all right. Nobody realized that the woman wasn't Bobby's aunt. And what happened that day would forever alter the Greenlease family's course in life. Virginia will never forget the phone call she got less than an hour after the unidentified woman took Bobby. Another nun from Bobby's school, Sister Martha Anna, was on the other end of the telephone. She had called the family's residence to ask about Virginia's alleged heart attack. However, the nun was shocked to learn that nothing similar had occurred. Virginia had not suffered a heart attack and was not in the hospital. Both Virginia and the nun quickly realized that something evil was going on, and they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby had been abducted. Virginia immediately called her husband Robert after speaking with Sister Martha over the phone and told him what had transpired. Like his wife, Robert was astounded and perplexed. As soon as possible, he reported the offense to the Kansas City Police Department. To help with the problem, the FBI was also called in. As word spread that Bobby had been abducted, panic swept the city. Despite launching a large manhunt, the authorities were unable to find the woman who had abducted the boy, which hindered their efforts. Hope started to wane as the hours passed. However, Bobby's parents received the first of many ransom notes on the same day that Bobby was seized. Signed by a person going by M, the letter requested $600,000, 0 cents, to ensure Bobby's safe return. It was an astounding sum of money, more than $6 million, 0 cents in today's dollars. The demands, however, did not end there. Additionally, M demanded that the ransom money be paid in $10, 0 cents, and $20, 0 cents small denomination notes. After learning of the ransom note, the authorities set to work finding the enigmatic M and securing Bobby's release. An additional ransom note arrived on September 29, 1953. This time, a pin Bobby had been wearing the day he was abducted was sent with the letter. Desperate to ensure his son's release, Robert made the decision to go collect the ransom money and sought assistance from connections and trusted friends. Among them was Commerce Trust Company Executive Vice President Arthur Eisenhower. In addition, he was the brother of the U.S. President at the time. Eisenhower made sure that all bank clerks handling the ransom money noted the bill's serial numbers, which were then published in newspapers across the nation. As Bobby's family continued to collect the astronomical ransom requested by the kidnapper, the excruciating wait for his safe return seemed to drag on forever. A man called the Greenlease home several times during this period to let Virginia know her son was still alive. Despite the family's desperation, the kidnapper appeared to relish his perverse game. 6 ransom letters and 15 phone calls were sent to the family in a week. Additionally, they consented to follow all of the kidnapper's directions, but they would quickly come to the realization that they had made a grave error. Robert amassed an incredible $600,000, 0 cents in ransom money for his son's safe return by the evening of October 4, 1953. The funds were then transferred to a bridge close to Highway 40, just east of Kansas City, in a duffel bag. At the time, it was the biggest ransom ever paid in American history. The kidnappers contacted the Greenleases early the following morning to verify that they had recovered the money and that Bobby would be returned in a day. However, no information on the boy's whereabouts was released as the day wore on. Anxiously, the family awaited any updates, but none arrived. The Greenleases were left to question whether the kidnappers had deceived them or whether their son was still alive. It felt like their darkest worries were going to come true, and the tension was excruciating. The most challenging and devastating period of their lives would be the following 24 hours. An ex-convict and taxi driver named Joe Carr was set to become a key player in the inquiry as Bobby's quest went on. In the state of St. Louis, a guy by the name of Carl Austin Hall had employed him as his personal driver. Carr was aware that Hall was a newcomer to the area and was spending money carelessly. Hall was living like a king after renting an apartment and purchasing new clothing. Carr chose to get in touch with his employer at the taxi firm Joe Costello because he was skeptical of Hall's actions. In addition to having links within the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, Costello was a man with ties to the mob. On October 6, 1953, after the sun had fallen, Costello tipped Patrolman Elmer Dolan and Lieutenant Louis Shoulders about the man showing off a lot of cash in St. Louis. They hurried to Hall's residence where he was and took him into custody. The officers discovered 2 heavy metal suitcases stuffed full of cash inside the room. The sight was stunning. After that, Hall was taken to the Newstead police station in North St. Louis, where he was questioned by the police on the money's origin. Hall insisted that he had done nothing illegal at first, but investigators quickly started to piece the puzzle together. Because Hall had so much cash on him, they assumed he was implicated in the kidnapping of Greenlease. Hall eventually broke under pressure and admitted his involvement in the crime. However, the most startling discovery was still to come. When questioned about Bobby's whereabouts, he disclosed that the boy had passed away. He had not acted alone, Hall disclosed. A woman named Bonnie Hetty was his accomplice. They had come up with the idea to kidnap Bobby and demand a large ransom from his affluent parents. Investigators were able to piece together the events and discover the startling specifics of how the kidnapping took place, thanks to Hall's confession and a comprehensive background investigation. It was a network of treachery and deceit, with avarice at its core. It was discovered by authorities that Hall was from a wealthy family. He was a lawyer's son. He received a sizable inheritance and his parents' 1,100-acre Pleasanton, Kansas homestead after they died. However, Hall's life took a turn for the worst when he lost his riches, was divorced, and developed an addiction. When he was condemned to the Missouri State Penitentiary for robbing a cab driver of just $38.00, his life reached its lowest point. Hall recalled the rich Greenlease family when he dreamed of one huge score that would set him up for life while he was incarcerated. You see, Hall had learned about the family's fortune years earlier when he had gone to a military reform academy with Bobby's older adoptive half-brother, Paul. Hall quickly came up with a scheme to pay the ransom. The only thing left to do was figure out how to kidnap the youngster. Bonnie entered the picture at that point. Bonnie was a contradictory person. She continued to engage in prostitution and extravagant parties, even though she was the recipient of a substantial bequest from her father. She also appeared to be attracted to crooks. Her first spouse was a bank robber who was shot and killed by the police. She ended up inheriting a house from the divorce settlement, though, because her second marriage didn't work out any better. Bonnie first met Hall in the bar of the Hotel Robideau in St. Joseph, Missouri. Their fortuitous encounter signaled the start of a sinister and perverse collaboration, which could have been the result of fate or simply the cosmos coming into harmony. Hall gradually told Bonnie about his perverse plan over the course of the months, and to his relief, she was all too willing to join in. Thus, like two ravenous wolves pursuing their prey, Hall and Bonnie started following the Greenlease family in the summer of 1953. In an attempt to identify a vulnerability to take advantage of, they observed the family going about their everyday activities. They initially intended to kidnap the Greenlease's daughter, Sue, but they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby, their 6-year-old son, would be a simpler target. The stage was prepared for the kidnapping that rocked the country to its foundation, because they understood they had to move quickly if they wanted to score the big score. Pretending to be Bobby's aunt, Bonnie had taken him up from school without causing any trouble. After that, Hall was waiting at a pharmacy when Bonnie and Bobby were dropped off. Hall took charge and led them to an empty field in Overland Park, Kansas, across state borders. Bobby was left alone with Hall, who had no intention of keeping him alive, after Bonnie exited the car and went a short distance. Hall initially attempted to kill Bobby with a piece of rope, but the rope was too short. Hall struck Bobby in the face, knocking out one of his teeth out of frustration and rage. Hall took out his .38 caliber revolver and shot Bobby at close range when he slumped to the floor of the automobile. After being kidnapped, Bobby did not live for more than half an hour. Both Hall and Bonnie realized they needed to remove the evidence after committing the horrible act. They wrapped Bobby's lifeless body in a trash bag and traveled to Bonnie's house in St. Joseph, Missouri. Then, in order to hide the smell of the corpse, they gently buried the bag in a grave that had been prepared in the backyard. They covered the bag with a lot of lime. In an attempt to pass the grave off as a flower garden, Hall then covered it with chrysanthemums. Now, Hall and Bonnie quickly fled to St. Louis across the state as soon as they had the ransom money. Hall had bought 2 metal suitcases there to hide the cash. In addition, he and Bonnie discovered an apartment on Arsenal Street overlooking Tower Grove Park, where they reveled in their newfound wealth by drinking excessively. As the evening went on, Bonnie's intoxication finally overcame her, and she fell asleep. Hall had another plan, and this was the ideal time to implement it. He snuck out of the flat with the rest of the loot in the middle of the night, after placing $2,000, 0 cents, in Bonnie's purse. Hall then picked up a sex worker called Sandra O'Day on the taxi ride to the Coral Court Motel in Marlboro, Missouri. Before he was arrested, he intended to utilize Sandra's assistance to distract the police. Hall arranged for her to travel to Los Angeles so that he could mail the Greenlease family a letter he had written. By doing this, he would have diverted the police's attention. According to stories, Sandra was the one who reported the ransom money that Hall was carrying around to the police when she allegedly saw it. However, it's unclear if this is true or not. It is also thought that Hall purchased a shovel and 2 trash cans. In order to conceal the ransom money, he then rented a car and drove it to a location in St. Louis County along the Merrimack River. However, Hall kept the money with him since he was unable to locate a suitable place to bury the cans. Shortly after this, he was taken into custody. Police took immediate action after all of these revelations were made public. In the apartment where Hall had left her, Bonnie was found and taken into custody. They both faced the full weight of the law for their crimes after being charged with capital murder and kidnapping. Bobby's remains were found where they had been buried on October 7, 1953. Family members and neighbors came together to grieve the untimely death of this defenseless boy at a sad burial conducted at St. Agnes Catholic Church 2 days later, on October 9. As a victim of one of the most horrible murders in American history, Bobby was buried with sorrow and tears in his eyes. Since the crime had crossed state boundaries and was therefore a federal prosecution, punishment was swift for the 2 kidnappers. Hall and Bonnie entered a guilty plea to the accusations against them when they appeared in court on October 30, 1953. After only 1 hour and 8 minutes of deliberation, The jury recommended the death penalty. Hall and Bonnie accepted their fates on November 19, 1953, less than a month later, and neither attempted to challenge the decision. Just 81 days after the kidnapping, on December 18, 1953, they were both put to death in a Missouri gas chamber. Hall was 34 years old, and Bonnie was 41 when they passed away. There were several complexities in the aftermath of Bobby's kidnapping and death. The Greenlease family may have found closure with Hall and Bonnie's execution, but it also exposed a shocking truth. Now, just half of the ransom money was found when Hall was taken into custody. Unaccounted for was $312,000, 0 cents in total. The cops that arrested Hall, Patrolman Dolan, and Lieutenant Shoulders were suspected of stealing the missing funds. At first, though, they denied this, saying they had delivered all the cash to the police station. They ultimately faced federal charges and were found guilty of perjury. Shoulders received a sentence of 3 years in jail on April 15, 1954. Dolan, however, was sentenced to 2 years in prison. However, this was not the end of the story. Shoulders unexpectedly passed away in 1962. Shoulders and mob boss Joe Costello had actually stolen half of the ransom money, Dolan told the FBI after this. It wasn't until Shoulders and Costello were dead that Dolan finally told the truth. He had been too afraid to speak up earlier for fear of reprisals. In July 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson pardoned Dolan for his assistance. This was the conclusion of Bobby's tragic story. We are reminded when we consider the terrible events of 1953 that Bobby eventually received justice, albeit at a high price. We have to keep asking ourselves, how can we stop catastrophes like this from occurring again? What can we learn from Bobby's story, therefore? And how can we apply this understanding to create a society that is safer and more equitable for everyone? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Parents teach their children from a young age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar automobiles, and never to go anyplace with someone they don't know, regardless of what they may say, because the world is big and full of hidden hazards. Regrettably, people with bad intentions frequently exploit both the trust of the innocent and the precarious circumstances that some adults find themselves in. Young medical student Mia Stevin went to a party with her pals. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening and the companionship of those around her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and nobody could have foreseen what was about to happen. Sadly, Mia never made it back home. When she vanished, the entire community rallied in the hopes of discovering her uninjured and alive. But when a sobering discovery was discovered in a neighboring woodland, something so startling that even the most experienced investigators found it difficult to comprehend, those hopes were dashed. On January 15, 2000, Mia Stevin was born in Aalborg, a sizable harbor city in northwest Denmark. She came from a loving, close-knit family as the youngest. She grew up her adolescence in this small town, which is well known for its low crime rate and feeling of security. Mia did exceptionally well in school, demonstrating a natural aptitude for subjects like biology and chemistry. Her teachers believed she was a talented student and had high expectations for her. Mia knew she wanted to become a doctor even as a teenager. She always wanted to assist everyone around her and was incredibly kind and perceptive. Mia was well liked by her peers because of her gregarious and intelligent nature. She was loved for her warmth and approachability and had a wide network of acquaintances. Attention was also drawn to her elegant manner and remarkable looks. While still in school, she started modeling, participating in several campaigns, and winning people over wherever she went. Because of her uniqueness, Mia frequently had admirers fighting for her attention. Mia achieved her dream of enrolling at Aalborg University's medical program, one of Denmark's most esteemed universities. After graduating, she kept modeling while attending school, doing fashion publications and commercials. Mia maintained a close relationship with her family by continuing to live at home with her parents in spite of her achievements and increasing independence. Mia was in her second year of college when the COVID-19 epidemic struck. The limitations and lockdowns drastically altered her life. Social media, phone conversations, and video chats took the role of her face-to-face connections with pals when classes shifted to online. A vibrant, gregarious, and outgoing young woman found the lockdown period to be rather difficult. Because of this, Mia Stevin anxiously got ready for her first party in years when all restrictions were finally relaxed in early February 2022. Unfortunately, that night would be her last on February 5, 2022. For the first time in almost 2 years, there were no social restrictions due to the pandemic on Saturdays in Denmark. College students in particular were ecstatic to be able to enjoy the nightlife they had sorely missed. Parties were organized all around the nation because it was a reason to celebrate. Mia was really looking forward to the night. She made a call to her friends and meticulously planned the location for their eagerly anticipated night out. She went through her clothes at the same time, selecting an ensemble that would draw attention to her body and set her apart. This was more than simply a trip to the pub for her. It represented the return to everyday life. She wanted to celebrate her recent completion of her second-to-last semester at university with close friends she hadn't seen in a while. She put on makeup, fixed her hair, and wore a stylish black dress and high shoes. She added a cropped leather jacket and other sophisticated accessories to finish off her ensemble. Even though it was cold in February, she looked gorgeous. Mia thought her friends would drive her home after the event, but as the evening wore on, plans changed. Young people anxious to make up for missed time crowded the bars and clubs throughout the city's central streets that evening, but it was so chilly that the streets themselves were almost deserted. After spending several hours catching up and having a good time, Mia and her pals began the evening in a bustling pub. They later relocated to a local tavern, and an hour later they changed locations once more. The group evolved as they went from bar to pub. A few friends went home, others encountered pals and joined other groups, and they were replaced by new acquaintances. The evening was of course full with dancing, laughter, and copious amounts of alcohol. Witnesses claim that although Mia drank wine, she wasn't too drunk. She talked to everyone around her, laughed and danced. The companions she had first arrived with made the decision to depart by 3 in the morning. But Mia decided to stay, telling them she would find her way home eventually. She was spotted conversing with an unknown man who seemed interested in her at the moment. The club ended for the evening around 6 a.m. Only one of Mia's friends remained after that. The two went out into the chilly, overcast morning. The frigid temperature was made even worse by a chilly breeze that blasted across the deserted streets. The two made the decision to take the bus home, but they had to go in different directions. They split up and went to their own bus stops. Mia never came home that night, and no one ever saw her alive again. Her parents initially assumed she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends and were not alarmed. But when they noticed that her phone was going directly to voicemail, something that was completely out of character for her, their worries intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Mia's mother called her daughter's best friends and classmates at midday on February 6. One by one, they all responded with the same response. They couldn't get in touch with Mia, and they hadn't seen or heard from her since the previous evening. Her parents were so alarmed that they rushed to the local police station and reported her missing. They were concerned that law authorities may postpone their search by waiting the customary 24 hours, because Mia was an adult and had attended a party. They were relieved that the police took the matter seriously and started looking into it right away. Investigators began by speaking with every friend and acquaintance Mia had made at the different pubs that evening. Although Mia had been drinking, witnesses attested that she wasn't too drunk. They also gave a thorough explanation of her attire, which included a light jacket and a stylish evening gown. Investigators initially thought she might have died from the weather because it was so chilly in February. They promptly ruled this out, though, because no further relevant reports had emerged. Security footage from the bars and clubs Mia had frequented was examined by police. Although Mia seemed to be in a good mood and turned down her friends' offers to bring her home, nothing else in the video seemed suspicious, and the packed venues made it nearly hard to follow one specific person. The enigmatic man Mia had been spotted dancing with that evening quickly came into focus. Finding him and questioning him was crucial. Luckily, it was easy to identify him. He was an aspiring athlete with a bright future who was a fellow student at Mia's institution. He volunteered to be questioned and disclosed that he had taken a taxi to his house across town after leaving the bar at around 5 in the morning. The taxi driver acknowledged dropping him off at the specified place, allowing police to establish his alibi. Mia had no known adversaries, conflicts, or anybody who would want to harm her, according to her family and friends. She had never engaged in criminal behavior, used illegal substances, or had any symptoms of mental illness. Although no one in her network had ever heard of a stalker or obsessive admirer, this prompted investigators to think about the possibilities. After Mia exited the pub, investigators looked at video from street surveillance cameras to expand their search. She and her companion had left the venue together, and after walking roughly 300 feet, they paused to bid each other farewell. Each then made their way to their designated bus stops. Investigators were looking through the video when they spotted something strange. A dark automobile that seemed to be pursuing Mia after she split up with her friend. Mia went another 500 feet or so after saying goodbye to her companion and then paused to wait for her bus. Regretfully, it never came. Mia was trapped because it was early on Sunday morning and the public transportation schedule hadn't fully resumed after the shutdown. She couldn't call for a ride or get in touch with anyone for assistance at 6 IE Menning, since, to make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night, something she didn't notice until she was outdoors. The streets remained empty and dark. At the bus stop, Mia, wearing an evening gown, stood freezing and hoped her bus would arrive soon. However, as time passed, it became evident that it was not going to happen. A black Volkswagen Golf came up close to the road at about 6:15 AIEMM. The vehicle stopped and probably offered Mia a ride, but she declined. Mia was left alone when the automobile drove away. She waited for more than an hour in the bitter cold at the bus stop once more. The identical vehicle came again and pulled to a stop at the bus stop about 7:30 AEMM. This time, following a 5-minute conversation with the driver, Mia apparently reluctantly decided to get into the car. By that time, the cold is thought to have affected her so much that she chose to accept the stranger's offer. However, the issues still stood. Where did they take her? Who was driving? And who owned the car? Investigators needed to know the answers quickly. The surveillance footage's poor quality made the inquiry more difficult. Experts did their best, but they were only able to determine the car's make and model. It was unable to make out the driver's face or the license plate. Detectives looked over footage from nearby cameras to follow the car's movements, and shortly they got a break. The Volkswagen Golf was seen parking close to a 24-hour convenience shop a few blocks from the bus stop. Luckily, the car's license plate was photographed by the high-resolution camera in this business. Investigators quickly identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson, by searching the license plate through the vehicle registration database. The nightlife area where Mia and her pals had been going out was close to Thompson's home. Adam, a 30-year-old roommate of Thompson's who had previously drawn the attention of the police, lived with him in his leased house. Both men had a history of infractions, including posing as police officers in a scheme. The stakes were considerably higher this time, even though they had previously simply been fined for their acts. Both males were arrested so they could be questioned. Adam, however, had a strong alibi and was quickly freed. The day before Mia vanished, he had left town to see relatives, and he didn't come back until February 8. This information was confirmed by investigators, and Adam was exonerated. Thompson was the main suspect in the inquiry. To get a better picture, investigators started by looking into his past. Born in Kolding, Denmark in June 1985, Thomas was raised in a modest household. His parents moved him to live on his grandparents' tiny farm in the southeast countryside when he was a teenager. Thomas enlisted in the military after high school, where he signed a contract and established a solid career. He finally rose to the rank of sergeant while serving in highly troubled regions of the world. After leaving the military in 2015, he went back to school and graduated with a degree in engineering. Thomas had been employed as an engineer at a nearby industrial firm and renting a house in Aalborg in recent years. He was characterized as a competent, quiet, and hard-working professional by his coworkers and superiors. He was quite reserved, though, hardly ever disclosing personal information or developing strong bonds with coworkers. Thomas's legal background was problematic. He had been charged with violent altercations, domestic violence, and injury on multiple occasions. He was nevertheless able to reach an out-of-court settlement in every case. According to his ex-partners, he was irritable, hostile, and dangerously violent. Thomas appeared to lose control during angry outbursts, acting in a way that worried others around him. Some even thought he could be able to commit a major offense. Thomas obviously had a darker side that he found difficult to control. However, did that imply that he may have singled out Mia, hurt her, and perhaps even committed a crime against her? More importantly, where was Mia? In his car, Thomas, for his part, said nothing. An integrated GPS system was discovered by investigators. They looked at the data, hoping to track his movements that evening. They found that Thomas had attempted to turn off the GPS tracking on February 6 at around 2 in the morning. The attempt, however, resulted in a glitch, and the machine started to record position data every 30 seconds rather than shutting off. According to the GPS, Thomas left his house at 2:45 a.m. and drove about the city for several hours, apparently searching for a target. This mistake made it possible for detectives to piece together his actions in great detail. He stopped close to the bus stop where Mia was waiting at around 6 in the morning and had a quick conversation with her. For the next hour and a half, he drove away after she turned down his offer of a ride. Before heading back to the bus station, Thomas kept driving in a directionless manner through the streets. Mia was clearly freezing by this point and perhaps desperate. Apparently believing she had no other option, she grudgingly got into his car. Before driving into a remote road, the vehicle departed the city and drove through a few tiny neighboring villages. GPS data revealed a series of short pauses near each other in the wooded region, followed by a lengthy wait, during which the vehicle stayed motionless for approximately an hour. Search dogs and an operations team were sent to the location. They soon found that Mia's phone was broken. Nearby, they discovered a ripped necklace she had been wearing that evening, followed by a hair clip. Additionally, pieces of her clothing and strands of her long hair were discovered tangled on the branches of trees in the area. The scene presented a bleak image. As someone harried after her, Mia appeared to have attempted to flee into the woods, tripping, losing objects, and hooking herself on branches. But hundreds of feet farther into the jungle, the most terrible discovery was still to come. Areas of disturbed dirt were pointed out by the search dogs, indicating that something had just been buried. Investigators found human bones after excavating beneath roughly 3 feet of loose dirt. 231 pieces of the remains were broken apart, some of which were left on the surrounding land. To the dismay of her loved ones, the victim could only be identified by DNA testing. It was established that Mia was the owner of the remains. Law enforcement was forced to issue a public statement as news of the gory discovery swiftly spread to the media. The community was reassured that the dangerous criminal had been caught. Terrifying details were uncovered via forensic analysis. Bone marks indicated that a power saw-like instrument had been used to dismember the body. Given the condition of the remains, pieces of tissue displayed signs of having been bathed in a chemical solution, perhaps in an effort to destroy them or get rid of any DNA traces. It was challenging to pinpoint the precise cause of death. Medical examiners, however, thought mechanical asphyxiation was the most likely cause. Most likely a rope or tiny strap, rather than bare hands, had been used to strangle Mia. Although Thomas Thompson's car had been partially cleaned, blood traces were discovered. Mia's blood was identified through DNA analysis. Her body looked to have been dismembered, and more blood traces were found throughout his house, especially in the toilet. Thompson first attempted to defend his actions when presented with the evidence, saying he had no malicious intent and had no plans to hurt anyone. He claimed that he tried to turn off his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a dishonest police officer who was extorting him, but he was unable to give his name or any supporting documentation. Thompson also related how he saw a woman in light clothing at the bus station early that morning and offered her a lift out of courtesy, but she declined. Then, he said, he drove off to run other errands. On his way back, about 90 minutes later, he noticed the same woman, who was now obviously chilly, still at the stop. He claims that this time she agreed to take him for a ride. Thompson described how the young woman was drunk, acted flirtatiously, and supposedly promised intimacy in return for his assistance. He said they took his car out of town to a remote location where they had consensual sex. Thompson then claimed that Mia unintentionally tugged on the car door handle during this interaction, causing the door to swing open. He stated she died instantaneously after falling out and breaking her neck. In a panic, he tried to protect himself by getting rid of her body rather than calling the police. Doubts were immediately raised by the story. The strewn personal belongings and strands of Mia's hair discovered in the woodland were among the many discrepancies that detectives pointed out. When questioned further, Thompson changed his account, saying that Mia accused him of being abusive, threatened to file charges, and started to sober up after their encounter. He claimed that despite his attempts to soothe her, she went into a frenzied state, escaped the automobile, and dashed into the woods. According to Thompson, he followed her out of concern that she may freeze to death and planned to take her back to the car so he could drive her home. He claimed that she stumbled during the pursuit, struck her head, and instantly passed away. After he took her body home, Thompson confessed to dismembering it in his bathroom and soaking the remnants in chemicals in the hopes that they would completely dissolve. But after a few hours, the procedure had little impact. The remnants, which were still whole, now smelled bad. He drove the corpses to the wilderness, buried them, and packed them into bags out of desperation. He maintained that the death was an accident and that his sole transgression was trying to hide the evidence because he was afraid no one would take him seriously. He insisted that his actions were motivated by panic rather than malice. Further investigations at Thompson's property turned up incriminating evidence behind his house, despite his contradictory claims. Investigators discovered a temporary solution, burn hole, with some dirt and rubble covering it. He had tried to destroy Mia's pocketbook, personal things, car floor mats, and blood-stained clothes there. The majority of the goods were severely destroyed, but her purse was largely undamaged, including the thin strap that still contained remnants of Mia's skin cells and blood. This strap was the tool used to strangle her, according to forensic authorities. The prosecution's claim that Thompson had acted maliciously and with premeditation was successful. He planned his actions ahead of time, as evidenced by the fact that he had made a conscious effort to turn off his car's GPS system. According to the prosecution, he was a predator who went hunting that evening and eventually targeted a young woman who was alone and in danger. His perfect victim was Mia, who was cold and alone. The second time he contacted her, she accepted his offer of a ride since she was so desperate. Thompson's claims of innocence were further weakened by his conflicting explanations and attempt to remove evidence. The jury found that, in spite of the evidence, he had taken steps to hide his activities after purposefully luring Mia into his automobile with malicious intent, but the court's surprisingly light penalty caused a great deal of indignation. Many wondered how someone who had done such horrible things could be punished less severely than the law permitted. Thompson probably took Mia to the remote woodland after threatening her with a firearm once she was inside the vehicle. She tried to flee there, but he caught up to her. There is evidence that he assaulted her and then strangled her with the strap of her purse. He dismembered her body and tried to dissolve the remains in chemicals after bringing it to his house. Thompson's conduct demonstrated that his crime was planned and executed without regret. For example, he ordered pizza to be delivered to his house twice on the same day that he committed these heinous deeds, and he even went to a neighboring store to buy candies. Witnesses from the area said he seemed perfectly at ease, grinning and talking to people, while the young woman's body floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, because the chemical solution destroyed DNA, the court was unable to verify proof of an intentional assault. During questioning, Thompson himself asserted that their interaction had been voluntary. Thompson's disturbing history of voyeurism was also discovered throughout the examination. He had been seen taking pictures, watching ladies undress, and peering through windows of other women's houses. Nevertheless, the victim's concerns were unanswered, and he was never charged. Thompson was convicted in June 2023 of premeditated murder and defilement of a body by dissection. He received a life sentence in prison. He will, however, be eligible for parole after only 10 years, and history indicates that there is a good possibility he will be released. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Without love, trust, and basic respect, what sustains a marriage? For the sake of the children, some attempt to keep the family together. Some are deterred by religious convictions or a combination of these, while others are concerned about other people's opinions and dread public criticism. However, the will to do whatever it takes to keep a marriage intact can occasionally degenerate into a terrible tragedy. Although Jacqueline and Paul Krumble's story is not unusual, its cruelty, selfishness, and cynicism garnered a lot of attention. The perpetrator was labeled the Black Widow and imprisoned, but in an open interview, her daughter admitted that her mother persisted in destroying lives while incarcerated. The connection between Paul Krumble and Jacqueline. Born on December 18, 1974 in County Armagh, Northern Ireland, Jacqueline, also known as Jackie Mary Bennett, was the younger of two children in a typical middle-class household. She was unpredictable, spoilt, rebellious, and occasionally even violent from an early age. Jackie's behavior worsened over her adolescence and eventually became uncontrollable, but her family blamed it on adolescence in the hopes that she would outgrow it. As they say, opposites attract, and this idea seemed to work wonderfully when she met Paul Krumble in high school. He was 3 years older than her and very different from her. Here, Paul was a quiet, reserved young man from a devout household who excelled academically and was seen as having great talent and promise. He was drawn to Jacqueline's confidence, vigor, and audacity. She was the first female he had a serious crush on, and perhaps the only one. Paul was welcomed by Jackie's parents, who supported her decision since they thought he would help their daughter become more composed, logical, and sensible. Her family accepted Paul like a member of the family from the moment they met, and at times it seemed that they treated him better than Jackie herself. Paul's parents, however, were wary of his decision, but did not dissuade the young pair from dating. The couple appeared to be incompatible, according to school friends as well. Paul attempted to settle everything amicably, avoiding violence, and was seen as amiable, forthright, and extremely responsible. But Jackie frequently incited arguments and preferred to settle them with physical force. A courteous, sensible, and mature young guy above his years, he was always dependable and always willing to provide a helping hand to others. When Jacqueline became pregnant at the age of 17, she informed her boyfriend that she was in her last year of school and that Paul, then 20 years old, was already enrolled in college. Paul said he was ready to marry her and assume full responsibility for her and the child as soon as he found out. Although Jacqueline wasn't prepared for parenthood or child-rearing, ending the pregnancy was unavoidable. Such a serious offense would not be tolerated by Paul or his pious family. Jackie accepted Paul's formal proposal when he purchased a ring. In 1992, the couple celebrated with their closest friends and family at a small wedding. Remarkably, just a few days prior to the occurrence, Hall told his best friend that he and Jacqueline were too dissimilar, questioned whether her sentiments were genuine, and was even scared of her because of her erratic behavior. Additionally, the groom questioned whether he genuinely loved her or if he was merely feeling obligated and sympathetic. However, he had nothing to compare because he had never dated other girls. After paying close attention, his friend attempted to talk Paul out of getting married by telling him that it would be the worst decision he ever made and that he would be miserable for the rest of his life. Paul was adamant, though, stating that he couldn't abandon a girl who was expecting his child. In addition, he thought that becoming a mother would improve Jacqueline's personality by making her softer and more composed. Paul had generally hoped for the best, but he was unaware of how mistaken he was. Life in the family without affection. The young couple's first child, a daughter named Danielle, was born at the beginning of 1993. Jacqueline gave birth to their son 6 years later. After the birth of their second kid, Adam Paul made sure his family had all they needed because he was their only provider. In 2000, the offenders moved into a comfortable 3-bedroom townhouse in Armagh after deciding they needed a larger residence. Paul was making a good living as a senior mechanical engineer by that time. However, his wife claimed to prefer work and did not bother herself with it, running the home and bringing up the kids, but she was also not very good at either. Jackie was a short-tempered, greedy, and lazy person who frequently acted aggressively, even with her kids. Jacqueline attempted to find employment when the kids were a little older, but she was never able to hold down a position for very long due to her combative and argumentative personality. In addition, she went out to bars almost every evening to consume alcohol while her husband stayed at home with their son and daughter. Mrs. Krumble was not a particularly amiable lady, even when she was sober, and she became a true rage when she was drunk. In addition to starting arguments, she also got into fights, cursed, and acted inappropriately around different males. Nobody could foresee what she would do next, and she reacted aggressively to any comments or suggestions to act more humbly. Family, friends, and neighbors knew what was going on and truly felt sorry for Paul and the kids, who were the ones who were most negatively impacted by Jacqueline's actions. Many people were aware of the young woman's misadventures and made an effort to stay away from her because the family resided in a tiny, peaceful town. Her husband and kids were impacted by her negative reputation, and they had to deal with the fallout from their classmates. Jackie didn't try to disguise her crazy lifestyle. Her frequent visits to entertainment venues, however, made the staff and other patrons nervous because they knew that her presence would undoubtedly result in a brawl or altercation. Because she may strike out at any time, Jacqueline held her family in constant fear. Although Paul made an effort to keep his mouth shut, his friends, family, and co-workers saw that he was uncomfortable with his wife or even just talking about her. Paul was frequently told to leave this woman, but he was afraid of losing the opportunity to see his kids. Jackie would instantly threaten to cut him off from their son and daughter in the event of any disagreement. She also threatened to use her friends against him. These were males she frequently saw at bars who were willing to break the law to protect her. In these circumstances, Paul typically gave in to his wife and said nothing. The unexplained assault on Sunday morning, June 20, 2004. A terrified woman begged for assistance by calling the emergency services. She said that she and her husband were ambushed in their home by 3 strangers who beat them, tied them up, tried to rob them, and then took their car and her husband with them. When Jacqueline Krumble called, police and emergency personnel hurried to the address she gave. They discovered a woman at the house with a plastic wire tie securing her hands behind her back. But since her legs were unbound, the authorities assumed she had partially freed herself. Notably, despite the victim's initial claims that the attackers had beaten and bound them, she had no wounds or bruises on her body. Luckily, the couple's kids weren't home because they were sent to be with their paternal grandparents for the weekend. Jacqueline claims that she and her spouse had gone to a pub on Saturday night to unwind. After midnight, they went home after drinking. But just as Paul was opening the front door, 3 people sprung into the shadows and shoved them inside. Armed with a revolver, the invaders battered and restrained the couple while requesting money and illegal drugs. Paul reportedly made an effort to placate the crooks by pleading with them to let him and his wife go and vowing not to notify the police. However, this only infuriated them. In front of the frightened Jacqueline, they struck him multiple times before starting to strangle him with a plastic bag. The attackers chose to at least take the car when it became evident that there was no money or illegal drugs in the house. But for some reason they took the owner with them, leaving the chained woman behind. Jacqueline was able to use her tongue to get to the phone and call the police when the thieves drove off with Paul. She pleaded with the investigators to locate and rescue her husband right away because she was certain he might still be alive. The authorities had no reason to suspect the woman, although she looked and behaved suspiciously calm despite her anxiety. The disfigured body in the trunk at that very moment. Investigators started gathering evidence at the crime scene as soon as the couple's car was reported stolen throughout the county. Although they made an effort to learn as much as they could about the assault, Jacqueline asserted that the culprits were disguised. She was unable to remember any identifying characteristics, such as limping, speech impairments, or specifics of the clothing. All she could say was that they were men, and there were 3 of them. Less than a day later, on Monday morning, the Krumble family automobile was discovered abandoned only 3 miles from the residence where the attack had occurred after the search got underway. It was parked next to a long, empty home in a secluded alley. The owner's mangled body, which was obviously beaten and tortured, lay inside the trunk. The 35-year-old man had several bruises all over his body and face, his hands tied behind his back and his legs shackled with a wire tie. Jackie responded very composedly when she was told about the gory discovery. She didn't appear to mind her husband's cruel deprivation, who was also the father of her children. She made an effort to look shocked and hurt, but she was unable to shed a tear, so she asked when she would be able to have her car back in less than a minute. All of this seemed quite suspicious, so the police investigated the young widow, the primary suspect. At first, Jacqueline's version was accepted as the sole reliable one and was not questioned. Law enforcement, however, suspected the widowed mother of 2 might be lying because of her peculiar conduct. She was never a model wife or mother, and it soon became clear that she and Paul had been having a long-term, failing marriage. She was disparaged by her parents and kids as well as by neighbors and acquaintances. Additionally, it was discovered that Jackie had been dating Roger Ferguson for a number of months. He resided with his mother on the farm he owned in Armagh. She and Krumble were frequently spotted drinking alcohol together in the town's entertainment establishments. Additionally, Roger paid the married woman a visit at home while her husband was at work and the kids were at daycare and school. Roger was thought to be a potential accomplice, and Jacqueline switched from victim to the primary suspect just one day after the automobile with the mutilated body was discovered. The woman seemed far more focused on getting her automobile back than she did on being a heartbroken widow. In addition, her story of being attacked by a group of armed addicts sounded unbelievable. Where had they gone after leaving the car with a body in the trunk? And this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the sleepy town. It was also odd that the enigmatic crooks were able to leave no evidence behind. No other eyewitness reported seeing dubious visitors around the community. But nearly everyone who ever had contact with the victim had bad things to say about her. Furthermore, it was quickly discovered that the dead had an insurance policy, and in the event of his death, his wife could anticipate receiving a hefty settlement of £300,000 sterling. In this instance, a legitimate motivation that could account for the crime had emerged. Jacqueline said she was able to use her tongue to dial a button phone and make a help call during the crime investigation. In fact, there were traces of her saliva on the gadget when it was taken for inspection. Investigators did see, however, that the phone was on the coffee table, face down, with her hands bound behind her back during the first examination of the crime scene. If it had been in that position from the beginning, she could not have switched it over after the call or called for assistance. The couple's home computer search history showed odd searches. When Jacqueline was queried explicitly about the months-long search for information on life insurance payout amounts and procedures in the case of the policyholder's death, she claimed to know nothing and implied that maybe Paul would be interested. Roger Ferguson had a strong alibi and was thought to be a possible collaborator in the crime. According to his mother, he stayed at home the night since he wasn't feeling well, and at 1:30 in the morning, she was looking through the home medicine cabinet for a remedy for his stomach problems. The old woman's evidence was compelling, but her son was not yet taken off the suspect list. When police used the signals from the suspect's cell phones to monitor their whereabouts on the night of the crime, they found that Roger had not been home as his mother had reported. As an alternative, he spent many hours at the Krumbles' home. He also kept up his friendship with the widow, and the day after Paul's funeral, he was spotted with her at a bar. The fact that Roger and Jacqueline went to a car dealership together to check at SUVs and ask about payment arrangements for such a costly purchase was another oddity. Even more strange was the presence of Roger's mother. Roger's mother was probably aware that the authorities assumed the lovers had already decided how they would spend the insurance payout following Paul's death. Jackie said during questioning that she never cheated on her husband and that she didn't intend to hurt him, but soon after no one believed her. Jacqueline had begun working as a caregiver in a nursing home prior to the disaster, but she was fired after just a few weeks because of her persistent lying and arguments. She continued to act as though she was going to work or having night shifts while staying at Ferguson's residence, though, and kept this a secret from her husband. Paul encountered one of his wife's former co-workers who unintentionally told him everything about the lie. His attempt to speak with his wife just led to further arguments. She threatened to kidnap the kids, ban their biological father from seeing them, and leave him for her boyfriend. Paul decided to compromise and ignored her adultery because this was his greatest concern. His closest friend, who subsequently testified in court as a witness, was the only person he could confide in regarding the formulation and implementation of a cunning scheme. Roger wasn't very intelligent. Despite his strength, he was easily led and had a simple intellect. Jacqueline rapidly gained total control over him by coercing her lover into doing what she wanted. She was greatly charmed by the fact that he would gladly engage in combat for her. He probably believed whatever she said since he was truly in love with her. Ferguson heard the woman's complaints about her husband, who, she claimed, was physically violent, unpleasant, and harsh. All of this was undoubtedly false, but the lover detested Paul more and more with each grievance, thinking that he was the primary source of Jacqueline's suffering and oppression, and the primary barrier to their happiness together. She instilled in his mind the notion that by getting rid of her spouse, All of their issues would be resolved, and they could live together while earning a sizable income for a pleasant lifestyle. Mrs. Krumble searched for somebody who would commit the crime for cash for about 2 weeks before to the catastrophe, but she and Roger gave up after weighing their alternatives. In order to keep the full insurance payout, it appeared the lovers decided they could do it themselves without leaving any witnesses or evidence. Jacqueline took the kids to spend the weekend with their grandparents on Friday, June 18. She proposed to take her husband out for drinks on Saturday so they could unwind and chat. Paul was happy to accept the offer because he believed it could improve their relationship. It was an invitation to his death, but he was unaware of it. People in the bar that night saw Jackie making a concerted effort to make her husband, who doesn't drink, drunk. After midnight, she led her dazed husband out of the pub after purchasing drinks and almost forcing him to knock back one shot after another. The last time Paul was seen alive, they were captured on security footage. This exposed a notable disparity in timing. According to Jacqueline, the attack happened as soon as the couple returned from their 10-minute stroll to the pub and lasted no more than 15 minutes. She then reportedly phoned the police right away after her husband was abducted and taken away in their vehicle. But it took over an hour and a half from the moment they were caught on camera until the police were called. Investigators thought the offenders used this time to hide their tracks and set up a third-party attack scene. Furthermore, it seems that Jacqueline purposefully made her husband intoxicated, so he would be powerless to refuse. She said that after kicking Paul while he was on the ground, the crook started to strangle him by covering his head with a plastic bag and taping it in place. The type of injuries on the deceased's body supported her story, but by that point, the authorities had irrefutable proof that the attackers were her and her lover, Ferguson. Following a protracted and exhaustive investigation of the crime scene, investigators discovered a partially obliterated imprint of a man's shoe, the tread pattern of which matched Roger's shoes, that had clearly been attempted but unsuccessfully cleaned. However, this evidence can be regarded as circumstantial. Other, more important evidence against the criminal couple was discovered in the kitchen trash, though. A partial fingerprint of Roger's was found on the cable tie that bound Jacqueline's hands, and a cigarette butt with Roger's saliva was discovered. Ferguson's fingerprints were also discovered on the ropes that bound the deceased's hands and feet, and traces of both lovers' perspiration and oil were discovered on the bag that was used to suffocate the victim. A minor acquaintance of Roger's named Colin Robinson was also discovered to have participated in this heinous act by the investigation. On the night of the attack, Roger called him and asked for his assistance with an unidentified task. In order to avoid drawing attention to himself, the teenager drove his car, abandoned it at the end of the street per Roger's request, and walked to the house. Colin wanted to flee when he saw what was occurring, but Roger coerced him into helping transfer the body to the car and load it into the trunk by threatening him with a knife. They then took the vehicle to an empty location and left it there. The terrified young man first denied any involvement in the incident, but during the second interrogation he broke down and started confessing. Trial and punishment. The course of the investigation was several months. They collected indisputable proof throughout this period, spoke with every witness, and got the third criminal to confess, but the offender's trial didn't start until the spring of 2007, nearly 3 years after Paul Krumble was deprived of his life on May 7. The widow received a 20-year sentence after Jacqueline and Roger were found guilty of a premeditated crime with the goal to earn insurance money, in prison, while her accomplice and lover were sentenced to 18 years. Colin Robinson, the juvenile accomplice, received a 3-year term for helping the offenders and trying to hide the truth. Roger's aging mother was likewise unable to avoid accountability for perjury and giving her son a fake alibi. In retaliation against her own children, the woman was only granted a year of probation due to her senior age and severe health issues. Jacqueline persisted in ruining her family's lives while she was incarcerated. Everyone who knew her personally was relieved when she was put in jail, and she was upset that no one stood for her in court. According to her own mother, individuals such as Jackie ought to be permanently removed from society in order to prevent them from hurting others. It's interesting to note that Jacqueline destroyed all of her late husband's possessions and pictures a few days after the funeral, making the house completely devoid of any reminders of him. Somehow, Danielle was able to preserve a few pictures of her father. Her mother was unaware of them, and she kept them on her bedside table. Paul's children received the £300,000 in insurance settlement for which he was slain. Overnight, Danielle and Adam lost both of their parents, but their problems didn't stop there. Their mother was insistent that the children should not be raised by either her parents or the parents of the dead husband. The children were placed in foster care as a result of her efforts to deny them guardianship rights. Danielle was only 11 years old, and her brother Adam was only 5 years old when the tragedy occurred, even though they had living grandparents. From prison, Jacqueline tried to control her children while maintaining her parental rights. She specifically wanted them to use various forms of pressure to publicly declare her innocent. For instance, she said that if they came to see her in prison, she would sign off on their school trips. However, she misled them during the visit by refusing to sign the document and insisting they testify in her favor. Consequently, only the brother and sister were unable to accompany their class on weekend outings. Danielle is currently 31 years old, resides in Basingstoke, works at a daycare, and is seeing an engineer named Simon Bryce. Her 25-year-old brother relocated to London and has a decent degree. With Jacqueline's upcoming release next year, her adult children are extremely concerned that their mother would keep doing everything in her power to ruin their lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered the lengths people will go to in pursuit of love? However, what if that love turns out to be something else? What if everything you see is a carefully constructed web of deception and manipulation, and the protagonist of this tale is enmeshed in his own fantasies? The multi-millionaire from Wales, who appeared to have it all, ended up trapped in his own delusions, which caused him to let his life descend into a nightmare and bring down those around him. There are no simple solutions in this tale, and you'll be astounded to see how deeply feelings and passions drove events to a terrible conclusion. The Welsh tycoon and multimillionaire Peter Morgan, who was once at the pinnacle of his success and had unimaginable fortune, was suddenly on the verge of catastrophe. Pay great attention to every detail, because there is significantly less truth to this story than you might imagine. His life, which appeared to be full of wealth and perfect harmony, concealed behind its facade the darkness that frequently engulfs people going through a midlife crisis. A crisis that upends routine and forces a person to grasp at the opportunities they lost in their youth, ultimately leading them down a perilous path. This tale opens on a peaceful Welsh morning, in the traditional way that it was used as a haven for those looking for comfort behind its fortified walls. One woman admitted that her lover, who had previously made her happy, had turned into nothing more than a source of annoyance as they sat on a sofa in a hut nestled in the thick forest, revealing their secrets. She was about to make a choice that would alter everything. A man, meanwhile, was sitting at his house miles away, gripping his cell phone. His trembling fingers seemed to be an attempt to cling to what little tranquility he still had. He had heard words that would change his life forever only a moment before. Born in 1962 on a 300-acre farm close to Newport, Peter Morgan has a long history of achievement and wealth. This narrative took place in Wales in 2016. His family was financially secure when he was growing up. He realized early on that his future was predetermined. He would follow in his parents' footsteps and become a farmer. Even yet, Peter displayed characteristics of entitlement and disinterest in learning. He had a simple picture of his life, and never dreamed of venturing beyond the known bounds. He left school at the age of 16 to work in the family business, which turned out to be a reliable source of money even though he had no official schooling. For many years, Peter's life was predictable. He married a childhood friend, worked on the farm, and settled down with his 2 kids in the small town of USK. For a while, Peter was content with the security and comfort of family life, but on his 30th birthday, he made the decision to turn his life around. He left the farm to start his own business, which was very profitable, despite not being very exciting. His network of industrial chicken houses began with poultry barns. The business prospered, and Peter sold it for 7 figures by the time he was 40. This turned out to be a pivotal moment in his life. Although the midlife crisis arrived subtly, its consequences were severe and swift. It seemed as though Peter had suddenly changed from a reasonable businessman to a man who was driven to experience life in all its ferocity and disorder. He started spending money like there was no tomorrow, purchasing expensive vehicles like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and furnishing his newly purchased estate with ostentatious accessories like a helicopter and a tank. It soon became clear that he was fascinated by weaponry. He had an AK-47 on the desk in his office, but that was just how it looked. Financial excess was only one aspect of the changes in his life. Peter initially stepped over the line when he paid a performer for an intimate service at a private club, while on a business trip to Amsterdam. He woke up and felt compelled to continue after this, which was his first act of infidelity. Peter lived a double life from that point on, one that was characterized by stability and family, the other by luxury and the indulgence in forbidden pleasures. At a VIP club in 2011, Peter's life changed when a friend introduced him to an app that allowed him to reserve top escorts. His demise began with this exchange of words. After returning home, Peter immersed himself in the virtual world where his dreams came true. Morgan soon made it a point to never see the same lady twice, so he spent all of his free time looking through profiles and setting up encounters with escorts all over the nation. From Newport to Cardiff, every encounter was different and special. Cleverly disguising it as work travel, it was his own escape from his family life. Helen, his wife, had no suspicions. Peter had mastered the art of hiding his activities by claiming that his trips were necessary for work, and Helen, perhaps preoccupied with her own obligations, was unaware that her husband was leading a double life. In the year 2000, everything changed. At the age of 12, Peter met a young, vivacious woman named Georgina Simmons on his 50th birthday. Georgina was born into a household of 3 boys and grew up in Newport. She was confident, headstrong, and had a strong personality. At 16, she left school, found work at a call center, and enrolled in cosmetology classes at the same time. The connection between Georgina and Peter Deem, a guy 6 years her senior, school first appeared to be a dependable route to a secure future. But when she gave birth to her daughter Emily at the age of 17, her life started to change. She attempted to adapt to her new job as a mother, but she soon met Peter Morgan, who would fundamentally alter her life. As a young mother, Georgina Simmons attempted to fit in at Peter's mother's home, where they shared a small daughter. She had just enough money from her job at a contact center to scrape by, and she woke up every morning in the dingy, unwelcoming dwelling. She was aware that she wanted more. She firmly believed that she was entitled to greater things, including more money, freedom, and excitement. She was tired of spending her days in a stuffy office on the phone, and she yearned for something more, something that would give her life purpose and luxury. Georgina's boyfriend, Pete, was a quiet, homely man who didn't like for parties or a flamboyant lifestyle. She frequently grumbled about their meager income and how they had to make compromises on everything as a result. He was happy with routine and stability, unlike Georgina, but his longing for a peaceful, uncomplicated life made her feel stuck and unable to see a way out. Georgina made the decision to make a living by using her looks. The young lady almost developed an obsession with her appearance. She started wearing provocative clothing, playing around with cosmetics, and exploring the potential of cosmetic surgery. She soon had liposuction, 2 breast augmentation procedures, and burlesque and exotic dance classes. A world with unrestricted financial flow became possible as a result. She began earning amounts she had previously only dreamed about while working at a private dance club. She made the decision to undergo a whole makeover in order to draw the interest of rich guys who could afford to hire her. Her life began to alter at this point. Eventually, Georgina and Pete were able to leave his mother's house and move into their own apartment. She also thought she had at last acquired some independence for a while. However, it was insufficient. Her aspirations and desire for luxury increased daily. She started thinking about becoming a high-end escort after her job at the club failed to meet her needs, which she rationalized to herself as a means of providing her daughter with a better future. Under the alias Hannah James, she signed up for a well-known app that charged high prices for a variety of services. Georgina was correct when she predicted that her skills and appearance would draw in wealthy clients. Pete opposed the idea, even though he was aware of Georgina's ambitions. He didn't want his spouse to do such work because he was aware of the dangers associated with those kinds of interactions. But he had to make a compromise since he loved Georgina and was afraid of losing her. In exchange for keeping their love secret from their families, The pair consented to an open relationship, enabling Georgina to carry on with her escort business. Only a few clients had access to her private life and services, which were kept under wraps. When Peter Morgan, a multimillionaire going through a midlife crisis, came across Georgina's photo on the app in May 2012, her profile became viral. He was enthralled right away and set up a meeting. As Peter and Georgina ate dinner together on their first date and engaged in light conversation, Peter felt a connection he had been lacking. Her confidence as well as her appearance drew him in. He paid her $200.00 for a kiss that night, but by morning the sum had increased dramatically. For Peter it was more than work, but for Georgina it was simply labor. Peter preferred variety and had never met the same woman twice before. But Georgina was different. Their encounters went from once a month to once a week, and he was prepared to repeatedly pay for her time. Peter became aware that he was in love with her. Money was no longer a concern and he enjoyed being with her. He was paying for her business as well as her services. Morgan lavished her with presents, clothing, shoes, pricey jewelry, and even a red Ferrari while they were out to eat and watch movies together. Over time, his emotions started to develop into an obsession. As much as possible, Peter wanted Georgina by his side. She was more than just an escort to him now. She was a companion, something his wife and kids would never leave. Peter paid Georgina $10,000.00 to stay with him for the weekend, not realizing that another woman was spending time with him in their family home. Helen, Peter's wife, was unaware that the events unfolding in her bedroom could cause their marriage to fall apart. It was all business to Georgina. It didn't interest her. Despite Peter's increasing fixation on her, all attention was on the lavish amount of money he spent. Without showing any regret, she kept seeing other clients. Even her boyfriend Pete stayed in her life in spite of her relationship with Morgan. This didn't stop Peter, though. He chose to give Georgina greater exclusive rights, since the one thing that disturbed him was the idea of other clients spending time with her as well. The concept of sharing her was intolerable. Georgina accepted that Morgan was willing to spend a huge amount of money on her being his only partner. She was aware that one client may bring in more money than dozens of others. From that point on, Georgina only saw Peter, who was earning about $133,000.00 a month. This sum paid for her personal expenses, food, and living expenses. Although it appeared that everything was under control for a while, their agreement was about to set off a series of events that would permanently alter their lives. For Georgina and her daughter, the old mansion, which seemed cut off from reality, turned into a sort of jail. Intoxicated by his wealth and power, Peter Morgan thought he had complete control over his new princess's life. Since the main house was too dilapidated, he moved Georgina into a small bungalow on the estate's grounds, claiming it was for her and her child's safety. As part of their agreement, Morgan made sure her boyfriend Pete Dedium was not allowed to enter the property at all, which effectively isolated Georgina. This isolated existence in an opulent environment continued for 3 years. Peter made every effort to fabricate a fantasy of a fairy tale for Georgina, including lavish holidays in South Africa, expensive presents, and trips to London and other cities. He made it a point to spend as much time with her as he could, and paid for her beauty procedures. Georgina had evolved into more than an escort in his mind. She was like family. Peter was utterly engrossed in his fantasy as they drove ATVs throughout the estate, watched movies, walked along well-kept trails, and enjoyed private moments. However, beneath all of this apparent luxury, fissures were starting to appear. Even though she lived in a castle, Georgina continued to carry out her tasks without showing any affection for Peter, treating him as merely a client. Her boyfriend, Pete Deem, was able to visit her less frequently the more time she spent with Morgan. He tried to alter the situation as he battled her absence and the widening gap between their worlds. Pete started concentrating on improving himself, working out and trying to look more attractive to Georgina. He upgraded his wardrobe with designer clothes, lost weight, and even whitened his teeth in the hopes of regaining her attention. But the truth was far harsher than he had expected. Helen, Peter's wife, meanwhile, began to suspect that anything was up. She had long disregarded her husband's dubious business travels, but when she found a receipt for flowers sent to a different woman, everything changed. She was aware that her husband had been cheating on her for a while, but rather than addressing him, She further distanced herself by going about her everyday business. She appeared to be happy with this arrangement, or maybe she just didn't want to become involved. Georgina started calling her lovers Rich Pete and Poor Pete at the same time, obviously preferring the former. Pete was humiliated by this moniker, which made him feel even less successful. Despite being surrounded by luxury, life in the castle remained detached from the outside world. While her daughter was growing up apart from her father, Georgina spent days and nights with Morgan. Her relationship with Pete disintegrated totally during this time, but Georgina remained unconcerned, seeing Morgan only as a source of money. Peter paid extra costs, totaling thousands of dollars for each session with Georgina. This made it possible for Georgina to continue living a luxury lifestyle. She began inviting other ladies into the castle to keep things interesting, and Peter enjoyed the extra thrill this brought. Though he insisted that she continue to be his primary companion, he frequently asked Georgina to meet new ladies since he enjoyed these scenarios. Peter once invited Georgina and one of her escort pals to his family home while his wife and children were on vacation. They spent the evening having a good time in the marital bedroom. Morgan, however, desired more. In order to fulfill his dream of a trio consisting of his wife Georgina and himself, he asked one of the women to wear Helen's clothing. He was aware that Helen would never consent to such a situation in practice, but it didn't stop him at the time. Peter was unaware that Georgina was recording everything as his fantasy came to life. She captured every moment of the night, from her friend changing into Peter's wife's clothes to everything that happened in the bedroom. Later on, the sequence of events would be significantly influenced by this footage. While the affair went on, Morgan's life started to fall apart. Pete Deem, Georgina's first boyfriend, had had enough. The fact that his partner was spending more time with Morgan than with him and their daughter was becoming intolerable to him. The first breach in Georgina's existence came when he made the decision to break up with her. Helen found out shortly after Peter's wife did. When she unintentionally discovered texts between her husband and Georgina, she realized how serious the infidelity was and made the decision to cease ignoring it. Helen would no longer listen to Peter's explanations, even if he was confessing everything. She demanded a sizable portion of their assets when she filed for divorce. In a short period of time, Georgina experienced two catastrophes that she was unable to recover from. The first was when her father committed suicide in the middle of 2015. She was totally devastated by the incident, and before she could move past that loss, she experienced yet another catastrophe. After their split, her ex-boyfriend Pete Deem also committed suicide because he was unable to handle living without Georgina and their daughter, and had fallen into a deep melancholy. He was discovered hanging in a wooded area in November 2015. The last straw was these incidents. Georgina, who was once powerful and self-assured, plunged into a deep sadness. Alcohol and illegal drugs became her friends. She was drawn into a darkness that seemed unbreakable as her life began to fall apart because she was unable to cope with the loss and the suffering. As time went on, Peter and Georgina's friendship soured. She ignored his efforts to maintain their relationship and started to coldly separate herself. In her heart, Georgina held him accountable for her ex-partner Pete's passing. She believed that he was the one who had destroyed her life, so she turned to another man, a longtime friend she had known for years, for solace. Their relationship began to develop as she felt liberated from pressure and control in his company. For Georgina, it was a chance to break free from Morgan's control and experience real care and support. But this new man's presence made me quite uneasy. Georgina was considered his property by Peter Morgan, who refused to let her spend time with anyone else. Over time, it became increasingly clear that Peter considered her as his property, since he was often reminding her of the money he had invested in her life, supporting her and her kid, and that, in his opinion, gave him the right to control her. She grew more rebellious the more he attempted to manipulate her. Every time they went to an event together, Georgina stopped putting up with his allegations and demands. She publicly humiliated him and made him feel unworthy without hesitation. Her fiery and unyielding nature was suddenly working against him. Her actions grew more damaging. As Georgina's use of mind-altering substances increased and Child Protective Services learned of her unhealthy lifestyle, she further plunged into a world of illegal drugs and alcohol in an effort to dull the agony of her losses and failures. Concerned about Georgina's suitability as a mother to her daughter Emily, Authorities opened an investigation. Simmons' initial response upon learning of the investigation was to place the blame on Peter. She was certain that in order to exert more control over her life, he had notified social services. Even though there was no proof that Morgan was involved, Georgina would not hear any justifications. She believed that he was to blame for all of her bad luck, so she chose to speak with him directly, which led to a heated argument. This controversy turned into the pinnacle of their escalating hostility. Peter, a man accustomed to dominance, was unable to release her. In order to keep tabs on Georgina's every action, he started spying on her. Making use of his access to the estate, he placed listening devices in the cottage, where Georgina resided. Since each device had a SIM card, he was able to make calls and listen in on what was going on in the room when he was at home. Every day, Peter would connect to the gadgets and listen in on her discussions. This concern with surveillance turned into a full-fledged obsession. To find out if Georgina was cheating on him or scheming against him, he would call the devices up to 10 times a day and listen to recordings for hours. Over 2 months went by, and the majority of the talks Peter overheard were routine, including small talk with friends and conversations with her daughter. But all that changed on January 10, 2016. George had a close friend over that day, and when Peter called to listen, the conversation changed. Georgina was venting about him, and he heard it. She said that although she felt stuck because of Peter's financial support, her life with him had turned into a nightmare. She acknowledged feeling like a prisoner in the estate, and resented him for bringing child services into her life. Thankfully, Georgia was not in danger of losing custody of her daughter because the child services investigation was over. She did not, however, intend to inform Morgan of this result. She understood that she could take advantage of his emotions to further exploit him and obtain more money. Georgina was aware that the possibility of losing her daughter was a potent instrument for manipulating Peter, and she was determined to take use of it in order to obtain as much as possible. However, she had a more ambitious plan. Peter heard Georgina candidly inform her friend that she planned to deceive him into signing the bungalow to her before permanently severing their relationship. The compromising video footage of the night they spent together with her friend, who had disguised up in Peter's wife's clothes, was another weapon she had at her disposal. By threatening to show the video to Morgan's ex-wife and daughters, she intended to blackmail him. Peter heard her plan and knew that everything depended on it. He realized that Georgina's goal was to ruin his life by taking advantage of his weaknesses. His whole universe seemed to be crumbling under him at that very moment. He was aware that his acquaintances and associates would abandon him if his daughters learned about the recording and would not want to interact with him. As he listened to these revelations in the quiet of his house, Peter Morgan experienced a range of emotions from shock to wrath, realizing that all he had worked so hard to build could fall apart in an instant. The fact that the lady he trusted was planning such a betrayal astounded him. Her remarks minimized all that he had done for her, exposing their relationship as a figment of her imagination, in which he was only a puppet. After barely surviving the night on January 11, Peter started to carefully consider every stage of his revenge plan in an effort to take back control of his life. His phone's search history revealed his plans the very next day. He was researching everything he may require to carry out his scheme. Peter Morgan bought rope, rubber gloves, plastic bags, and zip ties from a hardware store on January 12. He made a beeline for the house where Georgina resided as soon as he got back to the estate. He made no effort to be polite this time. He addressed her right away and claimed to be aware of her plans. He made it plain that he would not permit things to go in that manner and accused her of blackmail. In a last-ditch effort to retain her, Peter promised her everything, including marriage and a portion of his fortune. As he tossed a stack of cash at her feet, he even proposed to get a life insurance policy, designating her as the beneficiary and guaranteeing her $1 million in the event that he passed away. However, she ruthlessly turned him down rather than accepting his offer. Peter became blindly angry after hearing her hateful and disdainful remarks. His goal was to scare her, so he grabbed the rope and looped it around her neck in an attempt to intimidate her. His intentions changed, though, when Georgina threatened to cover all costs. An act of brutality was the result of all the rage, frustration, and disappointment that were inside of him. Peter closed his eyes, tightened the rope, and kept going until her respiration ceased. Peter felt nothing but emptiness when Georgina Simon's life passed away. He wrapped her body in plastic, secured her ankles and wrists with zip ties, and put on the rubber gloves. Then, believing that no one would discover her there, he took her to an old family home where his family had resided. He concealed her in an outbuilding. However, his recklessness and haste proved to be his downfall. Every action was recorded by the security cameras he had personally placed, and authorities were able to follow Georgina's whereabouts thanks to her cell phone, which he neglected to switch off. Georgina's friends and acquaintances were worried when she failed to arrive to pick up her kid from school. When her absence became evident in the evening, the police promptly began searching. Morgan, attempting to stick to his story, emerged as the prime suspect. He stated that she had asked him to go when he saw her around noon. Peter tried to claim that he seized Georgina's phone to shield her from dangerous substances, but the police soon discovered that he was lying under pressure from detectives. He was brought to the station for more interrogation, nevertheless, because his account was not credible. A few hours later, he sobbed and admitted to Georgina's killing, saying he had been driven to the brink. He tried to defend his behavior by claiming that he had given her everything in the hopes of preserving their relationship, but all he received in return was dishonesty and threats. Peter Morgan's trial garnered a lot of media attention. He later attempted to argue for a lighter sentence despite his confession, pointing to emotional and mental health problems. An attempt was made to reduce the accusation to manslaughter by distress, but in the end, the evidence, including his own confession and the surveillance footage, was so strong that Peter Morgan was given a life sentence, with the chance of release after at least 25 years. This is where I want to take a moment to address every one of you directly. There is more to this story than a detective story or a criminal report. It's a tragedy that exposes the frailty and preoccupation of people. Attachment was mistaken for ownership by Peter Morgan, a man who yearned for acceptance and love. He ultimately fell prey to his own illusion that he could purchase a relationship with money. Motivated by her aspirations and the wish to provide her daughter with a brighter future, Georgina was unable to stop and became entangled in a game that ultimately led to catastrophe. Little Emily, who lost both her parents, is maybe the most sorrowful character in this story. She fell prey to adult games where she had no reason to worry about the future. Remember that if you own up to your faults early on and refrain from basing your pleasure on deception and power, you can always find a way out of even the most dramatic and challenging circumstances. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Overconfidence, gullibility, and naivete are harmful qualities that can sometimes result in death. However, there are times when we all want to believe in miracles and that childhood fantasies can still come true. When something you've wanted is so close that you can practically touch it, self-preservation, caution, and common sense can all take a backseat. This vulnerability is precisely what crooks take advantage of. The cruelty and inhumanity of the 2005 case of Elodie Morel, a young French woman, stunned the nation. The icy disregard of common people who were aware of her detention and imminent death, but chose to remain silent in order to make a quick profit, only served to heighten the horror. This story illustrates why not all dreams come true, and why you shouldn't blindly believe someone who claims to be able to bring a fairy tale to life. Elodie Morel was who? On February 18, 1976, Elodie Morel was born in Marseille. She was beautiful, even heavenly, from an early age. Elodie flowered into a breathtaking beauty as she grew older, and many people thought she would look great on TV or the cover of high-end magazines. She developed an obsession with modeling as a teenager, but because she hailed from a lowly background, no one took her goal seriously. Elodie often submitted her pictures to different modeling agencies in the 1990s, but she never received a response. She attended college after high school, married Sylvain, a classmate, at age 22, and had a son by the time she was 25. She appeared to have permanently given up on her goal of becoming a model. Elodie was employed as a sales clerk at a hip clothes store in Marseille's downtown by 2005. She saw the adoring or jealous glances directed at her and was often complimented. She could easily pass for someone in her early 20s, aged 29, because to her flawless figure and lovely facial features. Elodie never completely gave up on her desire of being a model, but she stopped discussing it because she believed her time had come. However, she submitted an online application in April 2005, included her finest images, and stated that she was still interested in being a model. It didn't take long to respond, but the fashion photographer's alluring offer ended up being an invitation to a protracted, painful death, a snare for the credulous. Elodie got a flattering and alluring offer about 2 weeks after she put up her profile online. She might be the new face of the well-known English luxury vehicle manufacturer Rolls-Royce. In order to complete the contract, she had to meet with the photographer and conduct a test shoot. The contract offered a payout of €1,000 per day for a picture session. The meeting was scheduled to take place at a pub in Aigues-Mortes on May 2. Excited, Elodie told her husband the news, and he didn't protest despite his skepticism. The young mother left her son with her parents early that morning, got into her car, and drove to the prearranged spot. She had already reserved a hotel room for her 3-day stay in Aigues-Mortes. Sylvain wished Elodie well and urged her to call as soon as she could. When she called her husband that evening to let him know she was apprehensive and on her way to the meeting, it would be his final conversation with his wife. On the last meeting, Elodie showed up at the pub as scheduled and waited to meet the female photographer she had allegedly been corresponding with via email at a table on the terrace. However, a man in his mid-40s joined her at the table approximately 10 minutes later. He identified himself as the assistant to the photographer and said he had been assigned to meet her and choose settings for the shoot that was to take place the next day. Elodie, who had no actual modeling experience, didn't think anything was wrong and believed him. The man spoke eloquently, had a polished appearance, and appeared to be fully aware of everything she had discussed with the photographer in the past. They had an easy conversation about Elodie's possible career. She was already picturing herself on the covers of famous publications and planning her spending of the money she would receive. The man proposed that they go search for the ideal spot for the shoot the following day at around 9 p.m., when darkness had completely descended. There are several locations for a breathtaking photo shoot in the lovely medieval town of Aigues-Mortes, which is full with towers, fortresses, and chapels. Emotional and still naive, Elodie and her new friend exited the bar and climbed into his vehicle. She was never again seen alive. What's chilly was the entire encounter seen by another individual who knew the offender intimately and had heard of his heinous intentions. Unfortunately, his attempts to step in were unsuccessful. That same evening, May 2, a terrified informant received a call at the Aigues-Mortes police station. According to a man in a panic, a young woman was in serious danger and something urgently needed to be done. He was certain there wasn't much time to act, but he didn't know the name of the possible victim or where she might have been taken. Dominique Tarasco, a 63-year-old nightclub owner who frequently served as an informant for the police, giving them sensitive information, was the caller. He claimed to have seen Guillaume Mingot, a friend of his, at the bar earlier that evening. Mingot was notoriously vicious and ruthless, and he had connections to the criminal underground. Mingot boasted the day before that he had met a gullible, attractive girl online and intended to kidnap her in order to sell her to a Spanish brothel for a high price. But it was hard to get the search going. The police knew time was of the importance, but they had no identity, no location, and no strong clues. They were named Elodie Morel by the following morning. She had been gone since the night before, and her phone was off, according to her anxious family, who called the police. They clarified that she had just disappeared after leaving for a photo shoot in another town. The police first failed to link the informant's call to this disappearance. Despite their suspicions that Elodie might have fled with a boyfriend, her family adamantly maintained that she would never leave her little son or vanish silently. Only 3 days after Elodie's disappearance did the search for her start. A waste of valuable time. For 2 of those days, Elodie was sadly still alive and imprisoned at a home in Aigues-Mortes, where she endured torture and abuse while her captors made decisions about how to end her questioning of the witness and arrest of the suspects. When Elodie Morel vanished on May 5, 2005, the lead investigators started to assume that she was the same enigmatic woman in peril that the source had warned about. When Dominique was called to the police to make an official statement, he instantly verified that Elodie was the same person he had seen at the pub with Guillaume Mingot 3 days prior, after seeing a picture of her. In response to a question about where he believed Mingot might be keeping the victim, Dominique said he had heard rumors of a recently closed deserted nightclub on the north side of town. That evening, a police unit established a stakeout at the scene and captured 48-year-old Guillaume Mingot and 53-year-old Richard Line as they entered the building. More research was necessary to determine the second man's involvement in this crime, as it was still uncertain. When authorities searched Mingot, they discovered Elodie Morel's credit card in one of his pockets, concluding that he was responsible for her disappearance. However, after a few hours, Line was freed because there was no proof against him, and both men were taken to the station to be questioned. Line, who had never run afoul of the police himself, lived with his family on the outskirts of town and was friendly with Guillaume. Mingot first stated in the first tale that he had taken Elodie's credit card and didn't know her. His initial account of events states that on May 2, he was at the pub when he spotted a pretty well-dressed woman. He chose to rob her because he thought she must be wealthy. Guillaume offered to buy Elodie a coffee after he sat down at her table and gave her a compliment. She didn't ask him to go, but she did say she was waiting for someone. After a little conversation, he was able to take her credit card from the purse that was hanging on her chair and slip away before she realized it was gone. Although Mingot acknowledged that he knew the victim, he maintained that the whole event happened on its own and that he had nothing to do with her abduction, other than to steal her card. Investigators verified that he had taken out cash from an ATM outside the city using the pilfered card that same day, but he was unable to describe how he recognized the image. He would have had a weak story if Elodie hadn't told him. Furthermore, a background investigation showed that Mingot had a number of previous convictions, including drug trafficking, armed robbery, and a 9-year jail term for a vicious rape. Though he had been more cautious in an effort to avoid going to jail again, Mingot had not altered his behavior despite his criminal past after being released. When authorities discovered Elodie's phone number on Mingot's phone, along with their email correspondence regarding the photo shoot, the second story took a different path. He was forced to alter his story after this revelation, which totally contradicted his first statement. He admitted that he had messaged Elodie under the guise of a photographer after discovering her online modeling profile. The innocent beauty was a simple target and consented to meet without a lot of questioning. Mingot had been communicating with her under a female alias, so he was afraid she would grow suspicious when a man appeared in place of the photographer she had been anticipating. However, Elodie, who was eager and trusting, saw nothing odd and consented to accompany him to look for a spot for a late-night picture session. She even got into his car without question. Witnesses later attested to the fact that Guillaume swerved off the main road and halted the vehicle once they had reached a remote location. He insisted that Elodie give him her credit card while brandishing a gun. He took her handbag and located the card himself after she refused. Then he started asking for the PIN, but she refused to give it to him. In a fit of rage, he banged her head on the dashboard and began strangling her until she gave him the code. In order to make sure Elodie had told him the truth, Mingot then locked her in the trunk and drove to the closest ATM. He drained her account and the PIN worked, but now that he had the money, he began to think about what to do with the woman who was now imprisoned in his trunk, how to conceal the victim, and how to have the accomplices arrested. Guillaume Mingot drove to his buddy Richard Line's place to temporarily hide Elodie since he needed time to think things through. He told Richard about the woman who was trapped in his trunk, and that he was eager to share his idea to sell her and make a significant profit. It's worth noting that Richard and his spouse had previously worked at the same shuttered nightclub, he as a security guard and she as a cleaner. However, after the club closed, they both lost their jobs and were barely making ends meet, with Richard turning to heavy drinking. Richard offered to help by giving Guillaume the keys to his empty garage, which he offered as a place to hide the woman. He preferred to wait for Guillaume to figure things out, and to get his share of the money as soon as possible. Investigations later showed that Elodie was held captive for more than 2 days, during which she endured a nightmare of torture, assault, beatings, and the agony of hunger and thirst. Guillaume claims that during those 2 days he and Elodie spoke extensively, especially about their children, who were quite similar in age. Elodie pleaded that her son needed her and urged him to release her. According to Guillaume, there was a time when he genuinely felt terrible for her and was thinking about letting her leave. Since she had been in the garage for 2 days and it was quite hot, he even brought her a bottle of water. But when Richard, who was intoxicated, decided it was time to deal with the captive on the evening of May 4, things took a sharp turn. According to Guillaume, Richard went into the garage and used a rope to strangle Elodie while he was away. Guillaume maintained that he just assisted in disposing of the body and had nothing to do with the real crime, but he wouldn't say where they had concealed her body. The Line home was searched. The couple seemed anxious but unsurprised by what happened when police used a search warrant to raid the Line house. They showed little interest in the ongoing search, allowing the officers to enter without any opposition and continuing to dine at the kitchen table. Police discovered a number of Elodie's belongings in their teenage daughter's room during the inquiry, including a wristwatch, jewelry, a hair clip, and her cell phone. Richard's wife was also found to be in possession of Elodie's pocketbook and purse. The trash can outside the house contained ripped bits of the victim's clothing, along with other possessions. When Richard's garage, which is close to their house, was searched, even more unsettling evidence was found. Investigators discovered brown traces inside the unoccupied room that seemed to be dried blood. They discovered crumpled tissue as well. While their 14-year-old daughter was temporarily placed with family, Richard and his wife were arrested along with shoes, cigarette butts, an empty plastic bottle, and a piece of laundry rope. The couple stated that Guillaume had brought everything in return for permission to use their garage when asked how Elodie's possessions got inside their house. Since Guillaume had promised to compensate them, they acknowledged that they knew he was detaining a woman there but decided not to intervene. They also admitted to providing him with a piece of rope and a bottle of water at his request without questioning why. Even more incriminating was the third-story forensics confirmation that Elodie's blood was responsible for the brown spots on the garage floor. Saliva on the cigarette butts was both the victim's and the kidnapper's, and semen on the crumpled tissues matched Guillaume's DNA. Since Elodie had asthma and cigarette smoke caused terrible coughing and choking episodes, her family swore that she had never smoked in her life. This made the horrific picture evident. For 2 days, Guillaume had held Elodie in the garage, hitting her repeatedly, torturing her, and making her smoke as part of his abuse, all while fabricating evidence and claims. Guillaume Mingo again altered his narrative once detectives showed him the forensic findings. This time, he asserted that it was completely voluntary for him and Elodie to have had sex in the garage. He claimed that after much conversation and smoking together, he had made the decision to let her leave, but he persisted in claiming that Richard Line had murdered her while he was away, allegedly out of concern that Richard would report Elodie to the police once Guillaume had freed her. The main contradiction in this account of events was that Richard had no justification for killing Elodie. She hadn't seen him or any of his family, and he hadn't even seen the captive. Second, she had been taken to the garage in a car's trunk, so she couldn't have led the police there because she didn't know where she was. Finally, Richard was just a regular drunk who couldn't hurt anyone. He was happy to accept payment in the form of Elodie's possessions and the assurance that his friend would give him money after everything was over. As previously noted, investigators discovered an empty plastic water bottle in the garage on the 4th story. Guillaume had said that he had brought Elodie some water out of sympathy. Tests, however, revealed that a significant amount of potent medications was present in the bottle's remaining liquid droplets. Elodie would probably have been comatose or barely awake after drinking such a concoction, enabling her kidnapper to do what he pleased. Guillaume once again lied when questioned about why he had drugged her. He now asserted that they had even decided she wouldn't approach the police and that he had been prepared to let her leave. As if it had been a bad dream, he said, Elodie simply wanted to return home to her family and forget about everything. He allegedly beat her during a struggle as she attempted to flee, which is why the garage floor was covered in bloodstains. He then locked her inside and departed. Guillaume claimed that in order to calm Elodie down and stop her from trying to flee again, he had given her the medications. After dissolving some tablets in water and crushing them, he left the garage and came back 12 hours later. Elodie was nearly collapsing from thirst by that point. Unaware of the odd flavor, she drank the water rapidly and dropped asleep a few minutes later. Guillaume said he hadn't thought of the possibility that she might have overdosed and died because her body wasn't strong enough to manage the medications. He put her body in the trunk of her own car, which had been left in the parking lot close to the bar where they had first met, as soon as he noticed she was no longer breathing. Using the keys he had stolen from Elodie, he drove the automobile to Richard's house a few hours later. There were further contradictions in Guillaume's tale, even though he still wouldn't reveal where he had transported the automobile with the body. Guillaume most certainly strangled Elodie, as evidenced by the sweat and skin residue on the rope discovered in the garage. The suspect was aware that all the evidence was against him. Guillaume made an agreement with investigators in the hopes of lowering his sentence, and he disclosed that he had left the automobile outside the old cemetery at Aigues Mortes. On May 7, the car was located precisely where he had promised. The body in the trunk had already started to deteriorate after 3 days of exposure to the blazing sun. The autopsy revealed obvious evidence of strangulation, beatings, and torture. The victim had been sexually assaulted, drugged, and restrained. Ultimately, they were strangled to death with a rope. The trial and sentencing. Almost 3 years after the horrifying events, in February 2008, the trial of the 3 criminals started. Guillaume Magot was given a life sentence with the chance of release after 22 years. Richard Line and his spouse made a valiant effort to persuade the jurors that they were unaware of the hostage in their garage. They said they hadn't asked any questions, just let an old buddy stay with them for a few days. However, this was disproved when Elodie's possessions were found in their house. In 2010, the pair was found guilty of aiding and abetting and received 6-year prison sentences apiece. In an attempt to place some of the blame for the crime on the line, Guillaume Mingaud and his attorney filed an appeal of the ruling. This was their sole chance to cut the minimum amount of time he would have to spend and reduce his life sentence. The new trial started on May 4, 2010, precisely 5 years after the murder of Elodie Morel. It was established during the hearings that Richard and his spouse were aware of Elodie's imprisonment and the potentially fatal situation she was in. But they took no action. They gave Guillaume everything he requested, including water, rope, and other items, without questioning his motives or taking the repercussions into account. They also kept her possessions, even giving some to their daughter. Guillaume Mingaud's life sentence was lowered by the court to 30 years, with the condition that he complete 2/3 of it before he may be released on parole. Each received a 9-year prison sentence without the prospect of early release for their complicity and inaction. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy, made the horrific 911 call that you heard. The Kentwood-dwelling child had a rather startling encounter. He was casually relaxing on the basement couch on January 25, 2010, when an unthinkable incident occurred. They heard someone approaching and the horrifying sound of a gunshot. His father had been shot while using his laptop, and his lifeless body lay on the floor. No youngster should ever have to see such a terrible and painful event. What secrets and ulterior intentions drove the man to be brutally murdered in his own house? How did the police resolve the case in the end? We'll examine Keyshawn Mann's convoluted case today. On January 25, 2010, this case brought us to Kentwood, a quiet town with a population of about 54,000 people, tucked away in a beautiful environment and renowned for its calm attitude and close-knit community. It provides a delightful fusion of natural beauty and suburban living. Kentwood offers a warm atmosphere for both families and single people, with its tree-lined lanes and amiable locals. Despite its peaceful exterior, Kentwood conceals a number of secrets that will soon be revealed. Everyone appeared to be going about their everyday lives as usual in the town of Kentwood on January 25, 2010. However, the police department was notified by an unexpected 911 call around 6 p.m. The initial caller sounded frightened, as though a horrible incident had occurred. His voice betrayed the fact that he was a scared teen in dire need of assistance. They had no idea that this upsetting call was only the start of a bizarre and startling chain of events. The police began questioning people in an effort to learn more specifics about what had happened. The police were aware that the victim might have attempted suicide despite the confusion. They thus made an effort to verify their suspicion. The cops wanted to speak with an older person to gain more specific information because the call was becoming intense and they needed to know what had truly transpired. Given that he had previously stated that everyone was present, it seemed odd that no one was home all of a sudden. The individual began to express a troubling suspicion that he had at the time of his father's passing. When he rushed upstairs after hearing the noises of someone racing from upstairs, he discovered his father's lifeless body and a scene of bloodshed. Amidst their astonishment and perplexity, a question persisted in everyone's consciousness. If the father wasn't the one fleeing, then who was, and where had he disappeared to? The cops hurried to the 5800 block of Pine Vista Street in Kentwood as soon as the call ended. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy who had courageously contacted out to report his father's death, met them when they arrived. He was accompanied by his two younger siblings. One of them was 8 years old and the other 12. Fear and despair were mixed together in Keyshawn Mann's eyes. He described to the police the horrific events that transpired, including how he heard a gunshot and hurried upstairs to discover his father, 35-year-old Gerald Stokes, dead within seconds. Blood was scattered around the room, making the crime scene a terrifying image. After quickly securing the location, the police started to investigate Gerald's body. At the rear of his skull, they discovered a bullet wound. Interestingly, his body showed no further bruises or indications of violence. This implied that the murderer's only goal was to take Gerald's life without inflicting more damage or violence. The murderer believed his mission was accomplished and departed the area as soon as he had shot him. The detectives observed something strange as they closely inspected the wound. The wound from the shooting was bigger than what they usually saw. This information implied that the murderer had discharged the weapon very close, almost at point-blank range. It became clear that Gerald was deeply engaged in his work on the laptop at the dining room counter, oblivious to the imminent threat. Since Gerald made no move to flee or protect himself, it was suspected that the murderer might have been someone he knew. Victims typically attempt to defend themselves out of reflex when faced with such closeness. This paved the way for an inquiry to reveal the facts about this heartbreaking and unsettling crime. In an effort to uncover any clues the murderer may have left behind, the police inspected the residence and the whole crime scene. They found 2 handguns when they searched Gerald's room's cabinet. Although they thought both firearms were Gerald's, one of them looked unsettling because it had traces of gunpowder and a missing bullet, indicating it had been shot lately. The other rifle looked undamaged and was loaded. This sparked suspicions because it didn't seem likely that the murderer would have had time to place the gun back in the closet before departing if he had used it to murder Gerald. Keyshawn Mann's claim that Gerald was gunless during the 911 call raised additional doubts. The detectives questioned how Keyshawn Mann could have been so certain that Gerald was armed. In an attempt to find any evidence that would provide them with information about the predator, the rifle was sent for testing right away. At that point, Lakeisha Mann, Gerald's fiancée and Keyshawn Mann's mother, came home after hearing of Gerald's passing. Despite being in the same town, the fiancé took a long time to return home, which the police thought was odd. If the spouses learn of their partner's death, they typically return quickly. In an attempt to learn more about Gerald's past, potential enemies, or any clues as to who might be responsible for his death, the investigators made the decision to question her, but she said she didn't know anything about his past. It was discovered that Keyshawn Mann was Gerald's stepchild rather than his biological kid. The investigators felt as though something was being hidden because of the contradictory responses and unclear facts. They understood that they needed to learn more about the family's history. According to the authorities, Keyshawn Mann's mother had a tumultuous divorce from his father, her first spouse. But the public was not privy to the specifics of their relationship. She was a single mother who yearned for respect and love, which is how she met Gerald Stokes. He became her son's friend and father figure, especially Keyshawn Mann. Lakeisha and her 3 sons quickly moved in with Gerald after they made the decision to advance their relationship. However, Gerald already had children from several different women. According to paternity and child support paperwork, he had 4 and 9-year-old children with one lady, 10 with another, and 11 and 12 with a third. According to state police records, Gerald was previously charged with a felony in 1993 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 2003, he also entered a guilty plea to a misdemeanor charge of taser possession. Aiming for a new beginning and a blended family, Gerald started a new chapter in his life with Lakeisha and her 3 sons, despite his difficult past. His new family life appeared to be going smoothly. Gerald tried to build a close relationship with Keyshawn Mann as a stepfather, despite the fact that he was not his biological child. He filled the vacuum created by Keyshawn Mann's biological father's absence by acting as a father figure. Since there had been no prior reports or information indicating any problems or conflicts, there were no signs of any troubles inside the family. At first, the police inquiry into Gerald Stokes' murder revealed no background or apparent reason that could account for the terrible incident. No suspicious information or hints regarding the family were discovered. The case was obviously mysterious because no one was a suspect, even if it wasn't immediately apparent. Detective Mattis couldn't get rid of the idea that every murder must have a purpose. Even though the detectives first ruled out the family's involvement, they were ignorant of the harsher facts and hidden secrets that were concealed beneath the surface of their seemingly ideal family. The police turned their attention to identifying the person who might have killed Gerald out of a personal grievance or motivation. First, they asked the neighbors whether they could remember anything out of the ordinary or if they had witnessed someone fleeing the residence on the night of January 25, 2010. Still in shock after the terrible incident, the neighbors acknowledged hearing a gunshot but did not see anyone running away. In an attempt to find more leads, the police continued to question Gerald's acquaintances and family, but they were unsuccessful. It was difficult for the detectives to accuse anyone because there were no obvious hints to follow, no evidence left behind, and no signs of blood or fingerprints at the crime site. The stunning fact that left everyone startled was finally revealed by the firearms testing findings. His own stepson, Keyshawn Mann, had fingerprints on the gun that killed Gerald. Those who knew the family well were shaken by the unexpected news. Since Keyshawn Mann had been the one to phone the police in distress to report his father's shooting, this discovery provided a confusing twist to the case. The difficult challenge of figuring out the reasons behind this sudden change in circumstances now lay before them. With reference to Keyshawn Mann's 911 call, the police started to piece the puzzle together. At first, Keyshawn Mann said that everyone was seated on the couch when the murder occurred, suggesting that the family was present at the time. However, when authorities asked to talk with an elder member of the family, nobody was home, which caused suspicion. The police came at a conclusion based on these discrepancies. They thought that Keyshawn Mann saw the ideal chance to execute his plan on January 25, 2010, just before 6 p.m. when his mother was out. Silently, he took his gun out of the cabinet, fired at his father, and put it back where it belonged. Unaware that his decision to put the gun back would be used as strong evidence against him, he called the police in a panic and fear to report the murder of his father. They had not yet learned the reason behind Gerald's murder, though. To gain a better understanding of what transpired on the night of the murder, the police went back to the residence on Pine Vista Street in Kentwood and spoke with Keyshawn Mann in a different room. To their astonishment, Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he had been playing with the rifle. When they asked him directly if he had killed Gerald, he clarified that he called the police because he was so terrified after inadvertently pulling the trigger. But something wasn't quite right. Keyshawn Mann had disputed that there was a gun in the house when the 911 call was made. However, after speaking with him, it became evident that something was off. Why would he confess to playing with a pistol after initially denying possessing one? The police didn't think it was an accident. They thought Keyshawn Mann killed his father on purpose. However, they chose to consult a licensed psychiatrist in order to speak with him because of his youth. They recognized that he might have taken such a severe action as a child due to underlying concerns or motives. When he was questioned about why he killed his stepfather during the therapy session, the other side of the story came to light. Behind the joys and the seemingly ideal family, there was more. Keyshawn Mann talked candidly about Gerald Stokes' torture and abuse of him and his family. He disclosed that if Gerald was upset or for the smallest of reasons, he would regularly beat him, his mother, and his brothers. Keyshawn Mann felt stuck with no way out and wanted to shield his mother and siblings from the constant torment. He thought that getting rid of Gerald, his stepfather, was the only way to solve the problem. He told the therapist about the horrific ways that Gerald had mistreated his mother, including putting a finger down her neck. He also described how, when his mother wasn't there, Jermel would hit him and his siblings with a paint stick. When Jermel choked him, Keyshawn Mann talked about how he was able to get away from him. Keyshawn Mann's intense love for his mother served as the fuel for his hatred of Jermel. He could no longer stand to watch his mother be abused by Jermel. Keyshawn Mann made the painful choice to take his own life with one of Jermel's own firearms because the anguish of seeing his mother mistreated him grew intolerable. Perhaps as a result of some unidentified factors influencing his mother's prior divorce, this young child had already experienced a great deal in his life. But this time, Keyshawn Mann had reached his breaking point, which led him to perpetrate a heinous crime. This terrible story was made all the more fascinating by the depths of motivations and emotions. It was determined to send Keyshawn Mann to the circuit court for trial in June 2010 due to his young age of 13. This made him one of the youngest in the state to be put on trial for murder, and the youngest in Kentwood County. Keyshawn Mann confessed to killing his stepfather, Gerald Stokes, according to the Kentwood police detective in the courtroom. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged stealing Jermel's unlicensed silver handgun from a cupboard during the trial. He had checked the rifle by taking out and reinstalling the clip, so he knew it was loaded. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he did approach Jermel from behind when his attorney, Fred Johnson, questioned him about it. Keyshawn Mann responded with another yes when Johnson asked a pivotal question. "You understood that pulling the trigger could result in someone's death?" This made it abundantly evident that the shooting was not an accident because he had previously abused his mother. A close friend of Keyshawn Mann from Park Ridge Academy, whose name was kept secret because of his youth, appeared in court as a witness prepared to make shocking disclosures. He informed the jurors that Keyshawn Mann had brought a firearm to high school on January 25, 2010. He told him about his plans and showed him the gun. A 21-page report from the Children's Trauma Assessment Center was shown in court. It included information from Keyshawn Mann's therapy sessions in which he confessed to the crime and disclosed the shocking cause behind it. The therapist claims that Keyshawn Mann felt that the only option to shield himself and his family from serious abuse and possible harm was to kill Jermel. According to the therapist, Keyshawn Mann's experience was brought on by a home setting that was occasionally chaotic and dangerous, as well as ongoing exposure to intense violence. Even the mother of Keyshawn Mann admitted that she occasionally worried that Jermel might murder her or her boys. Fred Johnson, Keyshawn Mann's attorney, stated that he believes the shooting was mostly caused by the domestic violence that was allegedly occurring in the home. He thought the therapist's conclusions, though, were arbitrary and might not be solid enough for the trial. He made it clear that Keyshawn Mann was afraid, worried about his mother, and felt guilty. According to Johnson, Keyshawn Mann knew the effect his acts had on his mother and sincerely regretted them. Since there had been no previous calls to the police or Child Protective Services about the family's abuse, the police and prosecutors questioned the validity of the evaluation report. According to police interviews, discipline in the home was imposed by Keyshawn Mann's mother, Lakeisha Mann. Wearing t-shirts that said "Beloved Melly," a nickname for Jermel, some of his relatives denied that he had ever mistreated Lakeisha Mann or the children. Did no one know whether there had been abuse? And secrets of that nature don't remain that way in the closet. Jose Moore, JL's uncle, rejected the allegations as baseless. Investigators were unable to determine a specific motive for the crime, according to Kent County Prosecutor Bill Forsyth. Everyone concerned found it uncomfortable because there was no recognized motive for the murder. After hearing the case and carefully weighing all the evidence, Judge Daniel Zemaitis found Keyshawn Mann guilty of second-degree murder for the death of Gerald Stokes and sentenced him to serve the next 8 years until he turns 21 at the Muskegon River Youth Home, a juvenile facility about 110 miles from Grand Rapids. Keyshawn Mann would be released in 2018 if he finished this term, but there was also a chance that he would receive a different punishment, one that would involve transferring him to an adult jail for at least 162 months or life. Some of Jermel's family members were unhappy with the proposed agreement because they believed Keyshawn Mann's sentence was not harsh enough. Keyshawn Stokes, Jermel's sister, said that she thought Keyshawn Mann should be sentenced to 35 years in jail because her brother was 35 years old. Justice, in her opinion, was not being done. Annette Moore, Jermel's aunt, also expressed her belief that Keyshawn Mann's return to normal life was an unfair decision. She didn't think Keyshawn Mann was mistreated, but she did think he committed a significant offense and should be sentenced as an adult. Moore expressed her displeasure with the current sentence's fairness, but since the verdict had already been rendered and could not be overturned, acceptance was the only option. But 3 years later, on February 13, 2013, 16-year-old Keyshawn Mann showed up in court for a progress report on his stay at the Muskegon River Youth Home. He was performing better than the facility average, according to reports. He was able to go to counseling sessions and classes while he was in a guarded area. On a scale of 1 to 5, the youth home's officials gave his performance a 4 and observed that he was improving significantly. They even noted that Keyshawn Mann had demonstrated suitable coping mechanisms by managing his emotions, disappointments, and rage in a constructive way. During his brief court appearance, Keyshawn Mann apologized for his behavior and thanked his family for their support. He made a big mistake, he admitted, and he made it clear that he was determined to learn from it. According to his lawyer Johnson, Keyshawn Mann was committed to giving it his all no matter what. Keyshawn Mann was scheduled to complete college credit classes after graduating from the Youth Home Educational Program as a junior. As 21-year-old Keyshawn Mann celebrated his birthday and his release from the Muskegon River Youth Home on December 6, 2017, after serving more than 7 years in prison for second-degree murder, birthday balloons floated in the Kent County courtroom. Keyshawn Mann was released. Keyshawn Mann was granted his freedom by Judge Daniel Zamatis, who was supervising his progress at the periodic review sessions. At the final hearing, the judge spoke to Keyshawn Mann and said he was certain he was ready to start a new chapter of achievement in the community. When the judge gave the announcement, Keyshawn Mann and his mother Lakeisha exchanged heartfelt embraces as friends and family crowded the courtroom. Vicky Seidel, the assistant prosecutor for Kent County, commended Keyshawn Mann for setting a good example for other youth in the program. She claimed that he had carried out his duties and characterized him as an example for the inmates. For almost 18 months, Keyshawn Mann had been enrolled in online courses at Mid-Michigan Community College. According to his family, he had plans to continue his education, possibly attending Grand Rapids Community College in 2017. Kent County Probation Officer Dan Corey reports that Keyshawn Mann's meeting with his father, Gerald Stokes, to resolve the matter went smoothly. Mr. Stokes said he hoped Keyshawn Mann would have a fruitful life. Though it had been a tough 7 years, Keyshawn Mann agreed that his life had significantly improved. He conveyed his appreciation for the chance to improve himself, given that Keyshawn Mann was only a small boy at the time. Jermel's aunt also pardoned him for his behavior. She felt that Keyshawn Mann should be given the opportunity to start over, since she understood that his actions were motivated by fear. How do you feel about this case? Do you believe Keyshawn Mann should have been given another chance? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The funeral of 15-year-old Holly Newton, who was described as a popular girl who was loved by many, took place in Hexham, England on February 17, 2023. To honor the helpful and compassionate teen who was attacked in the sleepy country town on January 27, hundreds of people joined a procession towards Hexham Abbey. Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them. Makala Trussler, Holly's mother, said to mourners at her service about her shy daughter who loved to perform for others. 4 black horses with purple jackets, her favorite color, pulled Holly's white coffin down the high street, with purple flowers and condolence notes adorning the top of the coffin. A single read, "Till we cross paths again, sweet Holly in the sky, rest soundly. I will always love you." Therefore, we will examine events that occurred in England in 2023 today. When Holly Newton's story made the news on television, she was only 15 years old. Detectives obtained disturbing CCTV footage that showed Holly's final moments while they were looking into what had happened to her. Earlier this month, a verdict was rendered in the case. Holly Newton was regarded as a bright, kind person with a bright future. According to her family and friends, Holly was a kind and considerate young woman who had a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly, who was well known for her gregarious nature, enjoyed socializing and hanging out with friends. She was able to quickly establish common ground with others thanks to her amiable manner. Holly was a quiet girl with a strong moral compass who enjoyed dancing. According to her mother, Holly Newton and Logan MacPhail first connected through their participation in Army Cadets, a youth organization that offers military training and activities to young people. This setting frequently brings together individuals who share interests in outdoor activities, discipline, and teamwork. They started off as a normal adolescent couple. They spent time together in social circles and with similar interests. But as their relationship developed, Logan's domineering behavior made it more and more problematic. His insistence on always knowing Holly's location and his meddling with her social media accounts were just two examples of how this control showed up. According to reports, he altered her passwords to restrict her social interactions, which is a classic indication of controlling behavior in which one partner tries to control the other. Family and friends have observed Holly growing more and more alone. Holly initially continued to date Logan in spite of these warning signs, which is common among teenagers who might not completely comprehend or identify the warning signs of an unhealthy relationship. Holly's first and only boyfriend, Logan MacPhail, was described by her mother, Carla Tressler, as a typical adolescent relationship with ups and downs. Logan stayed with Holly's family on the weekends. When Logan visited Holly's mother and stepfather, they were unaware that he was acting like the good guy. But Holly and Logan's relationship issues escalated like a snowball. Logan's increasingly compulsive behavior finally led Holly to decide to break up with him. He did not like the breakup. He struggled to accept it and grew even more obsessed with her. Carla Tressler claimed that, although it was obvious that her considerate and loving daughter had grown up more than MacPhail, he had scared Holly and used emotional blackmail when she attempted to end their relationship. She added that MacPhail had been obsessed with Holly and believed that if he couldn't have her, then no one else could, and that I was unaware of the magnitude of the turmoil Holly was going through at the time. She also claimed that she was unaware of the emotional pain Holly was going through when she attempted to end her relationship with MacPhail, and that warning signs of his domineering behavior were not identified until it was too late. MacPhail reacted angrily to the split. Holly made it clear that she wanted to move on, but he still tried to control her life and started following her around town. On the evening of January 26, MacPhail showed up without permission outside her Halt Whistle home, and the police had to escort him back to his Beelte residence. In fact, Holly and her parents were scheduled to meet with the police to talk about their concerns regarding MacPhail. However, a tragic turn of events occurred when MacPhail showed up at their Halt Whistle home without permission and demanded to speak with Holly on the evening of January 26th-noon-middle hour. Carla Tressler, Holly's mother, called Northumbria police a mere. Holly pleaded for the meeting to be rescheduled so she could go out with her friends after school on January 27, which was originally planned for around 4 p.m. The police meeting was rescheduled for the evening, but Holly suffered a terrible incident just hours before the scheduled time. CCTV was used to reconstruct the events that transpired the day after MacPhail unexpectedly appeared outside Holly's home. He was unable to come to terms with Holly's breakup. He left school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack, and took the bus to Hexham, where he waited for Holly to leave town. He was wearing all black, with a baseball cap and black face mask to hide his identity. For approximately 45 minutes, MacPhail accompanied Holly and her friends as they explored a shopping mall and a recreation center. Additionally, he repeatedly called Holly's loved ones via voicemail in an attempt to persuade her to meet with him in person, while Holly went to a takeout place on the town's high street with the boy. Then he went up to her and asked if she would like to speak with him in an alleyway nearby. MacPhail followed him and then attacked Holly violently, stabbing her several times. Her friend left the store when he heard Holly scream and stepped in to stop him from getting stabbed in the leg and shoulder as well. On Friday, January 27, 2023, just after 5:10 p.m., police received a call reporting that a boy and girl had been severely beaten in the town center's Priest Popple neighborhood. Despite the efforts of medical staff, they were both taken to the hospital after emergency services discovered them in a nearby alleyway with multiple stab wounds. Holly passed away after 36 injuries. 6 days prior to the attack, she ended her relationship with MacPhail. After receiving treatment, the boy, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was released. After being held in a bus shelter by courageous bystanders, officers quickly took 16-year-old Logan MacPhail into custody at the scene. He identified himself and provided arresting officers with the victim's name, as evidenced by body cam footage. Then, talking to an officer in the back of a police van, he allegedly confessed, "She was being too horrible to me." Later, MacPhail said, "I can't read or write, I know nothing," and refused to provide officers with his birth date. Following the assault, MacPhail was accused of killing Holly Newton and wounding another 16-year-old. In police interviews, MacPhail revealed his intention to kill Holly, stating unequivocally that he did so because she was terrible to him. He did this with a chilling lack of emotion. MacPhail's legal team claimed that his autism diagnosis and learning disabilities rendered him ineligible to enter a plea, which caused the case to take 18 months to reach court. This would have indicated that he was unable to fully understand the criminal proceedings, but the judge decided that he was able to follow the trial's progression after hearing testimony from a number of experts. Jurors disagreed with the defense team's assertion that he was unaware of the repercussions of his actions because of his numerous problems. To give yourself the best chance of attacking Holly without anyone noticing, you told MacPhail that you wanted to get her into the alleyway, which was out of sight. I'm glad you chose to attack Holly because you could tell by her responses at the bus stop that she was not amenable to the idea of getting back together. Despite your feelings of jealousy and resentment, you were still able to figure out where you could attack her most effectively. So you waited for the right moment. After convincing her to move a bit further into the alleyway, you waited until one of the onlookers had left before pulling the knife from your pocket and attacking her in a vicious and brutal manner. According to the judge, Holly suffered severe knife wounds to her jaw, skull, backbone, and shoulder during the murder. It was a horrible thing to do to stab her head in that manner, Justice Hilliard continued. Holly was in such terrible shape that her mother was prevented from seeing her in the ambulance and alley. You applied so much force that the knife broke and the blade became distorted. It was extremely uncommon to see a knife so damaged, according to the pathologist. You knew how final death was, so I'm sure you planned to kill her. According to the judge, MacPhail probably carried the knife that day in order to intimidate Holly by hurting himself, and made plans to attack her once it became apparent that their relationship would not be continued. Justice Hilliard added shortly before the murder that she had the right to end the relationship if she so desired, and spend time with anyone else she wanted. As he concludes his sentencing remarks, Mr. Justice Hilliard states that he considers how significant MacPhail's relationship with Holly was to him, given the circumstances of his chaotic home life. Your speech impairment hindered your ability to form friendships and relationships with other people, so you placed a high value on your relationship with her. This made its ending all the more difficult for you to process and work through, the judge adds. He claims that although MacPhail has also apologized, he has attempted to place some sort of blame on Holly. The judge tells MacPhail that it was evident from your testimony to the jury that you had convinced yourself that Holly had mistreated you. She also notes that your initial response at the scene was to accuse her of being terrible to you. I believe that this belief lessens or moderates the amount of regret you felt prior to the verdict being announced. In a devastating statement, Holly's mother described the day she found out what had happened to her daughter. Despite having admitted manslaughter, MacPhail was found guilty of both murder and intentionally wounding the teenage boy. He claimed during his trial that he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, including clothes, teddy bears, and slippers, but he had none of it with him when he was taken into custody. For willfully injuring a fellow young man who attempted to halt the assault, MacPhail received a life sentence with a minimum of 17 years and an additional 5 years. MacPhail was informed that he would only be released when it was safe to do so, even after serving the minimum sentence. Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said following the sentencing that the case was truly devastating, and that MacPhail had cruelly taken away Holly's future. Naturally, nothing can undo the terrible things that happened that night. But I hope the outcome today will give her loved ones a sense of closure so they can try to move forward. Detective Davies added, the choices he made that evening have permanently altered the lives of countless people, and he will now have plenty of time in his cell to reflect on that. Given the suffering this incident has caused so many people, we would implore everyone to reconsider carrying a weapon of any kind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a calm street in the Grapevine Hollow neighborhood early on January 1, 2012, the joyous mood gave way to fear and terror. Ashley Fallis, a young mother who had been shot in the head, was being transported in an ambulance to the hospital, her life in shambles. When her parents returned from a brief absence, they were shocked to see paramedics and police encircling the house. Only a few hours before, there had been a lot of happiness and celebration in the house. What had transpired on this particular New Year's Eve? Her husband Tom, who was present in the room when the tragedy occurred, was the only person who could know the answer. However, his account of what happened left more questions than it resolved. Although Ashley's family was certain they knew the truth, investigators had to deal with a lot of inconsistencies and odd information. Nobody could have predicted the depth of the mystery that existed behind those houses' doors. Ashley Fallis, then 28 years old, was shot in the head and taken to the hospital early on January 1, 2012. Ashley's family thought they knew what had happened right away. It was clear to them that her husband Tom was the only possible culprit. When the gunshot was fired, he and Ashley were in the room. Tom was Ashley's family's main suspect because of his short fuse and domineer. For the police, though, the story was less straightforward. A detailed investigation was necessary because contradicting evidence was discovered at the scene. Ashley's past turned out to be as complicated as her present, and witness accounts continued to change. It would be years before fresh information surfaced that would provide a new perspective on what happened that night. The festive evening that started on December 31, 2011, was intended to be peaceful and centered around the family. At their Zinfandel Street residence, Tom and Ashley Fallis threw a New Year's celebration. They celebrated, danced, and drank. Ashley and Tom appeared to be a contented couple. To the delight of their guests, they had been dancing together and gazing affectionately at each other just an hour before. However, as midnight drew near, Ashley made the announcement that she was going outside with her family, which infuriated Tom. Ashley's family was the last group of guests left at the house when the argument broke out. Ashley and her family attempted to defend her, but Tom started shouting at them. Tom demanded that the relatives leave after their attempts at mediation failed. Tom withdrew to the bedroom and slammed the door. The couple was left alone when Ashley's parents also made the decision to move out. Tragic events occurred several hours later. Ashley's family's intrusion into their private lives irritated Tom. Ashley and her parents had been drinking all evening, so he thought it was inappropriate for them to go outside. He insisted Ashley's parents get out. Tension between the couple only increased after they left. The argument resurfaced in the bedroom after the guests had left, leaving Tom and Ashley alone. According to Tom, their argument stemmed from old grievances, but Ashley was adamant that she would live her life as she saw fit, regardless of what he thought. Tom claimed that her family had an influence on her. Tom claimed to have heard Ashley handling the gun stored beneath the mattress while he was getting into his pajamas and standing by the closet. Tom started to ask her what she was doing, but the shot went off before he could finish. On January 1, 2012, early in the morning, emergency personnel arrived on the scene. After Ashley's family made accusations, the police enlisted the help of Colorado Bureau of Investigation investigators. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, blamed Tom for the incident right away, pointing to his hostility and rage earlier that night. Ashley appeared to have committed suicide based on the evidence found at the scene, but investigators found information that cast doubt on the situation. Items strewn all over the floor and crooked picture frames on the walls suggested a potential struggle prior to the gunshot. Unsigned divorce documents discovered on a dresser appeared to support rumors of marital discord. An online dating site had brought Ashley and Tom together in the spring of 2007. Ashley was gregarious and energetic, and Tom fell in love with her right away. Their relationship progressed swiftly, and Ashley already had 2 daughters from a prior marriage. The couple married 2 weeks after the birth of their son, who was born a year after they first met. Ashley's daughters were adopted by Tom in 2010, and the family moved in together. But the family was becoming more tense by the end of 2011. Ashley's youngest son had just turned 3, and their 2 older daughters were 6 and 9 years old. The boy needed multiple surgeries after being diagnosed with hydrocephalus. Ashley, who was finding it difficult to manage her duties as a mother and the challenges in her marriage to Tom, was severely impacted by the stress of his illness. The tragic events of that New Year's Eve were predicated on the tense atmosphere created by these difficulties. Ashley Follis was let go from her job at North Colorado Medical Center in 2010. Aggressive behavior was cited as the official reason, which was insubordination. Despite winning a settlement in her wrongful termination lawsuit, the legal victory did little to address her other issues. She had a brief affair with a high school sweetheart the following year, which made her already shaky marriage to Tom even more strained. At the same time, Ashley went to a psychiatrist for assistance. Since she was having up to 4 or 5 panic attacks a week, she was prescribed medication to lower her anxiety and stabilize her mood. Her relationship with Tom was severely strained as a result of these difficulties. Even though Tom knew about her affair, he decided against filing for divorce. Ashley herself created the divorce documents that investigators later discovered in their bedroom in 2009 when the couple was thinking about divorcing because of their divergent work schedules. But in the end, they made the decision to remain together and improve their relationship. According to Tom, their relationship had begun to improve in the months preceding the tragedy. He had found a stable job as a corrections officer with the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Ashley, meanwhile, discovered her own method of handling life's challenges. She started giving talks at conferences, offering support to other parents facing similar challenges, and sharing her experiences of raising a child with hydrocephalus. Ashley tested positive for pregnancy at home a few weeks prior to New Year's Eve. This was unexpected because she had been sterilized to avoid getting pregnant again after the birth of their youngest child. Ashley thought she might be pregnant in spite of the odds. She stopped taking her mood-stabilizing and anxiety medications to protect the unborn child. However, Ashley started her menstrual cycle just hours before guests arrived on December 31, 2011, the day of the party. She and Tom were devastated when a second pregnancy test revealed a negative result. A conversation about the possibility of trying to conceive another child and undoing the sterilization process had started that day. Years before, Ashley's mother had proposed the procedure, but now they had complete control over the choices. Tom and Ashley both stated that they would like to have another child, so the abrupt change in circumstances caused a great deal of emotional strain. All of this served as the background for what happened that night. Even though the day was emotionally taxing, the party at Ashley and Tom Fallis's house was exciting. Ashley tried her hardest to look happy. She danced, drank, and gave her loved ones hugs. Ashley appeared content and resilient, as she always did, according to her parents Joe and Jenna. It was difficult for them to accept that she would have voluntarily abandoned her family. However, Tom asserted that Ashley's family was unaware of the intense emotional struggles that were concealed behind her apparent composure. Tom's account of what happened that evening was carefully considered by investigators. He started his interview by narrating the events of the day, including how Ashley's decision to go outside with her family members escalated a minor argument and how the negative pregnancy test result had set the tone. Ashley's propensity to follow her mother's advice too frequently became the topic of the argument. Tom stated that he just wanted things to calm down and didn't want to argue anymore. Investigators observed scratches on Tom's neck and chest during his police interview. Given that they might have been signs of a struggle, these marks sparked suspicions. Tom clarified that the red marks were caused by him scratching his skin because he was itching after shaving his chest for the first time. He claimed that stress might have been the cause of the scratches on his neck. As the interview went on, the level of questioning increased. Tom insisted on his innocence because he believed he was being accused of a crime. He insisted that he wasn't in the room when the gun went off, and that he didn't shoot Ashley. Investigators were inspecting the house and interviewing neighbors in the meantime. Chelsea Arriga, a neighbor, claimed to have heard Ashley yell, "Get off me," just prior to the gunshot. This story ran counter to what Tom had said. Tom denied that he ever made Ashley do anything against her will when investigators questioned him about the yelling. He clarified that he only requested that she cease following her mother's advice because it was straining their marriage. Investigators pressed him further, pointing out that Ashley was unlikely to have shot herself because of the wound on the back of her head. To prove his innocence, Tom insisted on having his hands tested for gunpowder residue. In order to ascertain whether Ashley was capable of firing the gun, he also demanded that her hands be examined. Because of the peculiar circumstances and contradicting evidence, investigators remained doubtful despite his explanations. Ashley Fawless was in the hospital, where medical professionals battled to save her life, while Tom was at the station. Unfortunately, they declared her dead a few hours after she was admitted. Tom was devastated to hear of her passing. After the incident, he said, he saw her breathing and thought she might have a chance to live when he held her in his arms. Despite not getting a confession from Tom after 3 hours of interrogation, investigators were unable to rule him out as a suspect. Tom grew more and more upset, insisting on his innocence and saying over and over that he could never hurt his wife. Ashley's death was declared a voluntary act 4 days after the incident. The medical examiner came to the conclusion that she killed herself, even though lab tests were not yet finished. Ashley's family was shocked and incredulous when the case was closed. They felt that the investigation was hurried and that Tom's employment in the county's correctional system had given him preferential treatment, which they felt affected the investigation's conclusion. It was challenging to demonstrate that Tom had any ties to the detectives working on the case, though, because of his employment with a different law enforcement organization that was unrelated to the investigation. Almost immediately, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was called in to guarantee impartiality. However, errors were made. In contrast to standard procedure, Tom was not kept apart from possible witnesses at the scene. Furthermore, he did not cover his hands to protect any gunpowder residue that might have been important evidence. Tom's interrogation was handled poorly, according to Ashley's family, who felt that 3 hours was not enough time for the main person of interest in a case involving a suspicious death. They felt that until Ashley's parents, Jenna and Joe, pressed for it, investigators did not take Tom seriously as a suspect. Detectives changed their strategy only in response to their adamant demands. Even so, the investigation was only cursory. In the end, Tom was free to go. In order to be nearer to his sister, Tom relocated to Indiana after the tragedy, taking the kids with him. He seemed to be attempting to start over when he enrolled in college to obtain a bachelor's degree. Ashley's parents, Joe and Jenna, on the other hand, were uncompromising. They made a plea for justice to the media. They stressed that Ashley loved life and would never have voluntarily ended it, and they talked about Tom's short fuse in interviews. Nick Glover, a 17-year-old neighbor of the Fawless family, was a crucial new witness who was discovered by reporter Justin Joseph. Nick disclosed that he witnessed emergency vehicles pull up to the Fawless residence on January 1, 2012, while he was at home with friends. Additionally, Nick stated that he told Detective Michael Yates in an interview that he had heard Tom tell Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." However, the police reports did not include a record of his statement. New accusations against law enforcement were sparked by the lack of documentation, which suggested potential corruption and a cover-up. Detective Yates was suspected of purposefully ignoring this crucial testimony in order to keep Tom safe. The Evans Police Department reopened the case in April 2014, over 2 years after Ashley's passing. According to new accusations, Yates had changed a witness's testimony and left out important evidence to bolster the story that Ashley had committed suicide. The investigation was carried out fairly, according to law enforcement officials, who denied any favoritism. Tom Fawless was taken into custody close to his Indiana home on November 18, 2014. He insisted on his innocence even after being accused of second-degree manslaughter. Many questions remained about the case, which had received a lot of public attention because of Justin Joseph's investigation. Ashley's leg bruises, for instance, raised questions about a flashlight that was discovered at the scene and possibly used during a fight. It was eventually discovered, however, that the flashlight was not connected to the crime and had belonged to an officer who had tried to administer first aid. According to the prosecution, Ashley kept a Taurus 9mm handgun under the mattress, which Tom took during a confrontation, put to her head, and then fired. After that, he called emergency services and lowered her body to the ground. Jenna Fox, Ashley's mother, testified during the trial that Tom had used harsh language and behaved aggressively during the New Year's Eve party, resulting in a fight. Tom refuted these claims. Jenna revealed later in the trial that there was a family history of mental health problems. Both Ashley's uncle and grandmother had committed suicide. This evidence was used by the prosecution to bolster their hypothesis that Ashley might have taken her own life voluntarily. Ashley's psychiatrist, however, stated in her testimony that she did not exhibit any symptoms of depression as of December 2011. Ashley was receiving overlapping prescriptions as a result of seeing 2 psychiatrists and a therapist concurrently, according to information later presented by the defense. Testimonies from forensic experts regarding the crime scene were inconsistent. Tom couldn't have shot his wife, according to Dan Gilliam, who had devoted hundreds of hours to examining the evidence. People who fire weapons in a fit of rage seldom stop after a single shot, Gilliam said. Gilliam was called as a witness by the prosecution, despite his findings. Jonathan Priest, another expert, visited the crime scene and went over the case materials. He deduced that Ashley had been in close proximity to Tom at the time of the shot. There would have been more blood all over the room, Priest thought, if Tom had been farther away. The chronology of when Tom arrived at Ashley and started helping, as recorded by the first responders, served as the basis for his analysis. This argument was used by the prosecution to refute the defense's assertions. Ashley's failed attempts to conceive, according to the prosecution, added to her emotional problems. Although she was not pregnant at the time of her death, an autopsy showed that she might have become pregnant following a tubal ligation. Ashley's emotional distress was exacerbated by reports that she thought she was pregnant 3 times in the 9 months before she passed away. The trial's psychiatrists emphasized how these conditions could have had a substantial effect on her mental health. A key component of the prosecution's case, particularly after Nick's friend Chelsea Arrigo provided her own account, was Nick Glover's testimony that he overheard Tom tell his parents, "I shot my wife," the night Ashley Fallis died. Chelsea also reportedly heard Ashley yelling, "Get off me!" according to Nick's mother, Kathy. However, Chelsea said during the trial that she was too drunk to remember the argument distinctly. Nick, however, emphasized that such a confession was unforgettable and insisted that he remembered everything that happened that night. Investigators took notice of his claims, and Detective Michael Yates, who had spoken with Nick the day Ashley died, was subject to internal review for neglecting to record this purported confession. Yates insisted that Nick had never said such a thing to him, but the investigation revealed no wrongdoing on his part. Defense lawyers pointed out various contradictions in Nick Glover's testimony during his cross-examination. They noted that Nick kept up a cordial relationship with Tom following his purported confession, taking part in family events like Christmas celebrations and camping excursions. Nick gave the same response more than 90 times when asked why he behaved in this manner. "I don't remember." Chris Graves, a former deputy for the Weld County Sheriff's Office, later came forward and said he had heard Tom confess. The defense cited contradictions in Graves's story, claiming that when he arrived at the scene he heard Tom yelling, "I can't believe I shot her, I can't believe she's dead," despite the fact that the crime scene was packed with neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers. Nobody else claimed to have heard Tom's alleged outburst. Additionally, Graves did not arrest Tom on the spot, stating that it was outside of his authority. The defense also pointed out that for 3 years after the incident, Chris Graves had not submitted any reports regarding his statements. His credibility was further damaged when he was later fired for dishonesty from the sheriff's office. These elements call into question the prosecution's story. The prosecution's theory was also not supported by a large number of tangible pieces of evidence. Tests for gunshot residue on Ashley's 2 hands revealed residue, but tests on Tom's hands revealed no traces. Neither nail scrapings from Ashley nor scratches on Tom's chest, which could have been signs of a struggle, contained any evidence of Ashley's DNA. The idea that the couple had a physical altercation prior to the shot being fired was seriously called into question by these findings. In his own defense, Tom Fallis declined to testify. Over 40 witnesses were called to testify during the trial, which lasted for several weeks. Ashley's mental health and the major obstacles she had encountered in the months before her death, repeated pregnancy tests, her son's illness, prescription drugs, losing her job, and having an affair, were the main topics of the defense's closing arguments. The defense argues that these elements may have played a role in the tragedy. Ashley's purported farewell letters were introduced during the trial. which was a startling development. She wrote that she could no longer live, called herself a failure, and apologized to Tom in these letters. Since they were only made aware of these letters years after Ashley's passing, her family questioned their veracity. According to her family, they thought the letters were fake and had never seen any indication that Ashley might have written them. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours, including an hour for lunch, before rendering its decision. Tom Fallis was acquitted of all charges, including second-degree manslaughter. Ashley's family was devastated by the decision. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, were adamant about Tom's guilt and sued the Evans Police Department, alleging that investigators had fabricated or hidden evidence. They contended that other officers who may have heard Tom's purported confession stayed silent and that Nick Glover's 2012 testimony had been disregarded. In the end, their cases were dropped. Ashley's family remained adamant about Tom's guilt and insisted on accepting the acquittal. Nevertheless, they were able to keep up a relationship with the kids and obtain visitation rights that let them continue to be active in their lives. As he works to rebuild his life and further his education, Tom Fallis is still struggling financially as a result of legal fees. Tom continued to look after the children after the tragedy. To start over and be nearer to his sister, he relocated them to a different state. He informed them that their mother had died in an accident, but he would like to give them more information when they are older. The case is still cloaked in mystery despite every attempt to find the truth. Doubt seems to grow with each response, and questions persist. Ashley Fallis's story is one of those instances where it becomes difficult to distinguish between truth and deceit, leaving only suspicion and unsolved mysteries in its wake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On December 3, 1981, Rhonda Casto was born in the tiny Washington town of Gig Harbor. She was raised in a loving, supportive family that encouraged her in everything she did. Rhonda had a bright personality that was evident from a young age. She was driven, ambitious, and tenacious. According to her loved ones, she was able to inspire others and quickly establish a common language with them. When Rhonda graduated from high school, she decided to pursue a career in fashion. She began a modeling career thanks to her charisma, slim build, and inherent beauty. She gradually gained recognition by taking part in photo shoots and small fashion shows. Even though she loved her job, she always hoped for more than cover shots. Rhonda felt that true happiness would come from having a family and kids. We took off right away after she met Stephen Nichols and Nichols in 2009. They were attracted to each other right away after meeting through mutual friends. Although Rhonda's loved ones initially had some reservations about Stephen's age, 15 years older than Rhonda, the couple appeared to be content. Stephen's confidence and attention to detail impressed Rhonda, she told friends. He appeared to be a man she could trust, someone who cared about her. For his part, Stephen found Rhonda's inherent beauty and joy appealing. He viewed her as a companion who could share life's pleasures and challenges with him. They started living together shortly after they started dating, planning their future together. Their relationship took a new turn a few years later. Rhonda learned she was expecting a baby. For her, this news marked the start of a new stage. When tragedy rocked their lives, she was 5 months pregnant. Along with happiness, Rhonda's pregnancy gave her new objectives. She aspired to become a successful mother and keep growing as a person. Stephen seemed happy to be getting ready to become a father and helped her in every way. The baby would be the pinnacle of their happy life together, he assured his friends. Even though they were very different in age, their relationship appeared to be strong and nothing could stop them from being happy. Rhonda, who always aimed for independence, had faith in Stephen and genuinely thought he would make a fantastic husband and father. They led busy, active lives. In order to escape the everyday grind, Rhonda frequently encouraged Stephen to take walks because she loved the outdoors. The area's wooded trails, where they could take in the scenery and clean air, were their favorite spots. Eagle Creek, a picturesque location in Oregon renowned for its rocky cliffs and waterfalls, was one such trail. Rhonda frequently recommended the trail for hikes because she loved it. They made the decision to hike Eagle Creek once more on the day of the tragedy. It was supposed to be a pleasant and easy walk. In order to preserve the memories of the happy time leading up to the baby's birth, Rhonda wanted to take some photos against the backdrop of nature, but nobody could have foreseen that Rhonda's walk would be her final one. On March 16, 2009, at approximately 6:30 p.m., Stephen Nichols reported to emergency services that his fiancée, Rhonda Casto, had fallen off a cliff on the Eagle Creek Trail. According to the dispatcher who took the call, Stephen's voice sounded tense and nervous. He tried to explain what had happened in a bewildered tone. "My fiancée went down. She tumbled off a precipice. I'm not sure if she's still alive." In an effort to explain the scene, Stephen repeated himself. He went on to say that Rhonda reportedly lost her balance on one of the challenging parts of the Eagle Creek Trail and fell while they were hiking along it. He informed the dispatcher right away that the situation was serious in a panicked voice. Rescuers arrived at the scene right away, fully aware that the Eagle Creek Trail, despite its popularity among hikers, can be hazardous. Numerous accidents have occurred in the past due to narrow paths, steep slopes, and slippery rocks, but none of the team could have imagined how messy this tragedy would end up being. Stephen was standing at the edge of the cliff when rescuers arrived on the scene. He appeared perplexed. He was obviously in shock, but his clothes were fine. His face showed a mix of horror and despair, and his breathing was labored. Stephen stated that he had attempted to figure out how to get downstairs to assist Rhonda, but had come to the conclusion that it was too risky. She was ahead. "I shouted at her to be careful when rescuers started asking questions, but she didn't listen," he said. "She slipped all of a sudden, and it happened too quickly." However, his words sounded sentimental. Rescuers found certain aspects of his story strange. Since Stephen was unable to pinpoint the precise location of Rhonda's fall and was unsure of her actions at the time, a group of rescuers descended to locate her. The circumstances were challenging. The ground was loose and the slope was steep. The rescuers themselves might have been in danger if they had made the smallest error. They discovered Rhonda's body on a rocky platform at the foot of the cliff. After roughly 40 minutes, it was clear from her stillness that her wounds were incompatible with life. Rescuers had concerns because the location where Rhonda was discovered was a narrow ledge in the middle of a heavily forested slope. The rocks and vegetation there appeared to be unaltered. There were no signs of struggle, ripped branches, or slip marks, which are typically present when someone falls from this height. The rescuers also saw that, despite being steep, the slope itself did not appear to be dangerous enough to cause such a serious tragedy. At the cliff's edge where Stephen said the incident happened, there were no visible signs, such as ripped shoes or indentations in the ground, that would have suggested Rhonda had attempted to cling on. Although it seemed strange, the rescuers concentrated on evacuating the body, which was the primary objective. Stephen was upset when the rescuers came back to tell him about the discovery. There was a mix of confusion and guilt on his face. He restated his version of what had happened. Together they were strolling, conversing, and taking in the scenery. He claimed that Rhonda eventually made the decision to accelerate and run ahead. She loved the outdoors and occasionally got too reckless, according to Stephen. He recalled that, "She didn't seem to listen when I told her to be more cautious. She slipped and fell a few seconds later." According to Stephen, everything happened too quickly for him to take any action. "I had nothing to do." With a trembling voice he added, while recording Stephen's statement, rescuers observed that, in spite of his emotional statements, he appeared somewhat detached. He was acting strangely. He didn't try to approach the cliff's edge, and he didn't seem interested in learning the specifics of what had happened. When the police arrived on the scene, officers started questioning Stephen, which caused the rescuers to have their first reservations. He was still perplexed by certain details, but his story stayed consistent. For instance, he was unable to precisely explain why Rhonda chose to run ahead of her and what transpired just before she fell. Although officers recorded his statement, they pointed out that his explanation sounded too general and lacked specific facts. "That was a trail we frequently walked. She knew what she was doing," according to Stephen. "It's simply a horrible mishap." Police officers started to question his statements, though, because the accident's specifics did not make sense. Although the tragedy initially seemed to be an accident, rescuers and police were left wondering what actually transpired on the Eagle Creek Trail that day, due to Stephen's actions and the details of the scene. Why was it so easy for a physically active woman to lose her balance? And why did the fall site show no typical indications of struggle or slip marks? Although these issues are still unresolved, rescuers and law enforcement chose to conduct additional research in order to learn the whole truth about Rhonda Casto's fate. Numerous questions were raised right away by the Eagle Creek Trail tragedy, and Oregon police, understanding the complexity of the situation. Rhonda Casto's death seemed to be an accident at first, but as the incident's specifics and Stephen Nichols' actions became more apparent, suspicions started to grow. The investigators were aware that the clue was concealed not only at the accident scene, but also in the lives of Rhonda and Stephen. Therefore, every facet of their relationship, as well as any indication of potential conflict or motivation, needed to be carefully examined. The identification of potential witnesses was the first stage of the investigation. Eagle Creek is a well-liked hiking destination, particularly on a day with clear, warm weather. People who were on the trail at the time of the tragedy were contacted by police. Before the incident, Rhonda and Stephen were spotted by a number of hikers. They were strolling together, and nothing about their behavior raised suspicions. According to one hiker, he saw Rhonda because she appeared to be very content. He was following her as she walked ahead. They were giggling. However, he recalled that no witnesses saw the fall occur. Only Stephen was able to determine the truth at that point. Although his explanation for Rhonda's decision to accelerate made sense, police started looking into other possibilities. Stephen Nichols claimed that his fiancée had called rescuers as soon as the incident occurred, tumbled down a precipice. He appeared startled at first, but his actions later started to seem odd. Though Stephen did not show the extreme panic or acute shock that might be anticipated in such a situation, rescuers who arrived on the scene noted that he was emotionally distressed. His actions in the days that followed were even more dubious. Rather than wallowing in grief, Stephen carried on with his routine. He avoided talking to loved ones about the incident and said very little about Rhonda. "I found it odd that he almost instantly began acting as if nothing had happened," one of Rhonda's friends recalled. Additionally, police observed that Stephen showed no particular interest in the investigation's specifics. He made no effort to inquire about Rhonda's chances of survival or initiate contact with law enforcement. Rhonda's mother stated that in the days preceding the tragedy, Rhonda expressed her fears of something happening to her, which is why her family did not initially accept the accident version. "It's not an accident, I assure you," she informed her mom. These remarks suggested a potentially tense relationship between Rhonda and Stephen, which made them a crucial component of the inquiry. Additionally, according to Rhonda's mother, their relationship has never been ideal. Rhonda reportedly considered ending her relationship with Stephen, even though they were expecting a child. She complained to friends about her partner's excessive control and jealousy. Because it might have revealed underlying conflicts that contributed to the tragedy, this testimony raised suspicions among investigators. Rhonda appeared tense and anxious in the weeks prior to the incident, according to one of her friends. She expressed her fear for her future. According to him, the version of events that Stephen provided started to diverge from the testimonies that were collected from loved ones. The search of Stephen Nichols' house was a crucial part of the investigation. If the tragedy wasn't an accident, investigators were searching for documents that might provide insight into the couple's relationship and potential motivations. Police discovered a $1 million insurance policy in Rhonda's name during the search. Stephen was listed as the only beneficiary. Since it turned out that the policy had only been issued a few months prior to the tragedy, this document caused a lot of questions for investigators. Furthermore, the insurance company claims that Stephen pushed for clauses in the policy that guaranteed the full amount would be paid, even in the case of an accident. It's likely that Rhonda was unaware of the policy. She never brought up the insurance policy or financial issues with Stephen, according to her friends and family. Given that Stephen was in a precarious financial situation, the fact that such a sizable insurance policy had been taken out just before the tragedy raised police suspicions and might have suggested a financial motivation. To ascertain whether he intended to use the funds to address his issues, investigators started looking through his bank accounts and financial documents. Following Rhonda's passing, Stephen Nichols also displayed odd financial behavior. He immediately began the process of obtaining an insurance policy rather than delaying his affairs. Only a few days after the tragedy, investigators saw that he completed the payout paperwork. His actions appeared hurried, which added to the suspicion. Police also observed that Stephen avoided interacting with Rhonda's relatives. He didn't offer to assist her parents with funeral planning or show up for her memorial service. As a result, there was more friction between him and the grieving family, who were beginning to suspect Stephen of being responsible for her passing. The turning point was when Stephen Nichols, who had appeared distant and reclusive since the tragedy, became the target of law enforcement after they had accumulated enough strong evidence to file charges. Be aware that every piece of evidence, including witness accounts and financial records, pointed to a potential motive, and his odd post-event behavior increased suspicion. Police eventually accused him of murder, and they started questioning him. Given that Stephen might have been tense or dangerous if caught, investigators made sure they were ready for the arrest. They were alarmed by his actions in the last few days. It was a cold and calculating attitude toward the situation, not just emotional distress from the loss. Based on the evidence they discovered, insurance, financial records, and his peculiar behavior, the police took Stephen into custody at his residence. There were no problems during the arrest procedure. When Stephen was told of the charges, he reacted calmly. He wasn't hostile, made no harsh remarks, or attempted to flee. There was nothing that could surprise him when police told him he was accused of murder. His face was unbreakable. The first interrogation started after Stephen was taken to the police station. He initially flatly denied any guilt. He asserted that his version of events would remain unchanged when questioned about what had transpired. "I was unable to save Rhonda when she fell. An accident occurred." He persisted in claiming that he was unable to foresee the tragedy and that the incident was an accident. But even though he was certain of his innocence, investigators started to show him evidence that contradicted his account. The police attempted to approach the case more subtly in an attempt to persuade Stephen to confess, rather than immediately accusing him of murder. His own words were being used against him as they meticulously crafted his story. Stephen became anxious during one of the interviews after the investigators presented him with financial records and other supporting documentation. Following the tragedy, police insisted that his actions were out of the ordinary. They highlighted his rash insurance buying decisions, his odd conduct following Rhonda's passing, and other questionable incidents. When an investigator asked Stephen why he had started taking out insurance so quickly, it was a pivotal moment. The man smiled nervously and said something that was practically a confession. "I didn't think it would happen so fast," he said, not seeing right away that what he said might have been taken as an admission of his actual motivations. It was a crucial statement that provided the police with a crucial lead. Although Stephen persisted in claiming that the tragedy was an accident, his arguments started to falter. "You're saying you didn't expect it to end so quickly," the investigator persisted. "You mean you didn't believe Rhonda would pass away?" Since more investigation showed that psychological pressure was a factor, this incident gave the impression that Stephen may have eventually acknowledged his guilt, even if not outright. Perhaps unknowingly, Stephen started to give in to the weight of the evidence. He grew more reclusive, avoiding direct responses and questions about his behavior on the day of the tragedy, even though he had no intention of acknowledging what had happened. In the meantime, the investigators engaged experts and kept elaborating on specifics. Rhonda died from injuries that were obviously not possible to have resulted from an unintentional fall, according to the forensic report. Because of the severe impact that caused these injuries, investigators started to believe that Stephen was most likely to blame for her passing. But in spite of everything, Stephen refused to acknowledge his actions. He repeated his version of events, claiming that he had no idea what was going to happen and that everything had happened by accident. The police understood that gathering reliable evidence would require time and effort, making this a challenging case. In the end, investigators collected all the evidence required for charging. In addition to Stephen's own actions in the days that followed, they also incorporated forensic evidence, Rhonda's insurance policy, documents proving Stephen was the only beneficiary, testimony from her family and friends, and proof of financial motivations. The tragedy served as a crucial component of the inquiry as well. The fact that he processed the insurance payment without hesitation and without displaying the typical human response to losing a loved one astounded the investigators. As a result, the charges had a solid foundation thanks to all of these facts, and the investigation took the case to trial. The trial of Stephen Nichols marked the end of a protracted investigation into Rhonda Casto's unexplained death on the Eagle Creek Trail. Investigators and prosecutors developed a case that they felt demonstrated the tragedy was not an accident. after years of meticulous work. The trial's unexpected conclusion, however, caused a public uproar and raised numerous concerns about the true circumstances surrounding Stephen Nichols' 2015 arrest. According to the investigation, the woman's death was the result of deliberate actions. Prosecutors asserted with confidence that Nichols had a purpose, a plan, and the intention to carry it out. A $1 million insurance policy that was put in Rhonda's name just months before she passed away was a crucial component of the prosecution's case. Stephen was listed as the policy's only beneficiary. The prosecution claimed that the document suggested a possible financial motivation for the crime. Prosecutors also emphasized Rhonda's mother's testimony, claiming that her daughter had voiced concerns about Stephen's unpredictable behavior and had been vocal about the possibility that she might be abused if something were to happen to her. You are aware it's no coincidence. According to the mother, Rhonda stated in court that her injuries were not totally consistent with an unintentional fall. Prosecutors also provided a medical report supporting this claim. The medical examiners came to the conclusion that rather than a simple loss of balance, Rhonda's injuries might indicate a push. The prosecution's case revolved around these conclusions. From the start, Stephen Nichols vehemently denied his guilt. According to his attorneys, Rhonda's death was a tragic but unintended accident. According to Stephen's own account, he and Rhonda were taking a leisurely stroll along the wharf on the day of the tragedy. According to him, Rhonda was feeling good and even decided to pick up the pace in order to feel more liberated and energetic. But she reportedly stumbled and fell off a cliff on one challenging part of the trail. It happened too quickly, but I saw her lose her balance. I was powerless to help. According to Nichols, he also maintained that the accusations against him were the result of speculation and misinterpretation. His attorneys argued that the investigation had rushed to conclusions based on emotional testimony from the deceased's family members and circumstantial evidence. Additionally, the defense argued that married couples, particularly those who were getting ready to move in together and were expecting a child, frequently had insurance policies. They maintained that the execution of such a document did not demonstrate criminal intent, and that its mere existence did not establish that Stephen had harmed Rhonda on purpose. The attorneys stressed that Nichols had no established reason for the murder because, despite their occasional arguments, their relationship was not so tumultuous as to result in tragedy. There were several obstacles that prosecutors had to overcome in order to construct a perfect prosecution. The absence of first-hand witnesses was one of the main issues. Stephen was the only one who witnessed Rhonda's fall on the trail. Nichols' attorneys had a significant advantage because no one could definitively dispute their client's version of events, allowing him to continue insisting on it. The unclear expert conclusions were another flaw in the prosecution's case. There were no other obvious indications of violence. Even though some of Rhonda's wounds weren't consistent with the fall, this ambiguity was actively exploited by defense lawyers. They maintained that the prosecution's conclusions were based on speculation and conjecture, and that Rhonda's death was an accident. Stephen Nichols chose to reach an agreement with prosecutors in 2017, 2 years after his arrest. This ruling was an unanticipated development in the case. Nichols' degree of responsibility and potential sentence were greatly diminished by the agreement, which assumed that he would enter a guilty plea to manslaughter. In turn, the prosecutor's office accepted the agreement, likely understanding that the likelihood of a conviction on the manslaughter count was lower. A strong defense, unclear medical reports, and a lack of concrete evidence might have led to Nichols' acquittal. As part of the agreement, a plea deal in this case permitted at least partial justice. Although it was not his intention, Nichols acknowledged that his actions on the day of the tragedy might have played a role in Rhonda's demise. The public and the victim's family had differing opinions about this admission, which allowed the prosecution to wrap up the case without a drawn-out trial. The court imposed the sentence after the plea agreement. Stephen Nichols received a 3-year probationary sentence after being found guilty of manslaughter. Nevertheless, the court permitted Nichols to depart following his 19-month incarceration pending trial. Many people who had been following the case, including Rhonda's family, were taken aback by this light sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A girl went missing after spending the night at her friend's house. In the morning, the bedroom window was wide open, and all of her belongings remained in the room. Police began looking for her, but no one anticipated the dark secrets they would soon discover in the small town. Amanda Lenke was born on June 7, 1991 in Tennessee. She grew up in a large, friendly family with many brothers and sisters. Later, they relocated with their parents to Spring Hill, Florida, where Amanda attended the local middle school. She enjoyed dancing, writing poetry, and playing multiple musical instruments, and she was a very happy child during school breaks. Amanda would always visit her grandparents in the small town of White Cloud. She enjoys spending time there because she has many friends in the town. White Cloud was a quiet and peaceful community of only 1,400 people. The majority of its residents knew each other. Amanda finished 7th grade of middle school in 2004 at the age of 13 and went to White Cloud for the entire summer without supervision or concern for their safety. Amanda spent time with her friends, went for walks, and enjoyed her vacation. On June 20th, she stayed overnight at her best friend's house. They talked, had fun, and went to bed late at night. In the morning, her friend woke up and found Amanda was not in the room. The bedroom windows were wide open. She went to the kitchen and walked around the house, but Amanda was nowhere to be found. Investigators spoke with Amanda's friend, who stated that she did not hear anything that night and that Amanda never told her she was planning to leave. The friend's parents, brother and sister, were present at the time of the disappearance and did not witness anything. Police attempted to locate witnesses who lived near the house but were unsuccessful. No residents noticed anything unusual on the first day of the investigation. Amanda's relatives were outraged by the police's version, claiming she had no problems at home and was happy to spend the summer in White Cloud. They also pointed out that Amanda had left all her belongings, including clothes, in her friend's room. The investigators decided to check the girl's computer for information that could aid in the search. They discovered correspondence with a specific young man, and based on this, the police assumed Amanda fled to meet him, but there were inconsistencies. There was no mention of a possible meeting among these correspondents, and the conversation was about ordinary and everyday issues. Nonetheless, the investigators considered this sufficient to reassure themselves of their correctness. At the time, they did not reveal all of the investigation's details, but information about correspondence with a specific guy spread throughout the city, leading many locals to believe that the girl simply ran away from home. Despite Amanda's relatives' efforts, the police did not fully utilize their resources to locate her. If the case had been classified as a kidnapping, the FBI and other agencies could have been involved in the investigation. On July 5th, mushroom pickers discovered a human body in a forest near White Cloud and reported it to police. Investigators identified the body as Amanda Lenke, who was wearing the same pajamas she had worn at her friend's house. Medical experts confirmed her identity and determined she had received multiple blows from a heave. They also decided to look into the young man with whom Amanda had communicated online. The problem was that his nickname included the word killer. Police considered the possibility that the victim went to meet him and he murdered her, but this version contained numerous inconsistencies. There was no reason to believe the girl would have gone to meet someone in her pajamas in the middle of the night, and their correspondence contained no hints of a personal meeting. The investigator was unable to identify this individual, and the version of his involvement was quickly abandoned in order to generate new leads. Detectives decided to investigate all of Amanda's belongings, which resulted in a breakthrough. They discovered her personal diary, which contained extremely disturbing information. Amanda wrote shortly before her death that a certain man was harassing her, and the following pages were torn out. Investigators suspected his name had been written on them. This diary quickly became the focal point of police investigations into the man's identity. They spoke with all of Amanda's friends and inquired whether the girl had mentioned anything about this. Several of her friends admitted that she had indeed told them about it, and even named the man Cecil Wallace, who was the stepfather of Amanda's friend, and she had stayed the night for detectives, so this was a huge surprise. They had been looking for the killer all over town and beyond, and in the end, the possible suspect was in the same house as the victim. But the friend's testimony was insufficient to arrest him. Investigators had no substantial evidence against the man. No DNA samples were found on the victim's body, and court documents did not state whether she had been abused. Detectives questioned Wallace, who denied any involvement in the crimes. The police were perplexed as to how the man could have done all of this without being noticed in a small house where his wife and 3 children were sleeping. The detectives were unable to detain Wallace due to a lack of evidence or confession. However, they discovered that Wallace's sister, Candace, worked in the police department handling Amanda's case. She actively assisted her brother and his family during interrogations, literally telling him what to say and how to behave. Other detectives were already handling Amanda's case and questioned the objectivity of the investigation by the local police. However, they could not confirm that anyone other than Candace could be helping Wallace. Investigators questioned the man and his family several times but did not yield any results. They continued to look for leads, but the case stretched on for several years. 4 years after the murder in 2008, detectives turned to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for medical help. They dispatched their investigators to White Cloud, where they reviewed all of the case materials, conducted new interrogations, and looked for new leads. Ultimately, they reached the same conclusion as the local detectives: there was insufficient evidence to make an arrest. 3 more years passed, and in 2011, the police received a new lead that changed everything. A 27-year-old Texas girl who grew up in White Cloud visited a news website from her hometown. There, she discovered information about Amanda's murder and began investigating it. After learning that the victim had spent the night at the Wallace house, the woman decided to contact the police and report something disturbing. In 1998, when she was 13 years old, she stayed overnight at Wallace's house because she was friends with his second foster daughter. In the middle of the night, a man entered their room and assaulted both of them, threatening them to keep quiet. The victims were too scared to report the incident, so they never told anyone. However, when the adult victim learned about Amanda's case, she decided to contact the police. The victims were then aged between 13 and 16 years old. In October 2011, police arrested Wallace, 43. After compiling all of the evidence, he was charged with molesting both of these victims and the man who was named as a suspect in Amanda's case for the first time. Detectives had no doubts about his involvement in the murder after hearing everything the other women had to say. At the preliminary hearing, he was granted bail of $150,000, which he was able to pay. Apparently, his sister and other relatives assisted him in gathering the funds. The trial was scheduled to begin in a month. While waiting for Wallace to return to work, the locals were upset that he had been released on bail. They repeatedly protested outside the company's office, demanding that the man be fired. On November 10th, the day of the first court hearing, an unexpected development occurred. Wallace did not appear at the scheduled time, and the police immediately declared him wanted. A few hours later, they discovered his car in the woods near the city. The man was also there. All he had done was commit suicide. Detectives who had not expected such a turn of events were forced to continue their investigation. After the suspect died, they could only rely on strong evidence linking him to Amanda's death. They obtained a search warrant for his home, hoping to find any evidence of her murder. The police searched every corner, tore down some walls and removed floorboards, but could not find any significant evidence. They turned their attention to the suspect's sister, Candace. Detectives were convinced she was covering up for her brother and wanted to know if she knew he had killed Amanda. Candace was arrested in August 2012, following the collection of necessary evidence. She was charged with intentionally misleading the investigation, but this was just the beginning. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Candace had been covering up for her brother when he was dealing illegal substances. She also taught him how to not leave any evidence at crime scenes, and she demonstrated how to properly wipe his fingerprints off surfaces so that experts could not lift them. Candace also advised him to always carry a cigarette containing someone else's DNA in case he needed to plant it at the crime scene. Detectives also concluded that at least 9 people were aware of Wallace's crimes but chose to remain silent. All were family members. The police were unable to establish guilt. Candace's involvement was investigated for 2 years before she agreed to a deal with the police in 2014. She admitted to lying to the investigators, and in exchange, 2 other charges were dropped. Wallace's sister was unable to provide consulting services on a case in which she was working as a police officer. Given that she was assisting her brother during interrogations, she violated this rule and was eventually punished. Candace, however, insisted that her brother was innocent, and the court sentenced her to 30 weekends in jail. This is a dubious practice in which the convict is only required to be in the jail building 2 days per week and is free to roam the rest of the time. Such sentences are a kind of half measure, and if a person has committed a minor offense, they can face several weekends in jail. As a result, they receive a punishment that has little impact on their lives. The convicted individual can continue to work and spend time with their family. Of course, Amanda's relatives were extremely dissatisfied with the decision. They were certain that Candace had assisted her brother in avoiding punishment. However, they were unable to fully approve it, so she received such a minor punishment. Amanda's family was forced to face yet another trial in 2004. Medical experts only handed over a portion of her remains so that they could hold a funeral. The remainder was to be kept by detectives during the investigation. However, following Wallace's death, it was decided to hand over the remains to his relatives. In 2013, the girl's family had to exhume her remains in order to bury him. Her mother is still hoping that investigators will find evidence to prove Wallace's guilt. She also seeks legislative changes to alter the police approach to searching for missing children. The woman insists that investigators should not conduct an investigation based on their subjective assessments, and that the disappearance was a voluntary escape from home. There is almost no doubt that Wallace murdered Amanda, but what was his motivation, given that there is no evidence in the court documents that the victim was subjected to violence? Two assumptions can be made: he likely assaulted her, but did not leave any biological material, so the investigation decided not to reveal this information because it was unnecessary. Detectives could also keep this information secret for the sake of the investigation, hoping that the criminal would reveal previously unknown facts. His past crimes also speak in favor of Wallace being the killer. He assaulted at least 3 victims using the same scheme. All of them stayed at his house overnight. The question remains, why did he kill Amanda? Perhaps he planned to intimidate her, like the others, but the girl threatened to tell the truth to everyone, or she tried to run away from him. And then he panicked. Something else in this case is very alarming. Detectives suggested that all of Wallace's relatives who were in the house on the night of the murder knew about this crime, and even helped the man hide it. In addition to Amanda, his wife, son, and daughter were there. This could explain how he managed to attack the victim without waking any of his relatives. In any case, even without a final verdict from the court, Wallace will no longer be able to harm anyone. The fact that he settled the score with his life before the trial once again speaks in favor of his guilt, even though he took the details of this crime to the grave. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Florida today. On October 16, 2018, 28-year-old Laura Picher was last spotted having dinner at a bar in Sebring. An employee at the Tampa restaurant called 911 3 days later after noticing something odd close to a dumpster. The case was solved by detectives using surveillance footage. Laura Picher was an extremely beautiful and consistently upbeat woman. She was gregarious. In remembrance of his daughter, her father, an art teacher, said this: "In 1989, Laura Picher was born on a chilly day in Michigan. She had 2 nephews, one of whom she never met, a sister-in-law, an older sister, and a brother. She was born with 2 fingers and a thumb on her short left arm. Throughout her life, she struggled with discrimination due to her physical differences. She worked with individuals with physical and mental disabilities as a job coach at Goodwill. She was disabled, but that didn't stop her. It was a feature of her distinct character. Growing up, Laura lived in Michigan. She relocated to Sebring, Florida when she was 26 years old. Her grandmother was getting too old to care for herself, so she moved to Florida. With a big heart, Laura left her job to visit her grandmother in Florida. The incident started with a 911 call on the morning of October 19, 2018, when staff members at the restaurant reported discovering the woman's body hidden under a wood board and wrapped in a plastic bag close to a dumpster behind the establishment. In a restaurant parking lot, a woman reported a bad smell next to a dumpster by calling 811. She initially believed it to be a dead animal, but upon closer inspection, she discovered what she initially believed to be a dead woman. Investigators showed up on the scene, Face down, the victim was discovered. She was half naked. She was discovered wearing a dress, and a plastic bag was placed over her before the bed's headboard was placed over her body, but the gown was lowered beneath her breasts. Her hands were tied behind her back by the criminal. They discovered a wallet that eventually held an ID card and a clear plastic bag filled with personal belongings, the most crucial of which was mail, by using a purse strap inside the dumpster. Laura Peitcher was identified as the victim. She lives in the city of Sebring, Florida, which is roughly 2 hours' drive from where she was discovered, and investigators concluded that she is not truly from Tampa. After more research, it was discovered that Laura owns a silver Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Her pickup truck was not in the parking lot close to where Laura's body was discovered, even though she may have driven it to Tampa. In case it was spotted anywhere, the truck was registered as a stolen vehicle and added to a law enforcement database. In the meantime, the restaurant manager was interviewed by investigators. The body was found on Friday morning, 2 days after the establishment's owners had cleaned the parking lot on Wednesday. This implied that the body had to have been there from Wednesday through Friday. Laura was strangled with a thin rope-like object, as evidenced by the obvious marks on her neck discovered by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on her body. Laura's death date was determined by additional indicators found on her body. It was obvious that the body had been on the ground for a long time because the skin was discolored. 2 days before she was discovered, on Wednesday, the medical examiner came to the conclusion that Laura had passed away. Meanwhile, police in Michigan, 1,200 miles away, informed Laura's family of her passing. Her parents were taken aback. In order to allow investigators access to Laura's trailer, Laura's parents drove 20 hours from Michigan to Sebring. Investigators sought to determine whether the trailer was a scene of a crime. They entered and searched the house to see if anything out of the ordinary had occurred, but there was nothing there. Everything had a place. No sign of a struggle had occurred there, which might indicate that Laura had been attacked elsewhere, nor was Laura's pickup truck present. The investigators were aware that reconstructing the timeline of Laura's final hours would be necessary to solve this case. They wanted to know who Laura had met, why she had come to Tampa from Sebring, and what had happened to her pickup truck. On Wednesday, investigators looked through Laura's cell phone logs. She stopped answering calls between 1 and 5 in the morning. It is a clear sign that something has occurred. According to the records, Laura called a man named Vidal Cortez twice on Wednesday morning. Detectives wanted to speak with a man named Vidal Cortez, who became the first possible suspect after Laura's friends disclosed that he was Laura's boyfriend. They needed to know if there had been any issues in their relationship and when he had last seen Laura. However, the police learned that Laura's pickup had been seen outside a Tampa convenience store before they could locate Cortez and speak with him. 3 miles from the scene of Laura's body, the detectives visited a convenience store. Laura's pickup truck was gone when they arrived. Nonetheless, the detectives hoped they could obtain some answers from the surveillance cameras that were placed both inside and outside the store. They saw a pickup truck arrive at the store and park after viewing the footage from those cameras. Although they attempted to zoom in, the video quality was subpar, making it impossible to identify the driver. A man exited the passenger seat of the pickup truck after it had parked. This indicated that the pickup truck had a driver and a passenger, or at least 2 people. It seems that the man who exited the pickup truck was aware that the cameras were recording him. He wore a baseball cap and kept his head down. He went into the store, but as before, detectives couldn't see his face on the videotape due to its poor quality. The picture was excessively grainy. The employees of the store stopped him from stealing the beer. The man went back to the pickup truck and sat in the passenger seat after leaving the store. Neither did the driver exit the pickup truck, nor did he appear on any of the cameras. Patrol officers found Laura's pickup truck about an hour later. It looked like it had been in a small collision and was parked in the street. At the time of his arrest, investigators noticed the same man sitting in the passenger seat on the surveillance footage. He introduced himself as Calvin Gary. He wore a tracking monitor on his ankle and was on probation. In the driver's seat was nobody. The pickup truck's driver had clearly run away, as only a pair of shoes remained. The detective started questioning Calvin Gary, while Laura's pickup was turned over to forensic so they could thoroughly inspect it for any evidence. He claimed that a man named Hot had given him the truck. They were going to steal beer from a convenience store, and Hot had just moved into the area. Calvin Gary was asked by detectives if he was aware of how hot the pickup truck got. "I don't know anything about Laura," he said, adding that he didn't know the answer to that question. "I don't know what happened to her," he said. He informed detectives that Hot was a short African-American man. Calvin Gary also provided detectives with Hot's location. When they spotted them, they proceeded to the designated address. The short man hid in a bushy grove. He was mistaken in his hope that the detectives hadn't noticed him. They invited him to approach them. The man had on a shirt and pants but no shoes when he came out of the shrubbery. He refused to give his name when detectives asked him to do so because he was uncooperative. The detectives then requested that he approach the car. They were able to quickly identify fingerprints thanks to specialized equipment. Detectives discovered a match in the database when they scanned the man's fingerprint. Gary Daniel was his real name, and he had a long criminal history. He was already a 3-time prisoner. The fact that Gary Daniel was from Sebring was another noteworthy detail. Be mindful, Laura was a resident of Sebring as well. Detectives assumed Daniel was the driver of Laura's pickup truck because he was shoeless. Remember how the police discovered shoes inside the pickup truck when they located it? Gary Daniel was therefore a suspect in the Laura Peacher case, due to all of these factors. Nevertheless, the detectives had to release him because there was insufficient evidence at that time for the police to bring any charges against him. Because Calvin Gary had an ankle monitor, they focused on him and the fact that he, Gary, and Daniel used Laura's pickup truck. But the police were able to follow him around. They learned that Calvin Gary had never visited Sebring where Laura lived, or the dumpster where her body was discovered. Following the discovery and interrogation of Laura's boyfriend, Vidal Cortez, detectives ruled out Calvin Gary as a suspect. However, he told detectives that Laura had gone to a Sebring bar on the evening of Tuesday, October 16, since she had been there the night before she died. Detectives were intrigued by this information and went to the bar to talk to the establishment personnel. Since Laura lived nearby, the manager told detectives that she frequently stopped by the bar for a bite to eat. Her most recent visit was on the evening of Tuesday, October 16. There was nothing unusual about her manner. She was smiling and friendly as usual. The existence of surveillance cameras within the establishment, which captured all events within the bar, was discovered by detectives. They viewed the video, which supported the bar manager's claims that Laura was wearing the same dress in which she was discovered. At the bar, she was seated. At the time, she was conversing with a waitress who was employed. She ate dinner. Nothing odd was going on, and she hadn't ordered any alcohol. Around 11 p.m., she left without meeting anyone and only talked to a waitress. Subsequent investigation revealed that the witness saw Laura with a man he described as Shorty at 2:45 a.m., approximately 4 hours after she had left the bar. She was spotted by the witness at a gas station outside a convenience store across town. At that moment, Laura was sitting in her pickup truck and appeared to be in good health. There was no sign that she was having problems or that she needed assistance. In addition, the witness stated that Laura and Shorty took off in their car. Since the gas station was the last known location where Laura was spotted alive, the investigators went there. At 2:54 a.m., when they began watching the security footage, they recognized a familiar face. Gary Daniel had entered to purchase cigarettes. Before he left, he chatted with another customer. Laura's pickup truck was seen backing out of the parking lot and onto the highway in footage captured by another camera. The footage supported an eyewitness's account that he unquestionably saw Laura Peacher and Gary Daniel together at a gas station near Sebring, but it was impossible to determine whether Laura was inside the pickup at the time, whether she was okay, or whether Gary Daniel was with her. Investigators searched the dumpster for clues that might connect Gary Daniel to Laura's murder early on Wednesday morning. Although the ATM receipt was partially torn, it contained information that helped law enforcement identify that it was a specific ATM at a Lakeland gas station. The receipt states that the transaction took place on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m., 12 hours after Laura was last observed in Sebring. In order to locate the ATM of interest, the detectives proceeded to the gas station. With any luck, the surveillance footage would help them solve the case. They could see Laura's pickup truck in the video, but they couldn't make out who was sitting in it. Fortunately, there were several cameras. The detectives watched Gary Daniel exit the pickup and go to the store after it had been parked. After taking out cash from the ATM and purchasing a soda, they departed the establishment. Detectives believed Laura was dead by this point because she was not seen and did not exit the pickup truck. Gary Danielle returned to the pickup truck and headed toward the location of Laura's body. They located him. For interrogation, Gary Danielle was brought to the police station. The only proof the police had at that point was that Danielle had used Laura's pickup truck, so they started interrogating him about it. The only thing he did, Danielle said, was to use an unlocked truck that had keys inside for that purpose. He didn't know who owned the pickup. The pickup truck's interior was fine, he said. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. After showing him a photo of Laura, the detectives asked him if he recognized the person in it. "I don't know the woman," Danielle said. He was asked if he had ever met Laura in Sebring by detectives. "No," he said. Then they told him that a recording had been made at a Sebring gas station. He's on the tape, and Laura's pickup truck is on the tape. He refused to answer any more questions after Danielle learned that the police suspected him of killing Laura. There was no tangible evidence available to detectives at the time to convince a jury that Laura Peicher was murdered by Gary Danielle. A person has a set amount of time to stand trial. The clock begins to run as soon as the suspect is taken into custody. The detectives chose to release Gary Danielle because they were still awaiting the forensic findings. Naturally, there was a significant risk that Danielle would flee, but the investigators determined that the risk was warranted in this instance. Many questions were addressed by forensic analysis. Drops of Laura's blood were discovered by the experts in the rear seat of her pickup truck. This suggests that Laura's body was either in the back seat of the pickup truck when she passed away, or that the crime was committed inside the vehicle. A forensic report on the objects discovered close to Laura's body has been obtained by investigators. Gary Danielle's DNA was discovered under Laura's fingernails, and it matched the DNA on the strap that was used to bind her hands. Gary Danielle was taken into custody after the DNA evidence found in surveillance footage was sufficient to file charges. Danielle used his right to silence and remained silent when he was arrested. He was accused of carjacking, tampering with evidence, and first-degree murder. The investigators attempted to create a timeline of Laura's final hours based on the evidence. They were aware that Laura was in a Sebring bar. At around 11 p.m., she left the bar by herself and went to the town center, where she met up with friends. She met Gary Danielle that same evening. There was no connection between them, and they had never met before. Because Gary Danielle wouldn't answer questions, investigators think Laura agreed to give him a ride, perhaps in return for money. Investigators don't know how he and Laura met, but they do know that she was found alive and unharmed in a pickup truck by an eyewitness at a gas station, where she and Gary Danielle ended up. After they left the gas station, it seems that something happened. Laura was strangled in her own pickup truck, though it's unclear where the truck was when she passed away. Surveillance footage showed Laura's pickup truck at a gas station 25 miles outside of Tampa, where Danielle was taking out cash from an ATM, 12 hours after it was last seen in Sebring. After that, Danielle took a car to Tampa. 2 days after, he hid Laura's body in a restaurant parking lot next to a dumpster. It was discovered. The trial didn't happen until nearly 3 years after Laura's passing. The global situation was the reason for the delay. It took a long time for Laura Peicher's father to go to court and face the man who killed his daughter. Rather than condemning Danielle, the father used his words to discuss the lost young woman. A young boy once pointed out her short arm, according to a story her father told. She was told by another boy that he had asthma. "Don't you know there's something wrong with everyone?" she replied. Her father brought some of his daughter's belongings to court, including her journal, which bore the inscription, "Live the life you've imagined." Because she lived alone and no one was around to do the dishes, she wrote in it that she detested cooking. She expressed her distaste for littering in her writing. On August 24, 2021, she wrote about her 4 tattoos, the most significant of which was a black bird in memory of a deceased sister-in-law and based on a Beetle song. In a deal with state prosecutors, Gary Danielle entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder. Danielle, 50, agreed to a 30-year prison term in exchange for a guilty plea to second-degree murder. He also acknowledged committing grand theft of a motor vehicle and tampering with evidence. In the brief court hearing, Danielle, who was short, gray, bald, bearded, handcuffed, and wearing orange, stood silently in a jury box. To Laura Peicher's family, he remained silent. The case was punctuated by a guilty plea, but it left many questions unanswered, including how Laura met Danielle and why she was murdered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 58-year-old Christy Marks, a successful, professional, and loving mother, walked out of her house on the evening of October 24, 2009, feeling hopeful. She was traveling to re-establish contact with her 20-year-old daughter Taylor, whom Christy had adopted years prior. Taylor had called earlier that day to beg Christy to come get her from the home of her boyfriend Brian. This request was an unanticipated favor, following a protracted period of hostility between them. Around 7:00 p.m., Christy arrived to Brian's residence. The Akron, Ohio area was notorious for its high crime rate and overall gloom. Christy parked her car, went to the door, and knocked in spite of her fears. When Taylor responded, Christy, unable to control her happiness, gave her a hug. There didn't appear to be any conflict between them. Brian soon followed, escorting the two women back to Christy's vehicle. Although the location itself made Christy uncomfortable, everything appeared regular to her. Things took a horrifying turn as they approached the automobile. Suddenly, a man with a knife came behind them. The assault was vicious and quick. Before Christy could protect herself, she was hit several times in the face and chest. Then she fell to the floor. After screaming, Taylor snatched up her phone and dialed 911. She can be heard begging for assistance on the recording of the call, stating that her mother had been attacked while Taylor was speaking with the dispatcher. She handed the phone to Brian, who gave their location and recounted the events, saying the assailant had run away. He spoke in an eerily serene tone, devoid of the intensity one might anticipate from someone who had just witnessed such a horrific incident. Paramedics showed up in a matter of minutes. Christy was critically ill, yet still alive. After being taken to the hospital, medical professionals put forth endless effort to save her life. Shortly after their arrival, Christy Marks was declared dead, despite their best attempts. Multiple stab wounds administered with frightening intensity at the scene were the main cause of death. Law enforcement immediately identified a number of irregularities. Near the scene of the attack, Christy's purse, which held her paperwork, cash, keys, and other belongings, was discovered undamaged. This particular feature ran counter to the usual heist pattern. A bloodied knife, which was thought to be the weapon used, was also found in bushes close by. These results cast doubt on the witnesses' testimonies and highlighted the prospect of more complex motivations for the crime. Taylor, the police started questioning everyone. Accounts from Brian and his friend Troy, who was inside the house when it was attacked, were conflicting and erratic. Taylor stated that she had only seen the attacker's outline, identifying a person dressed in a flannel shirt and red sneakers. Brian claimed that while battling the attacker, he attempted to step in and even got hurt. But Troy denied ever leaving the house and said he didn't see anything. Investigators soon had suspicions that none of them were telling the truth despite their assertions. Blood trails and the location of the weapon were among the evidence discovered at the scene that pointed to a staged crime. Authorities thought the incident was well planned rather than a chance occurrence. Detectives were under constant observation during the first night of the investigation, and they were left with one unanswered question. Who among those present knew the truth, and why would someone target Christy? On March 29, 1989, Taylor Marks was born. Immediately after her birth, her biological mother made the decision to place her in foster care, placing the child in the custody of the adoption system. Although Taylor was the only member of her original family placed in foster care, little is known about them other than the fact that she had at least one elder sibling. This was the start of a new chapter in her life, one that ultimately gave love and compassion despite its difficult beginning. A few months later, Bruce and Christy Marks welcomed Taylor into their family. Due to their inability to conceive, the couple had long wished to become parents. They knew Taylor was destined to be a member of their family the moment they laid eyes on her. The Marks family was financially secure at the time. Bruce was a senior employee of a large telecom business, and Christy, who was well known for her ability to stay organized, ran the home and supported their family. Taylor was surrounded by love from their huge and close-knit extended family. She was surrounded by supportive and caring relatives, including grandparents, aunts, uncles, and numerous cousins. Raising Taylor was very important to Bruce and Christy. She enrolled in dance courses, went to exclusive private schools, and engaged in other extracurricular activities. Opportunities that many of her peers did not have were abundant in her life. But Taylor had a special relationship with Bruce. Family friends said that Bruce was her hero. Dad always gave her what she wanted and supported her without conditions. However, she had a different relationship with Christy. Christy was more realistic, demanding, and severe. Although Taylor's early years were not significantly impacted by these disparities in parenting, tensions started to surface as she grew older. Taylor had growing parental supervision and expectations during her adolescence, which frequently led to arguments. Growing arguments were the backdrop against which the family dynamics started to erode. Christy and Bruce had marital problems that ultimately resulted in their divorce when Taylor was about 10 years old. Taylor claims that she was emotionally impacted by her parents' divorce. She believed that Christy started to vent her annoyances on her, which made their relationship even more strained. At the age of 13, Taylor's life took a significant turn in 2002. Bruce went into a diabetic coma and died unexpectedly. Taylor suffered a terrible loss at his passing, losing not just her father but also her most dependable emotional support system. Her grandfather, with whom she was also quite close, also died soon after. Taylor suffered severe emotional injuries as a result of these back-to-back defeats. Christy acquired a sizable estate, including a sizable chunk of money, after Bruce passed away. In the hopes that a change of scenery would give her and Taylor a new beginning, she utilized a portion of the money to buy a new house in Akron, Ohio. But Taylor's emotional condition was getting worse. She became more reclusive. Her disagreements with Christy grew more heated, and her academic performance declined. Although Christy made an effort to help her daughter, her strategies frequently came across as unduly restrictive. She made an effort to make up for Bruce's passing by giving Taylor material luxuries, frequently going above and above to meet all of her needs and more. The emotional bond between them, though, kept deteriorating. One day, Christy hoped, her daughter will assume responsibilities, complete her studies, and continue the family tradition. However, Taylor was uninterested in these ideas and preferred to fantasize rather than defying what she perceived to be imposed expectations. Taylor's desire for independence ran counter to her mother's expectations as she approached adolescence. Conflicts started to escalate after this, and they only became worse over time. For Taylor, her mother was a continual source of stress. Tensions increased with every year that went by. Christy made an effort to guide Taylor in the way she thought was best by enforcing stringent regulations. Her daughter's falling grades, lack of concentration in class, and seeming disregard for her future caused her to worry more and more. However, Taylor's urge to rebel was fueled by her perception that her mother was trying to control her life. The emotional distance between Taylor and Christy only grew as a result of her incessant criticism of Taylor's looks, wardrobe, and friend choices. The years in high school were especially difficult. Taylor started abusing her mother's rights after gaining access to them. She disregarded Christy's attempts to maintain discipline, preferring to hang out with friends over studying. Christy attempted a number of strategies to help her daughter, but they simply made the gap wider. Taylor's high school graduation in 2008 was a significant turning point. Taylor had little interest in going to college, even if Christy was eager to give her the money and the chance to go any college. Taylor finally enrolled at an Akron university after Christy encouraged him to at least try, but Taylor left for Christy after only 1 month of her first semester. This choice was a significant setback, signifying the widening gap between their aspirations for Taylor's future. Christy made the decision to adopt a more assertive stance after realizing that persuasion was failing. She threatened to leave the house unless Taylor found a job and began to support herself. In America, where young adults are urged to assume responsibility for their life once they reach maturity, this was a typical expectation. But Taylor interpreted her mother's remarks as cruelty and a threat rather than as inspiration, which exacerbated their disagreement. When Taylor met 21-year-old Brian Smith, who had a reputation as a bad kid, in May 2009, things became even more heated. Along with his mother and sister, Brian resided in a low-income area of the city. Taylor was immediately attracted to him because she saw in Brian an opportunity to break free from her mother's authority. However, some who knew Brian said he had a fiery temper and a need to control others in relationships. "Stop, Taylor." Christy was adamantly against the partnership. In addition to Brian's actions, she was worried about the impact he would have on her kid. Christy tried to keep Taylor away from Brian, even preventing him from visiting their house. But these acts just strengthened Taylor's determination. Soon after, Taylor left her mother's house, packed her things, and moved in with Brian. At first, their relationship appeared promising, but it didn't take long for Brian to start acting aggressively and controllingly. Thus, life with Brian was far from the perfect picture Taylor had envisioned. Taylor experienced control, envy, and angry outbursts frequently. Despite this, she refused to go back home because she believed that doing so would be an admission of failure. Christy was worried about her daughter and kept helping, in the hopes that her daughter would learn from her mistakes. She kept in touch and bought necessities for Taylor. When Christy offered Taylor a lifeline, their tension reached a breaking point. She was allowed to return home as long as she found employment or went back to school. Christy went so far as to offer her more assistance, including a job at her company, an apartment, and a car. However, Taylor didn't seem really interested in these chances. She and Brian's turbulent relationship persisted, in spite of the growing difficulties. Christy clung to the hope that Taylor would eventually realize her mistakes. One day, she thought, her daughter would come home and be more responsible. Regretfully, this dream would never materialize, and the actions that would ultimately result in a fatal outcome were put in motion by the widening gap in their relationship, which was exacerbated over time. Taylor felt that her long-awaited liberation began when she moved into Brian's house, but that liberty soon gave way to a number of limitations. She had no idea what life with Brian would be like. He kept a close eye on every part of her life and enforced stringent standards. Taylor, who was used to a certain amount of ease and autonomy, was thrust into a situation where she was expected to do anything Brian asked of her. Brian quickly had complete control over Taylor. He kept a close eye on her whereabouts, checked her phone, and read her messages. Even her conversations with Christy became contentious. Taylor was persuaded by Brian that her mother was only attempting to control her and keep her from living her life as she saw fit. Christy kept reaching out, but his remarks widened the already widening gap between them. Taylor was in total seclusion in Brian's house, but she was determined to maintain communication. By presenting himself as the only one who genuinely understood her, Brian not only limited her social circle but also played with her emotions. He acted aggressively during arguments, threatening people and smashing things. Demands for complete fealty and continual reminders of her reliance on him frequently followed his tantrums. The fact that Brian's mother Tammy decided not to step in and essentially encouraged his actions made matters more problematic. By serving as a watcher while Brian wasn't present, his younger sister also contributed to keeping Taylor under control. Because of this, Taylor's every action was constantly watched. Another important element in Taylor's relationship with Brian was her financial connections to her mother. Brian was determined to keep things under control because he was aware of Christy's riches and Taylor's possible inheritance. He further strained their relationship by often reinforcing the notion that her mother was the cause of all her issues. Taylor started avoiding her mother as a result of Brian's influence, and even when Christy came to assist her daughter, Brian continued to act contemptuously and distantly. He insisted that they could manage things independently and dissuaded Taylor from accepting her mother's help. Christy persisted in providing for Taylor in spite of Brian's efforts, purchasing her essentials and pressing her to return home. The conflict between Taylor, Brian, and Christy had escalated to a breaking point by the summer of 2009. Taylor had lived with Brian for months and was now totally reliant on his influence. In the midst of growing aggressiveness and control, a concept emerged that at first glance appeared unrealistic, but quickly developed into a detailed strategy. Financial incentives, mutual discontent, and growing pressure all contributed to this notion. In order to obtain access to Christy's assets, it was intended to permanently remove her. For Taylor, this appeared to be a means of becoming financially independent and cutting the final links that bound her to her mother. It gave Brian the chance to firmly establish his dominance over Taylor and take advantage of her wealth to better his own situation. Within their close circle, the notion of committing a crime started to circulate. Troy Purdy, a 19-year-old buddy of Brian's who often came to their house, joined in on these conversations. Younger and more susceptible, Troy was viewed as a perfect fit for the scheme. At first, the discussions were presented as jokes or made-up situations, but they grew more somber over time. With meticulous attention to every detail, the planning process moved slowly forward. Brian and Taylor discussed ways to make the crime appear to be a random attack or robbery. They concluded that rather than indicating a planned crime, the evidence found at the scene should suggest an act of spontaneous hostility. Taylor and Brian were not directly involved in the incident because Troy was selected to perform the act. Troy's commitment to Brian served as the foundation for his involvement. He didn't dispute the strategy, and he respected Brian. Troy was promised $5,000 in exchange for his role. Taylor anticipated receiving this sum from her inheritance after the court proceedings were concluded. The weapon was chosen with particular care. Taylor claims that Tammy, Brian's mother, even bought a knife for the scheme, but it was later determined that its size and weight made it inappropriate. Finally, Troy took it upon himself to locate a suitable weapon. He picked a small, lightweight knife that was convenient to carry and hide. Studying Christie's routines was an essential component of the preparation process. They knew that Christie frequently came to see Taylor at Brian's residence, which left her susceptible because she typically arrived alone herself, thinking she was just picking up her daughter. This information was included in the plan. The attack was supposed to happen while Christie was leaving the house or close to her car when she arrived at the residence. Taylor took the last step to make sure everything went according to plan just before everything was put into action. She wanted to return home, so she called her mother and asked her to come get her. The purpose of this phone contact was to emotionally disarm Christie, allowing her to feel relieved and letting her guard down during the conversations. Taylor didn't hesitate. Troy claims that in addition to actively participating in the planning, she had a strong will to see it through to completion. Even though she and her mother had a tense relationship, this was an extreme move. Taylor used her desire to get away from her mother's control and years of bitterness as justifications for her engagement. While this was going on, Brian led the process and persuaded Taylor that this was the only way to solve her issues. Everything was prepared by the evening of October 24, 2009. Taylor stayed composed and concentrated, thinking that this was the best way to go, even though she knew the plan was progressing from theory to action. This day appeared to be the beginning of Christie and her daughter's reconciliation. It signaled what Taylor and Brian perceived as the start of a new phase in their lives. For Christie Marks, October 24, 2009 started off as an ordinary day but ended tragically. Taylor wanted to come home for Christie, she told her mother over the phone that night. This surprise call was a happy moment. She saw it as a chance to reestablish a relationship with her daughter after months of conflict. Unaware that she was entering a carefully orchestrated crime, she hastily packed her belongings, got into her car, and drove to Brian's residence. Christie showed up at about 7:00 p.m. After parking close to the house, she made her way to the front door. It seemed as if this was the first step toward reconciliation as Taylor smiled and gave her a hug. Brian watched the event from behind as they left the house. Troy remained inside as intended, to avoid raising any red flags. Brian followed a little behind, as if escorting Christie and Taylor as they started toward the car. Everything changed in a second, even though it seemed like a typical interaction. The incident started abruptly and without warning when Troy came out of the home with the knife as the two women got closer to the car. Christie didn't have time to respond. Troy repeatedly hit her in the face and chest. She had little time to defend herself because the attack was so quick and vicious. After being stabbed more than 10 times, Christie collapsed to the ground. There was no robbery here. It was a deliberate act of violence with the goal of killing her. Taylor was standing close by, observing the assault. She later said that her fear of Troy was the reason she did nothing. Surveillance film that was later found, however, revealed no indications of panic or concern on her behalf. Brian likewise did nothing to stop Troy, claiming that his only responsibility was to safeguard the women. After the incident was ended, Taylor grabbed her phone and dialed 911. She pleaded for an ambulance to be sent right away, and her voice sounded stressed. But Brian quickly took over the phone and took on the coordinator's position, giving the dispatcher information about the location and the kind of help that was required. Law enforcement officials who subsequently analyzed the call were suspicious of his emotionless and composed voice. Troy left the knife in a nearby bush after finishing the attack and ran away. He later stated that his actions were motivated by mental turmoil, but the evidence indicated otherwise. After meticulous planning, Christie was taken to the hospital, but the medical staff was unable to rescue her. She died from several stab wounds that were clearly caused in a fit of rage after Christie Marks' untimely death. The inquiry got underway right away. Only a few minutes after the emergency services call, police showed up on the site. Doubt was quickly aroused by the evidence they discovered, which included a knife in the bushes, Christie's purse with everything she owned still in it, and the lack of any indications of robbery. The specifics did not fit the premise of a random attack. Questioning Taylor, Brian, and Troy was the first thing the detectives did. To exclude any possibility of collaboration, each were interviewed independently, but their explanations were erratic and unpersuasive. Inconsistencies in their statements were promptly discovered by the police. Surveillance footage taken close to the crime scene provided the crucial piece of evidence. Taylor and Brian were seen on camera standing close by when Troy assaulted Christie. Neither of them attempted to step in. These recordings turned out to be a pivotal moment. Equipped with this proof, investigators went back to question the suspects. Troy was the first to confess under the weight of the evidence. He said Taylor was the mastermind behind the plan and acknowledged that the attack had been planned. Troy claims that she had presented the concept to him and Brian, offering a monetary incentive from the estate she would inherit upon her mother's passing. Troy disclosed that he was in charge of carrying out the attack, while Brian was in charge of fabricating an alibi by making it seem like a robbery. Additionally, Troy said that he had purposefully caused minor injuries to Brian in order to add credibility to the fictitious situation. His admission totally refuted Taylor's earlier assertion that the attack was an isolated incident. Brian also changed his story after hearing Troy's confession. He confirmed Troy's claim that Taylor had started the scheme. Brian, however, denied taking part in the attack, saying that although he disapproved of it, he felt helpless to stop Taylor and Troy. Additionally, he maintained that he didn't know the entire strategy until the very last minute. However, this appeared to be an effort to minimize his role. Taylor first denied her involvement, despite growing evidence and accusations, but her account of what happened got more and more erratic. According to investigators, she started contradicting herself, and her actions indicated that she was trying to conceal the truth. Ultimately, as the evidence mounted, Taylor acknowledged talking to Brian and Troy about the plot. Numerous information that were discovered during the inquiry demonstrated how intentional the crime was. Everything was carefully planned by the players, including the weapon selection and the fabrication of injuries. Both Troy and Brian's stated money motivation turned into a key element of the prosecution's case. Taylor said that one of the main reasons behind her choice was her continuous disagreement with her mother. She did, however, assert that she had not expected the situation to worsen to such a horrible conclusion. Police had a complete picture of what had happened within 5 hours after the crime. In relation to Christie Marks' death, Troy Purdy, Brian Smith, and Taylor Marks were taken into custody and charged. However, this marked the end of the investigation's first phase. The court would decide their degrees of guilt and impose sentences, and the legal process was only getting started. In late 2009, the trial for Christie Marks' crime got underway. Because of the savagery of the crime and the involvement of those close to the victim, the defendants were under intense public scrutiny. A plethora of evidence, including camera recordings and witness statements, served as the foundation for the prosecution's case. The security film, which showed Taylor and Brian watching and doing nothing to stop the attack on Christie, was the strongest piece of evidence. Furthermore, a key component of the case was Troy's confession, which described the conspiracy and his involvement in the crime. Additionally, Taylor's phone was used by investigators to exhibit text messages in which she talked about her tense relationship with her mother and stated that she wanted to be free of her. Evidence of the sizable inheritance Taylor anticipated receiving following Christie's passing provided more credence for the financial motivation. It was disclosed during the trial that Christie has substantial assets, including as a business, real properties, and sizable savings. Taylor, Brian, and Troy's defense lawyers aimed to lessen their client's guilt. According to Taylor's defense, she was heavily influenced by Brian and lacked the independence to act on her own. According to her attorney, she was susceptible to manipulation because of the emotional instability brought on by the death of her father and the pressure from her mother. Brian, however, denied being directly involved in the crime. He didn't know about the plan until the attack happened, according to his lawyer, and Buka paralyzed him so he couldn't stop it. Troy tried to somewhat alter his story during the trial, stating that he was under pressure from Brian to do so, even though he had already confessed. Troy admitted his guilt and testified against the other defendants in exchange for a plea agreement with the prosecution. Instead of facing the death penalty, he was given a life sentence without the prospect of release. Taylor also entered a guilty plea after realizing how bleak her circumstances were. She made a heartfelt statement throughout the hearings, expressing regret for what she had done. She described how she became involved in the crime as a result of her disputes with her mother and Brian's influence. Prosecutors countered that she was intentionally and strategically involved. When faced with indisputable proof, Brian, on the other hand, finally acknowledged his role after first denying it. The court saw this as an attempt to minimize his responsibility, notwithstanding his insistence that his involvement was small and that he had not intended for the crime to occur. Taylor Marks and Brian Smith were convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy by the court in 2010. They were both given life sentences, without the chance of release. Although Taylor apologized for what she had done, her assertion that she had lost control was interpreted as an effort to lessen the severity of her punishment. Troy Purdy was also sentenced to life in prison as part of his plea agreement, but his actions while inside ultimately came to light. He was accused of having a weapon within the prison in 2015, which cast doubt on his capacity for change. The announcement of the penalties permanently altered the lives of all those engaged in the catastrophe. In addition to losing a mother, Christy Marks' family also lost a daughter who participated in her demise. The narrative turned into a sad lesson of how even the closest relationships may be destroyed by rash actions and personal disagreements. Taylor was committed to a women's penitentiary prison in Ohio and given a life sentence without the possibility of release. She avoided interacting with the media and other prisoners throughout her first few years behind bars. But in 2021, Taylor spoke about her case in an interview with a television show. Taylor acknowledged the seriousness of her acts during the interview, but she persisted in using her mental instability and her disagreement with her mother as excuses for her choices. Even though Taylor had previously apologized in court, she continued to criticize her mother, calling her harsh and unsupportive following the loss of her father. She added that she hoped to have her case evaluated and be given the opportunity to live freely in the future. Her remarks caused controversy since many people believed they showed a lack of sincere regret. Taylor currently works at the prison and takes part in rehabilitation programs during the day. Her professed repentance is still divisive. While some perceive her statements as an attempt to find purpose in life while incarcerated, others regard them as deceptive and manipulative. Brian received a life sentence in a high-secret jail as well. He has kept a low profile ever since being found guilty. He has not discussed his involvement in the crime in public or avoided interviews. Brian is known to be a challenging prisoner who frequently gets into arguments and acts aggressively, according to the staff. When it was revealed that he had gotten into a brawl with another prisoner in 2017, his name came up again. The event demonstrated that, despite his sentencing, his propensity for violent conduct had not changed. Brian, like Taylor, continues to serve as a reminder of the terrible consequences of not accepting responsibility and the destructive power one may wield over others. Despite his plea agreement, Troy, who was directly involved in the crime, was likewise sent to a high-secretary prison, since his actions while incarcerated showed no signs of improvement. Although Troy's involvement in the crime was seen as the product of Brian and Taylor's manipulation, his readiness to deliver the lethal blows raised questions about his potential for rehabilitation, and he has hardly been discussed in the media since the occurrence. Christy Marks' friends and surviving family members continue to remember her. Following her passing, her senior care company was sold, and a portion of the money raised was given to organizations that assist victims of domestic abuse. Christy has frequently been characterized by her family and friends as a strong, kind woman who devoted her life to serving others. Even now, years after her passing, Christy's story serves as a reminder of the value of candid communication in families and the necessity of getting professional assistance when disputes get out of hand. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At exactly 11:23 a.m. on the morning of August 15, 1975, the Marple Police Department received a phone call. David Zanstra, a clergyman and the director of a summer Bible camp, was the caller. Gretchen Harrington, an 8-year-old girl, had vanished, according to his terrifying account. The camp was less than half a mile away from Gretchen's house in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and she had planned to walk there. But she never did. They immediately launched a desperate search for Gretchen, but to no avail. Gretchen's skeletal bones were discovered in neighboring Ridley Creek State Park on October 14, 1975, 2 months later. The community was left confused and uneasy as the crime went unsolved, in spite of this startling discovery. After Gretchen left for the summer Bible camp, what happened to her? Would the truth regarding Gretchen's death and abduction ever be revealed? Marple Township, which is in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in the United States, is the setting for today's case. It was home to more than 23,000 people as of 2015. The Broomall Fields and Marple Gardens are two of the many fascinating attractions in Marple Township. With a crime rate below the national average, Marple Township is a rather safe area to live. It is among the safest communities in Pennsylvania, with a crime score of 0.17. The story of Gretchen Harrington started here. Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen Eleanor Harrington into the world on June 13, 1967. Harold, her father, was a Presbyterian church preacher at the time. Gretchen had 2 older sisters, Zoe and Harriet, in addition to her parents. According to Gretchen's family, she was a sweet, gentle girl who exuded kindness. Gretchen was in the 2nd grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square by 1975, when she was 8 years old. Before a terrible incident upended Gretchen and her family's lives, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Gretchen left home early on August 15, 1975, to go to a summer Bible camp program. There were 2 places in this camp. A guy by the name of David Zanstra was the pastor of Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, which was the first. Harold, Gretchen's father, served as the pastor of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, which served as the second venue. The first church hosted the Bible camp programs in the morning, and David would then drive the kids to the second church. The Zanstra and Harrington families knew one another quite well. Both moms fulfilled the customary role of a pastor's wife, and both fathers served as pastors. They lived close to one another. In actuality, Gretchen's dearest friend was one of Zanstra's daughters. That day, Gretchen's voyage was unique. She usually walked with her 2 sisters, 11-year-old Harriet and 12-year-old Zoe, to the summer Bible camp program. They did it every day. But on that specific day, their mother, Ina, was taking their infant home after giving birth to a baby named Jessica. Harriet and Zoe decided to wait for them to return. In spite of this shift in schedule, Gretchen's father, Harold, urged her to continue attending the summer Bible camp program in order to keep up her flawless attendance record. Thus, when her father said goodbye, Gretchen started the walk by herself. She started walking up the hill toward Trinity just after 9 in the morning. Harold watched her closely as she continued along Lawrence Road. He had no idea that after she was out of his line of sight, he would never again see his daughter alive. On warm summer days in the 1970s, it was rather common to observe kids strolling by themselves in a quiet suburban area like Marple. People didn't even consider the possibility of danger. Children used to play freely into the late hours of the night. Without any concerns, they wandered the streets, went into the woods, and even took a dip in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's house, to cool off. Without the use of cell phones or GPS watches to stay in touch with their parents, kids would walk blocks to their friends' homes. Simply put, Marple was a very safe place. Many longtime Philadelphians opted to relocate there for that very reason. Gretchen was expected to appear at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m. in the 1960s, but she failed to show up on time. Harold's realization of her disappearance was the first clue that anything was wrong. At approximately 11 in the morning, Gretchen's pals arrived at the house's front door in search of her. Harold acted right away, since he was worried and couldn't see Gretchen in the classrooms or in the area. To find out where his daughter was, he called the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and talked to David's wife, Maggie Zanstra. He was informed that she hadn't been spotted, though. After this, David called the Marple Township Police Department and officially reported Gretchen missing. Bruma and Marple Township were rocked by Gretchen's disappearance. Around the next day, August 16, 1975, hundreds of individuals were involved in a massive hunt for her. This comprised volunteer firemen and dog teams that searched farms, wooded areas, and both sides of the creek. From above, a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter kept scanning the area, but with so little information available, the authorities were forced to end the extensive search on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen vanished. Daniel Hennessy, the police chief, openly acknowledged to a local newspaper that they had no idea where she was. The entire town went into a frenzy as a result of this circumstance, completely upending the sense of security in the area. In response, family members and friends began handing out flyers to local drivers. Gretchen's most current school photo, which showed her with a missing tooth and a happy childlike smile, was used on these flyers. Due to the lack of information, there were many unsolved questions and a rise in conjecture. Did she flee? Did she drown in the creek by accident? Was it someone she knew, or could it have been a stranger? The mystery of Gretchen's disappearance left everyone puzzled and extremely worried. The police spent the days that followed Gretchen's disappearance gathering information and trying to piece together what had happened. On August 19, they conducted one of their most important interviews with David. In the course of this discussion, David revealed that on the day Gretchen vanished, he had in fact driven a group of kids to the church. He claimed, nevertheless, that he had not seen her that day. Gretchen's sisters, Harriet and Zoe Harrington, returned to Delaware County Christian School as August gave way to September. However, because they were confused of what to say, their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or have a conversation. When standard investigative techniques failed to produce any results in the face of such a heartbreaking circumstance, the police chose to take an unusual approach to find Gretchen. They sought the help of Judith Richardson Hames, a psychic. Judith was well known for helping law enforcement solve almost 100 criminal cases, especially those involving missing children, by using her psychic powers. Judith sat down with police officials in September 1975 and made a forecast that she hoped would turn out to be wrong. She thought Gretchen was dead, based on her psychic revelations. On October 14, 1975, 1 month later, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park discovered a decomposing body concealed in the trees. When he saw a human fingernail, his initial confusion about what he had discovered was eliminated. As soon as the jogger realized how serious the situation was, he called the police. After examining the unique clothing found with the bones, Gretchen's parents were able to verify that it belonged to her. The medical examiner then used dental data to connect Gretchen's body to the body. Tragically, it was determined that Gretchen had been murdered. According to the forensic analysis, she had been severely beaten because her skull had many fractures. Despite the police's initial suspicions of mistreatment, the autopsy produced no hard proof to back up this theory. Harold, Gretchen's father, stood in the pulpit and gave a moving speech on Sunday, October 19, 1975, a few days after her body was found. He mentioned Gretchen's trust in Christ in his heartbreaking speech. He emphasized that although her murderer was no longer bound by their horrible deeds, she was now free from this world. David presided over Gretchen's funeral, which was a solemn occasion. Gretchen was 8 years old. She was buried in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA's Meridian Line Cemetery after the ceremony. Meanwhile, new enthusiasm for the investigation was sparked by the finding of Gretchen's body in the woods. Witnesses came forward to describe different people they had seen in the area where Gretchen's body was discovered. Men who had visited the area were described in these eyewitness accounts. As a result, the police were inundated with community suggestions, some of which seemed more promising than others, and others of which proved irrelevant or useless for pursuing justice. Investigators investigated a variety of possibilities, including closely examining local residents with past criminal histories. The evidence box at the Marple Township Police Department offices started to collect dust after they failed to produce any noteworthy leads. Reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda were among the many items in this box that were pertinent to the case, but it was left dormant due to the lack of progress. The investigation into Gretchen's abduction became chilly over time. Sometimes a detective might review the case at roll call meetings or in their own time during a routine week. Every time, it felt pointless to search through the file in the hopes of finding something they had previously overlooked. They were frustrated and unable to make any progress on the case because the leads consistently ended in dead ends. The first detectives who had been investigating Gretchen's disappearance had either retired or died, so there were no updates on the case for many years. However, things took a dramatic change in the fall of 2022. A woman, whose identity was kept secret, contacted the Marple Police Department and said she wanted to talk about Gretchen's murder and disappearance. Sergeant Nick Coffin was in charge of Gretchen's cold case at the time. Consequently, this woman's message was sent to Coffin's phone when she called the Marple police. Coffin was told by the woman that she thought she knew who might have caused Gretchen's terrible demise. Suspicions of a potential connection were raised when she also brought up an attempted kidnapping episode that had happened around the same time. The long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and death was given new life by this unexpected contact. State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman, who was designated as a confidential informant and only known by her initials, SF, on January 2, 2023. This interview would turn out to be a significant turning point in a cold case that had been unsolved for almost 50 years. SF claims that Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe, had gone to school with her. Investigators were also informed by SF that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and had often visited the Zanstra home, often spending the night there. When she was 10 years old, SF recalled waking up in the middle of the night to see David touching her inappropriately during one of these sleepovers. Terrified by this unsettling conduct, she moved and caused David to rush out of the room. This unwanted touching happened again the next night, which is shocking. When the girls woke up in the morning, SF made the decision to tell David's daughter about her father's disturbing behavior. To her surprise, the daughter said something like, "He does that sometimes." Eventually, SF found the strength to tell her parents about this upsetting event. The Zanstra family responded to the problem by moving to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb, shortly after Gretchen vanished. In the course of her interrogation, SF also provided state police with details of a girl named Holly, a neighboring child whom she saw as a friend. She said there had been an attempt to kidnap Holly. As the discussion progressed, SF showed the investigators a childhood journal she had kept. She had mentioned that a man had attempted to kidnap Holly twice in a particular diary entry dated September 15, 1975. She continued to write in the diary that she suspected this man, whom she called Mr. Z, of being the one who had abducted Gretchen. David was what she referred to as Mr. Z. The investigation into Gretchen's murder and disappearance gained a crucial new dimension as a result of SF's revelation. Investigators were inspired to find 83-year-old David, who was now living in Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta, by SF's interview and her diary entries. David was interviewed by investigators at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta on July 17, 2023. Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey, two Pennsylvania troopers, conducted this interview. The tone of the conversation was rather amicable at first. David denied ever seeing Gretchen on the day she vanished, but when the police told David about the assault claims made by a lady who had written about her experiences in the diary, things took a different turn. As the discussion went on, David finally lost it and admitted to something really unsettling. David told the police that he had seen Gretchen that morning as she was making her way to the church. According to him, she accepted his offer of a trip in his green AMC Rambler station wagon because she had no reason to refuse. However, David told detectives that he took Gretchen to a nearby wooded area instead of taking her to church as he had promised. He parked the car there and told Gretchen to take off her clothes, but she refused. He then punched Gretchen with his fist, causing her to bleed and sustain brain injuries. David then acknowledged that he attempted to hide Gretchen's half-bare body with sticks after learning she was dead before he left the scene. Detectives were in a state of shock as they processed the horrific contents of David's confession. Following this startling disclosure, David was taken into custody and charged with a number of grave offenses, including first-degree murder and criminal homicide, because of his confession about Gretchen. At last, 83-year-old David Zanstra is in prison. Gretchen Harrington was kidnapped and brutally murdered by him in 1975, according to the prosecution, while she was walking to the Bible camp where he served as a pastor. In any case, David's admission brought some closure to Gretchen's destiny. It also brought up an unsettling query with far-reaching consequences. Could there be more victims for this man who has publicly confessed to killing one girl and hurting others? David had spent a number of years as a pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey, before moving to Marple. He had been a vocal opponent of sexuality education in the local school district's curriculum while he was a student at Trinity. He relocated his family to a church in Plano, Texas, which is just outside of Dallas, little than a year after Gretchen's remains were found. He served as the congregation's leader for 7 years. David then proceeded to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego as part of his pastoral journey. In 2005, at the age of 65, he retired from his last pastoral position in Fairfield, California. Authorities knew that this extended tenure of leadership gave him significant access to and influence over young and vulnerable people. They were thus left wondering how much he might have done during these years. Although the Marple community had finally gotten some of the answers it had been looking for decades, many locals were not at all at ease with the unexpected turn of events. It had been far more reassuring to think that this horrible thing had been done by an outsider, a troubled criminal, someone who had come into town at random, kidnapped a little girl, and then disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. However, the offender was a well-respected member of their own community rather than an outsider. It was a devout figure, a husband and father to his own young daughters. The community's sense of security was further destroyed by this. Following all of this, Gretchen's family released a statement. They conveyed their appreciation to law enforcement for their continued commitment to the matter. Additionally, they expressed their desire that the person who killed Gretchen would be held accountable. David's legal team first opposed an extradition procedure after his arrest, but prosecutors, under the leadership of Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolsteiner, asked Governor Josh Shapiro's office for help in getting the confessed criminal back to Pennsylvania. David is currently being looked into for any abuse cases. In addition to this case, investigators also collected a DNA sample from David, which may be useful in a wider context, supporting the investigation of other missing individuals as well as assault and murder cases across the country. One cannot help but consider the intricacies and turns that have transpired over the years as we draw to a close this horrific case. What obstacles must Gretchen's family overcome in order to find healing and closure after all these years? What about the criminal, David? How should he be held accountable for his acts, in your opinion? And what effect would his arrest have on other possible abuse cases? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Be careful who you let into your home, they say. What if you were Cheryl, though? Would you let your ex-convict brother-in-law in the middle of the night? This movie, however, explains everything. The biggest mass murder in Connecticut history occurred on July 22, 1977. The crime was so heinous that the state's Supreme Court characterized it as vicious and seemingly unmotivated. And believe me when I say that the graphic details will stay with you for a very long time. Furthermore, sensationalizing is not our goal. It's unvarnished, heartbreaking, and genuine. And as always, we're dissecting this horror to find out what actually transpired with the Beaudoin family. First, let's learn more about the family and their world. On Cedar Hill Drive in Prospect, Connecticut, the Beaudoin family resided in a tiny, close-knit neighborhood. In 1977, there were just over 6,500 people living in this small village. Neighbors knew one another, and the allure of country living brought a feeling of security and tranquility. Although it may seem like a minor detail, this close-knit atmosphere is crucial to the events that transpired later. Since the Baudouin family was not your average family, let's now discuss them. 10 people shared a single residence. Frederick Baudouin, the father, and Cheryl, the mother, who was just 29 at the time, were the family's leaders. They had 7 kids together, ages ranging from babies to pre-teens. 10-year-old Sharon Lee, 9-year-old Deborah Ann, 8-year-old Paul, 6-year-old Roderick, 5-year-old Holly Lynn, and 4-year-old Mary Lou were the next in line after the oldest, 12-year-old Frederick Jr. As if that weren't enough, they also had a niece, Jennifer Santoro, who is 6 years old. Their home must have been a bustling, hectic place with all the daily ups and downs of a large family, because there were so many young lives involved. The Baudouin family enjoyed a really exciting and enjoyable day together, as you may expect, and on the evening of Thursday, July 21, 1977, it was unquestionably the case. In Prospect, Connecticut, the 8 children were having a great time playing and swimming in their neighbor's pool. It was a normal summer evening, with splashes, laughter, and carefree moments all around. The BOD family wasn't exactly living in luxury, but they also weren't having a hard time. They were thankful for what they had and had enough to get by. They made a cozy, loving household that exuded joy despite their lack of income. The mother, Cheryl, was watching the children that night as they were having a great time at the pool. The father, Frederick Baudouin, was attempting to support his family while working his 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory. However, when a man arrived at the pool, things took an unexpected turn. This was no stranger. Now, the children were actually very happy to see him. The neighbor remembered how they all ran to meet him and gave him kisses and hugs. He was obviously someone they trusted and knew well. After some time, the neighbor went inside. The kids finished their fun in the pool, and they went home with this man. The evening then proceeded as it would for any other family. However, nobody could have predicted that this night would soon take a tragic and dark turn that would permanently alter everything. When neighbors began to smell smoke around 4:15 in the morning, the early morning silence was broken. They initially believed it might be someone burning trash or leaves, but then they heard cries coming from the Baudouin residence, which was much more frightening. They promptly called 911 and 11 to report the fire, after realizing something was gravely off. With sirens blaring through the night, fire engines from Prospect and the neighboring town of Bethany raced to the site. After roughly half an hour of valiant efforts, the firefighters were able to put out the fire, but none could have predicted what would happen next. Firefighters started searching the house as the smoke cleared and the flames subsided. They found an unimaginable tragedy within. The house was filled with the bodies of Cheryl Baudouin, her 7 children, and her niece Jennifer Santoro, age 6. Before the fire, they had all been mercilessly murdered. The burned body of Cheryl was discovered on the kitchen floor. 2 of the children were found in another bedroom, while 3 were found in another. There were 2 children in the back and 1 in the master bedroom. The situation in the bathroom was very horrific. Cheryl was among the numerous victims who had their hands bound behind their backs, which added to the misery. Before their bodies were burned by the fire, all of the youngsters seemed to have suffered significant head injuries, and 2 of them had their feet shackled. Even the most seasoned investigators were astounded by the heinousness of the crime, which was of unfathomable depravity. Edward P. Leonard, the state police commissioner at the time, said that all of the victims had been severely charred. Nevertheless, his testimony only alluded to the unspeakable tragedy that police and firefighters had seen. Later, a few neighbors acknowledged that they had woken up to the smell of smoke, but didn't give it much thought at first. They didn't see the danger until they heard the icy howls and decided to call for assistance. Joseph Paulino, a neighbor, made an effort to assist. He dashed over to the Baudouin residence and tried to get inside, but the fire was already too fierce. A rush of heat drove me back when I opened the back door. He subsequently recalled the horrifying incident. The family's father, Frederick Baudouin, was working the 3rd shift at the Pratt & Whitney factory in North Haven at around 5:30 in the morning when the picture window blew out. To pick him up, police showed up to his place of employment. They just told him that he had to accompany them, without explaining what had transpired. The family's Reverend Joseph Donnelly was waiting to break the heartbreaking news to him at his mother's house, so they took him there. Frederick turned to Reverend Joseph and asked him a question that neither husband nor parent should ever have to ask. Are they all dead? His greatest suspicions were validated by Joseph's solemn reply. Frederick lost everything he valued in a single terrible night, including his wife, kids, and entire family. He reportedly sobbed as he remarked, "There's only one thing, to see the bastard pay." He was shaken by grief. But even as Frederick struggled with this unfathomable loss, detectives were already putting in endless effort to uncover the truth. Determining to stop every vehicle on Route 68, they established a command post outside Prospect Town Hall and started halting traffic. Police also carried on their investigation at the Bowdoin residence. At that moment, they became aware of an oddity. Every window and door was locked. An unsettling issue was brought up by this. How could the murderer have gotten away if the interior of everything was secured? It raised the terrifying possibility that the criminal had either locked the doors behind them or was already inside the residence. The detectives, of course, began to speak with neighbors. They then found out about Lorne Quinn, who happened to stop by when the children were having a good time at the neighbor's swimming pool. That wasn't all, though. About a mile from the house, the neighbors reported seeing him again early on Friday morning, sitting by himself in a black automobile, parked in a neighboring church parking lot. The investigators were alarmed by this information. Why was this individual lingering at the house both before and after the catastrophe, and who was he? Additional information regarding Lorne's relationship to the Bowdoin family was provided by the neighbors. He wasn't merely a haphazard character on the outside of their life, as it turned out. In fact, he had been living in their basement for approximately 2 years. Then, suddenly, he disappeared from their lives. However, he reappeared on that fateful Thursday night, the same night the Bowdoin children were swimming at the neighbor's pool, just as suddenly as he had vanished. Investigators, meanwhile, couldn't afford to ignore anyone, not even the distraught father, Frederick. The individuals closest to the victims are frequently examined in the early phases of any investigation. Frederick therefore didn't think twice when police requested for his consent to search his truck. He had nothing to conceal. The search was a necessary step in ruling him out, but it turned up no proof or suspicious objects. The probe was a flurry of activity by the time it reached the 24-hour mark. No time was being wasted by the police. They had examined more than 100 witnesses, including Frederick and Lorne, set up roadblocks and talked to neighbors. No information was too minor to be taken into account, and every detail was crucial. Officers discovered something much more concerning than anything they had heard from the neighbors, though, when they entered Lorne Aquin's name into their system. This was not a man who had a few small legal issues. He was portrayed as having a hazardous and unpredictable streak by the patterns found in his criminal record. Lorne received a prison sentence for stealing in April 1974. Released in February 1975 after less than a year of service, freedom didn't last for him. He was back in jail by March 1976 after making a frantic and careless attempt to break out of custody, which suggested his audacious, unbridled personality. He was released on parole in September 1976 after serving time for that charge. When the incident at the Bowdoin residence occurred, this is the aspect that really sparked concerns. It had just been 7 months since Lorne's release from prison. There was barely enough time for him to establish a stable existence again, let alone demonstrate that he had changed, and yet he was linked to one of the most heinous atrocities the community had ever seen. It was hard for investigators to overlook the circumstances and timing of Lorne's comeback. It was difficult to ignore the picture painted by his criminal history and his peculiar actions in the days preceding the tragedy. Why had he spent so much time away from the Bowdoin residence? Why was he seen the morning after the fire sitting in a black automobile in a neighboring church parking lot? Investigators discovered a startling twist to add to the intensity of the situation. Lorne was more than a stranger with a criminal history. In reality, Frederick's foster brother was him. What a crazy turn of events. Investigators went to Lorne's residence at around 9:30 a.m. on July 22 and asked him to come in so they could question him. To the surprise of all, he nodded without question. He accompanied them to the police station with composure. However, what followed caught everyone off guard. Lorne did more than simply respond to inquiries. He explained everything. He didn't just deliver an evasive or ambivalent response. He was prepared to confess. Rather, he provided a comprehensive and terrifying description of the crime that made everyone shudder. He said that in order to make sure his sister-in-law and the kids were headed in the correct direction, he had attacked them. The police did not end their interrogation there. Even when they brought in his psychiatrist to speak with him, his account remained consistent despite the fact that they asked him the identical questions 3 times. Lorne remained firm in his confession. By this time, it was obvious that Lorne was to blame. Investigators weren't taking any chances, so they arrested him and charged him with 9 murders and 1 arson charge. He was forced to submit a 7-page confession outlining all the specifics of what had transpired. No one else could have learned the facts, certainly not from the news or any outside sources, because they were so precise and particular. All of it came directly from Lorne. However, the narrative did not finish there. Investigators discovered additional, more incriminating evidence on July 23, later that day. More horrifying, bloody shoes and socks were found in the trunk of Lorne's car, the same vehicle that people had seen him parked in at the church the night of the crime, and a garbage bag full of bloody clothing was located next to his driveway. This was all quite consistent with what Lorne had admitted. The evidence was pointing straight toward him and was piling up like a mountain. However, if you believe that the case was concluded at this point and that Lorne was permanently imprisoned, you're not exactly right. Even though everything appeared to be moving toward a speedy conviction, things were about to take another unexpected turn. The defense unit led by Lorne wasn't prepared to give up just yet. They continued to search for methods to sow uncertainty and change the situation to their advantage. His lawyer was working tirelessly to find weaknesses in the prosecution's case. Even as the evidence against him, his confession, the bloody clothing, and the witnesses, was mounting. It would not go unchallenged without a significant pushback from John R. Williams. The defense team began to fight for a delay, even though it seemed like everything was pointing to Lorne's guilt. They claimed that the court had gone too far in asking for a blood sample from Lorne without any concrete proof. They attempted to provide fresh possibilities, such as the idea that Cheryl's brother might be the true murderer, and they wanted the confession and the blood evidence to be omitted from the trial. The court, however, didn't buy it. They refused to allow the defense to divert attention from the evidence, which they saw for what it was: terrifying, consistent, and unambiguous. The trial proceeded according to schedule there, and on July 16, 1979, the jury was sworn in, and it seemed as though the last chapter was drawing near. Then came the day that everyone had been anticipating. Lorne's confession was made public. And it didn't let me down, I can assure you. It described what he had done in graphic detail. Lorne described every moment with icy accuracy as she confessed to killing Cheryl, her kids, and other people. He even described how, before the violence started, he went to the house in the evening to pick raspberries with the children. Although it was difficult to accept, Lorne's story was not over yet. He claims that after leaving the house at 8:30 p.m., he returned early the next day at 2 or 3 a.m. by sneaking in through the unlocked basement door. Cheryl walked down to see what was happening when he casually turned on the light in the kitchen. Lorne claims that she didn't appear overly shocked to see him, and that she didn't give him any trouble when he asked to borrow some equipment from the basement to fix his automobile. But after obtaining the lug wrench, things swiftly took a tragic turn. Returning upstairs, Lorne requested a beer from Cheryl. He was family after all, so she didn't see anything wrong with it. However, Lorne struck her over the head with the lug wrench as soon as she turned around to retrieve the beer. And it didn't stop there. He continued to swing, striking her repeatedly and without hesitation. The worst thing, according to Lorne, was that Cheryl didn't cry out for assistance or scream. What was going in her head at the time is beyond my comprehension. Was she attempting to be silent in order to avoid disturbing her kids? Did she want to live through this assault without being noticed? Regretfully, it was unsuccessful. After running to the kitchen after hearing the commotion, one of the children was hit by Lorne using the same wrench. He then proceeded to use the wrench and tire iron to assault the other kids, but he returned and began stabbing Cheryl after hearing her moaning in the kitchen, indicating that she was still alive despite the severe injuries. Later, Lorne told the authorities that he had tragically beaten 10-year-old Sharon before killing her after tying up some of the kids with twine. Imagine the anguish this young child went through at the age of 10, being beaten senselessly and then attacked. He then poured gasoline all over the house, including Cheryl and the kids, and set it on fire. But Lorne's story completely changed on September 5, 1979, when he took the stand. All of his confessions were disputed by him. "I didn't do any of that," he said. He asserted that the only reason he signed the confession was because his psychiatrist advised him to do so. "It would be better for you if you signed," the doctor had told Lorne. During his interview, Lorne also said he constantly asked to talk with a lawyer, saying he wanted to do so repeatedly, but the police consistently turned down his petitions, claiming they already knew he was guilty. They persuaded him that it would be in his best interests to just confess. Lorne had a peculiar response when asked about the bloodstains on his clothing. He asserted that the blood came from a fight he got into the night of the killings, rather than the murders. Lorne claims that some men attacked him outside the cafe in retribution while he was out for coffee. He claimed that after fighting back, he beat them. The blood originated there. Many were suspicious of his claims since he maintained that it was an odd and improbable scenario. When Lorne talked about how he felt when he heard about the killings, things took an even stranger turn. He claimed that he was so furious when the police first told him about the murders that he hit a wall at the police barracks. In his rage, he allegedly told the state trooper that they had better apprehend the murderers before he did. The jurors had never seen the innocent faces of the 7 dead children until the prosecutors showed them in a picture during the trial. Lorne's attorney used this photo as justification for a mistrial, arguing that the image's emotional impact might unjustly sway the jury's verdict. But the motion was denied by the court, and the trial went on without any problems. As the case developed, some pieces of evidence, such as Lorne's initial reaction upon learning of the incident, seemed to support his version of events. Murders reflected exactly what his confession had said. This alignment made people wonder if he had been forced to confess to the crimes, or if he had truly done them. Furthermore, during the trial, a fingerprint expert from the state police stated that the bloody handprint discovered in the bathtub was not Lorne's. Indeed, his handprint did not match the one on one of the door jambs. Given that the prints didn't resemble any of the victims or even Frederick the father, this revelation cast more suspicion on his involvement. Additionally, there was the issue of a previous interview that writer Lincoln Milstein from the local daily The Current had done with Lorne in October 1977. More discrepancies were exposed by this interview, which had been kept secret until the confession was made public. Lorne acknowledged to Milstein that he didn't remember the murders. He only vaguely recalled seeing bodies and blood all over the place, chatting to Cheryl, and the home being on fire. He asserted that his memory of what had transpired was blurry since he had been so terrified and perplexed by it. But in October 1977, for security considerations, Lorne was moved to a state mental hospital in Middleton, and a few weeks later he was formally committed. There were questions regarding his mental state at the time of the confession, when a psychiatrist testified that he might have epilepsy or schizophrenia. In light of this, others contended that his comments lacked credibility, which raised more concerns about his responsibility for the crimes. Let's go on to October 1979. After 3 days of hours of deliberation, the jury found Lorne guilty on all counts of murder. They did not prosecute him, despite rumors that he may have been motivated to murder after experiencing embarrassment after reportedly harassing one or more of the Bode ladies. Although it was never established beyond a reasonable doubt, Chief Assistant State's Attorney Walter Scanlon speculated that this might have been the motivation. The state attempted to obtain the maximum penalty of 245 years in jail, which consists of 20 years for arson and 25 years for each homicide. However, Lorne was given a sentence of 105 years to life in jail, with the option of release after 50 or 55 years by Judge Walter Pickett. After the verdict was reached, Lorne's lawyer promptly submitted an appeal, so fast that it appeared as if the appeal had already been prepared and was ready to be filed. But Lorne was imprisoned after the court rejected his appeal. Lorne persisted in challenging his conviction over time by submitting requests for a habeas corpus hearing. Each petition was denied in spite of his best efforts, and his court cases appeared to be fruitless. For those who are not familiar with the word, habeas corpus is a writ that is used to bring an accused individual from another jurisdiction to the court where the crime was committed. This essentially allows the case to be reviewed. Lorne contended that his confession shouldn't have been used against him and that he was unfairly condemned. After a while, Lorne was moved to Suffield, Connecticut's McDougall Walker Correctional Facility, where he was imprisoned for 38 years. He accrued 8 disciplinary offenses during this period, including violence, drug possession, contraband, and other infractions. He was accused with violence and refusal to submit a specimen in 1997, which was his most recent offense. Then Lorne's health took a sharp turn in June 2015. Following a serious medical crisis, he was admitted to the intensive care unit and put on a ventilator. Lorne had no family that could or would make medical decisions for him, according to the Department of Correction. The judge was summoned to decide how to treat him, but Lorne died of a serious brain bleed before the discussion could begin. Having been incarcerated from the age of 27, he was 65 years old when he passed away. Since no autopsy was conducted and the source of the brain bleed was never identified, his death remained mysterious. After cremating Lorne's remains, the funeral home's previous owner, Robert DeClark, requested and was granted custody of his remains after his passing. In an effort to locate any family members who might come forward, DeClark occasionally carried Lorne's ashes to the Department of Correction after they had been preserved. However, nobody did, and in all honesty, it seems like Lorne received just what he was due. It's nearly impossible to comprehend the violence and cruelty involved. No child, not even Cheryl, deserves to die that way, abandoned and forgotten. For the rest of the family, especially the father, Fred, the lingering heartache must have been intolerable. Can you picture the devastating conclusion that his loved ones had been killed by his own foster brother? It had to be beyond description. The million-dollar question is thus raised. Did Lorne somehow get away with a punishment that wasn't appropriate for the offense? Or was the sentencing fair? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In a blueberry field in Michigan, a metal trunk containing the charred remains of an unidentified man was discovered in 2002. He was first known to investigators as Jack in the Box, a nickname that would become well known in the years that followed. Not until more than 10 years later, after countless detective efforts and revolutionary developments in forensic science, was the victim identified as Roberto Caraballo. This revelation, however, came with a terrifying twist, a web of murder, treachery, and a dark family plot. This is the tale of how the Jack in the Box case was resolved, illuminating a horrific homicide that permanently altered Michigan's past. An unusual and unsettling sight was discovered by a farmer on May 8, 2002, while working in a remote blueberry field in Ottawa County, Michigan. An old metal trunk tucked away among the bushes. The trunk had been badly burned, and it smelled awful, as if it contained something gory. The horrific reality of a body that had been mercilessly burned beyond recognition and left to decay in the trunk was what he had hoped was only an illusion. The remains of a body that had been burned beyond recognition were discovered when police arrived and forced open the charred lid. The man had been placed in the trunk, covered in gasoline, and set on fire after suffering blunt force trauma, according to detectives. Investigators couldn't make sense of the scene. Since the fire destroyed any fingerprints or distinguishing characteristics, the condition of the body made identification all but impossible. Detectives thought the murder must have occurred somewhere else before the trunk was left in the remote field, because there were no indications of a struggle at the scene. Because there were no witnesses or hints to help identify the victim, investigators had a difficult time figuring out who this man was and how he met such a terrible end, and the case ultimately went cold. Early leads in the case produced no noteworthy progress, despite the best efforts of law enforcement. In order to gather information about missing people, odd behavior, or anything that might help identify the victim, investigators canvassed the local communities. Due to the limited forensic technology available at the time, detectives were left without answers in the absence of fingerprint identification or DNA database matches. The forensic analysis, which showed that the man was probably middle-aged and had died violently, was the only information available for years. The case turned into one of the most puzzling unresolved mysteries in Michigan. After the story was reported by the media, the victim was dubbed Jack in the Box. The The public and fans of true crime were enthralled, curious about the identity of this man and the reason behind his body's ruthless disposal. Detectives kept returning to the case in the hopes that new technology or a different viewpoint would reveal the truth, but the case cooled without any clear direction. The long-forgotten case received new attention in 2015, more than 13 years after the unidentified body was found in 2002. Previously, investigators had run out of leads, but they gained the momentum they required from a new tip from an unexpected source. In early 2015, Deneen Ducharme, a Texas woman, contacted law enforcement, expressing her suspicion that the unidentified man known as Jack-in-the-Box might be her stepfather, Roberto Caraballo, who had vanished for no apparent reason years prior. Around this time, the case also gained more public attention, in part because of a documentary called Jack-in-the-Box that was produced by a group of local students. The movie brought the unsolved murder back into the public eye, attracting more interest in the case and urging anyone with information to come forward. Together with developments in forensic technology, this spike in public involvement created new avenues for investigation. Following the Texas woman's call, investigators reopened the case and used modern DNA testing techniques to examine the victim's remains. Detectives followed the woman's lead and compared her DNA to samples from the Texas family. The woman's suspicion was validated by the findings, which showed that Jack-in-the-Box was in fact 37-year-old Roberto Caraballo, who had resided in Charlotte, Michigan at the time of his disappearance. This discovery changed the course of the case from an unsolved mystery to a targeted investigation, enabling detectives to concentrate their efforts on identifying the people who caused Caraballo's untimely death. Authorities now had a plethora of new information thanks to this identification, including a name and a life story to piece together. Roberto's identification shed light on his family ties and past, generating new leads and providing a novel viewpoint on potential suspects and their motivations. Let's now examine Roberto Caraballo's biography. Friends and family characterize Caraballo as a gregarious and diligent person. He shared a home with his wife, Beverly McCallum, her daughter, Deneen Ducharme, and Christopher McMillan, Deneen's friend. However, his relationship with Beverly was said to have been turbulent at the time of his death. Family conflicts, tension, and financial arguments were reported by friends and family. Detectives looked into the possibility that someone close to Caraballo was responsible for his murder, after it became clear that his life had not been peaceful. Authorities focused on Caraballo's immediate family after his identity was established, especially his wife, Beverly, her daughter, Deneen, and her friend, Chris McMillan. Prior to his body being transported to the Ottawa County field, the investigation found that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement of their Charlotte, Michigan home. Investigators believed that Beverly McCallum, driven by family strife and financial gain, had planned the murder. Witness accounts and interview reports presented a terrifying image of premeditation. The murder was thought to have been meticulously planned by McMillan, Deneen, and Beverly. Although no life insurance policy was verified, there have been rumors that Beverly might have hoped to profit monetarily from Caraballo's passing. Rather, it seemed to be a murder motivated by animosity and personal strife, with McMillan carrying out the scheme and Beverly controlling her daughter. Investigators discovered that the three suspects had enticed Caraballo into their Charlotte home's basement on the night of the murder, where they fatally wounded him with a blunt object. According to reports, they disposed of the evidence by putting Caraballo's body inside a metal trunk after he passed away. With the intention of erasing any evidence of their crime, they drove the trunk to a blueberry field in Ottawa County, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. The painstaking preparation and graphic method of disposal demonstrated the brutality and resolve of those involved. In order to link Beverly, Deneen, and McMillan to the crime, forensic science was essential. Traces of gasoline and accelerant on the metal trunk were consistent with attempts to destroy the body, and any forensic traces and blood evidence discovered in the basement matched Caraballo's DNA. A clear narrative that positioned the murder in the family home prior to the body's transportation to the field was established thanks, in large part, to the efforts of forensic analysts, advancements in DNA testing, and cooperation with local law enforcement. Christopher McMillan finally consented to a plea bargain in exchange for a lighter sentence after increasing pressure. He gave a thorough explanation of what transpired before Caraballo passed away. McMillan explained how Beverly had planned the murder and tricked him and Deneen into helping to carry it out. His admission that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement gave the prosecution's case more weight and provided a strong basis for Beverly and Denane's conviction. In relation to Roberto Caraballo's murder, Denane Ducharme was charged with both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Ducharme made an effort to portray herself as a reluctant participant during the trial by claiming that she was coerced into committing the crime by her mother, Beverly McCallum. She asserted that her mother had manipulated her, forcing her to participate in both the actual murder and the disposal of Caraballo's body. According to her defense team, Ducharme was a victim of circumstance and had fallen victim to McCallum's web of coercion. They made an effort to portray her as obedient and passive, implying that she was motivated by a stronger personality rather than intending to actively participate in the crime. Her defense was questioned by the investigators and prosecution, who contended that the evidence refuted her allegations of manipulation. They implied that Ducharme had not only been aware of the scheme but had voluntarily taken part in it, taking important steps to hide the crime. From the physical attack on Caraballo to the actions taken to destroy his body and obfuscate evidence, the evidence showed that she was not merely a passive bystander, but was actively involved. When Beverly McCallum found out that the investigation was refocusing on her, she left the country in 2015. After evading authorities by moving to different countries, she was eventually found in Rome, Italy in 2019. The case became more complicated due to the international nature of her arrest, necessitating cooperation between Italian and American authorities in order to extradite her. Ultimately, McCallum's attempts to thwart extradition were unsuccessful, and she was sent back to Michigan to stand trial for Caraballo's murder. Beverly McCallum and her daughter Denane Ducharme were charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and mutilation of a dead body at the start of their legal proceedings in Michigan. According to the prosecution, the murder was premeditated, and Beverly was the one who carried out the heinous deed, driven by both malice and financial greed. Beverly allegedly carefully planned Caraballo's murder and enlisted her daughter Denane and friend Christopher McMillan to carry out her plan, according to the prosecution. McMillan, who had previously accepted a plea bargain, testified against Beverly and Denane, offering details about the crime scene, the plot, and the subsequent events. Because of this plea deal, which reduced his sentence in return for his cooperation, Beverly and Denane were left to deal with the full weight of the charges by themselves. The roles that each person played were established by the prosecution, using McMillan's testimony and additional evidence, emphasizing Beverly's leadership in planning and directing the crime. After years of waiting for the case to be settled, Caraballo's loved ones and the community finally felt some justice and closure as a result of the trial and the ensuing court rulings. The possibility that Beverly McCallum is involved in other crimes besides the murder of Roberto Caraballo is another noteworthy feature. According to Amanda, Beverly has a track record of abusing her connections with men, some of whom are from outside the U.S. In one notable instance, Beverly married a man she had known for more than 20 years while residing in Jamaica. This person vanished inexplicably, and despite attempts to get in touch with Beverly, he is still unaccounted for in Jamaica. Following his disappearance, Beverly and her kids are thought to have left the country, which heightens the suspicion that her illegal actions may be a part of a larger pattern. Given Beverly's history of violent and manipulative relationships, and this man's abrupt and unexplained disappearance, it is possible that she is connected to additional unreported crimes. The question of how many more victims might be linked to Beverly's past is raised by this unsolved mystery. The conclusion of the Jack-in-the-Box case, one of Michigan's most eerie unresolved cases, attracted national attention. Audiences found great resonance in the tale of Roberto Caraballo's murder and the treachery of those closest to him. The case's place in American crime history has been cemented by ongoing media coverage and true crime documentaries. Even when all hope seems lost, the investigation's legacy serves as a testament to the commitment of law enforcement and the value of forensic science in bringing about justice. A terrible reminder of the darker side of human nature is the murder of Roberto Caraballo, who was hidden in a metal trunk and set ablaze in a Michigan field. When justice was finally served after years of mystery, a horrifying tale of treachery and family dishonesty was exposed. No matter how much time has passed, Caraballo's memory endures, as a reminder of the extent investigators will go to in order to find the truth and provide victims with justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Faith Hedgepeth, then 19 years old, was discovered dead in her Chapel Hill apartment in 2012. When authorities started their investigation, they soon encountered a wall of uncertainty and dead ends. They were diverted by conflicting accounts from her closest friends and family, odd 911 calls, and false leads. Investigators were frequently left with more questions than answers. When a seemingly promising lead turned out to be a dead end, the case became colder as time went on and important pieces of evidence stopped making sense. The identity of Faith's killer remained a mystery despite constant efforts. Why did the inquiry stall so significantly, and who was responsible for her brutal death? Let's investigate this case. Unaware of the tragic turn their day would take, Rosario and her companion Marisol Rangel arrived back at their flat just before 11 a.m. on September 6, 2012. They called for Faith as they walked in, but the place was oddly silent. Uncertain of what to anticipate, they approached Faith's bedroom with trepidation. They were stunned by what they discovered. Faith's corpse was on the ground, partially wrapped in a blanket and covered in blood. 3 years after Faith was brutally killed in an apartment she shared with a friend by a killer who is still at large, there are still many unanswered questions and speculations surrounding this case. Shocked, Rosario called 911, her voice shaking as she described what she had found. Once vibrant, Faith was gone, leaving the friends to wonder forever, who could have done this, and why? We must examine the final hours of Faith's life in order to comprehend what transpired to get to this point. Around 5:45 p.m. on the evening of September 5, 2012, Faith went to a rush event for Alpha Pi Omega, a Native American sorority at the University of North Carolina. She met Rosario after departing at 7:15 p.m., and the two of them studied at the library until almost 9 p.m. Around this same period, Faith texted her father about her plans for the future. He still has the final voicemail he ever got from her saved. After returning to the flat at around 11:30 p.m., they went out once more, landing at The Thrill, a nightclub, at 12:40 a.m. They danced and socialized for around an hour and a half. Their departure was captured by security cameras. Since Rosario wasn't feeling well, they made the decision to return to the flat, arriving just as Faith's Facebook account was accessed. Faith's phone sent a text message to Rosario's ex-boyfriend Brandon Edwards at approximately 3:40 a.m. "Hey B, can you come over here please? Rosario needs you more." You know. Please let her know you care." 3 minutes later, the same phone sent another message that contained the word "than," which was thought to be a correction for a typo in the first message. The last known activity on Hedgepeth's phone was this text exchange. After that, Rosario attempted to get in touch with Edwards and then collegiate soccer player Jordan McCrary, but neither of them answered. Rosario thought Faith was asleep when she left the flat at 4:25 a.m. She stayed at a friend's place until the next morning. Rosario attempted to contact Faith once more at 10:30 a.m., but received no response. She contacted Marisol out of concern, and the two of them proceeded to the apartment where Faith's death was found. Who was in charge? Is Rosario Rangel or another person involved? Faith's cause of death is still unknown, but as the inquiry progresses, more information will become available. Faith Hedgepeth, a proud member of the Holly-Washapani Native American tribe, was born in 1992 in Warren County, North Carolina. After her parents divorced, Faith was raised by her mother, Connie, and she grew up in a difficult home. Connie, who had 3 children already, named her Faith because she thought it would give her the courage and optimism she needed to raise a 4th kid in a challenging situation. Faith was a good student in spite of these obstacles. As a cheerleader, honor student, and involved member of multiple clubs, she succeeded in high school. She attended the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, thanks to her diligence, which earned her a Gates Millennium Scholarship. Faith dreamed of becoming a teacher or a pediatrician and wanted to be the first member of her family to earn a college degree. Despite taking the spring 2012 semester off, She had a successful first 2 years at UNC Chach. She shared a Chapel Hill off-campus apartment with her friend Karina Rosario and Rosario's boyfriend Eric Taco Jones throughout that summer. But Karina and Eric had a violent relationship, and Faith assisted Karina in obtaining a protective order against Eric after he twice attempted to enter into their apartment. Eric lost his temper and even threatened to kill Faith if he couldn't reconcile with Karina. Faith's life had taken a dark turn, and even though she continued to have hope for the future, she found herself in a precarious situation. Faith's family was devastated by her passing. Faith's loss was unfathomable to her mother, who had already dealt with a lot of difficulties as a single mom raising her children. Having lost a sister who served as a support system and role model, Faith's siblings were also devastated. Her family was left to deal with her passing. She had been a bright, kind young woman with a bright future. In addition to being extremely personal, Faith's passing was a setback for the entire community, which had supported her aspirations and watched her develop. Her family was left feeling incredibly empty and unable to comprehend why someone so full of promise had been brutally ripped from them. The choice to start the investigation into Faith's death in secret sparked immediate criticism. In contrast to standard police practice, the Chapel Hill authorities took considerable care to conceal information. All records were sealed by a court order, and even the media's repeated requests for information were turned down. The police worked discreetly behind closed doors, gathering evidence from the incident without disclosing what they had discovered, while the community awaited answers. Semen and extracted DNA were the first important clues from the actual crime site. When the autopsy report stated that Faith had died from blunt force trauma to the head, most likely from a rum bottle, the question became even more complicated, even though it matched male DNA discovered elsewhere in the apartment. From the beginning, the police focused on one man, Karina Rosario's ex-boyfriend, Eric Taco Jones. He was a prime suspect because of his history of domestic abuse and his previous threats against Faith. "Forgive me for what I am about to do," Jones had even warned in a text message to a friend the night before the murder, and he later shared the same statement on Twitter. He altered his Facebook banner to a haunting precursor to what appeared to be an admission of guilt 3 days after Faith's death. "Dear Lord, forgive me for all my sins and the sins I may commit today." Police were unable to directly link Jones to the crime in spite of these warning signs. He provided a DNA sample, but it did not match the evidence gathered at the scene. No matches were found in additional DNA testing from other individuals, including those who had visited the local nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent time. After Jones was formally ruled out as a suspect, the inquiry appeared to come to a standstill. It appeared as though the puzzle pieces would be put together fast when the inquiry into Faith's death originally started, but as time passed, detectives discovered evidence that only made the mystery more complex. The disclosure of some anticipated and some surprising details suggested an incomprehensible level of intricacy. The 911 call, which would subsequently come under close examination, was a crucial piece of evidence in the case. After discovering her friends dead at their apartment, Karina Rosario called. Many found it strange that she only referred to Faith as her buddy during the call, never mentioning her by name. Reporter Tom Gasparovia questioned the legitimacy of the conversation, speculating that it might not have been Rosario but perhaps Marisol Rangel, whose voice sounded similar. Additionally, Rosario appeared abnormally hesitant during the conversation, despite the dispatcher's repeated requests for her to check Faith's respiration, Gasparovia noted. Was the individual who found the body truly as innocent as they appeared to be? Was the 911 call itself a hint? The people who were following the case started to have these types of questions. The odd information wasn't limited to the 911 call, either. Confusion was further exacerbated by another important piece of evidence discovered close to the crime scene, a mysterious letter written on a piece of ripped paper. Written in a sloppy hand with a ballpoint pen, the message said, "I'm not stupid, bitch, jealous." Its rambling, angry writing appeared to be the result of a fit of wrath, but it was unclear what it meant. Why would someone leave a letter at a murder site? The ripped piece of paper seems to have come from a takeaway bag from Time Out, where Faith and Karina had eaten at that evening. However, was the note a spontaneous outburst or a private communication to Faith? When forensic specialists examined the note, they discovered that the handwriting was erratic. The word "stupid," which was written much more clearly, was underlined by one, perhaps by someone attempting to hide their identity or deceive investigators. Even more concerning was the fact that the message seemed to be written before the murder because there was blood all around the room, and the note itself seemed free of blood. Why abandon it? Was it a deliberate deception or a hint? Reporter Tom Gasparelli speculated that Faith might not have been the intended recipient of the note. The murderer might have planted it to trick detectives. Was it a last desperate communication, or was it a lie? The note's emotional tone suggested intense annoyance or jealousy. Was it Faith or someone else that the murderer was angry at? Faith's own phone provided yet another horrifying piece of evidence in her case. Faith's phone unintentionally called a friend the night before she was murdered, recording a brief but unsettling chat. With background noise and muddled conversations, it initially appeared to be a simple pocket dial accident. However, when audio specialist Arlo West examined the call, he found some concerning snippets. West also claimed to hear a woman's voice saying, "I think she's dying," followed by a man's voice saying, "Do it anyhow." References to Eric and Rosie that seemed to connect the conversation to Faith's roommate Karina Rosario and her violent past with Eric Taco Jones were also heard. The call's timestamp of 1:23 a.m. coincided with the claimed time when Faith arrived at the club. Police initially brushed it off, thinking the call was simply background noise from a night out. However, West pointed out that there were several oddities, such as the unusual absence of typical nightclub sounds, which gave the scene a strange vibe. Did the call record the last seconds before Faith was killed? Or might it have been recorded earlier? These unresolved issues gave an already terrible case a troubling undertone. Investigators were left with more questions than answers as they combed through this perplexing evidence. Although these pieces of evidence were far from conclusive, they were sufficient to raise the possibility that the murderer may have left behind more than just tangible evidence at the site. They might have left a trail of psychological hints that, if the investigators could decipher their actual meaning, could tell us a lot about the killer's mental state. The public's annoyance increased while the case went unresolved. A $29,000 reward was given by the university, the Halawashaponi tribe, the local Crime Stoppers chapter, and the apartment complex where Faith had resided for any information that resulted in an arrest. It was believed that the reward would lead to a tip that would completely unravel the case. However, months and weeks went by with no improvement. There was still no breakthrough when Governor Bev Perdue increased the award by an additional $10.00. The probe was conducted in secret in the interim. The UNC student newspaper, the Daily Tar Heel, petitioned for the release of the secret documents in November 2012. The case remained sealed beneath a veil of silence when the court rejected their plea, despite publicly claiming that their daughter's death certificate verified she had been battered. Faith's family was also kept in the dark about several specifics. The town of Chapel Hill remained uneasy as the months passed. The FBI has created a profile of the male DNA recovered from the scene by January 2013. According to the authorities, this person had lived close to Faith, had expressed interest in her, and his actions had probably changed after the crime. The court nevertheless mandated that the records be kept secret in spite of this development. The public was left in the dark about the case, which appeared to be proceeding behind closed doors. The police didn't formally ask the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation for assistance until September 2013, a full year after Faith's passing. Chris Blue, the police chief for Chapel Hill, acknowledged that they had run out of options and that the case had gone cold. The murder of Faith was still a mystery, and the case files were still sealed. After 2 months, the inquiry took yet another unsettling turn. Publications such as the Tar Heel started to doubt the investigation's objectivity. Why hadn't the police pursued important leads? Although the police had never thoroughly searched the neighborhood, neighbors in the apartment building where Faith had resided said they had concerns about Eric Jones long before the murder. Only Faith's apartment had actually been completely examined. The other apartments in the complex, including the woods beyond the building, had not been looked at. When it was discovered that police had never examined security footage from the Thrills parking lot, a significant lost opportunity became apparent. The owner of the towing firm that was in charge of the parking lot, the nightclub where Faith and Karina had spent the night before the murder, had installed security cameras that may have recorded important footage. But it wasn't until almost 19 months after the incident that the police requested to view it. The court eventually ordered the records to be opened in 2014, following a great deal of public pressure. Following the release of important papers by investigators, such as the search warrants and investigative notes, there was a flurry of media coverage. These documents demonstrated the extent, or lack thereof, of the police involvement in the case. They also offered the first glimpse of the chronology of events that preceded Faith's demise. The autopsy report was eventually released to the public in September 2014, over 2 years after the murder. It validated the suspicions of many. Faith had suffered severe physical abuse. Blood was discovered beneath her fingernails, indicating that she had retaliated against the severe blow to her head. Initially believed to be the key to identifying the murderer, the DNA recovered from the site remained a mystery. The question of who killed Faith Hedgepeth and why remained unanswered despite ongoing investigation. Unanswered questions became more pressing as the investigation progressed. Had the police conducted the inquiry improperly in the beginning? The most disturbing of all was the identity of the man whose DNA was discovered at the scene, and the reason behind Faith's murder. For years to come, these questions would still exist. Faith Hedgepeth's death remained a mystery for years, with many speculations but no conclusive solutions. One thing was certain: despite the speculation about suspects and motivations, Faith's killer was probably someone who knew her. According to Chapel Hill police, the murder was committed by a member of her UNC Chapel Hill social circle rather than at random. Investigators interviewed more than 2,000 people over the years, obtained 750 people's DNA, and reduced the number of potential suspects to 10. Chief Chris Blue stressed in 2016 that the case was still very much alive despite the lapse of time. In their quest for the truth, the police continued to concentrate on this core group. However, the issue still stood. What motivated the murderer to carry out such a heinous act, and who was the murderer? But on September 23, 2016, almost 4 years after Faith's passing, the case took even another unexpected turn as the inquiry proceeded to uncover. Unexpectedly, the Chapel Hill police announced that they had teamed up with Parabon Nanolabs, a genetic testing business that had created a device that could create physical representations of suspects using their DNA. This public image provided a unique look at the unidentified culprit and was solely based on the DNA profile found at the crime site. It wasn't a perfect portrait, of course. It was predicated on phenotyping, which is the process of predicting physical characteristics from an individual's genetic makeup. Snapshot: Parabon's technology uses DNA to forecast skin tone, freckles, eye and hair color, and even the shape of a person's face. The president of the organization indicated that, while their system could provide a remarkably high level of detail regarding a person's possible appearance, it was unable to forecast a person's height or weight. A man of mixed ancestry, mainly Native American and European with some Latino heritage, was the image produced by DNA analysis. In addition to having origins in Mexican, Colombian, and Iberian civilizations, he was probably dark-skinned, black-hailed, and freckle-free, with faint indications of South American and African heritage. The forecast provided a very accurate likeness and was made with over 80% confidence. Investigators were able to see a potential suspect for the first time thanks to this picture, but it also made them wonder, who was this person? Why had the police failed to identify them? And how did their DNA get to the crime scene? Notwithstanding this recent development, journalist Tom Gasparoli hypothesized in 2017 that the murderer might be a distant acquaintance of Faith's who harbored animosity or resentment toward her. When authorities began concentrating on Faith's roommate, Karina Rosario, this theory gathered traction. Since Rosario never mentioned Faith by name and only ever referred to her as a friend, her 911 call raised questions. Faith's texts to her ex-boyfriend that evening conveyed a sense of urgency over Rosario's need for him. Although Rosario claimed to have left the flat while Faith was asleep, there were questions raised regarding her account. Rosario remained silent and had moved away, but she kept in touch with investigators. Gasparoli made hints that she might be more knowledgeable than she was admitting, and that she might have the secret to cracking the case. The question was whether the truth will ever be revealed for so long. A significant development in the case did not occur until 2021. A breakthrough in September 2021 would finally provide resolution after almost 10 years of mystery, but it also sparked new inquiries. Miguel Salguero Olivares, 28, of Durham, North Carolina, was taken into custody by Chapel Hill police after he had not been previously considered a suspect. Why was he arrested and what changed? DNA was the solution. In August 2021, Salguero Olivares was detained on a different charge of driving under the influence. However, the DNA found during his arrest would eventually link him to Faith Hedgepeth's murder. According to court records filed in January 2022, Salguero Olivares' DNA and the palm print on the murder weapon both match those taken from the crime site. Even though the discovery marked a sea change in the case, the police were still hesitant to speak in public. Chief Blue informed the media that although Salguero Olivares had been taken into custody, the full narrative will take time to develop. Now, it was unclear how Salguero Olivares, an unidentified player in the case, had gotten involved. How did he relate to Faith? Although the arrest introduced a new level of intricacy to the case, it did not provide all the answers. Did Salguero Olivares have a close relationship with Faith, or was his involvement only incidental? What had motivated him to carry out such a horrific crime was maybe even more disturbing. Salguero Olivares is currently in 2024, awaiting his trial, and minimal information is available about him. New possibilities and previous ideas of Faith's death blended together as investigators examined Salguero Olivares' involvement. Did he have a deeper connection to her? Or was he just a stranger? What did that mean for Rosario and other suspects if he was involved? Roland Hedgepeth, Faith's father, conveyed his appreciation and thanked God for allowing him to see this event. Connie Hedgepeth, Faith's mother, assured the public that the truth regarding her daughter's passing will eventually come to light. While Salguero Olivares' arrest provided some clarification, it also sparked other inquiries. After years of research, the case remained mysterious, and the full tale was still unknown as it entered its second decade. Although the arrest didn't end the investigation, it did offer a new dimension and raise questions about whether this was the last piece, or merely a new development in an ongoing mystery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll examine what happened in the U.S. state of California in 2011. Daylene Carlson, a 23-year-old college student, relocated from Idaho to Stockton, California. She was looking forward to beginning a new chapter in her life while residing at her Aunt Maggie's house, but she never came home after going out to meet some friends on August 6, 2011. Beginning at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, her aunt called her multiple times but got no response. Worried, she informed the police about Della Neelane's disappearance. To find the truth, detectives started an investigation and used CCTV footage. Della Neelane was preparing to go out on Saturday night. Her cousin Cecily had plenty of time to acquaint her with the local nightlife, as college was still 3 months away. Cecily had a fever, so they stayed home instead of going to the Finnegan's pub to meet up with some more friends. Daylene had to return home by 1 in the morning after going to the bar by herself, but Maggie and Aggie started to worry when 1 in the morning rolled around and Daylene was still not home. Maggie repeatedly called Colleen Yaleen but got no answer. Maggie stayed up all night calling Colleen Yaleen's number every now and then, but, as before, her niece didn't answer. Maggie searched for a plausible reason why Colleen Yaleen hadn't come home. Della Neelanen hadn't come home by morning, so she speculated that her niece might have spent the night at a friend's house. Maggie called the police when she realized she could not wait any longer. Despite receiving a report, the police believed Della Neelanen had stayed at a friend's house following the party and would soon return. The investigators made the decision to hold off a bit longer. In the meantime, Della Neelanen's family started their own inquiry. On social media, they announced Della Neelane's disappearance and urged anyone with information to get in touch with the police or her family. The day after Della Neelane's disappearance, August 8, 2011, the police opened an official investigation because her family suspected something terrible might have happened because it was out of character for her to simply vanish without warning anyone. Her Aunt Maggie's home was the first location the detectives visited. They wanted to talk to Dalene's relatives, see her in her room, and make sure none of them had anything to do with her disappearance. Danielle was a girl, like any other American. Her disappearance was extremely unusual, and she was young, attractive, and had big plans for the future. Detectives searched Dalene's room, but they found no evidence that she had fled her house. Her room contained all of her possessions, as well as a few documents. Cecily took a picture of Dowland Dalene wearing torn jeans and a brown and white striped top the night she vanished. Cecily informed Detective Dalene that they had frequently visited the Finn Pub's pub in the past, and that Dalene had planned to go there. The detectives then went to the bar to speak with the employees and perhaps obtain additional information. On the night Dalene vanished, the bar manager recalled seeing her in the street at around midnight. He described what had happened that evening, but he could not think of anything out of the ordinary. Thankfully, security cameras were present. Surveillance footage can greatly aid an investigation, even though it might not give a full picture. 2 operational security cameras in the bar recorded hours of Saturday night activity. The detectives made the decision to obtain a copy of the recordings and go over everything back at the police station, because it would have taken a long time to go through the footage. This, they hoped, would allow them to find out who Dalene had slept with, and more crucially, with whom she had left the bar. At first look, the tape appeared to be normal. On the street, young women and men congregated, smoking and chatting. It appeared to be a typical Saturday night in a pub, but they are drawn to one girl in particular. She's dressed in a striped top similar to the one from the day. Lene is wearing a striped top in the final photo. She goes back to the bar at 1:40 and 0 in the morning. Another security camera is located inside, in the corridor close to the restrooms. Photo 41 is watched by detectives. After 61 minutes, she was observed consuming alcohol. She might have been a bit more exposed than normal. In a hallway full of young men, she is the only woman. Every person in this video could be a suspect, and even if they are not, they might be a witness. Dalene seems content and at ease as she watches the video. At 0:40 in the morning, detectives see a young man approaching her from behind and placing his arm around her waist, indicating that someone is about to approach too closely. A short while later, as she was going into the bathroom, a man with a beard and an outfit that was backwards passed her. Dalene, who was not particularly disturbed by the young man's presence, also didn't seem very happy to see him. As soon as they saw this video, the detectives knew they needed to find this man. So they talked to her friends and neighbors. They discovered once more that Jason Gilly was the man who had Dalene around his waist. Jason was well known to Dahl and Cecily's cousin Cecily and her friends, who frequently got together at his house for an enjoyable evening. Investigators found Jason Gilly's home and spoke with him. They questioned him about where he was when Dalene vanished that night. Jason clarified that he had planned to take Dalene home after spending the evening with her, but he had to leave early due to his child's needs. Jason claimed that he came home by himself. He claimed that because his young son was ill, he left the bar at around 1 in the morning and got home at 1:30. He brought up another possible suspect. Jason suggested to the detectives that they should speak with Evangelisti. According to him, Evangelisti was seeing Jacob Evangelisti, but they had a fight in front of Jason 4 days prior to her disappearance. Because jealousy frequently leads people to act rashly, the detectives were interested in this information. Thus, they made the decision to learn more about Jacob Evangelisti. The investigators discovered some recent images of Jacob while searching through Dalene's social media accounts. To find out if Jacob was present, they made the decision to watch the bar's security footage again. They changed the video at 1:06, when Dalene left the eatery and went up to the man who was leaning against the wall. Dalene's behavior appears to drastically change when he is around. She seems to be very upset about something, as evidenced by the vigorous hand movements. The investigators attempt to determine whether it might be her boyfriend Jacob, but the bright lights make it impossible to see his face. After a few seconds of their brief conversation, Dalene left, leaving the detectives to keep watching and trying to figure out who the mystery man was. They finally recognize him as Jacob Evangelisti when he turns to face the camera. During the interview, detectives brought Jacob Evangelisti in to be questioned. Jacob appeared to be quite upset. He was asked about his relationship with Dalene by the detectives, who specifically wanted to know when and how he had last seen her. Jacob claimed that he and Darlene had last seen each other at a bar. Jacob disclosed that Darlene had ended their relationship that evening at Negan's bar. "I had no intention of ending my relationship with Darlene," he said. To be honest, he was furious that she had ended their relationship. Darlene had left the bar without him, Jacob later said. He adamantly denied any involvement in her disappearance. After that, the investigators reviewed the CCTV footage to see if it supports his account. Jacob walks into the bar at 1:09 in the morning. They keep on observing. Darlene enters the picture after Dal Lanutz. She seems to be bidding one of the patrons farewell. She then exits the frame at 1:15 a.m. The detectives kept going over the video until the bar had closed and all of the patrons had left. The lights go out at 2:38 a.m. When Day Nether appears again, the parking lot is almost deserted. It appeared that Jacob was responsible for Darlene's disappearance at this stage of the investigation. Investigators have not yet found any evidence that her disappearance was the result of foul play, but it's possible that he just couldn't move on from the fact that she had left him. Darlene's family is searching on their own, according to Darlene. They created flyers and began distributing them throughout the city. They wanted as many people as possible to know about Darlene's disappearance. After she left the bar, she might have been spotted by someone. Detectives ask Evangelisti if anyone knows what happened to her at the stock station. Evangelisti wants more, but he maintains his denial of any knowledge. James, another person in Dalane's social circle, is the name he gives instead. Dalane claims to have a new boyfriend. Dalane's social circle also includes James. They had a relationship, even though James wasn't Dalane's boyfriend. James was also a close friend, which was another interesting fact. Jason Gilly's pal. They actually shared the same home. Darlene's ability to enter into such a relationship and then vanish almost instantly afterward was highly intriguing. This sparked intense suspicion about James and the idea that he might have had something to do with her disappearance. James was asked to talk about his relationship with Darlene at the police station. Although he acknowledges that he and Darlene were romantically involved, he says he has no knowledge of the night she went to the bar. James had information he wanted to share, but he claimed to have been out of town when the police began looking into his alibi. He informed investigators that Darlene texted him to let them know she was with a new man after she disappeared. James verified that Darlene was there by showing the detectives his phone, which was Darlene's. Detectives came up with a new theory after she wrote that she was leaving the bar to go to a friend's party, but the friend's identity was still unknown. It is likely that Darlene had to visit the grocery store or the liquor store in order to continue the party. A list of 24-hour liquor stores has been compiled by investigators. Elis was the name of the store that was closest to Finnegan's. When detectives arrived, they discovered that a Darlene was equipped with security cameras. The security cameras recorded Darlene if she was there. The detectives began watching the security camera footage outside. When Darlene saw her walking into the store with a young man, their suspicion was confirmed. However, who was he? Since the video only captured his back, a precise identification was not possible. Wadelanil Darlene and her enigmatic companion purchased what appeared to be a bottle of alcohol as the detectives started going over the footage from the other cameras. At 1:31 a.m., they waited for them to leave the store before switching back to the exterior camera. Detectives have a better picture after the couple leaves the store. The first face the detectives saw in the bar footage was the same as the one with the baseball cap and goatee on backwards. This gave them a new lead for their ongoing investigation when Jason Gilly noticed it. Jason initially claimed to investigators that he went home alone at 1:30 a.m. to tend to his ailing son after leaving Finnegan's bar. It was now evident to the police that he and Darlene had left the liquor store at 1:31 in the morning. Jason became the prime suspect right away because he had lied about leaving the bar by himself. Jason Gilly was taken into custody by the police 1 week after Darlene vanished. After an hour or so of waiting, the detectives started questioning him while keeping an eye on any behavioral changes. The detectives went over Jason's account of what transpired that evening without disclosing that they had a tape recording of Jason's shopping excursion at night. They asked him to recall the time he left the bar and arrived home. Jason lied once more, claiming that he got a text from his grandmother at 1 in the morning and went home to see how his son was doing. The detectives then told him that they had spoken to his grandmother, who denied any involvement in the night. Jason admitted to the detectives that night that he had gone home by himself to spend time with his son and that his grandmother had not gotten in touch with him. Jason repeated his claim that he left alone and came home, after telling another lie when asked who he left with. The detectives realized that Jason was putting himself in a situation he would never be able to get out of. They claimed to have surveillance footage that refuted all of his claims. Jason then acknowledged that he had left the bar with Dal for less, to buy her a bottle of Jägermeister and to eat for less. However, he claimed to have driven her back to the bar before leaving for home. He claimed it slipped his mind when detectives questioned him about why he had lied about a crucial detail, such as the fact that Dalny had left with Dalny. Daleen claims that he invited her to stay the night on his couch and she agreed. He acknowledged that he and Daleen had had intimate contact and that they shared a Jägermeister. After he explained it to Dalenate, Dalenate became upset, said it shouldn't have happened, and sobbed as he went home. Jason related a news story about how they got into a fight early on Sunday morning while he was driving Dalenate home. He picked up his grandmother on the corner close to his house and got into her car. She tried to get out of the car just before they arrived at Dalenate's house. Daleny Karengrein was upset and yelled to be allowed to get out of the car for the duration of the 30 to 45-minute drive. She said she couldn't believe Jason had done this and called him a piece of garbage. Jason claims that the last time he saw Daleny, she got out of the car and fled when he pulled over. The interview ended when Jason insisted on having a lawyer. Gilly was not charged by the police because they did not have enough evidence. Gilly had no choice but to let him go. Jason went to the police station on August 22, 2011, after being released on August 18, 2011, to report that his wallet had been stolen or lost. Upon seeing him, detectives investigating Daleen's disappearance were taken aback. Jason was approached by Detective Robert Fain, who asked him to accompany him on a retracement of the path he took on the day Daleen vanished. Jason consented and led the detective to the spot where Daleen is said to have jumped out of the car and run away. When the detective questioned Jason about why he didn't try to apprehend her, Jason said that he had to return home because the car behind him was honking, so he got back on the freeway. Then Jason explained that he had been looking for Leany Lean for 10 or 15 minutes, but he had to leave because his gas tank was nearly empty. To get gas, he drove to Stockton's Archie Road. The detective went to the gas station with no fresh leads. Luckily, security cameras were in place. There, at 10:46 a.m. on August 7, 2011, Jason pulled over at the gas station on Archie Road exit on Highway 99 in Stockton, according to surveillance footage. It had been 9.5 hours since he had last taken a video at the Daleen liquor store. Jason appeared to be acting normally at first, but the inconspicuous gesture caught our attention. Jason appears to be unclean. Jason's shirt and arm are covered in dirt. He seems to be shaking his shoulders at one point. This conduct seems very suspicious. Before leaving the gas station, Jason checks the passenger door before getting into his car and walking back to it. He opens the passenger door once more and slams it shut after 20 seconds. Daleen was the last person to use that door, he said. At last, he takes off in his car. Detectives have developed a new theory after seeing this footage. Their theory is that Daleen took Daleen to a field south of Stockton and, in a hurry, physically pulled her out of the car, causing the front passenger door to jam. Daleen thought that she was dead, but they told her that in order to arrest Jason. Dai Ling was still missing, and Jason was out and about interviewing representatives. The case then underwent a sea change on October 15, 2011, more than 2 months after Dai Ling's disappearance. A farmer made a tragic discovery in a field 20 miles outside of Stockton. According to court documents on the 15th of 2011, human remains, later identified as Dathos Lean, Daleen, were found in a cornfield approximately 64 feet from Lone Tree Road in the Escalon. That afternoon, senior criminalist Sarah Yoshida of the Department of Justice was sent to the crime scene. A skull, ribs, jaw, vertebrae, and bones from the feet and legs were among the many bones discovered by Yoshida. She also discovered a clump of hair and a human torso. Cases of 522 caliber cartridges were discovered just southeast of the location of the human remains, and a black bra was discovered between the remains and Lawn Road. Dr. Bennett Omalu, the medical examiner for San Joaquin County, arrived at the crime scene at approximately 9 p.m. that evening. He ordered an 18-inch excavation of the ground beneath the body as soon as he saw it. After securing the soil in a body bag and x-raying it, we discovered 222 caliber bullets in the excavated soil. An AUI was conducted on Dayling's remains by Dr. Omalu. He claimed that Daylin was shot in the cornfield where her remains were discovered, and that either the bullets passed through her body and lodged in the ground just beneath her, or they remained inside the body and fell out as it decomposed. In either case, there was a gunshot wound to the backhead. Based on the location of the gunshot wound and the fact that Dalinaline's fingernails, jewelry, and nails were tangled in her hair, Dr. Dra Omalu believed that when Dalinine was shot, she had her hands and fingers wrapped around her head. Omalu came to the conclusion that Dalinine's death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head, with gunshot wounds to the trunk also playing a role. Additionally, he believed that her body's decomposition supported her death on August 7, 2011. In the murder of Dayling, investigators had a top suspect. Detectives also found that Jason had access to a Jennings 22.2 semi-automatic handgun that belonged to one of his relatives, according to court documents. The gun's involvement in Daline's shooting was verified by ballistics testing. Jason Gilley was arrested by authorities when he was eventually taken into custody. On the evening of Saturday, August 6, 2011, Daline went to a bar to meet some friends, and investigators developed their theory about what happened the night she vanished. Among them was Jason Gilley. Daline was convinced to come to Jason Gilley's house. On their way to Jason's house, they made a stop at a liquor store. This liquor store is where we last saw Dalini alive. Nothing seemed to be bothering her based on this footage, but after she and Jason left the store, things started to happen that ultimately resulted in her death. Dalini was naked when her body was discovered by investigators. Because of this, authorities concluded that she didn't want to have an intimate relationship with Jason, but he coerced her into doing so. That was the only plausible explanation. Authorities believed that Daline told Jason that she would report it to the police, so he put her in his car, drove many miles past her home, and then turned into a field where he killed her. However, the body's extreme decomposition made it impossible to verify that theory. Jason Gilley was found guilty of Daline's murder in November 2013 and given a life sentence without the possibility of release. He made an unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Till death do us part doesn't often last that long. Feelings of sweetness and tenderness can rapidly give way to disappointment, annoyance, and even hatred. The most sensible course of action in certain situations is to break up, if not as friends, then at least not as enemies. However, when big quantities of money and the opportunity to become wealthy quickly come into play at the expense of an ex-lover's life, an innocent person's destiny may be decided. The example of Gary Bentley is hardly unusual. Although people have been slain for much less, the murderer in this case wanted to keep $1 million and live a comfortable and easy life. Did Gary foresee what would occur? According to his parents, he did. They were trying to protect him since they felt uneasy and worried about him. However, Gary found it hard to accept that his child's mother, the love of his life, was truly capable of murder. Even though his mother was still alive, he battled valiantly to keep his failing marriage intact for the sake of his kid. But ultimately he died and the youngster was left an orphan. What is known about Gary Bentley's early life then? On August 31, 1984, Gary Lewis Bentley was born in Louisville, a small rural hamlet in Jefferson County, Kentucky. He was the youngest of Gerald and Lisa Bentley's 2 children. From a young age, Gary and his older sister Amy had a tight and trustworthy relationship. The Bentleys owned their own farm and put a lot of effort into providing their children with a quality education and other necessities. The children helped out as well and weren't afraid to take on the physical and labor-intensive tasks involved in farm management. The family was close-knit, supportive, and always looking out for one another. Gary spent a lot of time with his father, Gerald, from an early age. They frequently went hunting, fishing, and camping together and were quite close. His father showed him where to collect edible mushrooms and berries, taught him how to handle a pistol, and gave him survival tips, including how to survive in the bush. Gary became quite interested in guns as a teenager. He eventually began collecting firearms and understood how to use them. He was best friends with his father, and they went fishing or hunting almost every weekend. Gary was a true handyman who could make or mend almost anything, making him the epitome of a small-town gentleman. He was described by many around him as gentle, laid back, and always ready to provide a helping hand to those in need. Gary had no bad habits, avoided negative influences, excelled in school, and never ran afoul of the law. He was a calm, introspective child who prioritized his family. Gary majored in engineering in Frankfurt, the state capital, where he attended college after high school. He returned to his hometown of Louisville after graduation, where he began his career as a basic electrician before swiftly rising to the position of his one and only love. Gary fell in love with Tasha, a girl he met while attending college. They didn't mind the slight age difference between them, even though she was about a year and a half older than he was. They moved in together in 2006, not far from Gary's parents' house, after dating for a while. Tasha was pursuing a nursing degree when she was hired by one of the city's hospitals, where she immediately gained the respect and admiration of her colleagues. But she didn't stop there. In order to further her profession, she continued to work and pursue further studies. Gary and Tasha ultimately made it official in 2012 by inviting all of their family and friends to their lavish wedding. The couple was ecstatic when Tasha became pregnant shortly after. They welcomed a child, whom they named Connor, in the spring of 2013. Both Gary and Tasha had successful jobs by the time their first kid was born. They were able to travel, purchase 2 automobiles, move into a larger, more comfortable house, and essentially live worry-free because they were earning a solid living. A few years later, Gary's plans to have a large family and at least 2 more children with Tasha began to fall apart. What did Tasha conceal? Their marriage was ideal for the first 4 years. They were viewed as a model pair. They held well-respected, lucrative careers. We are excellent guests, wonderful parents, and close friends. The couple frequently invited close friends and family to gatherings they hosted at their house. When someone needed assistance or support, they were always the first to offer it. Gerald and Lisa, Gary's parents, are ecstatic with their daughter-in-law and grandchild. However, things began to drastically shift in 2016. After going through a difficult period, the Bentleys' marriage started to suffer. It all began when Tasha started experiencing issues at work, which had never happened to her before. She was often griping about the terrible working conditions, her supervisor and her co-workers. Gary tried his best to help her, but he cautioned her against quitting too soon because it would be difficult to find another position that paid well. The couple made the decision to take a trip in the fall of 2016 in an attempt to decompress and release some stress. They flew to a vacation, leaving their son with Gary's parents, along with their long-standing friends Annie and Kevin Day, with whom they had been close for years. They traveled to Jamaica. The initial days of the journey were ideal. They all enjoyed one another's company, explored the island, and unwinded on the beach, but Tasha appeared preoccupied, as if her thoughts were elsewhere. She was often texting someone, and if someone asked her who she was speaking to, she became quite protective. Gary and Tasha began to quarrel more and more the longer they were on the island. Their pals claimed that Annie and Kevin felt uneasy since the disagreements seemed to start out of nowhere and swiftly turned into heated disputes. When Gary and Tasha got into a heated dispute one day while on a yacht, Kevin attempted to lighten the mood by cracking a joke. Gary splattered beer on his face in retaliation. Kevin didn't take it personally, since he knew that Gary's response was more about the stress that Tasha was causing than it was about the joke. After feeling ashamed, Gary repeatedly apologized and said he had no idea what had happened to him with the new job. Tasha informed Gary that she had resigned from her position shortly after they got back from their trip. Gary wasn't pleased with her choice because his family's financial status may suffer if she lost such a high income. He did, however, have some funds that would enable them to survive and continue their way of life till she got another work, because he was a prudent and thrifty guy. However, Tasha was employed as a consultant at a large pharmaceutical company the day after she quit. She hadn't mentioned getting a job before quitting, so this was strange. Although it appeared that someone might have assisted her in getting the job, Tasha dismissed it as pure serendipity, claiming that she happened to stumble into the interview. Even though Tasha appeared content with her new career, circumstances at home didn't improve. She stopped cooking, was rarely there, neglected the house, and showed no concern in Gary's situation. She even neglected their son, letting his grandparents handle the most of the child-rearing. Mrs. Bentley began to leave town on the weekends, claiming to be on work travels. She was always talking on the phone, always finding a quiet place where no one could listen in. She claimed that it was work and that she needed to talk to her supervisors or coworkers about it when questioned. In order to prevent anyone from checking her phone, she also set a password, something she had never done before. She'd become aloof and secretive. Gary, however, was the one who was caring for his son and giving him all of his love and attention, spending all of his free time with the youngster and doing everything he could to ensure he didn't feel abandoned. He nearly lived for him. Gary still loved his wife and wanted to keep their marriage intact, if only for the sake of their child, despite their frequent arguments and her lack of interest. Mexico excursion with the family. Seeing the strain in their son's family, Gary's parents made the decision to take him, Tasha, and their grandchild to one of Mexico's most stunning resorts as a surprise, in the hopes that it would provide a tranquil setting for them to re-establish contact and spend quality time together. They selected a comfortable hotel in a remote location. The internet was spotty and frequently interrupted, and cell coverage was scarce. This made it possible for the family to spend time together and enjoy one another's company. At the beach and go for lengthy strolls. Tasha, though, was clearly annoyed by the lack of connectivity. She was always looking for a signal to send texts or make phone calls. She became enraged and screamed at Gary's parents and their young boy. Gerald, Gary's father, thought her actions were odd and made the decision to speak openly with his son. He expressed his concern that Tasha might be cheating. Gary attempted to laugh it off, but Gerald could tell by the expression in his eyes that his son was thinking the same thing but was feigning indifference. Because of their daily arguments, Tasha insisted that they end their vacation early and go back home. Citing pressing work issues, she finally prepared her belongings and declared that she would return by plane by herself. Even though they were paid for an additional week at the hotel and received no reimbursements, this compelled the other members of the family to depart early with her. An odd series of fires in the spring of 2017, Tasha called Gerald, her father-in-law, and sounded upset, asking him to come and get her. She clarified that her automobile was totally wrecked after catching fire at a fueling station. She had to visit her insurance provider before returning home. Gerald naturally hurried to her aid, but he couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling. In the years she had known Gary, one of her automobiles had inexplicably burned up 3 times. The car was reduced to scrap metal each time it occurred at a gas station, making it hard to identify the true origin of the fire. Tasha consistently earned substantial insurance settlements, and the events were consistently attributed to malfunctioning gas station equipment. Tasha would insure the cars for the maximum amount shortly prior to the fires, always using different insurance firms, and these fires occurred around every 3 years. She said she didn't know how it happened, and some family members and acquaintances even speculated that she might have enemies who were deliberately damaging her vehicles. Nevertheless, Tasha purchased a newer, more costly vehicle following each collision. Even if the fires had a suspicious pattern that made intentional property destruction all but impossible, the insurance companies had no reason to reject her claims. By summer 2017, the not-so-secret affair had. Almost every weekend, Tasha would vanish, claiming to be on work excursions. She seemed to live a life apart from Gary and their son, growing increasingly aloof. The Bentleys' neighbors, friends, and relatives started to think that Tasha was having an affair. Gary took these rumors quite personally. He gave up making jokes about it, and would either be silent or abruptly shift the topic. Gary's parents made multiple attempts to speak with him, telling him that things couldn't continue this way because, in essence, the marriage had already ended. But Gary consistently gave the same response. For Connor's sake, he was committed to keeping the family together and still loved his wife. He hoped that things would return to normal, that Tasha would wake up, and that she would reevaluate her priorities. Gary, Tasha, and their kids celebrated Thanksgiving at his parents' place in November 2017. Amy, Gary's sister, arrived with her family as well. When gift-giving became commonplace, Tasha claimed to be too preoccupied with her job to purchase any, but it turned out that she had not. She promised to fix it and come back shortly after apologizing and leaving. After spending hours away, she returned with nothing, not even a gift for her son, when everyone stared at her with confusion. It would have taken her the entire night to go through the lineups everywhere, she said. Amy was unable to contain herself this time. She drew Gary forward and asked him directly whether he understood that Tasha was most likely seeing someone else and wasn't even attempting to conceal it any longer. With a gun safe in the bedroom, Gary merely replied that they would take care of it themselves. Gary called his father the next weekend to invite him over and bring some equipment. Gerald was glad to assist and arrived at his son's house with all the necessary supplies in less than 30 minutes. As previously stated, Gary had been a gun collector since he was a young man, and his home was stocked with shotguns, hunting rifles, handguns, and other firearms. He even had some rare objects strewn about in various areas. Gary, however, made the snap decision to create a safe in his home, collect all of his guns, and secure them. Gerald was a little alarmed by this abrupt decision, and inquired as to why Gary felt the need to conceal his gun collection. Gerald could tell his kid was scared of something, even if Gary didn't provide a clear response. It didn't appear like he was concerned about intruders. Tasha claimed that she came up with the idea because she was afraid and thought they would be in danger when she got home. Gerald didn't give it much thought at the time, but her words felt odd. The catastrophe, the unexplained home murder, was just a few days away. On Sunday, December 10, 2017, Tasha called her father-in-law to inform him that the garage door was open when she arrived home, and that she had been unable to get in touch with Gary all day. Concerned that burglars might have broken in, she begged Gerald to come over because she was too afraid to go inside. Fortunately, Gary was at home alone himself and Connor was safe, staying with his grandparents. Gerald ran as quickly as he could. Everything appeared to be in order at first sight. Although the garage door was open, there were no indications that the residence had been broken into. Everything appeared to be typical. There were no signs of an intruder and nothing seemed missing. Gerald repeatedly yelled at his son, but he never answered. He discovered Gary's lifeless body on the bed in shock when he entered the bedroom. Gary's body was already chilly and exhibiting symptoms of rigor mortis when Gerald attempted CPR. Still in shock that his kid had left, he dialed 911 right away. He didn't realize until later that the bedroom gun safe had been broken into and that several of the weapons were gone. The forensic results showed that Gary had been murdered by a single, close-range gunshot to the head when the forensic team arrived. It was possible that he was asleep and didn't even hear the killer approach because he was in a sleeping position on his side in bed and had no other injuries or indications of a struggle. Valuables, a jewelry box, and even cash left in plain sight remained unharmed, making the incident appear to be more than a normal heist. This suggested that the gun safe was the primary goal. Only a small number of guns, none of which were very valuable, were stolen nevertheless. These were not the murder weapon, nor were the remaining firearms. Tasha, Gary's wife, was the leading suspect from the beginning of the investigation, since she didn't appear to be a grieving widow. She carefully explained to the police what had happened during the day before she and her father-in-law discovered the dead. Second, every member of the couple's family and circle of friends attested to the fact that Gary and Tasha's marriage had been in trouble for some time and that a divorce was imminent. Third, 2 big dogs owned by the Bentleys growled at everyone but their owners. However, the neighbors had not heard any barking, and if they had, Gary probably would have awakened up. Tasha stated that she had left the house to run some errands because Gary had intended to go hunting that day. She claimed that after lunch she had attempted to phone him but had been unsuccessful. She attributed the situation to poor reception and was not really concerned. When asked, her pals confirmed that she had visited a friend's house on her way home. The crime was committed without any witnesses. That day, nobody saw strangers or heard anything untoward. Not even surveillance footage from cameras in the area provided any helpful hints. The crime seems to have been a well-thought-out plot to fabricate a robbery in order to get $1 million insurance coverage. Tasha received a call from a friend named Annie Day, who wanted to offer her sympathies and ask if she could assist with funeral planning. Annie was shocked at Tasha's reaction. She explained that she had more important things to do and that Gary's parents were taking care of the burial. A trip to the insurance company for a sizable payoff was one of the more crucial tasks. It seems that Tasha had persuaded Gary to get $1 million life insurance policy not long before the murder. Gary accepted, though he wasn't really happy about it, to appease his wife. Tasha attempted but was unsuccessful to raise the compensation to $2 million, 0 cents, a few days prior to the crime. The motive was now obvious, but there was still no concrete proof that Tasha was responsible for the killing. Meanwhile, information about her 3 prior burned-out vehicles, all of which had caused significant damage, came to light. Insurance payouts. It was discovered that Tasha had previously engaged in similar insurance fraud, an accomplice or a lover. Tasha had been seeing a coworker named Anthony for more than a year, according to one of her acquaintances, and he was the one who helped her land a new position. Suspecting that Anthony might have assisted his lover, investigators made the decision to ask him about his role in the crime. Anthony said that he and Tasha had been romantically involved for a long time and that they frequently met at his house. Tasha was going to leave Gary, he said, and they were even going to celebrate New Year's Eve 2018. Anthony hurried to offer an alibi as soon as he became aware that he was being investigated as a suspect in the murder case. He claimed to have been at his parents' house, assisting them with repairs on the day of the murder. That day, they visited a number of second-hand stores, all of which were caught on camera. The murder weapon and the missing guns from the safe were still unknown, but detectives came to the conclusion that Tasha had probably acted alone, which explained why there were no traces of a break-in and why the dogs hadn't barked. Tasha's account of events. Tasha frequently added additional information, changed her tale, and attempted to place the blame elsewhere. She even brought up Gary and Kevin Day's argument when Gary flung beer in his friend's face when they were on vacation. Tasha believes that Kevin may have harbored resentment and seized the chance to exact retribution. But after being questioned for a few hours, Tasha eventually gave up and admitted, although she acknowledged killing her husband, she held Gary responsible for the incident. According to Tasha, Gary was violent toward her and their kid, and on the day of the murder, he struck their child once more. She claimed that was the final straw, and she retrieved a rifle after waiting for Gary to go to sleep. But there was no evidence to support any of Tasha's assertions. Tasha's assertions were not substantiated by any of her relatives or friends. In actuality, everyone supported Gary, praising him as the most loving parent they had ever known, and a loyal, loving husband. They maintained that he would never touch his wife, much less their beloved young boy. Tasha eventually disclosed the hiding place where she had hidden the firearms taken from the safe, including the murder weapon, a pistol, after even the child attested that his father had never harmed him or his mother. It was interesting to see that Anthony's fingerprints were on the gun. It found out that Tasha had left her lover's prints on the gun after giving it to him to hold. If things didn't work out, she intended to frame him, but she confessed before she could carry out that portion of the plan, which included trial and sentencing. Gary's murder trial started in June 2021, and the prosecution claims that money was the main driving force behind the crime. After receiving the $1 million insurance payment, Tasha sought to use some of the funds to refurbish Anthony's home, where she would soon move. Tasha Bentley was convicted of premeditated murder and trying to obstruct the inquiry on July 20, 2021. She received a sentence of 55 years in jail, with the chance of release in 2037 at the latest. Little Connor is currently being raised by his paternal grandparents after losing both his parents in a single, sad event. This crime was discussed in the American Monster episode of Investigation Discovery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Ashley Parlier, a 21-year-old from Battle Creek, Michigan, argued with her parents on June 12, 2005, and then fled the house. Everyone, including relatives and friends, was suspected for years after she vanished without a trace and was never seen again. For more than 10 years, the case produced no results. The police were looking for answers about the Parlier family for 18 years until they finally found them. Where has Ashley Parlier disappeared to? Was there a possibility of foul play? Today, we're examining Ashley Parlier's case, which lasted until 2023 and involved 18 years of age. Without further ado, let's begin the narrative. In addition to welcoming neighborhoods and amiable communities, Battle Creek, a tiny city in southwest Michigan, offers its residents amazing growth prospects and a thriving business. Located between two states and a major highway, Battle Creek is known as the cradle of the cereal industry and attracts a lot of tourists because of its picturesque downtown. Battle Creek is a bustling neighborhood with a distinct suburban vibe. One of the greatest areas in Michigan to raise a family is Battle Creek, which is well known for its recreational possibilities and natural beauty. In 2005, a 21-year-old from the same vibrant and welcoming town sadly vanished without a trace. Russell and Sherry Parlier welcomed a baby girl, whom they named Ashley, as their second child on October 16, 1983. Ashley has been quiet and reserved since she was a young child. She was also quite naive. She didn't make many friends as she grew older. Nicole Campen, Ashley's older sister, recalls how trusting her sister was. She claimed that one of the most memorable things about her was how trusting she was and how she simply saw the best in everyone. It was excellent that she wanted people to be what she believed the world should be. Ashley had gorgeous brown hair and eyes, and her crooked-toothed smile was quite lovely. Ashley also worked at the level of an adolescent between the ages of 12 and 14 due to a little mental impairment. She was able to live life to the fullest in spite of her troubles. She obtained employment at the closest Taco Bell store, located on the 800 block of Northeast Capitol Avenue, after graduating from Battle Creek Central High School. She had been accumulating money from her earnings at Taco Bell in order to get her own vehicle. Unfortunately, disaster was just around the corner for Ashley, a young woman who wished for a happy world. She was sweet and loving, yet the world did not treat her well. Ashley Parlier, 21, was about 5 feet 9 inches tall and had a slender frame. She was only 100 pounds. Her parents were therefore quite concerned on June 12, 2005, when they discovered that she seemed to have a bulge. Ashley was too pure, after all, both mentally and naturally. If she chose to carry the baby, they wanted her to see a doctor and receive prenatal care since they were worried about her health. Ashley left the house in a rage after a heated argument with her parents about the whole thing. Without a car, driver's license, cell phone, or credit card, she left her home in the Bedford Township community of Urbandale. She did, however, have some cash on hand, roughly $700.00. Ashley never came home, despite the family's desire to give her the time she needed to calm down. The Parlier family felt something was wrong and were anxious as the minutes stretched into hours, and then into days. At first, they had assumed Ashley would stay at one of her friends' homes for a few days, cool off, and then come back to them. However, they were forced to report her missing to the police after she hadn't returned after many days, and they couldn't contact her. The police made Ashley Parlier's photo and physical description public in the hopes that it would help them find any leads, because they had little evidence to work with and no leads to pursue. They disclosed information about her build, weight, and physical characteristics, as well as the clothing she was wearing at the time of her disappearance. She was last saw wearing blue trousers, brown leather sandals, and a checkered top. Soon after, the police received a lot of tips regarding sightings, particularly in the vicinity of Houghton Lake. There was a sigh of relief from the family. In the event that she was discovered, they planned to convince Ashley to return home. However, the Parlier family soon received grim news from the police. None of the sightings could be verified and were all bogus. Ashley was therefore not yet prepared to return home, wherever she was. As the investigation progressed to the second level, Ashley's parents, Cherie and Russell, who had delayed making a complaint, were the object of the officers' first suspicion. While Ashley's mother, Cherie, refused to take the polygraph, her father consented to do so and was exonerated. It's crucial to note that Cherie had already begun exhibiting symptoms of Huntington's disease, which was correctly identified a few years later. Nicole, Ashley's sister, explained that since Ashley had never done anything like that, not returning home for this long was undoubtedly uncommon behavior. However, the family had assumed that she was likely venting at a friend's house because they had a rather heated disagreement before she left. They had thought they would be able to resolve the issue if she returned home by the weekend. The police were clearly concerned because, according to Nicole, her parents were the last two people to see her at that time. She continued, "Again, we are a small-town Michigan family. We never thought that this would be a 16-year ordeal of trying to figure out where a daughter and sister is." In the months prior to her disappearance, the police also attempted to look for her then-estranged partner. At the time of the interrogation, Ashley's family thought she was carrying his child, even though they had split up. Another girlfriend of his was pregnant as well. Although the cops were unable to locate any evidence against him, he was not ruled out as a suspect. Ashley's close friends and family members were again questioned, but once more no information was discovered. But there was another angle. The officers discovered that Ashley might have had suicidal thoughts. The police had a suspicion that they would be able to locate the body if she had committed suicide. Thus, the police conducted a thorough search for her body. There was nothing substantial to find. They then speculated that Ashley might have been robbed, but her social security number remained unchanged during her absence. The police were prepared to deliver more unfavorable news to the Parlier family by this point. They told her relatives that Ashley was probably already dead and that they suspected foul play. Additionally, they promised the family that they would not give up on her. Although they conducted a thorough search for Ashley Parlier, the case ultimately came to nothing. Ashley's case was handled by a number of Battle Creek Police Department personnel throughout the course of the following 18 years. The department as a whole was baffled by her disappearance, as they kept discovering people of interest, but none of them had ever been shown to be suspects. The sheriff's department was given the case in 2020 after they had suspicions that she had been murdered outside of Battle Creek City. Only in 2021, when they least expected it, did they make progress in the case. The case has stalled after about 16 years of little progress. Then, however, something occurred that would alter everything. When police in Pennsylvania suddenly discovered a lead in Ashley Parlier's case in January 2021, they contacted officers in Calhoun County. Harold David Holman III, a 44-year-old serial murderer, was being questioned by Pennsylvania authorities in connection with the killings of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz. Holman did not want a trial at that time, so he asked the authorities if they could combine the three cases of Phillips, Schultz, and Parlier. Ashley Parlier had not been brought up by the police at any point during the exchange. They questioned him further about the Parlier case, since they were unsure of what he was talking about, and the results were startling. It was a complete confession, rather than merely a lead. The detectives promptly contacted the Calhoun County Police Department to update them on the latest case development. After taking over, the Calhoun County Police Department's investigation showed that Holman had resided in Battle Creek from 2002 to 2009 and had communicated with Parlier. Following Ashley's argument at home, police discovered that Holman had been in communication with Parlier. In Emmett Township, Michigan, she paid him a visit. Ashley informed him that a pregnancy test was requested by her parents. After getting into a fight with Ashley, Holman attacked her, knocked her out, and carried her to the Pennsylvania hills, where he struck her skull with a piece of wood until she was immobile. He also told police that he had disposed of his bloodied clothes after leaving Ashley someplace in Newton Township's northern section. On November 29, 1978, Harold David Holman III was born. Before becoming a young man, Holman lived in Germany with his father from his early teens until his father moved to Turkey, leaving him to live with his girlfriend. He looked like a typical young man at the time. The fact that he would become a serial killer was not anticipated. Holman killed someone for the first time when he was 20 years old. On May 3, 1999, 21-year-old Joseph Whitehurst, the son of an Air Force colonel, was residing at a military installation in southwest Germany. He was discovered outside Ramstein Air Base after going missing. A club discovered at the scene of the murder had been used to bludgeon him to death a few days later. Holman admitted to killing Whitehurst after being apprehended by German police for an unrelated offense. Holman claimed that he attacked Whitehurst first because he felt threatened by him when he had begun dancing around the campfire. As Holman told the authorities, "I don't know how many times I hit him and then I was gone, but it was the biggest rush I ever felt, like your whole body to this day." He was only given a 6-year sentence at a German reform school in spite of his confession. A person under the age of 21 must be tried in a juvenile court in accordance with German legislation. Furthermore, Holman received a less sentence because he was also diagnosed with schizophrenia at the time. After that, he returned to America and worked as a truck driver in Emmett Township, living close to Battle Creek, Lakeview, and the Fairfax Addition. Around this time, he appeared to play a significant part in Ashley Parlier's 2005 disappearance. Tiana Phillips, a mother of 2 children, vanished on June 13, 2018. 3 years later, when he was eventually arrested and being questioned by the police, He said that he had wanted to kill again rather than specifically kill Phillips. Erica Schultz knew a man online as Dave, and she wasn't sure if she would ever meet him. Erica went missing on December 6, 2020. Because Erica was a habitual person with autism, the police looked through her phone records and linked Hallman to her murder when she failed to appear. Killing Erica Schultz was like just another day in the park for me, he said nonchalantly in his confession. He was discovered with a self-inflicted wound beside railroad tracks in Duncan, Pennsylvania, at the time of his arrest. He felt that in order to atone for his misdeeds, he had to die. Hallman confessed to killing Schultz and Phillips when he was in the hospital getting treatment. He confessed to killing Phillips, whom he had slept with, in a letter to his estranged wife while he was incarcerated. To emphasize that he would never do such a thing with her, he stated that he wished to confess to the crime. His ex-wife was clearly alarmed and took the letter to the police. She added that she had not believed Hallman when he had previously claimed to have killed a lady. He was a serial killer due to the commonality of his acts. His victims had all vanished. They were all injured in the head. After attacking them and rendering them unconscious, he completed the task. He did not bury the remains. Instead, he disposed of them in isolated locations. Actually, Schultz and Phillips were killed on the same day. In the cases of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz, Hallman has been accused of abduction, criminal homicide, and abuse of a corpse. Detective John Pignatch of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department stated that Hallman was not a temporary resident and did not have a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021. He attributed all of this to his family and a failed marriage. According to him, there are alphas and non-alphas. That's simply the case. A master and a slave, or whatever you want to call them, are present. That's how life is constructed. He had to seek that dynamic in extramarital affairs because his wife refused to yield to him. He studied serial killers after Parlier's passing. He always said that he remembered every murder, including specifics of what he did to each one, when asked which one he remembered the most. He needed to be removed from the streets right away because police were certain he was a serial killer. Hallman actually acknowledged that he would have killed again if he hadn't been apprehended. In his confession, Hallman made it clear that he had met Ashley Parlier, who had been with her parents, in a bowling alley. The confession in the court document also made clear that he struck up a conversation with her, which later resulted in a deeper relationship when she argued with her parents. After phoning Hallman, she went to his house. Ashley told him that she was being forced to obtain a pregnancy test by her parents. He admitted to being the father of the child Ashley was expecting. Their subsequent dispute infuriated him and he knocked her out. Then, on the night of June 13, 2005, he killed her by repeatedly beating her in the head. He described it as an overgrown meadow 10 miles from the town in the middle of nowhere, Michigan. There was a small house nearby, perhaps a garage, but it was deserted. We took a seat. I was absorbed in my own universe as I sat there. Ashley was just out in the back. When he located a suitable location while sitting with Ashley's comatose body beside him, he made the conscious decision to kill her there. Then it occurred, he added. I was sitting there and no cars drove by. The longer I sat there, the more I thought, this is a good place as any. I removed her, brought her to the location and completed the task. He struck her and saw her perish. He went home and showered when he was certain Ashley was gone. He later disposed of his clothes at Meijer, an American supercenter, where he was employed at the time. The fact that he pursued the case for years and years is even more startling. At one point, he even went to see if Ashley was still alive, but all he discovered were bones. He came forward and apologized to the Parlier family after being questioned further. Hallman denied that it was premeditated. I don't want that to happen with Ashley, he stated. I regret Ashley's murder more than any of them, he continued. It should be mentioned that he had already killed several people when this confession was made public in recent years. Ashley's sister, Nicole, was puzzled and unable to contain her emotions after learning that Hallman had claimed that Ashley had approached him for assistance. She was appalled that Hallman had killed Ashley in cold blood in spite of this information. Hallman killed her because he thought that things had gotten out of control. On the one hand, he claimed that he was intoxicated for 3 weeks in a row because he felt terrible for killing her. He wanted to put the incident out of his mind. However, he clarified that the entire killing procedure gave him an adrenaline high that was unmatched by anything else. Nicole was discouraged to learn that his apologies was merely a pretext for flaunting his horrible behavior. She claimed that their ignorance was quite difficult. My mother's depression and loss caused her Huntington's disease to worsen rapidly. My dad was the same way. As a mom myself, I understand their struggles. What kind of individual could do it is difficult to comprehend. I could never comprehend having such a strong desire to harm someone. Holman acknowledged that he was unable to console the family verbally, but he would be prepared to beat them up with a log if they so desired. The apology did not sit well with Nicole. Along with losing her sister, she also lost her parents, who passed away in sorrow and bewilderment. It was true, she thought, that Holman killed more than simply Ashley. There were more persons Harl Holman had murdered than only his immediate victims. The loved ones of many of his victims had died, and they were unaware of what had become of them. Nicole created a social media page called Bring Ashley Home, which she used to connect with the other Pennsylvania victims' elder sisters. They think they have formed buddies and are united by their shared misery. She stated that when Nicole presents her victim impact statement on behalf of the entire Parlier family on April 10th during Holman's trial, the 3 older sisters of the other Pennsylvania victims will accompany her. She said, "We're going to remember our sisters, and we're going to remember Ashley and Tiana and Erica and not him. We're going to remember how they were good people who loved and were caring, and he's just going to rot." Ashley had been out of the house for 18 years after a fight with her parents. After what occurred to her, she never went back home. Her return home was a top priority for the police. Throughout the years, they looked everywhere for solutions. The police therefore asked Harold Holman to show them where he had left Ashley's body once he came out with the confession. According to the officers and the prosecution, Ashley Parley's case was extremely labor-intensive and emotionally charged. Nearly 20 years had passed since the original detectives attempted to solve the mystery. The Parlier case was given to several detectives in the next years. They even flew across the nation to find possible witnesses and gather the evidence they needed to convict the criminal after failing to discover the answers in the city. In March, Sheriff Steve Hinckley told the media that the officers had visited Pennsylvania, Maryland, and California to look into Parlier's case. The investigating team included Detective John Pignato of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department, Detective Dave Huminga, and Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez of the Michigan State Police. Holman guided the police to a wooded region in Newton Township south of Battle Creek, at a 6.5-mile road. On March 30, 2022, almost 24 officers conducted a search for Ashley's remains, but after several hours of work they were unable to locate her body. When Ashley vanished, the region remained farmland, but within a few years it was all divided up and sold to other property owners, locals told the media. The policemen's attempts were all in vain. Holman acknowledged that he was unable to appropriately situate Ashley where he had left him after all these years and the local developments. Ashley's remains are still being sought by the authorities. It should come as no surprise that the man who had previously murdered 3 women and possibly more was terrified of being executed. He received 2 life sentences in prison. No kind of parole was given to him. Holman entered a guilty plea to Ashley Parlier's second-degree murder in February 2023. He consented to assist Calhoun County authorities in locating Ashley's remains in the vicinity of the purported location of his disposal. It is a component of the plea agreement with the Office of the District Attorney for Luzerne County. He is set to be sentenced in April 2023 and faces a maximum life sentence in prison in return for not being given the death penalty. In order to solve Ashley Parlier's case and locate her remains, the Calhoun County Sheriff is still searching for any information. Call 269-781-0880 to reach the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office if you have any information. When a loved one disappears, every minute is challenging. Imagine being heartbroken, grieving, and depressed for 18 years with only a glimmer of hope that they could return at some point. Consider the uncertainty about whether to continue waiting or to simply end the depressing experience. In the spring of 2020, Ashley's parents, Russell and Cherie, passed away without ever understanding what had happened to their daughter. Imagine the anguish and suffering they endured when they came to terms with the fact that they would never find out what had happened to Ashley, particularly since she had left the house in a state of rage. Imagine how their lives must have been when they were the target of active suspicion over the disappearance of their own daughter from the police, the media, and true crime fans. However, Even though it took 18 years, Ashley's story was finally resolved. At least her family is aware of what happened to her, even though she hasn't returned home yet, because the police are still looking for her remains. Do you believe that Harold Holman might have had other victims? Regarding Holman's apologies, what are your thoughts? Does he kill people for fun, or does he actually have a mental illness? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a typical day could become a complete nightmare in a matter of minutes? Consider this. On this verdant tropical island, the sun is softly warming your skin, while the murmur of the waves assures you of tranquility. However, what if there is a darkness lurking around every peaceful corner, simply waiting for the ideal opportunity to emerge? A young German tourist named Miriam Beelte went on a walk to a temple on the island of Koh Si Chang on April 7, 2019. She hadn't returned by the evening, even though it was supposed to be just another quiet day of her vacation. She was seen smiling and unconcerned as she walked up the trail on security cameras. However, nobody could have predicted that that smile would vanish forever in a few hours. Koh Si Chang is renowned for its calm, relaxed atmosphere and is rarely disturbed. White sand beaches, deep green jungles that hold mysteries that date back millennia, turquoise oceans, and slow-moving natural beauty are all abundant on this island. Miriam Beelte, a young German woman who chose to combine a business trip with a long overdue holiday, arrived at this remote paradise in the spring of 2019. But her adventure would quickly devolve into a complex and unsettling mystery that still has a lot of unsolved questions. Initially, nothing appeared abnormal. Miriam was successful and driven. Her career as a design engineer with a big corporation had actually been advancing quickly since she graduated from the University of Hanover. Even though she was accustomed to lengthy workdays and frequent travel, this one felt unusual. Miriam finally got to witness the white dunes and pristine waters she had heard so much about when she decided to spend a few days on the remote island of Koh Si Chang after finishing her business commitments. However, when Miriam failed to appear for breakfast on the morning she was scheduled to depart, everything changed. Hotel employees were worried and attempted to call her, but her phone was inaccessible. It took hours before local officials were notified of her absence, but nobody had yet recognized how serious the situation was. Official documents indicate that Miriam had traveled to Thailand for business purposes, and her encounters with suppliers had gone well. According to her co-workers, she frequently enjoyed combining professional travel with some downtime, even if it meant traveling alone. She might have stayed on the island while the rest of her team went home because of her curiosity. Miriam enjoyed exploring the locations she went to. However, her acquaintances claimed that she had never planned on making impulsive relationships or going on dangerous trips. Nevertheless, other residents recalled that Miriam had demonstrated a strong interest in the island's less visited areas. She inquired about secluded coves and secret beaches, where one may feel completely cut off from the outside world, according to tour guides. To many who knew her, her interests seemed a bit out of the ordinary. Usually she liked to stick to a set strategy, making sure that every little aspect was well considered. Miriam had a well-planned itinerary and was no stranger to travel. She organized a day excursion to Pattaya after concluding her work in Bangkok, and then she traveled to Koh Si Chang. Similar quick trips are taken by many tourists to take in the sights and beaches. It was different for Miriam, though. She looked for locations where she could be alone herself, with nature and her thoughts, locations that weren't listed in the typical travel guides. She started her journey by traveling to the island via ferry in the morning. In keeping with her meticulous disposition, Miriam immediately leased a motorcycle and embarked on a pre-arranged journey. One of her planned destinations was an old stone temple on a hill that only the most tenacious and resilient tourists could access. Locals regarded this shrine as a remote location for introspection, tucked away behind thick vegetation. Quietly, the day began. She saw the traditional indicators of a peaceful island morning as she drew closer to the temple. A vendor was setting up fresh bouquets of calendula and jasmine at a little flower booth nearby, and she had left her rented motorcycle parked at the foot of the slope. After greeting him and purchasing a few flowers, Miriam ascended the stone stairway. She was seen on surveillance cameras carrying a little rucksack and a bottle of water as she boldly ascended the stairs. She had a slight smile on her face, as though she was looking forward to something lovely and significant. However, time went by and she never came back. Her motorcycle remained parked next to the now closed flower stall in the evening, a silent reminder of her disappearance. The fact that no one had witnessed her return down the stairs immediately alarmed the townspeople. The first person to realize something was wrong was the flower salesman, Miriam's motorcycle. She hadn't been seen all day and was still there, unaltered. He told the police about it the following day, and what had begun as a straightforward case of a missing individual quickly turned into something far more sinister. Investigators soon discovered that Miriam would never have remained on the island for very long when they started tracking her path. She had only one day in mind: lunch. A quick excursion, a few pictures, and then a trip back to the mainland. Miriam was well organized, cautious, and always did everything according to her own rules. She kept her valuables close to hand, stayed away from strangers, and checked in with her family on a regular basis. For her loved ones, the first warning sign was when she stopped sending messages. She stopped answering by noon on April 7, and by nighttime it appeared like she had just disappeared. Miriam was traveling to a temple on a mountaintop, which isn't your average tourist attraction. Even locals seldom go there, and no official trips do. The trail is lengthy and challenging, and it is encircled by dense jungle. The climb is made more difficult by the moss-covered wet stone steps. Security footage shows that no one else was around when she was hiking alone. The police repeatedly watched the camera footage in the hopes of finding some clue, but all they saw was Miriam climbing toward the temple with a steady gait, a composed countenance, and a faint smile. This little movie, the final recorded account of her existence on the island, seemed to freeze time. Police discovered a new lead as they started questioning residents. She had been spotted with an unknown male at a cafe by the dock a few days before. Although it was impossible to identify him, he appeared to know her well enough to sit with her over coffee. No one else said they saw them together, but they might have met at her hotel or on the ferry. Following that interaction, a number of unanswered issues were raised by Miriam's disappearance. What transpired on her way to the temple? Who was the stranger she was spotted speaking to? And why did she never descend again? Koh Si Chang Island woke up to a terrifying discovery on the morning of April 8, 2019. A Thai visitor was on the verge of a nightmare while hiking to the temple in the early morning in the hopes of taking in the refreshing air and peaceful surroundings. He was enjoying the silence of the jungle as he ascended the steep, stone-covered trail when he observed something strange, close to the edge of a tiny ravine, just off the path through the dense vegetation. A whitish form attracted his attention, a sight remarkably out of place amid the deep green. It became evident to him as he approached that he had discovered a young woman's body, as though someone had attempted to hide her. She was stuck between two enormous rocks that were covered in leaves and branches. There were visible bloodstains close by, and the woman's body showed evidence of physical violence. The tourist was so shocked by what he had discovered that he alerted the local emergency services right away. Concerns swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the island, as police on Koh Si Chang attempted to comprehend the situation, and within an hour cops were navigating the convoluted route to the location. Back in Germany, Miriam Beelte's loved ones were becoming increasingly anxious. She was known to be responsible and cautious, therefore it was very unusual for her to stop answering on the evening of April 7. Miriam was always in contact, particularly when she was traveling alone abroad. When they realized they hadn't heard from her the following morning, her parents, who were accustomed to her frequent calls and texts, started to worry. They reported a missing person to the local government. Investigators on the island were beginning to piece together the specifics of this concerning case in the meanwhile. Miriam Beelte, a 20-year-old German tourist, was identified as the body discovered in the ravine. Hotel staff stated that she was expected to return from the island on the evening of April 7. However, her rented motorcycle was still parked at the foot of the hill, where she had left it before heading to the temple. Authorities first thought that Miriam might have had a terrible accident, slipped, or lost her balance on the slippery path, but they soon ruled that notion out. Her injuries were too many and too terrible to be attributed to a mere fall. She had obvious cuts and bruises on her head and face, and evidence of violence and malice indicated that her death had been violent and deliberate. Furthermore, there was evidence that she had been abused prior to her death, which further clouded the case. Reviewing surveillance footage from cameras placed along the trail in the parking lot at the foot of the hill marked the start of the inquiry. Miriam was seen on camera carrying a tiny rucksack and a bottle of water as she ascended the stairs. She seemed peaceful, but she walked with purpose. Investigators were still troubled by important details. Moments after she vanished around a corner, another person was captured on camera. A man in black clothes was pursuing her from a distance. When he finally came back, his clothing were wet and filthy, with obvious light-colored stains. The day's events were further investigated. The vendor at the flower stall at the trail's base recalled seeing this individual. He had seen him pull up on a motorcycle, buy a bunch of marigolds, and then follow Miriam up the route. Aside from the strange conduct of the man on his way back, it appeared to be harmless enough. According to the merchant, he appeared anxious, constantly looking around, and dismissed the question of whether everything was all right by saying he had simply slipped. His manner struck the merchant as odd, so he made the decision to write down the motorcycle's license plate as a precaution. This enigmatic man swiftly rose to the position of top suspect once the police found Miriam's body and the first hints appeared. The authorities were able to identify the bike thanks to the recorded license plate, the vendor's description, and surveillance footage. Ronicorn was the registered owner. Romruin, a 24-year-old local, lived alone in an old house on the island's fringes and worked as a beach cleaner, cleaning the waters along the coast. Officers went to his house right away, but he was not there. They started looking in the hopes of discovering something that would reveal his possible relationship to Miriam. Underlying conflicts that had not been identified before then started to surface. Though few knew of his darker impulses, Ronicorn was regarded by the villagers as a reclusive and perhaps eccentric man. His neighbors characterized him as reserved yet inhospitable. He rarely confided in anyone and kept to himself. However, those who knew him well had noticed hints of odd, nervous conduct and unpredictable anger. Some even said that they had seen him pacing the island as if he was looking for something or was waiting for someone. What motivated him to follow Miriam that day? And who was this man who seemed to have materialized out of thin air to ruin a young traveler's vision of a tropical paradise? When Ronicorn Run woke up in his tiny house on the edge of Koh Si Chang early on April 7, 2019, the island was still shrouded in quiet. There had been little respite from the night. His mind was still whirling from visions and lingering thoughts that had been enhanced by a haze of illegal drugs. Empty bottles littered the table, and the smell of cheap alcohol filled his home. Ronicorn was aware that he needed a way out of this state, something to divert his attention, even for a brief period of time, in order to prevent him from going any deeper. He made it a habit to have a few beers and several shots of heavier alcohol, which helped him temporarily block out his thoughts, if only for a few hours. However, his typical procedure wasn't sufficient that day. He immediately entered an altered state after taking another dose of a different substance, since he was desiring something more. Once the effects of the controlled substances took effect, his mind started racing, incoherent, and a feeling of eagerness and restlessness swirled inside him. In need of a release, he made the decision to ride his motorcycle anyplace in order to get away from his inner turmoil. Following the road, he finally arrived at the hill's base, where a trail led to a temple on the island. He had first seen her there, a young European tourist, well-dressed, walking up the stone steps with a light, carefree gait and a laid-back look, totally oblivious to the eyes on her. Ronicorn was roused from his daze by the sight of this elegant, carefree young lady. He was unable to turn away and, giving in to his hazy emotions, chose to follow her. Ronicorn entered a neighboring stall at that time and bought a bouquet of marigolds in the hopes that this would make him seem pleasant and enable him to speak to the young lady. The man's peculiar behavior caught the vendor's attention. His eyes were vacant, yet they were filled with an odd intensity. The vendor became uncomfortable, but Ronicorn left quickly. Miriam vanished around the turn, and he soon started up the trail. Miriam, meantime, climbed slowly toward the shrine, oblivious to the shadow that followed her. She was taking in the scenery from the route and the refreshing morning air. She saw it as just another day of her eagerly anticipated vacation, a short reprieve following many days of toil. Even though she was an experienced traveler and understood how to protect herself, she was unable to predict what would happen next. Ronicorn's capture was caught on surveillance footage. Up until the bouquet was in her hand, he initially made an effort to talk to her, acting friendly. Miriam was courteous yet wary. To her, the act of presenting flowers appeared more perplexing than hospitable. He kept after her after she thanked him and went on her way. The following events were not captured on camera, but they were later revealed by witness accounts and Ronicorn's own admission when under the influence of alcohol and other drugs. He was unable to control his urges. He offered frankly that Miriam join him at a remote location nearby, but she responded right away. She declined, and with a hint of panic in her voice, she tried to get away, accelerating, but Ronicorn insisted on keeping up with her swift steps, eventually bursting into a run. Then he felt a wave of rage welling up inside him, a rage not only at her but at himself, and a life that, in his eyes, had long since been meaningless. He was irrational in this changed mood. He raced up to her, took hold of her arm, and yanked her roughly in his direction. They were in a remote location, so no one was present to hear Miriam's screams or attempts to escape. He pulled her off the trail and into the dense undergrowth. Despite a fierce battle, she ultimately lost the battle. What started off as a conflict on the trail came to an end when her shouts faded into silence in the tree's shadows. The cops knew right away that this was no random assault when they got on the site, hours after her body was found. It was obvious that there had been a struggle from the start, as evidenced by the marks on Miriam's body and the disturbed dirt. Following the encounter, Ronicorn most likely went back the same route that the flower stall proprietor had spotted him walking by. Once more, his clothing was soiled and appeared wet, and when asked whether he was all right, Ronicorn trembled and said he had just slid. The vendor's suspicions were only raised by this odd response, and the motorcycle license plate he had taken note of turned out to be crucial to the case's resolution. Ronicorn went home that night. Even though he washed his clothes fast, the stains remained. As if nothing had happened, he turned on the TV while lying on his couch. Maybe he believed he could move past it all by behaving normally. However, that was untrue. He didn't try to hide when the police arrived at his home. He seemed to realize that this was it and was just waiting to be discovered. He made an effort to be composed during his arrest, but it quickly became apparent that this composedness was only a front for anxiety and perplexity. The cops were not surprised by his final confession during questioning, but it did expose a degree of startling cruelty that nobody had anticipated discovering during the interview on this tranquil island. Ronicorn lost it. He initially tried to deceive investigators, but his story unraveled, and he finally began to describe the events in great detail. Even the most experienced investigators were taken aback by his admissions. The events described played out like a bad dream, with a tropical paradise in the backdrop. However, a straightforward confession was not the end of the case. Every detail of what happened was necessary for the authorities. To learn exactly how the events transpired, they made the decision to perform a reenactment. They brought Ronicorn back to the scene. With his head shielded by a bag to keep the public at bay, he walked through his movements step by step, going back and demonstrating each motion. The officers intently watched every movement he made, looking for any information he might have left out of his confession. Ronicorn successfully reenacted his unsettling part, turning the recreation into a gruesome scene. By the end of it, investigators had a comprehensive picture of what had happened on that fateful day. Ronicorn Ruin's trial was seen as a litmus test for the Thai legal system as a whole. Both the local community and others beyond were shocked by the crime committed against young tourist Miriam Beelte. Authorities had to show that justice would be served, and concerns about foreign visitors' safety on islands like Koh Si Chang grew increasingly urgent. As the public watched every day of the trial and closely monitored recordings of the flower vendor's testimony, the court procedures attracted the attention of both domestic and foreign media, and Acorn's confession was unquestionably proof of his guilt. These pieces clearly depicted what had transpired, including how he followed Miriam, tried to talk to her, and then followed her along the trail until she reached a remote location where a horrible act was perpetrated by him. All the questions seemed to be answered by Ronicorn's confession. However, the hostile mood persisted in the courtroom. Even the most seasoned court reporters were clearly troubled by the circumstances of the crime and the cruelty and indifference with which he acted. But the true drama took place outside of the courtroom. Ronicorn's mother was the only one who made an effort to comprehend or at least explain his behavior. Everyone was caught off guard when she appeared in court, and her impassioned speech caused a range of reactions from those in attendance. Instead of defending her son, she apologized to Miriam's family and the community and attempted to understand how something like this could have occurred. She revealed that she had not been aware of her son's difficulties with controlled substances and that they had been separated for years. Though by no means an excuse, her statement seemed to be an attempt to find some justification for his behavior. She ultimately begged the court to punish him to the fullest extent possible, admitting that her son had lost control of his life and was a threat to others as well as to himself. Ronicorn made the admission without regret. He made no effort to provide an explanation for his actions or to apologize to the victim's family. As though narrating someone else's story, he merely described the events with a chilly, distant tone. 3 months after the disaster, a verdict was rendered, and authorities acted quickly to prevent the trial from going too long. Ronicorn Ramruan received a death sentence. His lawyer's attempts to obtain leniency were unsuccessful. There was no place for clemency, given the seriousness of the crime, the graphic details, and the public outrage. His mother's speech was one of the most emotionally charged parts of the trial. Everyone in the room was profoundly affected by her sobs, desperation, and understanding that she had lost her son, both physically and morally. She acknowledged that she was afraid he might carry out such a horrible deed as her parting farewell if he were ever freed. Perhaps the most devastating moment of the trial was witnessing her kid being taken into prison. The hardest shock of all following the verdict was realizing that he had lost his humanity forever. Kosi Chang had a hard time getting over the shock. It was once renowned for its quiet, peace, and scenic beauty, but it was now enmeshed in a horrifying tale that shook the whole nation. The residents, who took great pride in their hospitality and culture, were severely affected by this catastrophe. It damaged the island's reputation as a whole, and they thought that this would be a one-off event rather than a reflection of their cherished homeland. The victim's family received support from the entire community. People came to the location where Miriam was discovered, bowed their heads in silent respect and grief, and left flowers and candles. In addition to expressing their sympathies, their gesture demonstrated their resolve to oppose cruelty and make sure that such atrocities would never occur again. However, the incident revealed more serious problems. This article highlighted issues that many people would rather not talk about: visitor safety and the negative aspects of island life, where easy access to illegal drugs and a feeling of impunity might result in such consequences. Recognizing this, authorities acted swiftly to resolve the matter and reassure inhabitants and visitors that the islands were safe, but not everyone was persuaded. Police issued a statement after the trial, reaffirming that Kosi Chang would continue to be a safe and friendly place to visit and that such incidents would not occur again. But could anyone really forget that this site had once been the scene of something so horrible? One of the most significant and memorable events to have happened on our island will always be the tale of Miriam Beelte. Although Hanover University created a fund for aspiring engineers in her honor, guaranteeing that her name and enthusiasm for education would go on in spite of the tragedy, Miriam's loved ones will always feel the anguish of her passing, and those who knew and cared for her will never be able to forget her. So, here's something to think about. What, or who, can ensure that a catastrophe like this won't occur again? Even paradise can conceal its evil side. So, how can we be sure that our next trip won't become a nightmare? The next time you arrange a trip to a far-off destination, keep this in mind, because occasionally there are things that are best kept unseen behind the curtain of beauty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 young lads chose to go hiking near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana, on January 3, 1956, which is when this horrific event began. They discovered a car parked between 2 trees with its motor still running while they were strolling down a dusty road. To their surprise, they found a dead body. 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road, the police discovered another lifeless person the next day, with secrets and ominous tales that plagued Great Falls for years. This enigmatic incident gave rise to myths and conjecture surrounding the case. What sinister secrets were concealed in the lives of the victims? Would we ever know the truth? We'll examine the convoluted case of Patricia Kalitsky and Dwayne Bogle today. Montana's Great Falls is a city renowned for its lively people and breathtaking scenery. The Great Falls of the Missouri, a group of waterfalls on the Missouri River, are the inspiration behind the city's name. With attractions like Giant Springs State Park and the River's Edge Trail, the city offers a blend of urban conveniences and scenic beauty. This is where the story for today is set. Let's begin at the very beginning, though. On January 18, 1937, Dwayne Bogle was born in Waco, Texas. Albuquerque Walker and James George Bogle Jr., his parents, embraced him. Dwayne was a Waco High School graduate who was loved by his family for his wonderful sense of humor and endearing demeanor. Fortunately, Dwayne's path led him to the United States Air Force in 1955, youthful and ambitious. It was probably his first job after finishing technical school and basic training. For 8 months, he served as an airman second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, which is close to the picturesque town of Great Falls. He had no idea that he would meet Patricia Kalitsky, the love of his life, while he was there. She was a junior at Great Falls High School when she was born on August 20, 1939, in the tiny town of Great Falls. She always had a large smile on her face and was regarded by her classmates as amusing, compassionate, and energetic. Patricia appeared to be gifted in anything she tried, including tap and ballet dancing. 18-year-old Dwayne and 16-year-old Patricia met in December 1955. They both loved to sing and dance, and as luck would have it, Dwayne fell deeply in love with Patricia while he was sent at Malmstrom. Even though they had only known one another for a few weeks, they clicked right away and dreamed of a future together since they couldn't bear to be apart. Dwayne was embraced by Patricia's family, and he even spent Christmas 1955 staying with them and participating in their celebrations. With great excitement and anticipation, Dwayne and Patricia set off on their trek to Wadsworth Park on that memorable day, January 2, 1956. Brimming with anticipation for their first journey together as a couple, they bid farewell to their relatives. They had no idea that their journey would soon take an unexpected turn that would permanently change their lives. Although they had intended to get home by 9 p.m., Patricia's parents became more and more worried as the hours passed. Patricia, who was renowned for being accountable and on time, had not returned by her customary curfew of 10 p.m. In a panic, Patricia's parents contacted her older sister in the hopes of finding out where she was, but she was nowhere to be found. They searched well-known spots where Patricia enjoyed spending her time, but she was still evasive. They began to worry about the prospect that Patricia might have eloped with Dwayne, just like her sister. As their search became more frantic, they hesitantly accepted the idea that history might be repeating itself, because they had already felt the anguish of betrayal from their older daughter, who had eloped with her lover years prior. Uncertain if Patricia had voluntarily disappeared or if anything more nefarious had happened, they were afraid of the worst but were also troubled by their previous heartbreak, so they were reluctant to call the police. 3 daring youngsters went hiking at Wadsworth Park in northwest Great Falls, Montana, on a chilly January 3, 1956. They encountered an odd and unnerving sight while strolling along a dirt path. The radio was playing loudly in a car that was still running and parked between 2 trees. The emergency brake was applied, and its headlights remained on. The motorist appeared to have disappeared moments earlier. Curiosity drove the youngsters to approach the car with caution. They were shocked to see a dead man partially trapped beneath the car, laying face down. They saw that what appeared to be his own belt had been used to firmly bind his hands behind his back. The guys alerted the authorities right away, and they hurried to the area to look into it. Being cautious not to disturb any possible evidence, they thoroughly searched the entire area. They discovered a gunshot wound to the back of the man's head when examining his body. His body showed no further symptoms of injuries, which was surprising. This implied that the murderer's sole goal was to take his life quickly without causing him more pain. A key piece of identification, the driver's license of 18-year-old Dwayne Bogle, was discovered by the police during the automobile search, and it served as a major lead in the investigation. Robbery was one of the many hypotheses that whirled through the police's heads. The fact that the car's engine was still running suggested that the murderer had made a quick escape after stealing items. Then, however, they had a horrifying suspicion. They thought there had been a crime more heinous than robbery. Since kidnappings were happening regularly at the time, there were worries that Dwayne might have been singled out for attention. The terrible decision to take Dwayne's life seemed to be the outcome of the criminal's initial plot going horribly wrong. The cops thoroughly examined the entire region because they were determined to locate any hint, but the predator had been able to entirely hide his tracks, so there was no sign of him. The heartbreaking news of Dwayne's murder was subsequently relayed to his family by the police. Dwayne's parents were overcome with astonishment and sadness at hearing the startling news. They were unable to understand how someone could hurt their cherished kid, who was always happy and adored by others. For them, it was an extremely painful moment. When Patricia's parents heard the news, they came forward and gave the police important information. They disclosed that Patricia had not come home either and was also with Dwayne. They said they were worried about her safety and wondered where Patricia might be if Dwayne had been slain. When the police first arrived at the crime scene, they found no evidence of Patricia nearby, which left them perplexed. They went back to the location and stepped up their search, since they were determined to find her. The following day, January 4, 1956, a road worker found Patricia's lifeless body 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road. The tragic sight was about 8 kilometers from the discovery of Dwayne's body. It was clear Patricia had probably been abducted. Sadly, her body had rolled to the location from the gravel road above, as shown by a trail of blood down the rocky valley. She had also been shot in the back of the head, just like Dwayne. The authorities had no idea that this was only the start of a dark and terrifying story. The police made the decision to look into what happened and find out where Patricia and Dwayne were last seen. They learned that on the night of January 2, 1956, the pair had been spotted together having a drink at Pete's Drive-In restaurant. The restaurant employees said that they arrived at 8:30 p.m. and departed just after 9 o'clock. During their visit, they were the only ones in the automobile. The authorities assumed Patricia and Dwayne had driven there voluntarily, because the area where Dwayne and his automobile were discovered was a well-liked destination for couples. It seems that their assailant had discovered them there and ejected them from the car. Because Dwayne and Patricia's murders were so similar, authorities were certain that they had been killed by the same person. The disturbing conditions suggested a gruesome execution-style murder, in which the 2 victims were made to kneel before being shot in the back of the head and killed. A disturbing fact surfaced as the investigation went on. Except for one misplaced shoe that had fallen off as she tumbled down the embankment, Patricia's body was completely clothed when it was found at the bottom of a steep ravine. There was no concrete proof of assault found during the initial inspection of her body, but as the inquiry progressed, an unexpected turn of events surfaced. Additional testing and analysis revealed an entirely different image. The revelation occurred when Patricia's body was found to have injuries associated with assault, defying the first conclusion. Additionally, they were able to obtain a swab from her in the hopes of identifying the murderer. Unfortunately, no definitive results could be obtained at the time due to technological restrictions. All of the test results and supporting documentation, however, were meticulously saved in case the mystery could be solved in the future. And further dimension of intrigue was introduced by the coroner's assessment. In fact, it was thought that Dwayne had survived the shooting for a few hours. It was thought that the shooting itself happened sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight, and Dwayne passed away tragically between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Authorities started a thorough investigation because they were committed to finding the murderer. The Great Falls Sheriff's Office's T.J. Leeper went above and beyond by purchasing a polygraph machine with his own funds that might provide crucial hints. To make sure it was used properly, they sent in a Seattle specialist. 10 officers dedicated their time to the case, working around the clock. They started looking for anyone who would have a reason to hurt Patricia or Dwayne. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed a troubling exchange she had with Dwayne on January 2, 1956, the day before his lifeless body was discovered, adding to the growing suspicion. The authorities were intrigued by this information and pondered whether the friend might be linked to the murders of Patricia and Dwayne. They managed to locate the friend and spent 4 hours questioning him. When they were unable to locate any proof connecting him to the killings, the police eventually forced to let him go. Furthermore, it was established that he was in his Texas house when the murder occurred. Unfortunately, the authorities were unable to identify a specific personal reason for Dwayne and Patricia's killings. Their investigation options were limited by this obstacle, so they turned their attention to those who had consumed alcohol the night before the killings and attempted to track down those who carried firearms. When all seems lost, 2 witnesses came forward with shocking information. They reported to the police on January 10, 1956, a man who was spotted returning home at midnight with a gun in his hand, in addition to having one. A glimmer of hope that they might have finally gotten a break in the case was generated by this information, but when they confronted the individual and spoke with him, their hope swiftly evaporated. He insisted that he didn't even own a gun and strongly denied ever leaving his residence that evening. Based on the 2 men's testimonies, the police had almost enough reason to arrest him. In a startling change of events, nevertheless, the witnesses did finally confess. It was discovered after hours of hard interrogation that they had been lying the entire time because they hated the man. They viewed this continuous probe as a chance to get what they wanted. The police were shocked and enraged by this discovery, knowing that they had to start over in their hunt for the real criminal. Sheriff Leeper had to close the full-time investigation into the case in March 1956, 2 months later, without being able to identify the murderer. The sheriff expressed his dissatisfaction and sadness for not apprehending the individual responsible for Patricia and Dwayne's deaths, but the lack of progress was discouraging. The inquiry went on, but in January 1957, the sheriff addressed the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the killings. He expressed his will to continue. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll catch him. He must have made a mistake. They all do. Someday, we'll find out what it was, and then we'll have them." Their families and the communities to which they belonged were profoundly affected by Dwayne and Patricia's deaths. Henry, Patricia's father, had emotional numbness and struggled to accept Patricia's passing. In an interview with the television program Hard Copy, Patricia's sister Darlene revealed that their father Henry was unable to deal with the loss or talk about Patricia. Darlene decided to treasure the good times she shared with her sister as a way to find comfort. Both families understood that nothing could bring Patricia and Dwayne back, no matter how much it hurt. It was really hard to understand the loss, and it seemed impossible to find closure. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed that for years following the murder, she and Dwayne's mother corresponded by mail. Because of their shared loss and sadness, the 2 families were able to connect through their correspondence. Meanwhile, the case had remained unsolved. Detective Bill Madison brought a new perspective to the 2001 investigation into the murders of Dwayne and Patricia. He found a swab from Patricia's autopsy that had been kept for more than 45 years in evidence storage. The swab was transferred to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for processing using the latest developments in DNA technology. Patricia had been beaten, as the lab shockingly discovered a cell in the swab that did not belong to Dwayne. Over the course of the following few years, investigators compared the cell's DNA to that of over 35 previously recognized suspects. But the DNA on the sample did not match that of any of the suspects. The swab's DNA was also compared to national criminal databases by the investigators, but no matches were discovered. They investigated suspects such Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger, who had resided in the Great Falls region at the time of the killings. Bulger was previously arrested in 1951 for the assault of a 15-year-old girl. Edward Wayne, a convicted serial murderer who killed 2 couples years after Dwayne and Patricia's deaths, was another possible possibility. He denied any participation, although the authorities suspected he might have been in the Great Falls region at the time. When Bulger's and Wayne's DNA did not match the swabs, they were both disqualified as suspects. After 18 more years of investigation, a breakthrough was made, motivated by the method employed to solve the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Assigned to the Patricia and Dwayne murder case, Detective Sergeant John Kenneron was adamant about pursuing the investigation. In order to obtain further DNA evidence from the swab obtained at Patricia's autopsy, he collaborated with forensic scientists. They embraced a state-of-the-art technique in 2019 called genetic genealogy with GED match technology. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile discovered at the crime site with profiles in public genealogical databases, Thanks to this novel technique, they were able to create a family tree and find distant relatives by examining the common DNA. Making the connections between various people and their genetic connections was similar to solving a jigsaw. The investigators were about to reveal the suspect after carefully creating the family tree, but there was a terrifying turn to the tale. It was difficult to get a direct DNA sample from the leading suspect because he had already died and his bones had been cremated. Unfazed, they focused on the suspect's kids, who lived close to Great Falls, and asked for their DNA to compare. To their surprise, the children's DNA revealed that the cell discovered during Patricia's autopsy had come from their father. When the children learned that their loving father was to blame for the deaths of two individuals, it was a heartbreaking discovery. Kenneth Gould, who also resided in Great Falls, was formally identified by the Cascade County Sheriff's Office as the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne on June 8, 2021. Following a comprehensive investigation and DNA analysis, the authorities were certain that Kenneth Gould was the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne. However, Gould cannot be tried or formally identified as the murderer because he had already died. Rather, they were limited to designating him as the case's most likely suspect. This historic announcement was made over 65 years after the untimely deaths of Patricia and Dwayne, making it the oldest case ever solved in history, utilizing the cutting-edge method of genetic genealogy. The local horse trainer, Kenneth Gould, was born and raised in Great Falls, Montana. He married 16-year-old Lula Bell Brown in 1952, at the age of 24, began a family, and raised 5 kids. He lived very close to Patricia's home, and was often spotted riding horses in the neighborhood around the time of the murder. Gould lived close to the location of the incident, but his name was never in the police files and he had no obvious relationship to either Patricia or Dwayne. Oddly, Gould sold his family's land in February 1956, a month after the killings, and started a string of movements throughout Montana before landing in Missouri in 1967. He never went back to Montana after that. At the age of 79, Gould's adventure came to an end in 2001 when he died in Oregon County, Missouri. His life continued to be entangled with the mystery surrounding the killings of Patricia and Dwayne, raising doubts about his potential involvement and the motivation for the killings. People can have secrets they never tell anyone, Cascade County Sheriff's Office Detective Sergeant John Caneron said in reference to the case. Many of Patricia and Dwayne's loved ones had already died, and were unable to hear the news because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification. Darlene, Patricia's lone surviving sister, suffered from severe dementia. When Gould was eventually found, the case's conclusion caused Dwayne and Patricia's family to experience a range of emotions. Gould's identification triggered emotions and rekindled old emotional wounds among the relatives, despite their relief at having answers at last. Karen Bogle McCarthy, Dwayne's niece, told the New York Times that her generation benefited from the use of contemporary technology in the case's resolution. Jim Bogle, Dwayne's younger brother James, has a daughter named Karen. As a child, Jim Bogle had always admired Dwayne. Since Jim died of a neurological disease in November 2013, he was sadly unable to witness the identification of his beloved brother's killer. The surviving family of Patricia and Dwayne was extremely relieved that they were no longer burdened with the bizarre hypotheses and wild speculations surrounding the case. The idea that Dwayne had joined the mob in Great Falls and caused their untimely deaths was one scenario that devastated his family. Additionally, there were rumors that Dwayne was involved with narcotics dealers in Texas, but Gould's identification ended decades of conjecture and rumors in addition to exposing the truth about who separated Dwayne from his family. Even though there is now closure, the families impacted by this tragedy still have emotional scars. How do you feel about this case? What do you believe might be the driving force behind the murders of Patricia and Dwayne? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At midnight on August 15, 2020 in Perth, Western Australia, the suburb was completely dark, with the only light coming from the streetlights flickering here and there along the deserted road. In the faint light of a solitary lamp, a home on the outskirts stood motionless and silent. Yet within, there was a muffled bustle. Loud shouts and weak shadows danced over the walls. It was more than just an argument. It was something ferocious, passionate, and disturbing, even primordial. The air was broken abruptly by a loud bang that sounded like something big hitting the wall. Then there was the clear sound of a gunshot. Time seems to stop. After that, there was a terrible quiet that enveloped the area outside the home like a dense fog. Not a soul could be seen. Although no one was around to see it, the gun's piercing crack shattered the silence of the night like a piece of glass. Perth police got a desperate contact to the emergency services just minutes after the gunfire. The shaky, terrified voice of a woman indicated that there had been a shooting and that someone had been hurt. "He is not moving. God, please assist." The woman's voice broke as she screamed. Officers showed up at the scene as soon as the dispatcher deployed a patrol unit. Minutes later, a woman standing on the front lawn, clearly shaken, was visible through the flashing lights. Her entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes were wide with fear and she was pale. The cops found the house in a state of turmoil. The body of 38-year-old James Watson was in the living room. His physique was contorted in an abnormal way. A black pool of blood had started to spread across the floor, and his eyes were wide open. The walls and furnishings were stained by the blood that seeped into the carpet. Signs of a scuffle were immediately observed by the cops. There were toppled chairs and obvious signs of impact on the walls and furniture. Before the gun was fired, the whole room was in a state of chaos, suggesting a violent altercation. A shotgun with its barrel aimed at the door was resting next to the body. Although there were no indications of forceful entry, it initially appeared as though someone had broken into the house. In order to gather evidence, officers roped off the scene and dispatched forensic and investigative teams. They could see that this was no ordinary crime. It was the result of something far more intricate. They identified the woman they discovered on the lawn as the wife of Catherine Watson James. The paramedics on the scene attempted to calm her down because she was in shock. When she was taken to the police station, she was too upset to talk clearly, and her hands were covered in blood. She was limited to saying, "I didn't mean to. I had no idea how it would turn out." Investigators started looking for solutions. Asking the neighbors questions was the first step. But before to the gunfire, nobody had heard anything out of the ordinary. Mark Ridley, an elderly neighbor, reported that he's seen Catherine and James coming home together that night. He didn't give it much thought, although they appeared nervous. His statement was removed by the police, although it yielded no important clues. In the meantime, forensic specialists inside the home discovered an unsealed envelope containing multiple documents and photos, adding to the mounting evidence that the conflict had begun long before the gunshot on the kitchen table. Upon closer examination, the investigators discovered that several of the photographs depicted intimate moments from the family's lives, even if they didn't initially appear to be very significant. These pictures might be the key to figuring out why the tragedy happened. Investigators tried to piece together what had happened that night. After a stressful dinner at a restaurant, Catherine and James went home at around 8 p.m. Nothing had foreshadowed the impending disaster, but the supper had been unpleasant, according to people who knew them. James said he had to go and take care of something at one point, but Catherine urged he stayed. She informed him that they needed to talk about something. Catherine recommended that they unwind with a drink and spend the evening in silence after they arrived home. Leaving James in the living area, she took the envelope and headed upstairs. James remained downstairs as if oblivious to what was about to happen. After a while, Catherine returned downstairs with the papers firmly grasped in her hands. She put the envelope on the table in front of him, her face expressionless, and waited for his response. James's face transformed when he saw the envelope. Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, the anxiety in the room was evident. Despite her silence, Catherine's expression spoke a lot. There was a thick quiet. Right at this point, everything changed. They got into a furious debate that swiftly turned into a yelling contest. At one point, Catherine refused to let go of the documents and clutched onto the envelope when James tried to retrieve it. A damaged chair appeared as detectives inspected the room where the shot was fired. Been employed as a weapon. Photographs and documents, some of them blood-stained, were scattered on the floor. Every piece of evidence suggested that James and Catherine were fighting over the documents. Investigators came to the conclusion that James was attempting to seize something from Catherine when the gun was discharged. Catherine had fired the shotgun, as evidenced by the marks on the carpet and the shotgun's location. Police discovered a number of fascinating things when they gained access to James and Catherine's phones. In contrast to his regular conduct, James had shut off his phone around 10:30 p.m. James had gone at that time, according to surveillance footage from a camera outside their home, but he returned 10 minutes later. It was still unclear what he accomplished in those brief minutes. Still in a state of shock when she was taken to the police, Catherine was unable to provide a detailed account of what had happened. She said that they had begun to argue and that things eventually got out of hand. She said she couldn't recall how she got the shotgun in her hands. Although it was evident that she was under a lot of stress, detectives felt that there was more to her story. Investigators started looking into the Watsons' relationship in further detail. The couple had been married for 10 years, didn't have any kids, and seemed to lead a peaceful existence. However, Catherine became suspicious when neighbors saw that James had been spending less time at home lately. Even close friends and neighbors had seen the strain in their conversations, while no one knew exactly what was going on between them. The inquiry also found that Catherine had gotten in touch with a private investigator only a week prior to the incident. It was unclear why this was the case. It was unclear exactly what she was looking into, but it was possible that she was obtaining evidence against her spouse. The results of the forensic examination of the weapon discovered at the scene were given to the police later that night. When James's fingerprints were found on the shotgun, they appeared strange, as if he had handled it just once. This made investigators question whether the firearm may have been utilized by someone else at the crucial moment. Perth police visited Catherine and James Watson's house again the morning following the incident. As investigators attempted to piece together a more coherent picture of what had happened, forensic teams continued to collect evidence at the crime scene, which remained sealed off. The specifics cast doubt on the simplicity of this narrative, which at first glance seemed to be a spontaneous flash of hostility during an argument. The investigation's main detective, Richard Hale, made the decision to go over the surveillance film once more to make sure nothing had been missed. There was a little discrepancy between the frames of the video, which showed James leaving the house at 10:30 p.m. and coming back 10 minutes later. He was seen talking to someone in a car parked by the curb in the video. The face of the person James was speaking to was indistinguishable from the shadowy figure that the camera captured. Hale started looking into who might have been outside the house at that time, after realizing that this might be a significant lead. Detectives kept questioning Catherine in the meantime, but her mental condition remained unpredictable. She asserted that everything happened too fast and that she couldn't remember how things got out of hand. She spoke incoherently, and her eyes were empty. When he questioned her about the car that was captured on the surveillance camera, Detective Hale saw a momentary shift in her demeanor, as though she was trying to conceal something. The contents of the envelope discovered at the side were being carefully examined by detectives at the same time. Indeed, a professional investigator had taken a number of the photos inside. James was pictured with a young woman, but her face was never fully visible. The investigators' report listed a number of locations where they had met, including a motel on the outskirts of the city, a shopping mall parking lot, and a cafe in downtown Perth. The report, however, omitted the woman's identity, although it was still unclear how these photos related to the crime. Hale came to the conclusion that Catherine had hired the private investigator to track her husband. Investigators chose to go to the private investigator's office, who was listed in the report. They discovered Thomas Morgan, a man who appeared a little uncomfortable when he saw the detectives. According to Morgan, Catherine had called him approximately 2 weeks earlier, claiming that her husband had been acting strangely. She had a suspicion that he was cheating, but she didn't elaborate. Copies of the images captured over the course of a week of monitoring were presented to the police by Morgan. Although the woman's face was always obscured, it was evident from the photos that James and the woman were meeting. She was either turning away or wearing a hood. Morgan stated that just one day before to the terrible incident, he had given Catherine all of the collected material. After returning to Catherine, Detective Hale showed her the pictures that the private investigator had taken. She acknowledged that she had suspected James of being unfaithful, but her response was cold. She stated that in order to learn the truth and determine the course of their marriage, she planned to present him with the proof during a family meeting. She insisted, nevertheless, that she never intended to hurt him. After James saw the pictures and accused her of spying on him, things became out of hand for her. Although she couldn't recall the specifics, she said the debate escalated into a physical altercation and ultimately the fatal shooting. The forensic results of the fingerprints found on the shotgun were given to detectives as they attempted to ascertain whether Catherine's story was accurate. Forensic specialists concluded that although James's prints were on the gun, they had been there long before the shot was fired. Catherine had maintained that she had never touched the rifle and that it was kept in the house for safety. Since this claim ran counter to the forensic results, detectives started to believe that the weapon had been tampered with in an effort to deceive the authorities. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the security film showing James conversing with someone in a car. In an attempt to identify the license plate of the car and determine who might have been outside the Watsons' house that night, Detective Hale forwarded a copy of the video for additional examination. Detectives looked through Catherine and James's phone logs in anticipation of the results, hoping to find further hints. They learned that Catherine had texted her sister Lisa multiple times the night of the event. Suspicions were raised by the message's content. They appeared to be attempts at justification or explanation. "I didn't intend for things to go this way," one message read. Another included a meeting request. Hale was concerned since Lisa had not responded to these texts. In order to learn whether she was aware of what had happened that evening, he made the decision to summon her in for interrogation. Lisa looked uncomfortable when she got to the station. She acknowledged that although she hadn't spoken to Catherine the night of the event, she had done so the day before. They had talked about an impending family get-together, Lisa said. She claimed to have been at home all evening and to have no knowledge of what had transpired. Her apprehensive manner and tentative responses, however, gave the detectives cause for concern. Hale made the decision to confirm her alibi by looking through her location information and phone records. The results of the surveillance video analysis were given to investigators while the interrogation went on. Lisa was the owner of the license plate on the vehicle, parked outside the Watsons' residence. Their suspicions were aroused by this information, so Hale altered his questioning strategy throughout the interrogation and asked Lisa pointed questions regarding her whereabouts that evening. She initially attempted to justify her actions, but under duress she eventually acknowledged that she had been outside the house when James left. However, her reasoning was unclear. She never got out of the car, saying she had come to speak to her sister but left when she saw James. Hale was aware that something wasn't right. He went back to looking through Lisa's phone logs and found that the night of the event, she had gotten a message from James to come over right away. However, what could James have been talking about in private? And why would he phone Lisa when he was meant to be with Catherine? Another important piece of evidence was discovered by forensic specialists in the bedroom where Catherine claimed the argument started. Blood traces that did not belong to Catherine or James were found on the door handle. Detectives began to think that a third party had been involved in the fight as a result of this. Lisa's blood was identified through a DNA study. Despite Lisa's prior protestations, investigators now obtained evidence that she had been inside the residence. Lisa was presented with the fresh proof by the police. She attempted to excuse herself by saying she had simply come to keep Catherine safe, but she became alarmed and attempted to flee as James and Catherine began to argue. She maintained that she didn't know who fired the gun and had nothing to do with the crime. But as the interrogation went on, her tale became more complicated. Investigators were starting to feel that Catherine and Lisa could be concealing something. There were still too many unresolved problems, but they had a notion that James's potential affair might have led to a dispute between the sisters. Hale made the decision to temporarily release Lisa, requesting that she stay in town. He had the feeling that the mystery was almost solved, but that one crucial piece of information was still lacking to reveal the whole truth of that evening. Detective Richard Hale and his colleagues went back to the Watson residence the next day to conduct a more comprehensive examination. It became evident with every fresh clue that this was no ordinary crime. Hale believed that there was much more going on here than a tragic family dispute. Once more, the cops searched every room for information that could help them solve the case. They looked carefully at the pictures in the envelope. Although the woman's face was obscured and blurry in the private investigators' images that Catherine had commissioned, the detectives thought they were essential to the motivation. Because they were unable to identify her with certainty, this made the inquiry more difficult. Hale made the decision to re-interrogate Lisa, this time as a possible suspect rather than a witness, while the forensic team carried on with their investigation. Lisa agreed to cooperate despite her anxious appearance. Hale decided to present in a more straightforward manner. Given the blood analysis results on the door handle, he questioned her about why, if she had stated she never left her car, her blood was discovered inside the residence. Lisa attempted to clarify once more, but her responses lacked conviction. Although her explanation looked tenuous, she implied that she might have unintentionally scratched herself as she entered the residence. Though he was positive there was more to her story than she was revealing, Hale opted to give her some time after realizing that pressing any farther would not be fruitful. Investigators examined Lisa and James's phone logs in the interim. James had sent Lisa a number of texts shortly before he passed away, which they discovered. One text said, "Come over immediately," while another gave the meeting place. Hale thought James had a feeling something catastrophic was going to happen because of the frantic, almost desperate tone of the communications. He gave his staff instructions to look more closely at their previous exchanges to determine whether any encounters or messages were comparable. Investigators also started looking through James's social media and email accounts, discovering a series of exchanges between James and Lisa that went back several weeks. During these conversations, James and Lisa talked about some important actions that needed to be done immediately. The messages alluded to a strategy, but they were ambiguous. Hale began to piece together that James and Lisa's relationship went beyond a simple familial tie. Catherine continued to feel stressed as the investigation progressed. In an effort to shed further light on what had happened that evening, detectives made the decision to question her again. Catherine was hesitant to talk about her sister when Hale started inquiring about her connection with Lisa. Although they had been close, she said that in recent months their relationship had soured. Although Catherine didn't elaborate, she did imply that there had been disagreements in their family, not all of which had to do with James seeing an opening. Hal put more pressure on Catherine, asking if she was aware that James had been seeing Lisa. She didn't respond when he showed her the messages on James's phone. She stated that she was unaware of these meetings, and that the only reason she had a suspicion was that James might be disloyal to Lisa, but not to another woman. Hale recognized then that either Catherine was purposefully concealing the truth, or she really didn't know anything. The detectives changed their emphasis and chose to look into Lisa's house. After obtaining a search warrant, they went to her home to collect additional evidence. They discovered a notebook including notes from phone conversations and meetings with James throughout the search. Names, dates, and places were listed, including the residence of Catherine and James. This demonstrated that Lisa might have been organizing her visits in addition to being aware of James's every move. Hale started to believe Lisa was a major contributor to what had occurred. After more investigation, a picture of Lisa and James together at the beach was found in Lisa's home. They looked really close, and the photo seemed to be fresh. This turned into a crucial lead. Hale now understood that James and Lisa were in a romantic connection, one that Catherine had purposefully disregarded or had not detected. In the meantime, forensic specialists finished examining the shotgun. Lisa's fingerprints were found on the weapon, according to the results, but they were left behind after James's. Because of this, investigators concluded that Lisa handled the shotgun after James had already suffered injuries. Hale started to worry that Lisa might have altered the scene of the crime in order to deceive the investigators. Investigators also discovered video from a hotel where James and Lisa had first met. Before Lisa departed and James remained, the footage shows them conversing and debating things. Their close-knit conduct was another evidence of a relationship that Catherine was not aware of. The idea that Lisa and James were part of something more complex and that their covert relationship had been a significant factor in the events leading up to that terrible night was reinforced by this. Hale made a snap decision. Calling Lisa back to the station, he showed her the additional evidence: photos, videos, and fingerprints. This time, Lisa made an effort to maintain her composure, but she broke under strain. Indeed, she had been seeing James behind Catherine's back, she acknowledged. She clarified that she never meant to ruin her sister's marriage, but that their affair had begun more than a year prior. Everything was kept under wraps until Catherine hired a private investigator after she started to suspect James of adultery. Hale persisted, inquiring as to what Lisa and James had talked about that evening. According to Lisa, James had requested a meeting to discuss the best way to tell Catherine the truth. However, things rapidly spiraled out of control. She acknowledged that she hadn't meant to meddle when she had entered the residence, but when she went inside after hearing the yelling, she discovered Catherine and James struggling. She claims that she attempted to stop them but was unable to do so in time. Investigators started confirming her account, but every piece of evidence suggested Lisa was inside the house when the crime was committed. Her presence was verified by fingerprints, blood analysis, and surveillance footage. Comments. It was still unclear if she was a direct participant in the altercation or just a bystander. Hale, however, was positive that she was concealing more than she was admitting. Investigators looked into James and Lisa's financial records in the interim. They learned that James had made a sizable transfer to Lisa's account just prior to the incident. The cause for it was still unknown, although it appeared to be payment for something. Hale started to believe Lisa was part of a bigger scheme, possibly even planning the crime. The forensic squad gave cops a breakthrough later that night. In the bedroom of Catherine and James, they had discovered Lisa's phone concealed beneath the mattress. The detectives' suspicions were validated when they discovered text messages on the phone. James and Lisa had been preparing to attack Catherine and set her up for it. Various aspects of the plan were covered in the communications, but for some reason, things didn't work out as planned. Hale ordered Lisa to be detained after realizing they had enough evidence to arrest her. Later, when she was being questioned, she backed into a corner and acknowledged that there had been a plot. She said that if she didn't assist James in getting rid of Catherine, he would expose her. She maintained, though, that the gunshot was an accident and that she never meant for things to escalate to this point. Hale was aware that he was getting close to cracking the case, but there was still a crucial question. If Lisa and James had conspired to plot everything, why did it go wrong, and who actually fired the shot? Detective Richard Hale believed that the puzzle was finally coming together. But there was still a critical point that needed to be answered. Why had James and Lisa's plan failed? And who had actually pulled the trigger? Although Lisa's confession and the evidence gathered suggested a plot, the specifics were still unknown. Lisa insisted throughout the interrogation that she was not involved in the crime and never meant to hurt James. She attempted to persuade the cops that their initial strategy was only to fabricate an event to give the impression that Catherine had assaulted James. However, she claims that as things got out of hand, she was left on the sidelines, not knowing what to do when the conflict started. Even though Hale paid close attention, he could sense that Lisa was still hiding something. He made the decision to do a last examination of the case in order to piece together the whole series of events that transpired that evening. To make sure they hadn't missed anything, the detectives went back to the Watson residence and meticulously went over the surveillance tape and the crime scene. Forensic specialists discovered a little but important hint on the shotgun during the re-examination that had previously gone overlooked. Tests on a piece of hair discovered beneath the stock showed it belonged to Catherine. Hale hesitated at this revelation. Before or immediately after the shot was discharged, Catherine might have held the gun. It also clarified the confusion in her account. Perhaps she simply was unable to recall the events of those pivotal moments when emotions were running high. The cops also looked through Catherine's pre-shooting phone logs. They learned that she had booked a private investigator and set up a meeting for the following day. This demonstrated her sincere desire to address the matter and perhaps make James responsible for his adultery. But why had things turned tragic if she had such intentions? Hale made the decision to go over Catherine's remarks again. He wanted to know if she had been part of the conflict or if she had been deceived. He started asking her more pointed questions right away, but Catherine insisted she couldn't remember the specifics. She explained that she and James got into a fight and that he attempted to steal the envelope containing the pictures from her. Everything happened too quickly, and then everything simply vanished. Detectives discovered a surveillance camera in the living room that they had previously overlooked as the inquiry went forward. The case took an unexpected turn when it was discovered that James had installed the camera himself. James and Catherine were seen fighting on the video. Lisa's voice could be heard even though she wasn't on camera. She was telling James to stop and that they needed to find a peaceful solution. There was a violent altercation, when Catherine pushed James aside when he attempted to take the envelope from her. Catherine lost control of the situation, as seen on the video. Lisa rushed into the room to try to break up the fight as James seized her wrists. Despite placing herself between them, she managed to hold the shotgun. She seemed to want to defuse the situation, but it didn't work out that way. The pivotal moment was caught on camera when Lisa accidentally pointed the shotgun toward James in an effort to frighten him while she was in a panic. The gun went off as James made a quick movement. Lisa stood motionless, but Catherine fell to the ground. She gazed at James, who was lying on the ground, still holding the shotgun, for a few seconds. Her expression twisted in sheer horror. She dropped the weapon slowly and sprinted out of sight. Shocked and shaking, Catherine slowly stood up and urgently called emergency services. She spoke in a scared, tremulous voice. Detective Hale instantly realized what had happened. Lisa had fired the gun in a moment of utter terror, perhaps without even recognizing what she was doing, as she was stuck in the heart of the growing fight. When the situation reached a breaking point, James and Lisa's plan to conduct an attack and hold Catherine accountable had failed. The disaster was unavoidable since Lisa lost control due to her overwhelming anxiety. Hale made the decision to charge Lisa with involuntary manslaughter in order to wrap up the case. She sobbed and insisted that she never meant to hurt anyone, but there was no denying the proof. Although her actions were motivated by panic, the investigators acknowledged that she had known she was carrying a gun and had the option to not use it. Catherine was still in disbelief after discovering the whole truth. She understood that her sister was the one who had eventually caused James's death, not just a co-conspirator. Catherine agreed to cooperate with the inquiry, despite her grief, giving the authorities all the evidence they needed to close the case. Lisa ultimately entered a guilty plea in court and received a 6-year prison sentence for conspiracy to stage a crime and involuntary manslaughter. Determined to move on from the awful events that had permanently changed her family's lives, Catherine left Perth to begin a new life. None of the players had anticipated how the narrative would conclude. Deception, manipulation, and covert activities culminated in a disaster brought on by bad choices and a loss of control. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A 19-year-old woman was discovered dead in her own apartment. Investigators quickly discovered several disturbing facts, but they were unable to solve the case for several years before revealing the truth. Everyone was shocked and outraged by the unexpected outcome. Nona Dismayed was born December 26, 1985, in Russellville, Arkansas. She grew up in a large family with 4 brothers and 1 sister. When Nona was 10 years old, her father died. This event was a tragedy for the entire family, but they were about to receive an even more devastating shock. Later, the young woman told her mother that her father had repeatedly subjected her to violence. She was afraid to speak up while he was still alive, and her confession shocked her mother. Even after such a tragic experience, the woman had no idea what her husband was capable of. Nona found the strength to move on and eventually decided to assist other young women who had been victims of similar crimes. She joined a volunteer organization to help children in need during her school years. Nona started dating a guy named Kevin Jones. The young woman also competed in beauty contests and achieved significant success. Nona won several local contests, qualifying her to compete for the title of Miss Arkansas. In addition, the young woman was an active member of the local church and sang in the choir. When Nona was 19, she and her boyfriend enrolled in Arkansas, which launched an attack on a university in their hometown. The young woman decided to rent her own apartment because she wanted to start her own life. After her first year, her boyfriend changed his major and transferred to another university, which was an hour and a half away from their home. By then, the couple had been dating for about 5 years, and this was their first time living in different cities. Kevin returned home for the Christmas holiday. He stopped by Nona's apartment before driving to his parents' house, which was about 16 kilometers away from the city. The following day, they both had plans. Nona had to take her final 2 exams while also meeting with a young woman from the volunteer organization. Kevin planned to take his mother, a librarian, to a school event on December 15th, around 9 a.m. Nona messaged Kevin, wishing him a good day. He was expecting Nona to call him after her exams and tell him how they went, but she wasn't returning his calls or messages, so he became concerned around 6 p.m. While attending a school event with his mother, Kevin couldn't help but wonder why Nona hadn't answered her phone all day. Kevin eventually decided to call his friend, who worked as a pizza deliveryman in the neighborhood where Nona's apartment complex was located. Kevin asked him to come by and see if everything was fine. His friend arrived quickly and noticed that Nona's car was parked in the parking lot, and the lights in her apartment were turned on, but no one was answering the door. He told Kevin about it, and Kevin told his mother that he was worried about his girlfriend and wanted to go to her apartment to make sure everything was fine. The woman agreed, and they headed to the apartment complex together. Kevin's friend was waiting for them there, and the three of them began knocking on the door, but there was no response. Kevin had a key, but he left it at home that day because he had no intention of stopping by. A few minutes later, Kevin and his friend attempted to open the front door because they suspected something bad had happened to Nona, but they were unable to do so. Kevin then remembered that there were sliding glass doors in the back of the apartment. When he approached them, he immediately noticed something strange. Nona was concerned about her own safety, so she installed a special removable grill on the back glass door whenever she was alone at home. They are primarily used against burglars. They are simple to install and remove from within the home, but extremely difficult to do from the outside. But this time, there was no grill, and the doors were unlocked. When they entered the apartment, they noticed blood on the blinds and discovered a shocking sight in the bedroom. Nona was lying face down in a pool of blood, wearing only socks. Kevin rushed over to her and attempted to lift her, only to realize she was dead. Meanwhile, his mother contacted police investigators, who arrived at the apartment and began investigating the crime scene. They immediately suspected that the victim had been struck on the head several times with a table lamp found on the floor. Investigators discovered a bloody fingerprint on the table lamp, possibly left by the killer next to the victim's body. They also found an empty condom wrapper on the bedside table and no signs of forced entry. Medical examiners confirmed that the table lamp was used as a weapon, with the metal base matching. Experts suggest that the perpetrator may have used a condom found in the apartment, making it difficult to determine the presence of sexual violence. However, the crime scene was not thoroughly examined, with investigators failing to collect blood samples from the blinds on the back door or search for shoe prints in the apartment, which could have been used. When he entered the apartment and ran to her, he tried to lift her up, and upon realizing that she was dead, he hugged and held her. The police found this behavior strange and suspected that Kevin had done it deliberately by hugging the victim and getting covered in her blood he may have destroyed. Potential evidence and compromised the crime scene. Why it would be difficult for investigators to prove his guilt. For example, if Kevin's clothes or nails were found with the victim's blood, it could easily be explained that he hugged the victim after discovering her body. Another suspicious moment was that Kevin went to check on his girlfriend not alone but with his mother, and he also invited his friend to the apartment. Investigators believed that this way he secured two witnesses who found the body with him and saw him covered in blood. The police talked to Kevin for a long time right outside Nona's apartment, and from their questions the young man realized that they considered him a suspect. Then he said something that strengthened the investigators' conviction that he was the murderer, recognizing that he was suspected. Kevin began arguing with the investigators, stating that he constantly watches Law and Order and is aware that they are attempting to convict him. These words also appear strange to the police. In addition, they discovered that the key to Nona's apartment was only with three people: the girlfriend, her mother, and Kevin. Given the lack of evidence of a break-in, they assumed the man used his copy of the key to enter the apartment. Kevin was interrogated at the police station for several hours. During the interrogation, he told investigators his version of events and insisted he had nothing to do with the murder. However, investigators directly accused him of the murder and urged him to confess. Around 4 p.m., after numerous attempts to call his girlfriend, Kevin sent a message asking if she was still alive, despite the fact that Nona had already died. When the police left the interrogation room and left Kevin alone, he stood up and began punching the back of the chair for the investigators. This became another indication that the young man was violent and capable of murder. However, the police found no evidence linking Kevin to the murder. Medical experts discovered that Nona attempted to defend herself which would have resulted in bruises and scratches on the killer's body, but none were found on Kevin. Despite this, the detectives remained convinced he was guilty and attempted to gather evidence. After interviewing over 50 people, the police were unable to find any witnesses. However, after speaking with known friends, they discovered that shortly before her death, she had begun seeing another man secretly from Kevin. Investigators immediately checked this person, but he had a solid alibi for the time of the murder, which raised suspicions about Kevin. She was killed with extreme cruelty, which in most similar cases indicates the killer's strong personal animosity toward the victim. A few days later, Kevin agreed to take a polygraph test. The operator concluded that the young man provided numerous false answers, and one of the investigators claimed that this was the worst polygraph result he had ever seen in his 28 years of experience. However, there is one caveat: the person who read the device's readings was not a certified specialist. He was simply a police officer who had not received the necessary training to work with this device, which did not bother the detectives. Following the interrogation, they increased the pressure on Kevin, attempting to force a confession. They claimed that all his acquaintances and relatives already knew that he killed Nona. The police really told everyone that Kevin's guilt was practically proven, and that he would soon be arrested. They convinced the victim's parents that he was the one who killed their daughter, although they refused to believe it. Until the end, the day before the funeral, a farewell ceremony was supposed to take place in the church, and Kevin had been helping to organize it since early in the morning. Later on, detectives called him in for questioning again, promising to release him before the start of the ceremony. In the end, Kevin spent 7 hours at the police station and missed the ceremony. Nobody present knew he was being questioned, so many assumed that Kevin didn't show up due to guilt over what had happened. Nona's parents didn't even want him to come to the funeral, as investigators had already convinced them of his involvement in the murder. But Kevin still came and sat far away from her relatives. After examining evidence from the victim's apartment, experts discovered a fingerprint on the light bulb in the desk lamp. The fingerprint was left by blood, indicating that it could only have been made during or after the murder. Despite this, investigators continued to search for Kevin for months. This request was granted, and the trial began in a different city. The defense called a witness who provided Kevin with a solid alibi. A plumber had visited his parents' house that morning and saw him around 10:30 a.m. The prosecution insisted that Kevin had time to go to Nondes and commit the murder because, according to medical experts, she died between 10:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. They also shared an interesting fact: Kevin had turned off his phone between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m., which coincided with the victim's murder. Furthermore, data from Kevin's phone revealed that he only began calling his girlfriend at 4 p.m., despite claims during questioning that he had been trying to reach her all day. However, at the time, the young man may have meant both calls and messages. Lawyers presented 2 additional witnesses, both of whom testified that Kevin did not commit the murder. One of them was Kevin's grandmother, who stated that on that particular day, she saw her grandson near the gas station and gave him money to go have a snack at a cafe. Another witness saw the man between 12:30 and 1 p.m. at the restaurant, and the establishment's cameras captured him eating lunch. As a result, the young man could not have committed the murder while simultaneously returning in time. Lawyers also questioned the possibility that Kevin left a bloody fingerprint on the lamp during the murder. In that case, when the body was discovered, the blood should have dried up. Experts who came to the apartment that evening wrote in the report that the bloody fingerprint was slightly damp, confirming that Kevin could have left it accidentally when he found Nona's body with his mother and friend. However, fingerprints were also found on the table lamp that was used to hit the victim, but they did not belong to Kevin. He determined that after death, the victim's body lay on her back for some time before being turned face down. This could imply that the young woman is still subjected to violence. The expert confirmed that he found no direct evidence of this, but added that he could not rule out such a possibility. The prosecution claimed that no fingerprints or DNA were found on the empty contraceptive package found next to the victim's body. However, a retest revealed male DNA, which did not belong to Kevin and did not match any databases. The trial lasted over a year and was concluded by the jury in July 2007. And now that he had avoided punishment despite their client's acquittal, the legal team promised to keep working on the case and find the true killer. Given the police's obsession with Kevin, no one expected them to finally do their job correctly. The lawyers first extracted DNA from the contraceptive packaging, Compared to all the men who knew Nona, all of these people volunteered to provide samples, and none of them matched. This went on for 2 months until an unexpected event occurred in September 2007. When the police arrested Gary Dunn for robbery, things became more interesting. First, this man had previously been convicted of assaulting another woman. Second, he lived in the same housing complex as Nona. In the early stages of the investigation, the police considered Gary as a suspect but quickly switched their focus to Kevin as the killer. The boy's lawyers requested a DNA test, which revealed that a sample from the contraceptive packaging matched Gary's DNA. After the young woman's murder, investigators even questioned Gary using a polygraph. Gary did go shopping with his mother, just not at the time of the murder, but 2 days before, as evidenced by receipts with purchase dates, which Gary even showed to the police, but they simply ignored such important information. They noticed that the dates on the checks did not match the day of the murder. This was stated in the reports, but for unknown reasons, they either ignored it or failed to notice that the days did not match. Finally, experts compared his fingerprints to those of unknown table lamps, and they matched. However, a serious issue arose here. The fingerprints and DNA matched, but not completely. The judicial system follows certain guidelines. In Gary's case, the necessary coincidence indicators for determining guilt were insufficient, despite the fact that the DNA and fingerprints were unlikely to belong to someone else. The investigators were likely guilty because they did not thoroughly examine all available evidence immediately after the murder, as required by the rules. It is possible that the DNA samples deteriorated. He was on parole in 2002. He attacked a woman who was running in the park, knocked her down, and began beating her, threatening to kill her. The woman escaped and ran to her car. Meanwhile, Gary fled the scene but was quickly apprehended. The man served 19 months in prison and was released early. Interestingly, his DNA sample was not included in the database. Gary's trial began in April 2010, and there were plenty of surprises in store for everyone. His own wife testified against him, claiming he was an aggressive and dangerous man. Gary frequently raised his hand against her, and the woman was terrified for her life, so she was afraid to leave him. But the most intriguing detail was that, a few weeks before the victim's death, she noticed her husband spying on Nona through her apartment window. Based on this, the prosecution assumed that the man planned the attack because of his criminal history. Gary had a history of violence, and he may have been keeping a close eye on Nona because she lived only a few meters away. On December 15th, he decided to act. He allegedly knocked on her apartment door and entered under false pretenses, grabbing the table lamp and striking her several times before assaulting and killing her, because Gary used contraception. Medical experts were unable to definitively state whether the victim had been sexually assaulted, but all evidence pointed to it. Gary's lawyers denied his involvement, but he had no real alibi, so they concentrated on blaming Kevin, according to the lawyers. Kevin discovered that the young woman was cheating on him and killed her. Kevin had to testify in court and listen as they attempted to portray him as the true criminal. The prosecution was unable to use Gary's fingerprints or DNA as evidence, resulting in a mistrial. A new trial was soon held, with a key difference being testimony from a woman who Gary nearly killed in 2002. The woman described how the man attacked her and how she barely escaped. Despite this, the second trial was declared a mistrial. First, he tried to kidnap a woman from a church parking lot, but she fought him back. A few hours later, Gary stripped in front of another woman in a mall parking lot and was quickly arrested. Given his criminal record, and the fact that he is practically known as killer, the court decided to sentence him to the maximum term. Gary was sentenced to 15 years in prison for 2 incidents and is still serving his sentence. Despite his right to petition for early release, authorities are unlikely to grant him such an opportunity. They also have the right to charge him with murder for the 3rd time, but they are not rushing to do so. The likelihood of the new trial ending in the same way as the previous 2 is high, so investigators are gathering more information. During the trial preparation, Kevin discovered that Gary's polygraph test results revealed lies, but investigators did not consider him a suspect. Unfortunately, his lawsuit was dismissed due to the statute of limitations. As a result, negligent police officers did not face any consequences for allowing the real killer to roam free for years and may not be punished in the future. Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments. and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A terrible crime is depicted in the tragic events of November 28, 2014 in Fort Worth, Texas. An apartment complex resident named Ashley Ann Harris, 31, was the target of a vicious and premeditated attack. The events that transpired on that fateful day raised troubling doubts regarding the motivation behind this barbaric deed. The incident started when a worried apartment complex resident called 911 on December 12th. Having called day 1 on a telephone, she called day 209. Emergency personnel hurried to the scene after they reported a fire in one of the units. The fact that this incident would turn into a murder investigation was unknown to them. The apartment was occupied by Ashley Ann Harris when it caught fire. Nobody was able to verify at first whether Ashley was in the burning apartment. Firefighters fought the fire with courage and were able to contain it. The terrible truth was revealed only after the fire was extinguished. Since Ashley had been in her apartment the entire time, police concluded that the fire was not an accident because of Ashley's body. Ashley had been severely beaten, as evidenced by the pool of blood surrounding her lifeless body. Her ankles suffered the same fate as her hands, which were brutally bound with duct tape, leaving her helpless. There were more indications of violence. Her body was scarred by burns, and she had endured the pain of strangulation. Moreover, her throat had been brutally cut, adding to the horror. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that this was a carefully thought out and horrifyingly carried out murder, rather than merely a tragic accident or an isolated act of violence. After committing this horrible crime, the evidence suggested that someone had purposefully set the apartment on fire. The offender had also sprayed rubbing alcohol on Ashley's bed and other parts of her apartment, seemingly in an effort to cover up any evidence of their actions. But the horrific reality had not been hidden by the fire. The case's apparent lack of motivation was one confusing feature. Since Ashley's keys were the only item missing from her apartment, investigators were left wondering, what could motivate someone to attack an innocent woman in such a vicious and heartless manner? As law enforcement looked for answers, justice, and closure for Ashley Ann Harris's bereaved family, the murder investigation would surely be a difficult and heartbreaking one. The police started looking for answers. Interviews with Ashley's neighbors marked the start of their adventure. One of them, Stephen Lee, lived in an apartment next door. He described an odd sighting at around 6:30 a.m. that fateful morning. He was smoking a cigarette on his balcony when he spotted an unknown car parked close by. The car in question was a sleek black Infiniti G35, which was unusual in their peaceful neighborhood. This observation would turn out to be a key clue in the mystery that was developing. But Stephen Lee's story wasn't the only piece of the puzzle. At around 7:30 a.m., Ashley's neighbor Patrick Sweet, who lived directly below her apartment, told the police a terrifying revelation. A spine-tingling scream reverberated from above, startling and upsetting Patrick as he was startled out of his morning routine. After that, he heard a number of disturbing sounds, such as what sounded like a heavy thud and frantic, gasping breaths. He was terrified, but his carbon monoxide detector's blaring alarm was what finally got him to act. He became aware that a fire was occurring, so he quickly called 911 to solve the mystery of Ashley's disappearance. Ashley was employed as an assistant manager at an American Eagle store in the Hulen Mall, and the police painstakingly tracked her movements on the day in question. Their investigation revealed that she had eaten dinner in one of the apartments in their complex on Thanksgiving Day with her close friend Alexis Torres and a group of acquaintances. After dinner, Ashley went to work. The Black Friday sales craze during Ashley's work shift made for a long and exhausting evening. Alexis kindly volunteered to watch Ashley's cherished dog, Nala. Ashley is back at home. Was marked by the early morning. At approximately 3:15 a.m., Alexis visited briefly before leaving after 4 a.m. The timeline started to become crucial to the investigation at this point. According to the police, Ashley died suddenly between 4:15 and 7:30 in the morning. Because of this crucial period, the authorities were keen to find and talk to the owner of the enigmatic black Infiniti G35 in order to provide insight into what happened during those hours. After discovering the black Infiniti G35, the police made the decision to interrogate Alexis, Ashley's friend. She said she didn't know who owned the car. They are intrigued, though, by a tip from Christopher "Chris Cravey" Ashley's boss. He told the police that he knew a woman named Carol Cervantes, who was a driver of one of these vehicles. The plot twist was that Carter had been fired in August after having previously worked at Ashley Leah's American Eagle store. The police began monitoring Carter's home after obtaining this lead. The following Saturday morning at 8 a.m., their patience paid off when they saw Carter leave her apartment and get into her Infiniti G35 with a man. After that, the man drove her to Hulin Mall, where he parked after dropping her off at the entrance. When the police came to question him, they found that he was actually Clarence, Carter's boyfriend. David Mallory, who used to work at the same American Eagle store, became suspicious when Clarence was unable to provide his driver's license when asked, which resulted in his arrest. Officers observed some odd details about him while he was at the police station. The plastic price tag fastener was still on his brand new ski mask, which showed no signs of wear. In addition, his lower lip, which was visibly swollen even after Clarence was arrested, looked like a recent injury. Despite being seen entering the mall, Carter was never seen again. Instead, she was apprehended at her apartment complex, where she appeared to be doing laundry and taken in for interrogation. Her initial claim that she had not left the apartment complex that day was refuted by surveillance footage, which showed her leaving the mall and making her way home. According to the police, she may have decided to walk the 2 miles home after spotting them conversing with Clarence in the mall parking lot. Notably, they noticed minor scratches on her arms as the puzzle pieces came together. The police had to determine whether Carter and Clarence were involved in Ashley's terrible death, and if so, what the motivation was for the gruesome events that had taken place. A troubling picture of the circumstances leading up to Ashley's untimely death was painted by additional evidence that surfaced. An important turning point in the investigation was when Ashley's missing keys were found, since it turned out that they also provided access to the American Eagle store where she worked. Given that Ashley's keys could open the store safe, the police concluded that Carter and Clarence had planned Ashley's murder. Stealing what they thought was tens of thousands of dollars, presumably amassed from Black Friday sales, seemed to be the crux of their evil scheme. Armed with Ashley's keys, they carried out their plan on a fateful Saturday morning, but when they got to the store, they ran into an unforeseen problem. Their attempt at robbery was foiled by the fact that the locks had already been changed. Additional incriminating evidence was discovered during the search of Carter and Clarence's apartment. They discovered a taser box, a plastic tub with bungee cords and a rope, a lock in a kitchen drawer, and some discarded duct tape. They also found a broken deadbolt lock, 2 more locks that looked like they were used for practice and were marked as lock-picking practice locks, and the black Infiniti G35, a key vehicle in the investigation, which also had sinister secrets inside. They found a plastic bag inside a black garbage bag, a sharpening stone that was probably used for a knife, a 9mm cartridge, a cell phone, a walkie-talkie, and a sheathed buck knife. Notably, they also discovered a kitchen knife, an unopened tarp, and a toboggan with a hole cut in it. The finding was perhaps the most concerning. 3 of a loaded Glock 19 concealed beneath the driver's seat with a bullet in the chamber. The disturbing picture of Carter and Clarence's role in Ashley's murder was painted by these strong pieces of evidence. The state decided not to pursue the death penalty after both defendants were charged with capital murder. Instead, it sought life in prison without the possibility of release for both of them. Carter and Clarence upheld their not guilty pleas in spite of the overwhelming evidence against them, paving the way for a torturous court battle that would ultimately decide their fate. Although the prosecution gave both defendants a largely consistent story, the court cases of Carter, Carol Cervantes, and Clarence, David Mallory, developed independently. But after Carter's case was heard, attention turned to proving that she was the alleged mastermind of the crime. The prosecution believed that Carter and Clarence had several reasons for wanting to hurt Ashley. First, they thought the two wanted Ashley's keys, which would allow them to enter the store safe and the large amount of money they assumed was kept there, especially after the Black Friday sales. The prosecution also claimed that Carter and Clarence wanted to exact revenge on Ashley. An additional layer of personal animosity was introduced into the situation when they blamed her for their dismissal. The court proceedings explored the individuals' personal histories. In June 2014, Ashley took over as store manager while her boss, Chris, was on medical leave. An important part of the operation had been played by Carter, the store's assistant manager. Notably, on August 24, 2014, she had also employed Clarence, her boyfriend, to work with her at the same place. A sizable amount of $18,000 inexplicably vanished from the American Eagle store's safe. When Ashley, who was in charge of locking the store that evening, noticed that the back door had been left open, suspicion was cast on Carter. Clarence was identified in surveillance footage as the person who had broken into the safe and stolen the cash. This finding signaled the start of a series of events that would ultimately result in a tragic conclusion. Chris, Ashley's boss, didn't find out that Carter had employed Clarence until after the theft. It was shocking to learn that Clarence had a history with the American Eagle brand, having worked at an Amarillo store. However, his record in the American Eagle system was marked as non-rehirable, meaning he should not be employed at any American Eagle location. Chris revealed something shocking. In order to evade detection and get around any warning signs, Carter had changed Clarence's name and social security number in the system and manipulated his personnel file. This information implied a troubling degree of Carter and Clarence's collusion. It became clear as hostilities increased that Carter and Clarence had been plotting Ashley's kidnapping and key retrieval. Images of Ashley's apartment, her apartment door, and her car were among the incriminating evidence found on their cell phones. On their cell phones, police also found latitude and longitude coordinates. The terrifying story was further enhanced by Detective Cedillo's testimony, which disclosed that one of Clarence's texts included coordinates that, when entered into Google Earth, identified a location close to Lufkin, Texas. Detective Cedillo discovered a terrifying hole at this location that was 6 feet long, 2.5 feet wide, and 3 feet deep. It looked grimly like a grave for a human. The prosecution argued that the original plan was to kidnap Ashley, threaten her with a pistol, and then kill her somewhere else. But when Ashley refused to let them into her apartment, their plans took a sinister turn, and she tragically died there. More disturbing evidence surfaced. 2 shovels, a box of plastic sheeting, and a box of Craftsman sockets were found by police when they searched Clarence's Cadillac, indicating a sinister and planned motive. These disclosures presented an unsettling image of a well-thought-out crime in which Carter and Clarence were purportedly driven by retaliation as well as financial gain. As the trial went on, the prosecution called witnesses who provided more insight into the terrible circumstances surrounding Ashley's passing. Jeff Kaiser, Ashley's close friend and neighbor, was one such witness. Jeff described the terrifying morning when he was startled awake by the sound of fire alarms, recognizing that Ashley's apartment was in danger, and he acted quickly after noticing her car was still parked outside. He hurried upstairs without thinking and kicked down Ashley's apartment door with courage. When Jeff walked in, he saw a chaotic scene. The apartment was filled with smoke, and the sprinkler system sprayed water, making the place dangerous and confusing. Even though it was dangerous, Jeff tried to crawl toward the kitchen to get to Ash, but the dense smoke soon overpowered him and he had to back off to get some fresh air. Unfazed, he made 2 more heroic attempts, but the smoke was too thick to handle. Luckily, rescue efforts were taken over by firefighters who had already arrived on the scene. Arson investigator Wallace E. Hood Jr. offered crucial information about the fire's cause. He stated in his testimony that he was able to pinpoint several places where the fire started, including Ashley's bed and the closet. One particularly unsettling discovery was the smoke detector's purposeful removal and hiding under the mattress. These discoveries suggested a malevolent and deliberate act meant to hide the fire and make Ashley's chances of surviving even more difficult. With a string of gripping incidents and testimony, the courtroom drama went on. The prosecution showed surveillance footage taken in front of the American Eagle store on November 29 at around 2 in the morning, which showed an enigmatic individual trying to operate the gate lock. The prosecution claimed it was Carter, but the person's face was hidden. The altered locks made it impossible for them to unlock and raise the gate, despite their obvious attempts. This implied that Carter might have had plans involving the crime or the store. Unaware that the police were observing them, Carter and Clarence returned to the mall at 8 a.m. that same day, the court was informed. Given the previous unsuccessful attempt to enter the store, this raised concerns about their intentions and behavior. In the parking lot of the mall, Clarence was taken into custody. He told the police that Carter had gone inside to get some documents. Carter was not present in the mall when the police searched it, though. Suspicions regarding her movements and activities were raised when she was eventually found at her apartment complex. Important details regarding Ashley's injuries were supplied by Dr. Richard Fries, a deputy medical examiner at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office. The extent of her physical trauma was graphically depicted by the autopsy. Among Ashley's many wounds were cuts to her cheek, scalp, and left side of her face. Her chin was scraped, her lip had laceration and scrape marks, and her right side was marred by a patterned bruise, with additional bruises discovered around her left eye and between her eyes. The most unsettling finding was probably a star-shaped cut behind her left ear with a bruise surrounding it, which the medical examiner determined was the result of a pistol blow. The testimony described Ashley's experience in a distressing way, implying that she had been beaten viciously and savagely. Ashley sustained multiple wounds, including a knife wound to her neck, bruising and abrasions to her right arm, chest, and neck. Ashley suffered multiple blows to her face, according to testimony from Dr. Fries, a witness in the case. Additionally, he mentioned that Ashley's eyes had patachi, which suggested that she might have been strangled or suffocated. Dr. Fries clarified that a fractured cricoid, a neck cartilage, is more frequently linked to severe force or auto accidents and is rarely observed in asphyxia or strangulation cases. Ashley's death was ruled a homicide after he determined that she died from asphyxia and blunt force trauma to her head and neck. Carter's trial was surrounded by a compelling and heartbreaking courtroom drama. The foundation of her defense was the claim that she was not responsible for Ashley's untimely death. She bravely removed the layers of fear and manipulation that had surrounded her life by taking the stand to testify in her own defense. Carter's testimony portrayed Clarence as a domineering and dangerous man, painting an unsettling picture of their relationship. She disclosed that he had a terrifying amount of control over her day-to-day activities, including deciding when she was allowed to eat and drink, as she admitted to trying to rob the American Eagle store. The entire courtroom listened intently, but she maintained that Clarence's threatening words were what forced her to commit this crime. She told of the terrifying time he pulled out a gun and gave her the order to steal. To make matters worse for her, he claimed that if she refused to accept the money, a dangerous threat would be waiting outside her parents' house, threatening their lives. Carter's story took a darker turn when she described a horrific experience in which she was raped by two unidentified men. She claimed that Clarence himself had allowed these attackers to enter her apartment, and she had to endure the unspeakable cruelty of their acts. Carter adamantly insisted that Ashley was innocent on the fateful night of her murder. She testified that she was asleep in her bed and did not know where Clarence was at the time. She strongly denied any role in Ashley's death and firmly stated that she was not involved in the tragic incident. In a remarkably quick decision that took only 2 hours, the jury remained skeptical despite Carter's compelling testimony and returned a guilty verdict. Carter was given a life sentence without the chance of release as a result. That was not the end of the case. Clarence also appeared in court, arguing that he was innocent of Ashley's murder, but the same lack of response was given to his claims. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, just like Carter, after the jury, clearly unimpressed by his claims, found him guilty as charged. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.